Takeru Kamishiro dragged through a dull, gray routine, crush-loaded subway rides, endless hours staring at a monitor, and even crashing on the floor at night. But deep down, something inside him craved a different life, more than he could ever say out loud. Changes. Something real. Diva. The white bird dipped its head like it could hear his thoughts, daring him to step just beyond the boring, everyday life. Takeru snapped his eyes open and realized he was sitting beneath this massive, towering tree. In that strange, foreign forest, the wild noise never stopped roaring. Wind danced through the treetops like it owned the whole forest. The boy whipped his head around in total confusion, eyes glued to the bird as it led the way. A colossal planet rocked the sky with blazing rings, no doubt about it. He was nowhere near Earth. He dropped his eyes, like something heavy just hit him. Instead of a stuffy business suit, he slipped into soft, comfy fantasy clothes, like he was ready for adventure. He also realized his legs had grown longer too, just like everything else, and that sent his cheeks burning as he sprinted off to find a mirror. He plunged a hand into his waist bag and found it utterly, brutally empty. Inside, a shadowy void swallowed everything. His fingers slid even deeper. Suddenly, a semi-transparent game menu with item icons burst into my vision like lightning. Takeru snapped his focus into place in a flash. He snatched a handheld mirror right off the menu. It just appeared in his palm out of nowhere, right at that exact moment. In the mirror, a totally different young man stared back at him from the reflection. Black tousled hair, glowing clear skin, eyes that screamed emotion. He looked at least 10 years younger. He straight up admitted that his new version looks way more tempting than the old one. In his inventory, he had warm clothes, a tent, blankets, a container packed with hot buns from God, and even some twigs. He slammed his cursor onto the Yggdrasil branch icon. A stick flashed into his hand like it was summoned out of nowhere. The boy leaned in and stared at her like he was trying to catch every secret in her eye. Yggdrasil is the world tree, but this branch didn't look like a weapon at all. He had to hunt down a human settlement because the thought of spending the night alone in that forest scared the courage right out of him. He stepped onto the path, mind racing as he wondered where he'd strike next. His eyes snapped to the branch. "Let God handle it," he muttered, like the weight of fate just landed on his tongue. Takeru drove the stick straight into the ground, standing it upright like a signal. She swayed. With a heavy, dull thud, it crashed down. It's decided. He'll follow that wild, improvised compass wherever it points, no questions asked. The kid grinned as he marched on, clutching a stick and tossing a bottomless bag over his shoulder like it was nothing. He even burst into a cheerful whistle, like he owned the whole world. The forest kept its quiet secret, like nothing in the world could ever touch it. A white bird perched high on the branch, watching the traveler like it was keeping close tabs. "And this is going to be a blast," the blonde god smirked, staring at the boy through the glowing magic sphere. Before him sat an earthly resume, spread out like the next move in his fate. Takeru Kamashiro's heart flatlined at 28, his life snapped away by heart failure. God pulled off a brilliant transfer to the planet Medeus. The creator lounged in a jaw-dropping heavenly gazebo, totally at ease, like the world was waiting on them. With a sip of tea, he decided to test it, see how the world shifts when he steps in. In the heavenly residence, pure peace reigned, so quiet it felt like the whole world was holding its breath. Worrying about that guy was a waste. God handed him so many busted abilities, it felt like he was playing a game with cheats turned on. Then it hit him. The contract was real, because the deity picked Takeru on purpose, betting that Earth would never mourn him. Then the clerk stared in the blank white space, completely lost, like he still couldn't figure out what was even going on. A blonde young man leaned in close and calmly declared, like it was nothing, "He runs the entire solar system." A hologram of an entire planet flickered to life above his hand. Time after time, the people of Medeus tore their own civilization apart. So God stepped in and nudged her growth forward just a bit. Takeru was a flawless match. His deep know-how of earthly fantasy and games gave him the perfect launchpad. Turns out the myths on Earth and all those pop culture stories weren't made up at all. They were ripped from real events that happened on other stars. Turns out the borders between those worlds were paper thin, like one wrong step could tear reality open. Medeus was straight up a classic fantasy playground, sword swinging, magic crackling, the whole world dripping with adventure. God decided to spill just one drop there, Takeru's soul, who's about to kick off the first ripples across that calm, perfect water. Space stretched into endless darkness, swallowing countless secrets and daring them to be found. Later, that drop will explode into a roaring wave, and it'll flip the entire world. The divine presence barked an absolute order at the boy. Finish this mission. No excuses, no exceptions. The idea of vanishing forever terrified Takeru so badly, he blurted out frantic arguments, begging them to stop. When he finally got the truth about the monsters and realized his hard drive was permanently erased, tears almost exploded out of him. Then God grinned and shoved a form in his hands. Write whatever superpowers you want and I'll hand them to you. The boy caved in because deep down he'd always longed to shatter the routine and finally break free. He snatched the pen. God instantly flooded him with the power to speak every language, sealed him against all poisons, and forged his body into something unbreakable. Takeru begged for search magic so he could scoop up resources to sell, and he even demanded an infinite bag to haul it all. The creator slid the blazing buns into the bag, then tied that artifact so tight to the owner's soul it felt like it couldn't ever be torn away. The boy, with eyes blazing with rage, begged for the power to cast spells. The list just got a serious upgrade. Now it's loaded with gaming spells plus instant item recognition. In the end, the deity flipped the script. Wild beasts stopped fearing him and treated him with kindness. Everything looked perfect, yet Takeru couldn't shake the feeling that something vital was still missing. In his mind, adorable elf girls and powerful sorceresses burst into view like a fantasy unfolding. God burst out laughing and swore that, sooner or later, he'd absolutely find faithful partners. The boy's cheeks flared with a happy blush. Suddenly, his body started vanishing fast, like his whole existence was dissolving into thin air. God paused, scratched his head, and worried he'd handed out way too many gifts. But he brushed it off like it wasn't a big deal. For his farewell, he yelled, "Don't you dare commit genocide over there," and that totally left the hero completely stunned. The suffocating darkness finally broke, and a brand new dawn burst into the world. And that's how Takeru's brand new life and his rebirth ignited the whole story. God intended to turn him into nothing but a relentless traveler, hoping he'd stumble into his own happiness. But he had no clue that with these cheats, a normal Japanese guy was about to turn into a worldwide, nightmare-level disaster. A giant ringed planet hung over him like it owned the sky, towering and majestic above his head. The boy strode straight through the forest thicket with zero doubt, leaning on a stick like it was his only weapon. He tiptoed down a twisting path, plunging deeper into the heart of the forest. He wiped the sweat off his forehead like it had been raining non-stop. The trees yanked apart, and there, right in front of him, was a brutal, steep drop. The young man skidded to a stop, stared at the view like it held secrets, and prayed he'd stumble on something priceless. Suddenly, his whole body went still. He snapped around. Far below, tucked between towering mountains, a peaceful little settlement rested in quiet glory. Pause. "Wow, this is a real village," he blurted out, grinning like he couldn't believe his luck. Right at the start of Chapter 2, our hero drops onto the ground, ringed by all his gear like he's bracing for whatever's coming next. Far off, cozy houses with chimneys puffed warm smoke into the sky, like a peaceful promise waiting to be discovered. The villagers quietly went about their days, stitching peace into every street they crossed. Over there, the kids were laughing and playing like nothing in the world could touch them. The boy let out a heavy, sad sigh. Poor, filthy, and broke, he couldn't even dream of getting a single bowl of soup. From the depths of his memory, a god surfaced and unleashed the power of search into his hands. He slammed the stick forward with full force and bellowed the spell. A powerful, magical wind whipped through his hair, like the world just cast a spell. In a split second, the young man's face burned red as he realized just how painfully awkward his pathos sounded. He dropped into a crouch and started scratching words into the sand, hunting for the exact English term to match the scanning. A tiny clover-shaped magic symbol popped free with a soft little click from the very tip of the stick. The forest erupted in an instant. Dozens of glowing marks lit up the trees like sparks from hell. Bright flash. Symbols draped over ordinary leaves and bird feathers, turning something simple into a living omen. The boy snapped his eyes wide in shock. Tucked between the bushes, one lone flower blazed bright as a beacon in the dark. He locked in his focus and barked the scanning command. A report blazed across my eyes. Moongrass, rank B. A grin exploded across his face. His very first harvest turned out to be insanely rare. Even though the system wouldn't show the price, this meal's still absolutely perfect for a filling lunch. Fueled by inspiration, he charged off to hunt down more glowing mushrooms and rare plants. The inventory snapped back to life in seconds, crammed with a wild haul of bizarre finds. But every single one of them still ranked way below the first flower. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a few round things in the grass, and dangling from them were heart-shaped badges. Maybe that's exactly how they stamp rarity in the real world, the boy wondered, eyes narrowing. Suddenly, he spotted something weird sitting there, like it didn't belong. He traced that silky surface with pure, curious wonder. Then, with a grin lighting up his face, he happily switched the scanner on. The verdict hit like a truck, because it was literally the droppings of a grade C anteater. "What the hell is this? This is garbage," he snapped. The young man grabbed the thing with 2 fingers like it burned, gagging at the thought of it. Then it hit him. He remembered exactly where he'd stashed the empty bags. They hauled the precious manure over and tucked it into a hidden, isolated container. With a tired sigh, he finally got it. The club was all about plants, and the heart was straight-up animal waste. The boy decided to hunt down more heart-shaped badges. Underfoot, a mouse skull stared back, tangled with simple feathers. Now he had to crack the diamond symbol and figure out what it meant. It turned out to be nothing special at all, just plain, ordinary iron ore. Everything finally clicked. 3 types of symbols snapped into place for flora, fauna, and minerals. His stomach growled like thunder, loud and unstoppable. The boy dropped onto a cold stone, then yanked out his God-given mandu from his bag. A transparent container suddenly slid into his hands. He yanked the lid open, and warm steam blasted straight into his face. The warm, sweet smell of fresh baked goods hit him, and he squinted like it was pure bliss. Pause. They're still blazing hot. He yanked his mouth open, ready to shove his first bite into this brand new world. A deafening roar crashed through the forest like thunder. The boy snapped still with pure terror. Did that monster catch the scent of food? He snatched the buns and slipped back into the bushes, careful not to make a sound. That fresh, earth-shaking roar slammed into his nerves and made him flinch hard. If you think you can stay silent, the predator will still lock onto him because his scent gives him away. Teeth clenched tight, the young man decided he wasn't running, he was charging straight into the fight. The plan was dead simple. Feed the monster in the mouth and then bolt before it can bite back. In his mind, a colossal wolf was already looming, teeth bared, just waiting to rip him apart. "Hey, who's out there?" he blurted, nerves screaming as he shoved through the thicket. Right where a monster should have been under that tree, a tired little elf slumped in its place. She cracked one half-lidded eye open, barely looking up at him. From her belly, the same brutal, deafening roar blasted out again. The boy forced out a shaky smile, because that terrifying predator turned out to be nothing more than a foreign hunger. He tiptoed up and whispered, "Please, tell me you're still alive." The elf girl muttered, "I haven't eaten in 3 whole days." The young man froze in sheer horror. One step closer, and she would have been dead. Without a second to spare, he ripped the water pouch out and shoved it into her hand. The girl clung to him and started drinking with pure, greedy hunger. Water trickled down her chin, slow and relentless. She chugged the whole container in one massive gulp, like she was trying to swallow her doubts, too. "You saved my life," the elf gasped, relief crashing through them. Her stomach growled again, loud enough to steal the moment. The girl snapped her eyes open in shock. The young man didn't speak. He just locked eyes on his container and pointed it out with his gaze. He tore his own lunch away and shoved a manzu into the hungry elf's hands. She stood there, eyes locked, completely hypnotized by the divine pastry. She blew warm air over the hot bun, easing the heat with a soft, careful breath. And she took a tiny bite. Her eyes shot wide with pure shock. The girl clutched her chest, completely stunned, like she couldn't even wrap her mind around that taste. Angels danced in his imagination like they were real, flashing through his mind with pure wonder. Divine cuisine didn't just impress her, it lifted her straight up into the heavens. The elf practically melted with pure joy as the young man obediently tore into the bag and rummaged through it. He shoved more water into her hands. The girl gulped down the sweets like she couldn't get enough. Weak and breathless, she crumpled to the ground. Tears spilling down her face, she blurted out that nothing had ever tasted as divine as this. The boy blurted, totally baffled. Wait, this village isn't even far at all? He snapped at her for her recklessness. Charging into the woods with zero supplies was straight up foolish. The girl exploded on the spot, firing back to defend her personal reasons. But in the very next breath, she snapped back into calm, thanked him from the heart for saving her, and waved him goodbye. In a heartbeat, she burst into the thicket, and he was left standing there, alone. The rescuer's stomach growled like thunder, loud enough to turn heads. He let out a heavy sigh, so now he had to sell those gathered herbs and manure just to scrape together enough money for food. The sun slid toward the horizon, and the young man took off straight for the village. The system spat out the final trophy list: moongrass, anteater droppings, and mushrooms. In the second tab, explosive nuts and healing leaves burst into view. The wandering collector's saga rolled on, while a lonely guard yawned himself into boredom, staring at those wooden gates like they'd never move. The bored man yawned with a restless, aching longing. Suddenly, a young man burst up to the gate and greeted him with confidence. The guard snapped his gaze up at the towering guest and demanded to know, "Are you here as a traveler?" The guard leaned in and told him, "This is Tormi, our quiet little rural settlement tucked in the Resuvaiha region." He demanded to know why the guy was there, and the guest grinned and introduced himself as Takeru. Takeru finally confessed that he's out on his own, and the money's running so low it's starting to crush him. The guard blinked at how tall the guest was, and when Takeru introduced himself, he kept it humble, calling himself just a materials collector. The local resident couldn't help but stare in genuine awe at the rare collector's profession. The guard, calling himself Marlowe, welcomed the rare guest with a smile so warm it felt like an invitation. He swung the gate open and told them to head straight to Jerome's shop, where they could buy any raw materials they needed. Takeru let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, because the very first person he met in this strange new world turned out to be genuinely friendly. A young man strode onto the village streets, and just like that, another collector's journey kicked off. He inched ahead, hunting for the perfect shop, but no matter how long he looked, it just wouldn't show up. Right away, the local architecture grabbed his attention like a punch to the chest. The peasants gaped in disbelief at the tall stranger they couldn't even see. Takeru figured out why everyone's focus kept landing on him, and he flashed a warm, confident smile. Suddenly, a tiny hand yanked hard on his cloak. The boy froze as the kids suddenly bombarded him with interest. He couldn't stop asking himself why none of the kids ever liked him. Takeru clocked it. Those kids' affection would lull the adults into letting their guard down, and he seized the opening. One of the kids shot their hand out the moment they laid eyes on the new acquaintance. Crouching down, Takeru introduced himself, and the kids lit up with smiles as they welcomed him with open arms. Then he fired off a question. Where the heck was the general store? The kids instantly erupted into a loud argument, fighting tooth and nail over who'd get to be the leader. To dodge starting a fight, Takeru settled two tiny dogs right on his shoulders. He asked little Rick for directions, but once the guest towered over everyone, he burst into laughter and totally forgot the way. Takeru practically towered over the whole crowd. Most locals barely came up to his chest. He strode down the street like a towering giant, dwarfing every single inhabitant around him. At last, the child thrust his finger toward the building on the right. The young man smiled, thanked the kids, and carefully guided them all back down to the ground. Jerome's shop door slid open with a soft, spooky creak. Inside, there were piles and piles of every kind of treasure, stacked high and ready to be discovered. Takeru could barely hold back his laughter. This store was basically an amusement park gone wild. From the darkest corner of the room, the massive owner finally crawled into view, fighting to get out. The boy stepped up, smiled, and introduced himself like, "Hey, I'm me." Jerome narrowed his eyes, instantly suspicious of the delivered goods. The second the shopkeeper inspected the item, his eyes popped wide, because it turned out to be the droppings of a giant anteater. The old man rained praise on the find, gushing that its shape and color were absolutely perfect. He snapped up the material on the spot, because it was so rare to find something in that kind of condition anymore. Kramar even fretted that the guest could misplace the prize somewhere and ruin everything. Jerome slapped down 5 silver coins and offered them to her. Takeru froze in disbelief. He had no clue what silver cost and blurted out, "Is there an inn in this village?" One night in the Gallop Tavern only set him back 500 leaves. The idea of splitting the bill into tiny change left the guy utterly baffled. Takeru squirmed and finally admitted he hadn't touched a coin in ages. The old man smiled and started laying out the town's money system, piece by piece, like it mattered more than anything. In the young man's head, the course snapped into place like a perfect equation. It hit like lightning. Turns out the damage afterward cost 10 times more than just spending one night in a hotel. In his head, he did the math. Japan's cheapest hotel rates versus this price. It came out to roughly 50 grand for a standard delivery. A stunned silence slammed down, freezing the whole moment in place. Jerome shouted his name, and when the boy snapped back to reality, he nodded and agreed to the deal. Kramar grinned as he rubbed the find against his cheek, and Takara stared at the whole thing like it disgusted him to the core. 5 gleaming silver coins clinked and sang in his palm. The young man stared at his very first paycheck in this new world, and pure satisfaction lit up his face. After riding that success, he slammed his massive bag onto the counter with a heavy thud. When that mountain of grass and seeds came spilling out, the shopkeeper snapped into wide-eyed shock. Jerome greedily clawed through the rare lily leaves and mouse teeth, savoring every last scrap. And under that moonlit glow, the grass dazzled the old man so hard he nearly snapped from sheer excitement. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The flower had finally bloomed out in the faraway Barakian forest. Kramar couldn't believe how fresh she felt, like she'd just been plucked, and he blurted out, "Where were you kept?" He shoved his hand into the bag and froze, stunned to discover it was a spatial bag. Jerome roared with raw fury and demanded straight to his face if the kid carried the gift. Takeru dodged every question about his past like it was a trap. Kramar couldn't accept it. There was no way someone with that kind of power would be stuck roaming a remote village. He realized the young man had zero clue how powerful his own value really was. The old man finally snapped and told the naive traveler the brutal truth about the gift. Gift is pure, absolute magic. Only 1 in 100,000 is ever born with it. These carriers could topple entire states in one strike. In the neighboring city of Belkame, powerful guilds hunted the bearers of Daru with relentless fury. From that angle, dread hit Takeru like a wave, heavy and unstoppable. And that spatial bag could expose his entire body in an instant. As soon as that magical gift appears, everyone instantly knows, because the bearer is obvious the moment you see it. Kramar warned him, loud and clear, to lock this power away like a deadly secret only he could touch. Then he yanked a chunky spellbook of magical items straight off the shelf. The book was loaded with everything a beginner needs to get started right away. Jerome handed it over for free, no hesitation, like a thank you for those rare resources. But before anything can move forward, the old man demanded one single favor from him. Kramar swore that after all that, no trick would ever fool him again, while Takeru slipped away from the label of specialist. Jerome clasped his hands like a prayer, begging for the collector's approval while singing praises about how great the deal would be. The boy snapped to attention, like, "Wait, are they using him?" The old man swore up and down that this was a legit order, straight from a city client. All they had to do was rip ore from the western mountains. Mithril sounds cool in games and manga, but in real life it feels way too unreal to be true. Takeru nodded cautiously, then practically begged for a map of those mountains. Jerome slammed a deposit onto the table, no map needed. Even if he never struck a single ore vein, the guest could still keep a full 10,000 labels. When they dangled another 100,000 for success, the young man's eyes snapped wide open. Oh, and the merchant warned me those mountains are packed with D-rank monsters. He told him to think it through, because that road is a nightmare. Those monsters are everywhere. The moment someone said monsters, the young man jolted back, nerves screaming louder than his fear. Jerome erupted into laughter, thinking those fears were downright silly for a man as strong as him. He smirked and slyly teased the hidden power lying inside Takaro. Without letting the boy breathe, the shopkeeper snapped straight into counting the money for today's herbs. A staggering 360,000 labels hit at once, and Takara froze. Every escape route got sealed shut. Takara barged into the Gallop Inn and thundered, "Hey, owner!" The room was huge, dead silent, and utterly empty. Suddenly, a woman's voice snapped back to the call. The heavy-set owner of Konfia burst out of the kitchen, recognizing the traveler from the rumors the kids had been whispering. Takaro flashed a respectful smile, introduced himself, and asked for an empty room. The woman snapped up an offer, warm lodging with breakfast for 500 lei, and sweetened the deal for Jerome. The boy decided that one measly silver coin would stretch to cover him for 2 whole days. He slammed 5 silver coins on the table, paying for 10 full days in one go. And he even demanded they swap tomorrow's breakfast for a lunch bento. Konfia nodded and said they should grab the food from the cafeteria. Then the owner grabbed him and marched him straight to the restroom. She snapped strict orders. Always shut that hole tight with a wooden lid. Gazing at that primitive village toilet, Takaro nearly broke down, because all he could think about was how badly he wanted a Japanese bidet. She warned, "At night this hall turns into a roaring tavern. Tell me if it gets too loud." She shoved the key to the farthest room on the 2nd floor into his hand. And just like that, the collector's journey kicked off. Chapter 4. Takeru strode down the long corridor, heading straight for his room. He slammed to a stop at the right door. He jammed the key into the lock and went for the click. The lock finally gave way with a soft, chilling creak. Turns out the room was way brighter than I expected. Spotless, cozy, and welcoming from the second I stepped in. The boy grinned so hard it looked like relief, because for just 500 liebs, he'd just bagged an insanely profitable deal. At last, he finally got his own corner, and he kicked back into something comfy. Takaro yanked up the status window and started tearing through his outfits like he was preparing for battle. When he spotted regular boxers instead of those traditional fundoshi wraps, he finally exhaled, pure relief washing over him. After he shrugged off that heavy coat, the boy slipped into a plain shirt and comfy sleep pants. Burning with exhaustion, he crumpled onto the bed and drifted off, craving a scorching hot bath or maybe a steamy shower. But the room was totally devoid of any plumbing clues. The boy clutched the book Jerome handed him, desperate to crack it open and find the answers he was searching for. The cover was carved with intricate local runes, like it was hiding ancient secrets in plain sight. They snapped into those familiar hieroglyphs like it was instant magic. The inscription blared out like a challenge. Basic knowledge for adventurers. Takaro smirked crookedly, still stunned that he could pull off cheating like that and somehow make it work. He flipped the page and instantly caught it. This wasn't a dictionary at all. It was a roadmap. It laid out one simple truth. Regular travelers were just passing through, but registered guild adventurers, they had the stamp, the status, and the power. Now it finally clicked. Why the peasants kept calling him a wanderer. He didn't even have a single weapon to his name. The guild was handing out jobs for every kind of craving. One minute you're out gathering herbs, the next you're hunting monsters. Across the fields, a wild, fancy sketch flashed in the distance, finished off with a swaying tassel. Turns out, sometimes adventurers don't just face monsters, they get dragged into real wars. Every seeker got sorted into a rank ladder, starting at Clueless F and climbing all the way up to Elite A. The page's edge bristled with a warrior silhouette in a flowing long cloak. And then there were the legendary S and SS ranks, so feared that even kings lowered their heads before them. Takaro couldn't believe it. Out of all the world, only 4 superhumans were still standing. His imagination summoned a hero blasting lasers from his eyes, and the boy quickly snapped over to the page about money. The book laid out every coin like a treasure map, cheap pennies for the poor, and continental gold reserved for the nobles. The boy figured out that 1 lei was basically worth about 10 yen. He clung to Jerome's potion in his mind, then yanked it from his bag like it was the final key to everything. It turned out to be the absolute worst, rank F medicinal tincture, the cheapest first aid stuff they could have scraped together. Compared to Japanese medicine, local treatment costs were straight up outrageous. Herbs were sorted into 4 strict levels of quality. These average elixirs could seal wounds and scorch marks in a snap, but they'll set you back 10,000. High-grade herbs could set you back a whopping 100 grand, and they mostly ended up in the military's hands. They could wipe out deadly poison on the spot, and even stitch a severed limb back like it never got cut. And those legendary potions, the ones people swore could rewrite fate, are gone for good, trapped forever in dusty old myths. Taker finally got it, why the village had no doctors anymore. They'd been swapped out for medics armed with elixirs. And anyone who stitched up wounds straight with magic was branded a healing wizard. Perched on the page was a majestic capital cathedral, looming like a proud crown over the world. Right beside it, a small local clinic sat quietly in view. Pharmacists and alchemists were hammering away in the lab, brewing healing infusions drop by drop. But for all the crushing power of that magic, it still couldn't drag the dead back to life. The boy's mind snapped. If you can stitch a hand back on, then why can't you stitch life back in? He shook off the dark thoughts and vowed to be extra careful because he refused to blow money on treatment. So yeah, one way or another, in this world he's going to have to hustle on his own and earn his living. He flat out refused to crawl back into that office grind and endure the boss's daily shouting. He couldn't wait to dive into this world, and being an adventurer felt like the perfect way to do it. He tore open the book's final chapter, the one packed with magical artifacts. It's all about magical stones, crystallized energy that supercharged every device in the world. Takero suddenly understood. These stones don't just sit there, they power up like good old batteries. Once he realized his bottomless bag was packed with a fortune, he couldn't stop staring at it, like it might vanish if he blinked. He shut the book with a tired huff, and when he let out a sigh, he realized the page offered nothing. No word about the bath. Out of nowhere, a soft knock tapped the door, quiet but loud enough to freeze the room. At the door, a gorgeous maid waited there, holding a steaming bowl of hot water like it was meant just for them. The girl told him she'd hauled water just to wash up. Takeo stumbled over his words and asked her about the local customs, admitting he knew absolutely nothing about this country. The maid burst into bright laughter, slapping her hand over her mouth as she giggled. She told him the water's for scrubbing the grime off, wiping the body clean, and washing the dusty legs. The boy shot her a confused look and blurted, "Do you even know what a bath is?" She shot back that baths were a luxury reserved for the nobility, because she'd never even had one in her whole life. Wait, there's no bathtub? Takero's whole world just crumbled right in front of him. The maid snapped that they just wiped the body down and rinsed the head with fresh water pulled straight from the well. Outside, the boy's imagination conjured a cold stone well, like something out of a nightmare. That stubborn Japanese man who worshipped hot springs more than anything, his soul nearly tore right out of his body. The girl remembered it. Real wizards can purge the body with pure magic. That news hit Takero like lightning. He snapped into a deep bow, gratitude blazing on his face. With the maid still lingering, he snatched out his money bag in a flash and made it disappear fast. And he thrust 50 lei into her hands, even though that hot water bucket only cost 30. He said this is a tip packed with useful info and it'll help with what comes next. The girl froze, her eyes widening as she realized the price was way too high. She stared down at the glittering coins in her palm and pure doubt churned in her chest. Then she burst with joy, clenched them tight in her fist like she couldn't let go. She flashed a bright grin and ran down the corridor, introducing herself. Ellie. Takeru grinned warmly as she headed off, totally agreeing that little kids really are impossibly cute. He burst back into the room, grinning like he'd just struck gold with his new discovery. Now the real problem was figuring out, down to every detail, how the cleansing magic actually works. He stared at the phrase, because cleansing felt way too close to lifting a curse. So I ditched the fancy words and chased simpler ones, like wash, like clean. The boy blared out the order with zero hesitation. A magical whirlwind slammed into him, blasting away every bit of dirt, and Ellie froze on the stairs, blinking in pure shock. The magic hit perfectly. His hair and skin lit up like crystal, razor sharp and unbelievably clear. Takero clenched his fists in pure triumph, stunned at how perfectly this unbelievable convenience had just come together. Then, in the blink of an eye, disappointment crushed him from the inside out. The magic scrubbed everything clean, sure, but it still couldn't beat the cozy joy of hot water, and the boy swore he'd track down a real bath for himself. A tiny bird fluttered down and perched on the windowsill. The morning sun started slicing through the shutters like a blade. The boy kept dozing soundly, while birds chirped above him like the world couldn't wait to wake him up. He lazily stirred in his sleep, like nothing in the world could wake him. Takeru cracked his eyes open at last. His eyes skated across the unfamiliar room like they were searching for danger. Outside the window, a totally different world snapped into view. No way this was a dream. The young man finally sank onto the bed and let the truth hit him. Every single thing around him was real. One magical word, then the water in the bowl surged into a violent boil in an instant. The boiling water erupted in loud, wild bubbles. Takeru splashed warm water on his face, grinning like he couldn't get enough of having household magic at his fingertips. He couldn't believe how this magic basically made his everyday chores a joke. Outside, the peasants were already sprinting into their work, and the locals greeted him as soon as he stepped out. Up in the blazing sky, the sun blazed like Saturn wearing glowing rings. Takeru decided it was time to dip too, and he immediately started getting everything ready to go. The tavern's main hall was already packed to the brim. He stepped in, flashed a grin, and greeted the hostess. "Good morning." She called out that the soup was ready, waved them over, and told everyone to sit down and wait just a little. Takeru dropped into a seat at an empty table and scanned the room like something was about to happen. The guy beside me sat there, completely calm, calmly flipping through a newspaper like nothing in the world could touch him. Yet another visitor hungrily tore into the bread like it was their last meal. The young man couldn't help but wonder, was it one of the guests too? The hostess spun her cart around and blurted out an apology for keeping you waiting. She slid the steaming dishes onto the table in front of him, one after another, like she was serving fate itself. A towering pile of bread and meat has sprouted right there on the table, like it appeared out of nowhere. She urged herself, "Don't hold back. Eat until your heart's content." "It smells amazing!" Takeru lunged for the food. He snatched a bite greedily. He chewed with total satisfaction, like the moment was made just for him. The flavor hit my tongue and instantly melted everything in me. He shut his eyes and let pure pleasure wash over him. That soup came out ridiculously rich, exactly his kind, so good he could have chugged it by the bucket. "And this is insanely delicious." The young man slurped the broth like he couldn't get enough. He admitted it to himself with a quiet panic. What if this local food couldn't even hold a candle to Japanese cuisine? Every plate drained clean, and with it, his fears vanished, one by one. The mistress blinked in shock as everything vanished in the blink of an eye. "Everything's fine," she blurted, and a bright, unstoppable smile lit up her face. Then the woman thrust a massive bundle of food into his hands, packed tight for the road ahead. I fretted that I'd overdone it, but turns out I was just spiraling for nothing. "Thanks." She demanded, again and again, that he swear he'd really head to the western mountains for mithril ore. Takeru replayed Jerome's orders in his head and made it clear. Jerome was gone for 2 to 3 days. When they asked about the gear, he grinned and said, "Don't worry, everything's already set." The mistress snapped at him for waiting so long. If he'd told her sooner, she would have cooked up even more. She packed extra meat and spices for the trip, then shot back, "Isn't that too much?" Takeru felt weirdly out of place as she cared this much for a near stranger like him, but the woman just shrugged it off like it was nothing. "Whatever you need. Just tell me what I can do, I'll help." He shot back, asking if they had enough time to snag every edible thing they could for the tavern. "I got you. I won't charge you for the room right now. Just come back alive," she winked. Takeru burst out of the Gallop Tavern into the blazing sunlit street. He sprawled on the stone bench and quietly devoured the book, completely at ease. The moment he stepped off the road and into the forest, he stumbled on mushrooms right away. The system suggested something special for the hostess, a mix of ordinary mushrooms and wild ones, like a gift from the forest. The young man tore himself away, sprinting past the village and vanishing into the distance. Endless wild lands stretched out before him, like the world was daring him to move. These lands, and the village of Todai tucked inside them, were known as the Great Forest of Barakia. As far as his eyes could reach, there was nothing but endless forests and wild grasses stretching on and on. In Japan, power lines would crisscross overhead while helicopters tore through the sky, no question. But in this world, everything felt twisted. There wasn't a single soul in sight. Takeru decided to put the searching magic to the test, and then poured in even more power to supercharge it. Now he could see the worth in even some boring roadside stone. He put everything he had into it, and the world around him erupted in flames, scorching the air with those blazing marks. Space flared to life, bursting with a million brilliant markers scattered across the void. "And I can even spark a flame, just like flicking a lighter," he snapped, right in the air. A tiny spark eagerly blazed at the very tip of his finger. She could level up into fire and then explode into flame. In the very next heartbeat, everything detonated into a blazing, roaring burst of fire. The magic that lived in his hands didn't just glow, it became a weapon. He snapped through other tricks in his head: ice, a shield, a barrier, and then shadow, light, and every wild combo they can mash together. He fused hot water with the wind, whipping up a billowing curtain of fog to vanish anyone he wanted. "Alright, at least for self-defense, this is plenty. For now," Takeru decided, locking in his choice. He swore he'd look for other ways to apply later. What thrilled him most was this: he could summon fire or water from absolutely nothing. With pure, unstoppable energy spilling over, he bounded down the path like a kid who couldn't sit still. A tiny kid, smiling wide, marched right through the tangled thickets. And just like that, he burst into the exact place he wanted, way faster than he ever expected. A sinister growl crawled out of the dark thickets. He figured it was smarter to set up camp before dark hit, because wandering the forest after nightfall was a straight-up death trap. The young man tossed his bag down on a cozy patch of grass along the road. "All right, let's check this place is safe, then slam up a barrier so nothing gets through," he said. Takeru snapped magical markers down in a circle. Right there, and one last there. "All right, here we go. I'm activating the barrier." The marks ignited, blasting the defense wide open. A transparent dome snapped over the glade out of nowhere, and just like that, everything unfolded exactly the way he'd planned. He paused, wrestling with the question of whether these precious magical stones were truly worth burning on something like this. Then he dropped the little pot right onto that pile of stones. "All right, dinner time. Let's dive in." First, he yanked the flask and poured fresh water straight into the pot. Hot stones, meant for warmth, started doing their job fast, until the water turned cozy in no time. As he trailed behind them, the vegetables he gathered along the way surged forward too, flying right alongside the chase. Then come the hostess's spices, like a fiery welcome she's serving up next. And then boom, giant hunks of meat hit the scene. Takeru clasped his hands together and thanked them for the meal. He dove his spoon into the broth and scooped up a steaming mouthful. Slurped. "All right, time to bring out the meat." That juicy bite just melted on my tongue. He sank his teeth into that meat like it was pure heaven. The juices of the meat melt into the broth so perfectly, it's downright unreal. Like, I can't even believe how incredible it tastes. And the veggies I snagged on the way, man, they were so crunchy they practically snapped. He finally went for the Tavern Galot's signature sandwich. Those basic ingredients somehow cooked up something shockingly delicious. Takeru had finally had enough, then stared up at the evening sky, grinning like he'd just been reborn into the life he wanted. After the meal, he casually flicked his cleansing magic, and the plate practically erupted into shine. Then the kettle caught the light and gleamed like a signal about to spark something big. Forget cleaning up after meals. This is the real jackpot, pure happiness at its peak. The magic swooped in and brushed his teeth for him, like it had places to be and he didn't. With magic like that, you can coast through life on easy mode. He flopped onto the grass like he had all the time in the world. It hit me so hard with drowsiness that I can't even make myself get up, and there I was, staring at the stars, like my whole body was shutting down. He lay there in awe, drinking in the night sky like it was the most beautiful thing in existence. Takeru decided to get up early and push forward because he had to burn off everything he'd eaten. He stalled for a few extra heartbeats, terrified to take that first step. Night finally got pushed back, and dawn started creeping in like it meant business. At dawn, a young man stood staring into the haunted gloom of a white tree forest. Am I really about to dive into a forest that no one has even mapped? Because that's exactly where Mithril ore was hiding. The map said you had to blast straight east to reach the canyon. Even in full daylight, the thickets loomed dark and locked tight, like nothing could ever slip through. And yet, "The forest of the ancient dragon is straight up incredible," he said, a daring grin flashing across his lips. He pushed ahead, suddenly realizing this place wouldn't spare even an ordinary collector. Mithril ore was priceless, he wouldn't back down. Only the ones with real knowledge and battle-hardened experience could track her down. So every adventurer and scavenger backed away from this forest like it was the plague. No one wanted to get close. And right here, where you're risking your life, one move can turn you into a millionaire in a heartbeat. Takeru's eyes narrowed, and pure determination lit up his gaze. All right, let the hunt for materials begin. Takeru dozed peacefully in a hammock, swinging back and forth between the thick branches of an ancient tree. He drifted through the pitch-black forest, staring up at the towering canopy like, how on earth does this place block out every last bit of sunlight? He flung his hands forward and summoned a blazing magical light sphere. A sudden glow burst from the darkness, unveiling gigantic roots twisted together like a living maze across the ground. His boots plunged into the wet mud like quicksand, dragging with them as the ground swallowed each step. He fired off the search spell, and the range exploded outward in every direction. Markers flared up all around, but the ore was nowhere to be found, so he had to plunge deeper into the valley. On the road, Takeru deftly snatched rare herbs, grinning because he knew Okami would be over the moon. He tracked down rarer and rarer herbs, and in his head, he was already grinning at how thrilled Okami would be with the haul. He went mushroom hunting like it was a treasure quest, even snagging anteater droppings, grinning hard at the idea of finally landing steady income. Those rumors about local monsters were creepy enough, but the terrifying part was the dead silence that followed, like the whole place was holding its breath. Suddenly, a strange rustle erupted from the bushes, like something was creeping closer. No danger at all, so Takeru laughed, dashed ahead again, and figured those monster stories were just someone trying to scare people. On the ground, a mangled skeleton lay torn open. The system coldly told him the victim was mauled by the snake eaters, but Takeru didn't need those gruesome details at all. When we found the body, there was no doubt left. These monsters really are here. He flashed a shaky grin, praying he'd spot the predators before they even got close. And the search paid off. Right there, two monster silhouettes were burning bright nearby. Takeru spun his head around, completely baffled. The radar flashed and confirmed it. His pack had him boxed in, circling him wide in a perfect ring. The animals stared him down, but for some reason, they refused to come any closer. The moment he stepped forward, they all backed off in perfect, synchronized panic. The predators inched back, terrified to step even 1 inch closer. Takeru went icy white when it hit him. Those monsters recoiled from the horrid stench crawling off him. In his mind, twisted peasants' faces and sneering merchants came rushing back, and the stench hanging on him was worse than an anteater's droppings. He clutched his head, and the truth hit hard. This was the bitter fate waiting for him. "Let it be," he snapped, choosing optimism, and dumping the whole blame for that stench on God. Seeing the attack couldn't touch him, Takeru exploded forward with a surge. He tore through the forest, blasting through the underbrush and hurling dusty clouds into the air behind him. It felt like his body had turned weightless. His legs never even started to feel tired. He sprinted straight to the very edge of the forest. The forest cut out in an instant, plunging straight into a crushing abyss, and Takeru launched himself into the void at full speed. He shrieked as he crashed to the ground, clawing for the dangling roots, only for them to snap with a brutal crack. Panic slammed into him as he clawed through every spell in his mind, then he choked out the levitation command. The fall suddenly slammed to a much slower pace. He cracked his eyes open like he'd just woken up from a fight. Magic hit, and he glided along the cliff like gravity vanished. Takeru slowly edged down onto the unforgiving hard ground. His boots hit the stone ledge with a sharp, sudden thud. He's planted his feet like they're the only thing keeping the world from knocking him over. Takeru fought to steady himself on the ground, trying to quiet the pounding heartbeat going wild in his chest. He let out a breath like a weight finally dropped off his chest. Because he messed up, he came down way too fast, but right then he swore he'd never gamble like that again. Looking back, it hit him. This was exactly the valley the old man promised. Shimmering ore markers blazed across the gorge wall like warning lights from another world. They were everywhere here, so many of them. Right there in the rock, carved-in steps climbed upward like a breadcrumb trail, proving people used to work this exact spot. Takeru yanked a tiny shovel from his bag. He slammed the rock with a powerful swing, sending chips of stone flying off in pieces. A chunk of silver ore crashed into his hand. He swung the pickaxe with furious force, smashing the stone again and again. Sharp shards exploded outward in every direction. He let out a heavy sigh and broke the silence mid-task. Dust swirled in the air for a moment, then slowly began to settle. The mining was a total letdown, barely any silver or iron, and not a single hint of mithril. You'll have to drop even deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, the ground under my feet gave a sharp, uneasy shudder. Takeru went still, eyes wide, breathing held, frozen with cautious fear. Down there, the darkness swallowed everything, so he wouldn't dare take flight blind and gamble his life. He snapped more light orbs into existence. The glowing spheres plunged into the abyss, blasting a path through the dark. The bottom was nowhere in sight. The drop felt like it went on forever. He hit the search button again, zeroing in on mithril like he meant business. A dim marker flared to life on the rock ahead, like it was daring him to move closer. The signal didn't creep in from the surface at all. It burst out from the rock's own dark depths. The stone shuddered once more. So deep beneath the surface, the tectonic plates groaned, and the tremor hit with terrifying clarity. He stared into the dark, heart hammering, praying a nearby active volcano hadn't suddenly roared back to life. No explosives in sight, so he had exactly one move left. Smash through that wall with magic. Takeru steadied his hands, planted a protective barrier, and shoved every last beam of light into a single blazing sphere. Then he cradled a tiny flame in his palms and started blowing on it, feeding it until it grew. With a wild shout, he hurled a roaring, fiery barrage straight at the wall. The blast ripped the rock apart, scattering it into a million shattered pieces. The beam shattered into fragments, blasting away everything and ripping open a massive gap. Takeru burst down the stairs with a grin, thrilled that he'd trained his combat magic ahead of time. He sprinted straight to the edge of that pierced hole. Beyond that wall yawned a massive, roomy cave, straight out of a real dungeon. That tunnel didn't feel natural at all. It screamed ancient mine with every scar and crumbling remnant. On the wall, that coveted mithril marker blazed with bright, unmistakable shine. Takeru slammed the rock again and again with a pickaxe, like you meant to break it open with pure force. A couple of tiny mithril stones shimmered weakly against his open palm. He stared at the little victory with pure disappointment, because it wasn't even worth bragging to Jerome. He dug in his heels and pushed deeper into the black tunnel. Takeru charged forward with purpose, cracking the rock apart, prying out glittering crystals, and slipping past those creepy skulls like they were nothing. Suddenly, the wall exploded inward like it had never stood a chance. Right in front of him, a massive underground cavern yawned open. Down at the very bottom, a crystal-clear underground lake shimmered like it was hiding a secret. The drop was terrifyingly steep, and he hadn't brought a single rope to save himself. Footsteps thundered through the cave, and Takeru's eyes lit up like fireworks at the sight in front of him. He fired up levitation again and drifted down like a feather, landing perfectly at the bottom. With a smooth, careful drop, he touched down and sat right beside the water. Unbelievable, Takeru breathed out, like the words barely made it past his shock. The lake shimmered under a gentle glow, like it was calming the whole world with one quiet flash. He hesitated, terrified that his own hands would sully all that spotless perfection. Takeru yanked his hands away and wiped his palms fast. And just like that, everything was spotless, perfectly, gleamingly clean. Still, he couldn't risk it, so he scanned the mysterious liquid first, before his fingers ever touched it. The system threw out a jaw-dropping result. SS rank magical water, supercharged with the power of an ancient dragon. People whispered that anything bearing Takeru's names was so rare and powerful it sounded straight from myth. He stared into the water and the truth hit him hard. Something monstrous once prowled these depths. He couldn't stop thinking about where to store that precious liquid while totally drowning out someone's loud voice in his head. I can't stop thinking, what would she taste like? The boy daydreamed, while the mysterious stranger beside him was already burning with rage. Listen up, bellowed the giant dragon, bursting into view right in front of him. The cave shook violently as his deafening roar tore through the air. A colossal monster towered over tiny Takeru, and a boss alert system message blasted across his screen. The enormous snake's eye locked onto the young man like a threat you couldn't outrun. Taker froze on the spot, and a single sweat drop slid down his cheek like trouble was already here. Thick saliva poured from the beast's massive tusked mouth like a cursed waterfall. His black, scaly body was sheathed in armor-like plating, so tough it looked utterly unstoppable. The healthy monster towered several times over a Tyrannosaurus, and that brutal aura zapped the young man so numb he couldn't even feel his own body. A deep, beastly voice crashed into his mind out of nowhere, and he couldn't believe the guest was still standing. Seeing the giant's fury flare up, Takeru dropped everything and shot out an apology right away. He bent down low, blurted out a loud apology, and practically begged forgiveness for barging into someone else's nest. In his past life, he bent over backwards for his bosses for years, just to keep them happy, and it ate him alive. But, I swear, I never imagined I'd get down on my knees for a real dragon. The giant let out a low, quiet chuckle, like he was fully honoring the young man's hard-earned dignity. He leaned in and demanded to know if the guest realized this lake was the ancient dragon's lair. Takeru gave a jittery laugh and tried to play it off, like he'd only ever heard that name whispered in ancient legends. The dragon snapped the conversation in midair and demanded to know who was he, really. Kamishiro Takaro leaned in, introduced himself, and flat out confirmed he's just an ordinary guy. The giant shot awake from a sudden blast of colossal magic, and the whole world felt like it just punched him. Takeru was left baffled about where this power even came from. Then the dragon snapped, calling him a fool on the spot. The young man narrowed his eyes, seething at the blunt insult. But under those golden eyes like a spotlight, he snapped his head away in a blink, acting innocent like it would fool everyone. He honestly couldn't figure out what kind of mind-blowing magic they meant. The beast let out another rough, choking laugh, and the cave started to shake like it might snap in half. The quiet laughter snapped into a thunderous roar, shaking the walls like they were alive. Stones started raining from the ceiling, and Takeru yanked himself backward in pure panic. He flailed his hands, pleading with the dragon to stop right there. The beast snapped out of its rage in an instant, admitted it was wrong, and basically said, "Just because you didn't know something doesn't mean you're foolish." He clocked it instantly. The vagabond had absolutely nothing about him that looked ordinary. Takeru squirmed and finally confessed that he entered this world in a way nobody could have predicted. That dragon didn't care where he came from. Only one thing mattered, whether someone strong enough could rouse him from his sleep. The boy couldn't shake that sudden burst of bright light, so he blurted, "Was that meant for me?" The beast scoffed and denied it. He wasn't talking about himself at all. He was talking about Takeru's magic potential, and it was just as powerful as his own. The young man realized something wild. He'd never truly been worn down by physical pain or fatigue a day in his life. The dragon inched closer, practically certain no human was actually standing in front of him. After millennia of survival, this giant finally met a creature like that for the very first time. Once Takeru heard his age, he didn't waste a second. He leaned in and asked, careful as a blade, whether he was the very same ancient dragon. The beast snapped his eyes open in shock, then, without a doubt, confirmed that yeah, that's what they called him. His eyes flared bright with pure, childlike excitement. He blurted out, grinning ear to ear, that the dragon radiates pure divine power and majesty. The giant let out a smug, satisfied grunt, soaking up every bit of that sincere flattery like it was music. For Takeru, this was the very first time he faced another truly powerful race. The dragon told him the truth. Lower-class monsters would always scatter from the boy because his aura was way too overpowering for them to handle. The young man leaned in and demanded to know, does this count for normal animals too, or is it monsters only? Takeru let out a breath. Good news, the animals weren't running from his scent, but it also wrecked every plan he had for the hunt. For years, that lake drank in the dragon's power, turning itself into the epicenter of colossal magic. This superpower didn't just appear, it carved out an underground reservoir beneath everything. But that extra surge of power doesn't stay harmless. It slowly curdles into poison over time. The dragon stared at the poison and knew, one day, it would finally drag him down. But it didn't scare Takeru at all. His own body was a living pile of crystallized magic. The giant dubbed himself Voldius, and the boy instantly flipped it to Volsand. The young man replayed those words about the monsters, because somehow they'd be too scared to come anywhere near him. He ranted that he'd been chasing his dream to become a material collector, and now the monsters escaping was about to blow everything up. Voldius cut him off, declaring he couldn't help with any of this at all. Takeru let out a heavy sigh. He already knew that losing strength would crank open a whole new set of problems. You can't silence something you can't even control in the first place. Suddenly, Voldius broke the silence and addressed him by name, speaking with respect. Takeru froze when the mighty god suddenly dropped the impossible request. He wanted to borrow Takeru's magical power. The beast said this raw, untamed power was the only thing strong enough to finally wake his children. Voldia's eyes dropped in sorrow as he started his heavy, heart-crushing tale. Once he ruled as the Black God, one of the 4 guardians keeping the world safe, until the magical flow turned sluggish and finally choked to a stop. Now his own poisonous magic started eating him alive from the inside, and those kids still couldn't hatch. Hearing it all click in his head, Takuro finally understood exactly what he could do. Every one of those past magical flashes wasn't luck at all, it was proof. He crash-landed into this world with zero clue how anything worked, but an insane amount of potential just waiting to explode. If he pours his pure magic into the eggs, he'll breathe life into a whole new generation of dragons. Takeru snapped to attention. Wait, was it truly safe for him to gulp down the lake's magic, already tainted with poison? Voldia shrugged off his doubts. If that poison was real, the boy would have turned to dust the second he took that first step. Takeru stared, stunned as the words finally clicked, and the truth hit him like a punch. The dragon promised him again, loud and clear, that the young man was absolutely, positively not going to die. The boy agreed to help, then pulled out a stone and reminded him of the real mission, tracking down mithril ore. Voldius slowly sank his razor-sharp claw into the black water. Wide ripples burst across the lake's surface, spreading outward in bold rings. The water suddenly roared as it began to bubble, bursting out huge, weighty bubbles. The cave slammed again, and Takeru barely caught his balance before the whole place rocked him off his feet. He sucked in a breath and held it tight. Crystalline spikes erupted from the water with a thunderous crackle, lighting up the whole scene. Boulders just erupted before our eyes, blasting the shore with massive rocks. A blinding flash ripped across the room, bouncing off every flawless edge like it wanted to steal the spotlight. Takeru's voice vanished. Just like that, the gift of speech slipped right out of his hands. It was the legendary SS Magical Mithril Ore, soaked in divine power, the highest rank of them all. The young man muttered that he'd pictured this metal in a totally different way. The dragon nodded and, with a grin, let him grab as much as his heart desired. Takeru refused to take much at all. He knew that flooding the world with that massive stash of pure mithril would crash everyone's economy. Voldius flashed a warm smile, impressed by that kind of smart restraint. He was so panic-stricken over extra-legal trouble that he only chipped off one dark crystal. With the stone tucked away, Takeru clenched his fists and swore he was finally ready to awaken the dragon's offspring. Voldius dipped his head low and pure gratitude poured out of him. He slowly lifted his massive paw, like the world was about to feel it. The lake's waters rippled and parted like the world was making room for something. From the pitch-black depths, a colossal black egg cracked the surface and rose into the light. It hovered in the sky above the shore like it owned the whole coastline. Takeru got hit and flung his hands out, scrambling to catch something back. And with unstoppable confidence, he snatched the slippery shell out of thin air. A crushing weight slammed into his chest, thudding like it wanted to knock the breath out of him. A faint heartbeat thumped in his chest, but everything around him felt like it had frozen solid. Before it hatches, that egg needs to start heating up and pouring out warmth. It looked just like a frozen chunk of ancient fossil. The dragon demanded they pump pure magical energy into him. He added that Takeru needs to pass him the power of light. In his wild imagination, a blinding white sphere of light suddenly burst into view, and he had zero clue what it even meant. Still clueless about the vague command to give light, he shrugged it off and chose the simplest move. He just warmed the cold shell. The young man clenched his resolve, then commanded his magic to flare into a shower of embers. Everything alive has to run on warmth, so he slammed a blazing jolt into the seed and forced it to awaken. Suddenly, the egg snapped to life and started siphoning his life force greedily, like it had a hunger it just couldn't ignore. Energy blasted out of the young man's body, and panic hit him hard. No hiding it this time. Voldius watched the chaos unfold in tense, deadly silence. The ground under my feet started to tremble from the sheer blast of wild magical power. Memories of a brand new life, elves and gods stormed across his mind as the black egg stripped the life from his body, cold and relentless. A blinding flash detonated through the air, swallowing everything in its path. That ornate frame whisks you straight back through time, like you're stepping into history itself. In the dead of night, the darkness shattered. Lights blinked out and back like something was alive. From out of the void, the manga's name burst into existence. Fireflies kept spiraling through the dark, like glowing secrets dancing in the night. They kept multiplying, one wave after another. A beam of light burst open, and out stepped the silhouette of a young man, floating, weightless, like gravity had vanished. Takero cracked his eyes open, inch by inch, stunned, not even sure if he was still alive. But... A heavy silence slammed into the air. Ray. G. So, did he really just die after all? A voice clawed out of the darkness. You really screwed everything up. The young man snapped around in a sudden sharp turn. A shadowy figure loomed right in front of him. A serene, majestic silhouette, so calm it feels like it's holding its own power. God stood right in front of him and, heart slamming, he blurted, "God, is that really you?" He coldly said that the moment an ordinary person laid eyes on a dragon, they'd instantly drop to the ground or bolt in panic. God kept his eyes locked on the boy, like he'd blink and miss something. He stood there with his arms crossed, like he was daring the world to try something. His legs shot apart with zero effort in that open space. The pressure finally started to fade. To crush his fear, the deity snapped back and swore that no skill would save him anyway. Takero cringed as he admitted the dragon felt way too badass for him, and the creator only sighed, still smiling like it was all okay. The young man's apology barely left his mouth before a razor-sharp scream cut in. "No way! It's not getting past me that easily!" After he finally calmed down, the god admitted the boy's choice wasn't completely off the mark. He told me Takero's finally moving in the right direction. God was furious. After all those hundreds of thousands of years of meddling, his plan still couldn't match the sudden punch of the boy's actions. That blow drained the mighty blessing the dragon cub had been given. "Younglings?" the young man blurted, eyes widening in shock. God whispered that it was exactly what the boy craved, and then the light started to die out. In the end, the creator urged him to stop fearing the hard parts, and just like that, Takero got dragged back into the dark, where a faint squeak snapped the silence. Total darkness swallowed everything around him. The boy jolted upright and blasted a scream, eyes snapping wide in an instant. He slumped on the dungeon floor, staring into the dark, desperate to know if he'd finally clawed his way back to the real world. The old dragon Vola's booming voice rang out, confirming it with chilling certainty. The young man is home. A flash of brutal, sharp pain tore straight through his body. He groaned and stretched his stiff muscles like they were fighting him. The dragon admitted it never expected to find him alive after that crushing loss of magic. Then the boy shot back, furious that the dragon's promises were his own. So drained that Vol had to admit it, he hadn't felt this wiped out in ages. Right then, that familiar, high-pitched squeak sliced through the air. Takero swore Vol was behind those sweet sounds. Then he realized, wait, Vol's got new habits, and it totally caught him off guard. A burst of magical light erupted inside the cave, lighting everything up in an instant. Right in front of him sat a tiny black dragon hatchling, its crystalline spikes gleaming like deadly glass. It squealed with pure delight, staring right at him like it knew his name. Right beside it sat the shattered shell of a gigantic egg. A jolt of realization hit the young man. Wait, the calf had just hatched. The tiny one erupted with a happy squeal and sprinted straight at him. That tiny dragon started licking the boy non-stop, and even though he kept shoving it away, he still groaned about the absolutely horrid stench. Wolf watched the baby snuggle right up to its rescuer, then calmly suggested, "Why don't we give him a name?" The young man gasped. Shouldn't a father get the honor of naming his own child? The dragon revealed the truth. The baby already had its true name locked in, waiting to be known. and he handed the boy the job of picking a normal, everyday name. With the crushing weight of responsibility hitting him, Takuro frantically tore into the cool, magnificent choices for creating something divine. He leaned in and studied the baby's face like it held the answers. I dug even deeper. The boy's nerves were almost bursting, and the little dragon tilted its head, totally baffled. In the end, the young man threw his hands up in defeat and admitted he was totally useless when it came to coming up with names. Just dull little dog and cat names like Pochi or Tama were tumbling around in my head. They needed to invent something simple, adorable, and tied to that deep black shade of the scales. A split second later, a glowing imaginary light bulb burst above his head like it had an idea to unleash. "What about Black Nobby?" he blurted out, and the little one practically lit up at the choice. That tiny dragon came barreling in, grinning from ear to ear as it chased a Hugh, and kept sniffing like the scent was way too strong to ignore. Back there, the bull's giggle broke free in a muffled, restrained burst. His laughter ripped through the cave, and the ceiling started spitting stones down. That old dragon roared with a huge laugh, so loud it nearly triggered a landslide, while Takuro practically begged him to stop. After he apologized, the bull finally cooled off, like he'd been starved for that kind of real, heart-pounding joy for way too long. The dragon solemnly signed off on the name, but the boy's doubts had already started creeping in. A thunderous, majestic voice boomed out his full name, Black Nobby Voldius. Takuro tried to fix the pronunciation, Nobi, but nobody even heard him anymore. The little one was glowing with pure joy. The baby squealed with pure joy, fluttering through the cave air like a little burst of sunshine. The boy swallowed his pride and begged every fantasy fan for forgiveness over that hilariously ridiculous name he'd given to a legendary creature. But when he saw Newbie zipping through the cave with pure joy, he finally swallowed his doubts and accepted it. Out of nowhere, the bull turned serious and called him right then. He leaned in and demanded to know how the young man's body felt right now. Takuro heard his own words and froze, because the pain was totally gone, swallowed up by the dragon magic he'd absorbed. Vol felt it too. His mana got cleansed, and a calm swept back over the land. The grateful dragon leaned in and promised to grant any wish the rescuer wanted, just not magical ore. The young man begged for a little magical water from the underground lake, and Vol just waved him through, telling him he could take as much as he wanted. But there was one brutal problem. Takuro didn't have an empty bottle. He pulled out his camping flask, staring at it like the next move could make or break everything. The boy leaned in and told the bull about the simple, everyday capacity for holding water. The dragon narrowed his eyes, locking onto the young man's bag and realizing it was running on spatial magic. He snapped his claw, and a massive glow surged over the bag like a storm. The wolf hooked the magical inventory straight to the lake, and the boy just stared in total confusion. The bag's interface now flashes an infinity symbol, like it's promising you'll never run out of water. Takuro got caught staring like a lost kid, trying to figure out how anyone could pour liquid from a bag like this so-called magic had just blindsided him. He reasoned that because there's a direct link. Grab a wooden mug and put it through its paces in practice. The boy held up a plain wooden mug to the dragon, daring it to react. The boy shoved the vessel into the bag, already picturing it swelling up with water. The experiment absolutely crushed it. Then Vol snapped with strict orders. The cub would drink only this water. Takeru snapped his eyes open in sheer disbelief. The dragon even ordered them to haul the baby outside every day and let fresh air work its magic. And most importantly, I want you to tell him every single thing Newbie sees and feels out there on the surface. The bull bestowed a sacred blessing on them, and it lit the spark to roam this huge, wide world. That tiny dragon chirped with pure joy, spiraling around its father like a whirlwind of love. A system window blazed across my screen. An itty-bitty ancient dragon baby just joined our group. The young man panicked. How could he possibly hand over his long-awaited child to some wandering vagabond? But Vol stood his ground. Takeru saved him, so there's zero room for objections. Meanwhile, the Nobi pressed up against the young man again and again, rubbing in a way that hurt, all while it kept blasting that awful stench. The wolf explained it like this. The boy had poured his mana into the little one, and that's why the dragonette treats him like he belongs to its own body. If the baby doesn't grow strong, it'll be forced back to the earth, and that terrifying responsibility hits Takara so hard he can barely breathe. But the father stayed cool and calm as he handed his son over to someone who turned out to be even stronger than he was. "I'm betting everything on you, Takara," my voice rang out. With those words, the majestic dragon ripped apart into pure mist and vanished into thin air, only the two of them left behind. After that request, the guy had no way out. He'd have to swallow this brutal burden and carry it. He dragged his hand through his hair and sank into a resigned shrug. Takaro grinned at the kid and pitched a wild plan. "Let's team up and go on an adventure together." Nobi squealed with pure joy, nodding along without hesitation. But before anything else, the young man unleashed cleansing magic and finally scrubbed the dragon stench right out of the air. Kamishiro Takeru died at 28, and then blam, he got reborn on the planet Medeus. The shadow behind his death snapped back, spitting out the boy's stolen youth, gifting him magic and a spatial bag, then hurling him onto a journey. Now Takara was living the dream, chasing rare resources, meeting new people, and raising a fresh dragon hatchling like it was his own heart. The boy erupted with joy as he finally burst out of the dungeon and into the blazing light. He glanced back at those brutal cliffs, and suddenly, one day felt like it would never end. Takeru quickly apologized to Littleby, because trapped in that cave, time felt like it stretched on forever. Hunger hit, and his stomach betrayed him with a loud, treacherous growl. Takeru carefully pressed a cool glass of water into the little one's hand. The tiny dragon happily lapped up water from the glass like it had just found the sweetest treasure. He thrust the vessel into the master's hands. Takeru greedily chugged a few icy sips, like he needed every last drop to keep going. It was already too late to turn back through the forest, so he struck camp in the gorge and slept there. In the blink of an eye, the bonfire was roaring to life, and dinner was already sizzling away on the grill. On the fire, the signature milk soup with carrots was bubbling and steaming like crazy, while a steak with local herbs next to it sizzled loud and proud. The cook's face lit up as he rubbed his hands together and waved the little one over to the table. B nodded with a huge, happy grin. The boy couldn't shake the fear that feeding the dragon human food might unleash real danger. Still, he hesitated for a second, then carefully thrust the scalding bowl into his hands. The tiny one hungrily leaned over the soup, grabbing every last drop like it was all it had, and it instantly scorched his tongue. Takeru softly blew on the dish, urging the food to cool down. Rage flared, and the little dragon tore into its second portion, devouring it like it had to get it out of its system. Later, the satisfied bee leaned back and contentedly rubbed his round, full belly. The boy let out a deep sigh of relief. Turns out his companion could finally sit down and eat regular food, no stress at all. He shot the master a direct look and demanded answers, right there in their eyes. He leaned in and quietly asked whether the little one missed his mother. The tiny dragon hesitated like it was scared stiff, then inched forward step by step until it finally got close. And he sprawled right on Takeru's lap like it was the most natural thing in the world. The boy smiled with pure tenderness, fully aware that this helpless trust was all he had to protect. That tiny life wasn't just on his mind, it crushed down on his shoulders, heavier with every breath. He seriously warned B, stay out of fights or trouble would find him. The little dragon leaned in, listening so hard it caught every emotion like it could hear feelings itself. The tiny one barked with pure excitement, like he was volunteering to help right on the spot. Takeru shot back that it was the adult's job to protect the young, because one wrong move and the ancient Wolsan would rip him apart. Silence hit like a brick wall, no response, not a single word. The little one was already sound asleep, sweetly curled up into a tight ball, completely trusting the night. Takeru tiptoed in and quietly switched on the sleeping child's ability scan. A warning blazed across my vision. Black Nobi, an ancient volcanic dragon, B rank, yet hiding insane potential that screams SS. A suffocating silence settled over everything, like the world was holding its breath. Memories flashed a blazing image of the mighty bull, and this little companion carried power that could wreck everything in its path. Takeru remembered God's promise to hand him a dear companion, and then inwardly snapped at him, like, seriously? This is the joke? At last, the boy broke into a warm, genuine smile. That tiny dragon was absolutely adorable, and honestly, nothing else mattered. Takeru snapped open a magical barrier and slid a firestone into place to guard everyone. And he dropped down beside his new friend and drifted off to sleep. As sleep finally pulled him under, he idly spun a tiny shard of mithril between his fingers, lost in thought. All you could do was pray the client would forgive that tiny haul, because it came with nothing but a mountain of collected iron. Just when things started to feel okay, a new disaster crashes in. He had to whip up a rock-solid story for how he stumbled onto a dragon egg and raised it like it was fate. He shut his mouth about the ancient dragon and tried to pass B off as just some ordinary black dragonling. Next morning, the sun blasted the rim of the gorge in blazing gold. Takeru tore into breakfast fast and made sure B got fed too. Then he scampered up the rock with zero trouble, saving his flight magic for when it mattered most. At the very top, the boy stopped dead. Pure shock hit him like lightning. The dense forest around them has been flipped into something unrecognizable, like the world got rewritten overnight. He whipped his head around the thicket, stunned, and couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. B burst into the air like a joy spark, and Takeru barked at him to stay close and not fly off too far. It was the baby's first ever adventure outside, and everyone couldn't wait to see it step into the world. While the satellite kept broadcasting, the boy sprinted into action and started scavenging materials. He instantly clocked those strange new plants, ones that definitely shouldn't have been there. Suddenly, something slammed into his chest like a cannon blast. He fidgeted and shoved himself deep into the jacket pocket. Tears shimmered up in the little dragon's huge, pleading eyes. Takeru instantly stretched his radar wide and zeroed in on the aggressive monsters. The system erupted. Red markers blasted out from every direction, dozens of them, like a deadly alarm going off all at once. Just yesterday, those local beasts recoiled from him like he was cursed by leftover foreign magic, but now that magic's finally burned off, the danger's gone. The boy flashed a predator's grin. This was the perfect chance to train hard and reap the rewards. The map screamed that the biggest stash of loot was right there nearby, practically packed on top of us. He soothed B right away, then told her, "Hold on tight, grip my clothes with all you've got." The tiny dragon clung to the jacket with sharp claws, shaking in terror. Takeru flinched through the pain and begged for them to be hidden. Then, out of nowhere, a huge feather dropped straight in front of him. A thunderous rush of wings tore through the air. A massive shadow crashed over them from the sky, blotting out everything. It was the rock falcon, an awful, carnivorous rank C beast with fat so valuable it could be worth a fortune. The boy gaped in pure shock as the monster loomed right in front of him. After that ancient dragon, this massive predator suddenly looked almost cute to him. The huge beak slammed forward and the bird snapped at its target with pure aggression. But when Takeru looked up, all he saw was a tempting hunk of flying meat right in front of him. He thrust out his hands and said ice cold that he'd kill without hesitation, only because he had to survive. A magical command ripped sharp ice needles straight out of the ground. The boy made a deliberate choice to shun the fire so he wouldn't scorch the forest or foul the carcass. He grinned and beckoned the predator straight into his reach. The falcon shrieked a razor-sharp cry into the sky, and he hurled himself into the fight like a falling stone, ready to break everything in his path. That deafening strike ended the battle in an instant, and Takeru stared at his prize with pure satisfaction. The corpse hit the ground with a brutal thud. An icy spear had punched straight through it. Bee's eyes went wide, and she squeaked in pure amazement as she stared at the master's crushing power. A pack of serpent wolves slipped out of the thickets in total silence, their tails dripping paralytic poison. The leader snarled like a beast and sprang forward in a rush. Takeru braces himself for a no-holds-barred brawl up close. He shot himself with a burst of magic, acceleration surging, his weight vanishing, and his body hardening in an instant. He shoved forward with pure leg power. Then he shot up into the sky way higher than he ever dared to imagine. In autumn, the boy drove the first wolf straight into the ground with a bone-crushing kick. Other beasts snarled like doom itself, muscles bunching as they got ready to pounce. Another monster came charging in, straight for Takeru's face. He swung with ruthless, ice-cold intent. With one brutal punch, he blasted the wolf clear out of his way. The third predator got blasted back by a sweeping kick that came out of nowhere. Even the death of his own relatives couldn't slow the last beast. He barreled forward blindly, crashing straight into the attack. Takeru ended it in midair with one flawless pinpoint move. The fallen enemies' bodies crashed down with brutal, heavy thuds. The boy touched down quietly right in the heart of the battlefield. He wiped the sweat off his brow like the heat was chasing him, and he let out a heavy, exhausted breath. Every monster got shoved away safely into the spatial inventory, and not one was left out. He systematically scooped up every last piece of scattered loot lying on the ground. Takeru slumped with a tired huff. Pushing through the forest at that breakneck speed was tearing him apart. The boy panted hard as the anxious bee clung to him, huddled tight. The radar let out a wild shriek again, and just like that, a fresh wave of targets lit up the screen. The boy fumed as he snatched at his collar. He crouched down and asked the little one if he wanted to take off and fly away from here. Bee squealed with pure, bursting joy. The boots slowly peeled off the ground, like the world itself was holding its breath. The tiny dragon beat its wings hard and shot its master up into the sky with effortless power. Takeru flashed a huge grin and snapped into action with a brand new plan. He demanded they kick on maximum fat-burning mode. A razor-sharp whistle ripped through the wind. They rocketed skyward in the blink of an eye, straight up like an arrow loosed from a bow. Takeru panicked and yelled that the little one had hoisted him way too high. The 10th chapter's title page hit us with a tiny dragon sprawled asleep under a tree. Those huge eyes fluttered open and shut like he was begging for mercy. The tiny dragon burst with joy and started licking Takeru's face right as he finally snapped back to his senses. The boy grimaced at that brutal stench. Then his shoulders finally dropped when he realized he made it. He dropped into his seat and scanned the endless emptiness, totally thrown off and lost. With the forest stretched out behind them, Takeru figured they'd already made it back to yesterday's campsite. They blasted across an insane distance at breakneck speed. The boy beamed and thanked Bee for saving him. But he softly reminded everyone, "I'm not a dragon. I'm just fragile, so don't push me." Even with magic at his fingertips, soaring through the sky still stayed maddeningly out of reach. Takeru told him, "Next time you've got to be way more careful with me." The tiny dragon burst into a sparkling grin, pure joy lighting up its whole world. With a grin on his face, he sprinted forward and slammed straight into the guy. After those gloomy forests and brutal dungeons, Takeru finally let out a real breath and savored every step of his walk beneath the clear, glowing sky. He finally ditched the grind, grabbed a breather, and headed to Torm at an easy pace. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the weird stick clenched in his hand. That plain-looking branch didn't look like it could hide a single secret. Bee suddenly squeaked, squirming like he couldn't stand still. The little dragon threw its mouth wide open, ready to unleash whatever was coming next. He blew on the stick, and thick steam blasted out like a living breath. The branch snapped into a true magic wand on the spot, and Takeru jolted back in shock. The boy had absolutely no clue why Bee was squealing like that, pure joy spilling out of him. It looks like that branch was just napping. Then this brutal, foul stink jolted it awake out of nowhere. Takeru pictured himself as a badass wizard, but he had zero clue how to use that artifact. He just stared at his brand new weapon, totally baffled. He flung the staff over his shoulder and immediately saw Bee tighten up again. The boy squinted past everything, staring deep into the distance like something out there just called his name. Straight ahead stretched nothing but a dusty dirt road. Empty, silent, and waiting like a dare. Takeru narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, right on the horizon, a tiny dot was staring back at him. As the plan kicked in, that dot swelled into a covered cart rolling in. And it wasn't a horse dragging him along. No, a true unicorn hauled him instead. The coachman eyed the lone traveler, startled by their presence, and blurted that they were headed straight for Torment. When he realized the boy was headed his way, he leaned in and fired off a question. What did the kid do for a living? The man yanked Takeru into the world of professional material collecting, and then he gladly offered them a ride. Takeru froze for a second, terrified he'd take up more space than he had any right to. The kids popped their heads out of the stroller, cackling at how hilarious their little brother was. The boy grinned because these people didn't flinch or fear him one bit. The coachman leaned in and promised there was more than enough empty room in the carriage. Takeru leapt onto the step, buzzing with excitement for his very first ride in the cart. Inside, a woman greeted him with a warm smile, and two little kids darted in close, ready to welcome him too. The boy's mind went numb, realizing kids were already marching through those deadly lands. He let out a teasing growl at the girl, testing whether fear of robbers would hit them. The woman wore a serene smile and lifted the magical bell like it was about to change everything. It held a stone that snapped to life the moment murder's thirst flared. She popped in, called herself Eliza, and then introduced the guy to the kids and her husband, Bolm. Takero stepped forward and greeted him politely, while B kept it quiet but still spoke up. The moment that weird squeak hit the air, the kids instantly snapped to attention. The kids wouldn't let it go. They kept badgering anyone in sight, demanding to know where that sound was coming from. Takero swallowed hard and admitted, trembling, that he was secretly hiding a rare beast under his cloak. The kids all burst into a chorus, begging, no, insisting, that they had to see her, right now. Takero hesitated, because backing out right now would only spark way too many suspicious stares. Eliza didn't even bat an eye. This kind of chaos was just another Tuesday for adventurers. While B squirmed under the cloak, she kept insisting it was totally normal, nothing weird at all. She heard a wild rumor. If you start early enough, you can actually tame monsters. Takero instantly pictured those beast tamers straight out of fantasy games. He leaned down and quietly ordered the little dragon to be good and keep its teeth to itself. No biting. The bee burst out of the hood and bolted straight into the light. The kids burst into squeals of pure joy the second they spotted a real pocket dragon. Bolm leaned in, stared hard, and a shock hit him. He had just spotted a rare black dragonette. Takero let out an awkward laugh and waved it off, insisting he only stumbled on it by accident. Bolm stared in shock and blurted, "Takero, are you a dragon knight?" Eliza figured the boy hatched it himself from an egg. The coachman couldn't believe it. Meeting a knight like that was something you almost never got to witness. Takero leaned in with hopeful eyes and asked, "Do you think we can find them in big cities?" Eliza shot back that they're usually the royal guards. Stand watch, protect the throne, no exceptions. The boy zoned out, dreaming of how to finally ask them the right way to care for dragons. Meanwhile, B busted out a silly dance on top of a barrel, and the kids were laughing so hard they cried. The little one grinned and squeezed the warm, soft creature tight in pure happiness. Takero finally let out a breath of relief, knowing he could show B to the folks of Tormi without a single danger clouding it. As night fell, the whole family pulled over to catch a breather. Bolm jammed a magical stone into place that sent night monsters scrambling away. Takero adds, "And that little dragon won't just be cute, it'll be the perfect alarm system too." That family trusted the little predator's instincts with their whole hearts. To show his gratitude, the boy stepped up and promised to cook dinner. He grinned and flashed the shocked kids his bottomless storage bag. Then he yanked out a giant frying pan, food and all, like he was about to start a full-on cooking showdown. Bolm broke into a warm, friendly laugh at the guest's newest magic trick. Takero finally clocked in, then sent his family off on a vacation to get away from it all. A blanket of stars has crashed across the sky. Soon, a brand new platter of game, mushrooms, and vegetables burst into steam over the fire. The kids lunged forward the second the hot dish hit the table, snatching it up with pure excitement. Their eyes blew open with pure shock. Kane broke into a huge, unstoppable grin. Yunen's face lit up with pure satisfaction. They burst out laughing and yelling it was so good, like they'd just hit the best restaurant in the whole world. And the couple even went and grabbed the spoons too. Bolm fired off the first batch straight to the company. Eliza leaned in and took a cautious bite, tasting every single detail like her life depended on it. She didn't hold back. She praised his unbelievable cooking skills with total sincerity. The woman spun toward him for help, but something hit. His body locked up and he froze solid. His shoulders shook a little, like something inside him was fighting to break free. Real tears of pure culinary catharsis streamed down his face. Takero let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness. He'd feared he'd dumped way too much salt. The coach, voice shaking with honesty, confessed that on the road they could only survive on tough dried meat. Staring at this picture-perfect family life, Takuro felt a wave of sweet, warm nostalgia crash over him. Only now did it hit him. He'd been starving for those shared dinners from his old life. After they finished eating, Bolm whipped out his guitar, and the whole family threw a full-on celebration. Takero jumped into the dance as B spun through the air, grinning like pure joy. The boy's laugh burst out so pure and genuine it felt like it had never happened before. It was the first real rush of joy he felt after being reborn. Next morning, they hit the road again, and the trip stayed smooth from start to finish. Bolm shoved the boy into position and showed him step by step how to drive the cart. Takero realized he could command a unicorn with nothing but ordinary words. That smart little beast snapped to attention and sped up or slowed down the moment a voice called out. Soon the gates of Tormi crested over the horizon. Right there, a lone guard standing watch. The guard yawned like nothing could ever go wrong. Sweet, easy, and totally unguarded. And just like that, he spotted his familiar crew again. The cart glided to a perfect, smooth halt right at the entrance. Guard Marlowe blinked in shock at Takero gripping the reins, and Bolm grinned proudly. Relax, I'm teaching him how to drive the cart. Bolm gratefully thanked Takero, telling him how much he'd truly enjoyed his company. And he boldly told the guy to swing by their nearby shop. As the family finally walked out, Takero caught the guard and grilled him about Bolm's line of work. Turns out the barber had been swapping wool in the capital all winter long. The guardian let out a heavy sigh, saying that after all those brutal long journeys, Bolm kept beating himself up over the miserable life the kids had to live. Now Takero finally got it. The reason behind yesterday's dinner tears hit him like a punch to the chest. Right before my eyes, Bulma popped into view, tears streaming as he cried over his dinner. The boy quietly thanked fate for blessing him with powers that let him live carefree. A guard yanked him back to reality, snapping him out of his thoughts and reminding him about Jerome's task. Takero stormed straight to the collector's shop. In the shop, Jerome hummed to himself, lost in thought, like he was cracking a secret plan with every note. Before he filed the report, the guy quietly peeked in first, just to make sure the little ones were okay. B got dumped on the street, and the local kids instantly swarmed him like he was the hottest thing in town. Inside, Takero slammed the piled-up materials onto the table, shooting off quick apologies for how little mithril he had managed to bring. Between the tiny pebbles, one odd stone sat there, marble-sized, like it was waiting for something big. Jerome's eyes went wide in an instant, and he erupted into a wild, screaming shout. The collector's hands shook as he snatched up the stone, then he swore it was no ordinary mithril. He instantly recognized the magical ore, something Takero had been familiar with for ages. Jerome froze in shock, because this tiny scrap was somehow worth a legendary treasure. Takero reached into his memory and pictured that massive chunk of the same ore in his bag, then swallowed hard as nerves clawed at him. He had zero clue just how insanely powerful that mineral really was. The ancient dragon Vol handed him a weapon of mass destruction, pure, terrifying power. Jerome didn't beat around the bush. He said that guy is straight up dangerous because he has zero common sense. The miser barked, furious, saying this rural simpleton had zero common sense. Finding that artifact felt downright impossible. This single crumb packed more magical power than every stone in the whole country thrown together. Those scales pushed Takero over the edge. He slammed both hands on the table. He had no idea, none at all, how much that gift would change everything. The collector snapped at the boy, telling him if he wants to go even farther, he's got to hit the road and see the world. Jerome crossed his arms, and with a burst of resolve, he made a serious decision. He lit up and insisted. Takero had to rush straight to Belcame City. The boy stared into the distance, then said his next goal's name again, like he was locking it into his fate. A brand new chapter of the journey just kicked off. Jerome told the boy to chase his destiny straight to the big city of Belcame. On the map, that settlement sat miles away from their Tormi, impossible to miss. The elder sighed. What a shame to see a guest like him go. But if that young man blows up and becomes famous, then the whole village rides that wave too. Jerome burst into loud laughter, and Takeru just shrugged it off, insisting he wasn't trying to become famous. The boy decided to stick around in Torm for a few more days. Stretching out before him was the massive, distant world, waiting like a promise he couldn't ignore. The inn, Galo, swallowed him up and turned into his comfy little home for the moment. It had been ages since he'd spent a whole night locked up in his own room behind closed doors. Takaru sprawled on the bed, soaking in the bliss, and then murmured softly to the little dragon. But B sat there, slumped and crushed, like the world had just cut his legs out from under him. The memory snapped into focus, so the little one was just laughing, carefree, running around with the local kids. In a whirlwind of emotions, he lunged, and with his tail, he accidentally sent the flower vase crashing to the ground. For this damage, the owner's wife tore into him with a brutal scolding. Takeru leaned in and soothed the little dragon, telling it that parents don't scold to hurt, they do it because they love you. The young man snapped his eyes to the mountain of coins, over 800,000 leifs stacked like destiny. Back then, in his past life, he must have been raking in that kind of money for years. In yen, that came out to a jaw-dropping 8 million. Even in a tiny village like this, Jerome still carried a fortune, somehow. It just didn't make sense. Everyone started whispering. Either the real price of the mithril was way lower, or that slick merchant was placating a priceless guest by overcharging him. Suddenly, a soft knock tapped at the door. Quiet, but it sent chills down the spine. Ellie the maid flashed him a warm smile and practically beckoned him straight to dinner. Takeru dangled the promise of food to the little one, and it squeaked again, pure joy bursting out of it. The hostess leaned in and promised, "Meat's coming to the table today," like it was good news you could taste. When they spotted those mountain-sized portions of sizzling meat, the boy and the little dragon both shot up in a rush of excitement. "Man, they look insanely appetizing," Takeru blurted out before he could even stop himself. The moment he took that first bite, pure explosive joy flooded his whole body. "Seriously, this is insanely delicious," he blurted out. "What kind of meat is this? It's insanely juicy. I've never ever tasted anything like it." That wolf steak didn't just taste good, it melted in my mouth like it was pure magic. The boy eagerly slurped up the hearty soup, grinning as he wowed the hostess with every hungry bite. She swore she'd load him up for the road, both a bowl of soup and a fat slice of smoked meat. Takeru politely begged to toss in some of that amazing soup extract too. The hostess snapped her answer back and promised she'd set up every single supply. As he took bite after bite, a sharp wave of nostalgia suddenly hit him like a memory he couldn't ignore. He was so desperate for plain white rice that it felt like he'd do anything to get it. In my head, snow-white grains were already swirling into a storm, like the moment was about to explode. The woman gasped in shock and blurted, "What is this strange dish?" Takeru tried to explain how to cook the grains and then shot back, "Wait, are there any rice in there?" Her confusion hit him like a gut punch, and with a heavy sigh, he realized the truth. There's no such line here. The hostess told him that this kind of miracle could only be found in a huge city, or right in the capital. The capital, you say? And just like that, hope surged back into him. With zero hesitation, the young man set his sights on tracking down his all-time favorite dish in the massive city. Meanwhile, the tiny dragon sprawled out on the bed like it owned the place, belly up, doing absolutely nothing. Takeru dropped into his chair, grabbed an adventure guide from his bag, and set it on the table like it was about to change everything. He leaned in and closely analyzed every detail of that tiny sliver of mithril. Even that little scrap carried enough magical power to shake the entire world. Weapons forged from this metal instantly turned into gods. Everyone treated them like divine artifacts the moment they were made. So the sword forged from this ore gets called magical, and the boy just sat there, thinking hard. I still remember yesterday's talk about that warning bell that screams danger the second it rings. What if we forge a monster of an artifact and shield the entire village for good? The guide pointed it out. Once the object gets soaked in magic, its properties completely change. Now it was time to figure out how to fuse ore using an ordinary tool. Takeru slid the shard right beside the plain kerosene lamp. He locked onto the objects and mentally commanded them to burst into rage. "Create now!" he roared at the top of his lungs. Nothing happened, so he scrapped it and went hunting for easier words, trying simpler and simpler phrases until it finally worked. But still, it's like everything's gone. Nothing. Not a single thing. Teams kept getting chosen as the lamp just sat there, frozen in place. Am I messing this up somehow? I try everything I can, but no matter what I say, nothing works, while B snored peacefully right next to me. Drained to the bone, the boy stared into the heart of what it truly meant to soak something in magic. He got it. This wasn't some order you shout. It was a straight, direct transfer of your own energy. When B's hatching got mentioned, everything hit like a breakthrough. Right then, he honestly showed that warmth in the way his hands held on. He inched his palms toward the lamp, locking in that razor-sharp picture in his head, like he'd done that same thing before. Takaru clenched his focus tight, pouring every ounce of his energy into the metal. Suddenly, the entire space ripped with a violent jolt, trembling like it was about to tear apart. Electric sparks blasted from his fingertips and snapped hard into the metal. The second that flash burst, the whole street outside lit up like daylight. The boy jerked back, then a blinding white light exploded across the entire room. As the energy sphere faded away, he leaned in and stared at the table like his life depended on it. He struck the lamp to get a close look at the result. Instead of some boring tin can, there sat a stunning lamp dressed in playful, whimsical patterns. Hidden under her eyelid, a tiny shard of mithril was locked in place with absolute precision. All right, let's see what the outcome is. The scan hit, and yeah, it's a magic lamp that can blast a protective dome out over several kilometers. It actually worked, the boy cheered, grinning as he inspected his finished lamp. After he read the extra effect, he gave a nervous grin, because the lamp didn't blare a siren at all. It started mimicking Bee's loud snoring instead. Takeru let out a breath and grinned. The results are way better than I ever imagined. It's perfect. And that soft little sound probably won't scare a soul, he muttered, stealing a look at the baby fast asleep. Proud of his work, he turned in himself, forcing the night to stretch just so he could be ready for departure the next day. Those next few days vanished in the blink of an eye. He rolled up his sleeves in the fields, pitched in beside the peasants, then sprinted back to play and laugh with the kids like it was pure joy. Finally, grab your things, we're packing up. The boy packed the lamp with trembling care, then tucked in the soup extract and dried meat like he was safeguarding treasure for the road. He scanned the room and warmth lit up his face. The door swung shut behind them. All right, B, let's go. Takeru burst out onto a street that looked totally empty. Suddenly, he slammed to a stop, stunned by what he'd just seen. The whole village packed shoulder to shoulder by the gate, all eyes locked on what was coming. She leaned in over his shoulder, totally baffled. The hostess flashed a smile and promised she wouldn't let him leave until he got a real, proper farewell. Why are all of you crowding here? Takeru blurted out, emotions crashing through his voice. The kids begged him, don't forget us. They sobbed as they clung to his legs, and that young man softly stroked them, swearing he'd come back one day. Elder Jerome burst into tears so openly that it looked downright hilarious. Takeru stormed up to Marlowe and shoved a bundle into his hands. The man snapped with shock. He had no clue the young man could pull off something like that. The boy insisted that this artifact would forge an impenetrable protective barrier around Tormi. Marlowe stared in awe, completely blown away by what this object could do. And the lamp is going to blare a warning the moment danger shows up. He snapped to it right away. This bell wasn't just any bell, it was the upgraded one, like the one Bolin had. Takeru gave a warm, sincere smile. He just wanted everyone safe until he came back. The villagers' booming laughter snapped the air instantly, shattering that tender tension wide open. He cringed at his own pitiful feelings, but when the goodbye came with a smile instead of tears, he couldn't help feeling relieved. Marlowe, can I take a peek at this? Jerome snatched the lamp up in his hands. He stared at the incredible artifact, and pure awe hit him like a wave. He slowly tipped the metal lid, like something big was about to happen. When the elder caught sight of that pure mithril, his knees nearly buckled, and he almost fainted. Takeru, wait! Jerome snapped into a panic and sprinted after him. But the boy only sped up, refusing to turn away from that priceless gift. See you! Blared from somewhere out in the distance. Jerome let out a helpless sigh, like the whole world just crushed his last ounce of hope. This young man is straight up on another level, truly incredible. He cooked up something insanely powerful right inside an inn room, like it was no big deal. The foreman could only pray the kid wouldn't stir up a bunch of enemies that could wreck his life. So yeah, this lamp was as strong as anything the mightiest empires could make, but he still just handed it out for free. Oh please, let there be no trouble. Jerome snapped into action and shoved the lamp deep under his coat. And that young guy, with a grin stretched from ear to ear, was already sprinting toward fresh adventures, because his legend wasn't just starting, it was exploding into life. For the third straight day, the young man strolled away from the village of Tormi like he had all the time in the world. He strolled along with a light heart, humming a carefree little melody. The road shot straight toward the cliff, daring him to keep going. Right before my eyes, an endless sea of green terraces stretched out as far as I could see. Takeru thought he'd finally spot a settlement. Then everything in him suddenly went still. A massive, armored crab slammed into the path and refused to let anyone pass. The young man locked eyes with the monster, completely stunned, like his mind couldn't wrap around how something like that even appeared in the middle of nowhere. The monster snarled as its claws clicked, like it was counting down to your doom. The beast's fury was burning hot, and the boy could only hope its clumsiness would save him. The dream shattered in an instant, then that massive body exploded upward from where it stood. Surprise hit hard. Takeru barely managed to snag the staff at the last second. A thunderous swing smashed straight into the shell. The monster didn't stand a chance. The destructive force slammed it into the hard, dry earth. A lifeless body sat perfectly still at the bottom of a deep, shadowy crater. The shattered giant crumpled into a mangled heap of armor, frozen in place like the fight never ended. The young man stared at the weapon, grinning hard because the wood felt perfectly solid in his hands. After ordering B to stay put, he tore forward toward the shattered shell. The system flashed a quick verdict: an underground crab, totally safe to eat. Takeru just shook his head, and you could tell he genuinely felt for everyone living in this world. In his mind, the monster had already transformed into a mouth-watering, luxurious sashimi. That one description wiped out the appetite instantly, because these predators always hunt in packs. That tiny dragon's nervous squeak jolted him. He whipped around so fast it startled even him. Right behind him, a towering giant surged in with its claw raised and ready to strike. A lightning strike ripped through the chaos. Somehow, the boy just barely got his staff up in time. The monster crushed forward, slamming down with every ounce of its terrifying weight. The young man fought back, refusing to buckle, yet the pressure slammed him hard and pinned him there, rooted to the spot. Two more armored predators slithered out from behind the hill, and it only got worse. Suddenly, B snapped in a sharp, deep breath, like he was gearing up for something huge. The tiny dragon let out a squeak with everything it had, mouth gaping wide like it was begging to be heard. A brutal, invisible wave slammed out of his jaws. The giant crab thrashed and shook like crazy over Takeru. Thick white foam dumped down like a tidal wave. The predator crumpled to the ground, helpless, right beside the stunned boy. Takeru just stared in shock, unable to believe the crab had somehow foamed up and gone soft all by itself. The fight raged on, all while the world stayed eerily silent to the human ear. Takeru's guess hit like lightning. When the dragon unleashed crushing ultrasound, it froze the monsters in total shock. He let out a breath of pure relief and thanked his tiny lifesaver. He joyfully bolted up to his master and licked him enthusiastically, proudly sharing that exact scent. Wiping his face, the boy threw himself back into work until the crabs finally came to their senses. He clasped his hands in front of him, bowed his head, and silently thanked the meal like a heartfelt prayer. A blinding bolt of magical lightning tore out of the sky and hammered straight into its prey. The armor snapped to a violent red glow, and hot, thick steam blasted out at once. The meat comes out perfectly cooked, tender, juicy, and straight-up irresistible. An unbelievable aroma drifted through the air like a secret invitation. That real crab smell hit him so hard, tears of pure nostalgia sprang to his eyes. He soothed his starving buddy and swore they'd get lunch in a flash. To crack that armor, he had to funnel pure magic into his palm and focus it with everything he had. With one razor-sharp blow, the edge split the shell cleanly. Under it all, a massive slab of juicy, milky white meat sat there, begging to be devoured. Now they had to figure out a way to keep all that meat from spoiling. The young man wrapped the catch like it was precious treasure, snugging it in big dendor leaves to keep it fresh. And just like that, it turned into a full-on 10 servings. A seasoned traveler once leaned in and told him a trick he swore would save him every time. After sorting out the supplies, Takeru grabbed his share, then shoved his companion their portion. Without wasting a second, the friends dug in and tore into that piping hot meat. One bite hit me like a lightning bolt. It stole my breath instantly. Takeru's eyes were almost glassy with pure food bliss, absolutely baffled that the locals weren't stuffing themselves with this too. He was dead set on sharing this mouth-watering culinary discovery with everyone else. For a split second, I even toyed with the idea of opening my own shop, but it felt way too small to fit the big mission of reincarnation. B clocked his silence and squeaked, "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Takeru admitted that in his past life he was spoiled with amazing food, and now he's determined to chase that same delicious joy here. He grinned, swearing he'd never again give the dragon plain water to drink. From this moment on, chasing brand new flavors became their shared obsession. Trapped all over again, the dog couldn't help but start licking its owner. Takeru froze in front of the towering wall, clutching a winged baby and balancing it on his shoulder like his life depended on it. Perched on that towering rock, a massive city coat of arms loomed like a warning carved in stone. It was Belkame, alive with noise and chaos, a packed marketplace and a safe haven where thousands of adventurers poured in. He snapped his head up, stunned by how impossibly tall the fortress towered over him. A huge line of travelers snaked right along the road beside the gate, stretching as far as the eye could see. He let out a shaky breath, relieved to feel it. Just another routine check, nothing more. The city sprawls wide between a thick, shadowy forest and a giant open lake. That twisted landscape basically turned him into a sitting duck for monster attacks. Suddenly, a magical tingling prickled the back of his head, and the skin tightened like something was waking up. When he leaned in, Takeru caught the faintest flicker of the protective barrier shimmering across the wall. The line inched forward, no stopping, no mercy, pushing everyone ahead like a tidal wave. With a hard stare, the stern guard barked for everyone to get the luggage ready for inspection. The young man strode right up to the stone pillar, completely unshaken. In his bag, all he had were plain, forgettable bundles. Nothing special, nothing flashy. He silently thanked his illusion magic, because it always masked the real value of everything. The guard stared at the burly guy in stunned disbelief, like there was no way a collector could be that intimidating. Takeru awkwardly waved the questions away, like he couldn't breathe until everyone stopped pressing. When they asked his name, he told them, "I'm Takeru," and then straight up confessed that he wanted to become an adventurer. When they pressed him about where he lived, he quietly pointed to the far-off village of Tormi. The guard gave him a sympathetic nod and leaned in to warn him about the magical assessment. In his grip, a strange instrument flashed, like a magnifying glass, but way too widespread to be ordinary. Takeru snapped his eyes open, totally baffled. This artifact could instantly pry into anyone's mind and pull out the basics like it was nothing. The second I stepped into the airport, my brain screamed X-ray like it had all the answers. I couldn't stop myself. I had to peek at what was on their screen, and the moment I did, it got insanely interesting. He clenched his breath and quietly zeroed in on the next guy's status window, like it was his secret target. The man locked onto the holographic status window like it was about to reveal his next move. Takeru finally pulled himself together. Those indicators looked so laughably useless that it just killed his anger. The system clocked him as a 19-year-old rookie, no rank, sure, but absolutely loaded with a gift. A thought hit me. Could the strength you've got decide how clearly you can spot someone else's skill? While the guards stared in awe at the rare gift, the boy quietly smirked because his cheating skills were finally working in his favor. Suddenly, surprise hit him so hard his face stretched in shock. The artifact blazed with a fierce red glow, revealing the inscription, "Blessing of the Dragon." Takeru swallowed his nerves and cracked open the cloak. There, bathed in light, the scaly companion finally came into view. The guard jerked back the moment he heard the wild tale about the egg the forest had hidden. The young man flashed an innocent grin, then wisely clammed up, keeping the magical mithril aura secret. The female officer checked his story and nodded, because the device never caught him lying. The boy sprinted over, desperate to make sure the little one was safe. Seeing that loyal creature trust its owner with its whole heart, the guard couldn't help but soften and spare them. To get into the city, he had to have a taming mark first. Right when it mattered most, the village kids rolled out those farewell gifts and lit a spark in the moment. His hand shot straight into his shirt, snatching a tiny bag. That tiny dragon chirped with pure joy, frantically digging through the pile of trinkets like it was hunting treasure. A tiny wooden bracelet burst into view, shining as if it had been unveiled with ceremony. Takeru's choice was so humble it completely caught everyone off guard. The ring didn't just fail, it totally refused to fit on either the neck or the paw. They nailed the answer fast, strapped the decoration right onto the tail. He slowly pulled the scale along the shining wood, like he was measuring his next move in silence. The little one obeyed instantly, froze in place, and tucked its tail tight under the bracelet. Takeru inched the wooden ring onto the very tip of the tail. The bracelet slid right into place, hugging snugly as the scales glided over the polished wood. The baby whooped as they launched into the air, proudly showing off their brand new outfit. A tiny dragon danced through the air, spinning joyfully above everyone's heads like it owned the sky. Both strict guards immediately softened, grinning like they'd just been moved. The guard swallowed hard and nervously asked, "Is this enough to identify?" That tiny creature clung to Takeru's cheek, and the guard's heart totally melted. But the rules left him no choice. He had to march straight to the mayor and report the dragon. But right then, he shot back with total certainty. Once the guild registers the baby, the nobles won't ever be able to lay a hand on them. He said the mayor could even trot over the news to the Lord of the Lands himself. Takeru let out a shaky breath, like the pressure inside him finally crumbled. He couldn't help but beam. Finding good people along the way felt genuinely amazing. The tiny dragon purred with pure happiness, absolutely smitten with that gentle officer. The young man had barely started moving toward the gate when a shaky, timid voice called out to him. The massive guard leaned in, voice trembling with hope, and begged for permission to pet the dragon. In the next heartbeat, the officers cranked out squeals as they shoved the tiny, soft baby through the iron bars. Takeru barreled forward, cradling the dazed favorite in his arms as he pushed on. The footsteps died out just before the inner gates. His palm pressed down on that cold, unforgiving metal handle. The doors groaned as they swung wide, and the blinding sunlight blasted into the room. A huge street stretched out ahead, packed wall to wall with people from every corner, the whole place roaring with life. After the quiet village, those scales slammed into me and knocked the breath clean out of my body. The boy politely but firmly swatted away the local traders. The packed crowd shoved in from every angle, squeezing tighter and tighter like the walls were closing in. He had to race straight to the guild, right now, because the main avenue was where they'd come to hunt them down. Suddenly, my eyes snapped onto the exact landmark I needed in the middle of the crowd. Takeru froze on the spot, double-checking that he'd taken the right way. A towering, monster-sized building surged into view, and a massive sign blared above it like a warning. Takeru leaned in and hissed at the baby, demanding they stay still and silent. In his mind, a pack of bloodthirsty thugs was already waiting just beyond these walls. He sucked in a steady breath and shoved the heavy door open with careful force. Takeru gulped and pushed through the huge doors of the Adventurers Guild, bracing himself like something big was about to happen. The boy stood there, jaw dropped, staring at that lavish hall blazing under massive crystal chandeliers. A giant lizard loomed by the counter, grilling the cat girl like he needed answers right now. Takeru whipped his head around the waiting area, hunting for any open seat. He strode up to the next window and flashed a warm greeting. The girl with rabbit ears lit up and greeted the new candidate with pure, joyful excitement. She waved him inside like she meant business. Slumped at the table, Takeru couldn't help but relive every brutal day he'd spent as an office clerk. The boy tore into his bag, rummaging through every corner like he was hunting something urgent. He calmly told him, straight-faced, that he'd already cracked open the local rule books and memorized everything. The rabbit shoved a registration form into his hands and tossed him a pen. She demanded they fill out that document in the Carfe language. Takeru tensed up, begging for that one God-given power to instantly read any writing. The pen hovered for a breath, then finally kissed the paper like it was afraid to begin. Random scribbles snapped into place on their own, shaping flawless symbols as if the page had a mind of its own. His name hit the form immediately, like the ink couldn't wait. The boy stared at his own hand, eyes wide, completely stunned by the magical help he'd just been given. He slammed the finished document back into the other person's hands. Takeru finally confessed his plan. He's aiming to become a regular, everyday material collector. The girl couldn't stop smiling, because the guild kept hunting for workers just like her. The young man quietly basked in the thrill of his cheating skills. The rabbit blurted out right then and there, asking about his combat experience. Takeru dropped into deep thought, lost in his own mind. He breezed through the death toll, giant bird, wolves with snake tails, and even those mouth-watering crabs. Those final words left the employee completely baffled. She narrowed her eyes and demanded proof, no excuses. Right as the young man showed up, a system interface snapped on screen, and there it was, 2 crabs sitting in his inventory. He shot up from the table. A violent rumble tore through the guild building, shaking the whole place to its bones. The adventurers burst through a wall of dust and sprinted straight to the counter. The veteran bear warrior snapped his gaze forward, frozen in pure shock. On the floor sprawled a monstrous, grotesque crab carcass as big as a nightmare. Takero calmly said the monster's meat was unbelievably delicious. Ariana was on the verge of tears, and when the crowd twisted their faces in disgust, horror crushed her completely. The huge bear leaned in, eyeing the boy hard, and demanded to know if he had spatial inventory. Takero blinked hard, like he was trying to shake off what he'd just seen. He scrambled to cover his tracks, claiming all the loot was stuffed in some plain old bag. The young man snatched up a tiny cloth bag. Everyone stared at the tiny bag, then blinked at the absurd mountain of shells, like their brains couldn't process what they were seeing. The boy let out a shaky grin, insisting, hands trembling, that he'd bought the artifact from some kid. That bear's stare pinned him in place like a hot brand on his skin. Zdrovan's shoulders finally dropped, and he admitted the newcomer wasn't lying after all. The bear stared the boy down again and grumbled that he still wasn't lying. Zdrovan hesitated, clutching that heavy armor, and told Ariana, straight-faced, that the newcomer was totally green. The bear erupted into laughter and told him, "Next time, only bring back a tiny piece of the monster. Use it as proof." Takeru leaned in, voice shaking, and demanded why he'd been calling him green. The warrior flicked his finger by his eye and instantly slipped into his inborn talent for reading a situation. He said that the green wasn't just a color, it screamed total innocence, pure honesty, and a heart with 0 hidden problems. The bear went on to explain that he can read a person's vibe like a color chart. Yellow means trouble, and red burns with pure fire. Zdrovan bowed and apologized right on the spot for judging Takero without getting his permission. The young man couldn't stop remembering how the guards grilled him at the city gates, checking him inside and out. He nervously blurted out, "Be honest, do I really look that suspicious?" The cat girl steadied a trembling Ariana and swore this boy was safe. The bear snapped, asking in a no-nonsense voice what Takero planned to do with the crab shell. The girl stared in horrified disbelief, whispering, "Are you seriously telling me someone would actually eat something like this?" The boy eagerly held out a piece of meat, but panic hit them instantly. They flailed their hands wildly like they couldn't breathe. So he pulled the bag close to his chest, overwhelmed by the rush of local flavors, like the world suddenly tasted unforgettable. The bear stared at the shell like it was priceless, then offered to buy it, paying a hefty fortune to seal the deal. He barked at Ariana to whip up the purchase documents fast. The rabbit still couldn't wrap its head around it. This massive brute was somehow the prey of an absolute beginner. Zdrovan nodded with a grin, praising the boy's combat skills like they were the real deal. Takero recoiled from the hall's whispering swarm and the crowd's suffocating, non-stop attention. Ariana leaned in and warned, wolves with snake-tails were still out there. The boy plunged his hand into his bottomless bag again. A massive chunk of pale skin slammed down onto the stone floor with a brutal thud. The bear and the rabbit suddenly lost the gift of speech, like someone yanked their voices right out of their throats. Zdrovan snapped, unable to resist, and straight up asked if the guy had hunted all by himself. Takero shot that down and then, without warning, introduced his tiny partner, a baby dragon. The whole guild burst into wild cries of shock and disbelief. The bear thought it was staring down a real dragon knight. Then the young man snapped back and said no. Right away, adventurers swarmed Takero from all sides, practically begging him to team up with their crews. That big guy shoved his way through the crowd, shielding the boy's peace like it was worth fighting for. Takero let out a breath of relief as the loud hunters finally scattered. Ariana yanked him into the next room and pushed him to finish the registration. The seal slammed into the parchment with a sharp, ringing crack. The rabbit burst in and said, "I officially got the lowest rank, F!" She told him, "If you want, you can take the exam and blow past a few steps." Takero felt totally content scraping by at the very bottom, studying the laws of this world like it was the only path that mattered. The employee shoved a guild bracelet into his hands and snapped, warning him not to lose it, because one slip and it was over. The final boss move is here. He has to test the magical power with that special crystal. The boy leaned in and stretched his hands toward the artifact, eyes locked on it. So he decided to shove pure energy into it, just like he did when he warmed that dragon egg. That crystal crumpled under the sheer power and exploded into 1,000 glittering shards. Takeru and Ariana stared in total silence at the shattered pieces of the stone. The boy let out a nervous laugh, convinced the artifact must have already been broken. Takeru finally stepped out into the street, grinning like he'd just unlocked everything, his official adventurer status filling him with pure joy. Now all he cared about was one goal: snag a hotel and score a real, steamy bath. The boy shook with raw, unstoppable craving to dive headfirst into scalding hot water. He made it through an entire month, living on nothing but the magical cleansing that scrubbed his body clean. With fire in his eyes, he swore he'd build the perfect bath for himself today. The last sketch of the main characters finally popped onto the screen. Takeru drifted through the new city streets, reading every sign like a treasure map, until his feet carried him straight into the inn district. In his hands, a parchment crackled to life, an official guild map packed with spots they recommended for adventurers. With a dreaded F rank, he got the worst shelters on the list, and B could only blink, stunned. The boy halted before a busted old building, the kind that would collapse at the very first gust of wind. "I'm not begging for luxury. I just want things clean, like in Tormy Village," he muttered, crushed by disappointment. A young man spun around and stormed off, hunting for something solid, something middle class. Right in the middle of everything, he skidded to a sudden stop. The inn Sea King stood there looking tough, solid, and rock reliable. Right at the doorstep, a girl with deer antlers smiled at him and pulled him inside. He nodded once, then shot right into his request: free seats and right away. Crossing the threshold, then everything hit a wall. The massive hall blazed with spotless perfection, like nothing had ever touched a speck of dust. Thanks to his gift, Takeru instantly decoded her local dialect with zero trouble. That little deer flicked a glance at him and then stepped aside, offering up a huge room so the tall guest could finally get comfortable. He agreed to the last room on the 3rd floor, then asked, straight up, what it cost. A whopping 1,500 labels, and it cost him triple what his last place did. But he didn't back down. He swallowed his doubts, locked in his choice, and confirmed the reservation. The girl demanded a document, and Takeru's hands froze as he awkwardly flashed his guild ring. She let out a soft laugh and confessed, "I only did it out of politeness. I mistook you for an official." A cursed-looking bell-metal piece sat on the magical pedestal, humming like it knew secrets. The artifact stuttered for a split second, then blazed with light. "Registration complete!" The boy snatched the item in pure astonishment, totally blown away by the local tech. That tiny deer basically sent one clear message: pay up front. "I'll pay for the whole month up front," he said with total confidence. The girl snapped her head toward the table in an instant. Takeru stared, completely thrown off, as she freaked out and suddenly leaned over the paper, panic swallowing every breath. She scribbled thousands stacked in a tight column, frantically adding them up to crack the final total. He got it instantly, snapped out the number, 45,000, in his head, and lunged for his wallet. Silver and copper slammed down onto the tray with a loud clanging crash. The girl nervously started counting the change, then blurted out that she hasn't been friends with numbers since she was a kid. Takeru remembered, this world's guide never once said a single thing about schools. The tiny deer let out a shaky breath of relief because everything finally clicked and the numbers added up perfectly. Then she spilled the good news: guests could score a discount on food at the restaurant next door. And she shoved the key for the 5th room into his hands. "I always told them to ditch him right at the reception." He practically lunged up the stairs, and B squeaked with pure joy. The room was pure luxury: an enormous bed, a comfy sofa, and bright windows flooding the place with light. Even there, in private, he had a toilet too, just a simple, run-of-the-mill pot. He dropped onto the mattress with a heavy thud, clutching the empty pouch like it still mattered. Rent and food will suck every last bit of their money dry in no time. B nodded hard, throwing his full support behind the idea of top-tier nutrition. "Then you'd better rake in at least 2,000 labels every single day." The boy slammed the quest cards across the bed like he was about to kick off something huge. Tiny errands around the city raked in just a few measly pennies. But there were exceptions to that rule. Some catches paid big, like the stash of materials. Venturing outside the city walls to hunt herbs and mushrooms was a gamble, but the pay was so good it was almost worth the risk. He poured shimmering magical water into the little dragon's mouth and watched it gulp away its hunger. B could barely survive on it, but Takeru would have lost his mind on that kind of diet. The young man flopped onto the bed. Then it hit him. Those Japanese comfort standards didn't come free, and he was suddenly staring down the cost. Living off guild quests alone was a terrible gamble. He hunted and gathered his own meals all by himself. In Torm, he made his money the hard way, grabbing the catch and selling it straight to the shop. Keep your head down, don't call attention to yourself, and make smart moves. B sprang up with pure joy the moment they heard the owner was finally taking responsibility for their well-being. Takeru flashed a warm, genuine smile that lit up the whole moment. In pure joy, the little one launched into his chest at full speed, smashing the air from his lungs and nearly knocking him out cold. A little later, the young man burst out onto the bright sunlit street. He spread out the drawn map and hunted down the nearest bathhouse. They spotted the huge, light-soaked building with the Abukumaru sign almost instantly. It's wild how much it feels like a Japanese bath, right down to the vibe. He shoved the door open and roared a greeting like he owned the place. Behind the counter, this mighty tiger man roared, 500 leaves for you and 700 more for the little beast. The wooden changing room looked worn and aged, but somehow it still felt warm and insanely cozy. Still, not a single soul showed up, and that thrilled him to the core. The boy yanked off his shirt in a flash, grinning like he'd just struck gold in the empty bathhouse. I shoved my clothes in the locker, then stormed into the hall, humming my melody like it owned the place. The door blasted open with a loud, sharp screech. He froze. Black mud, thick as tar, blasted the pool instead of clean water. This ain't a bath at all. It's just some grimy puddle where you scrub the dirt off and call it water. That tiny dragon felt crushed by the dark, gloomy aura hanging over the whole place. Then Takeru flashed a sly grin. The little one let out a chuckle full of mischief, and both of them just kept smiling, like they knew the show was about to start. A surge of cleansing magic tore through the hall, blasting every shadow into nothing and leaving the whole place gleaming like a brand new world. The corridor's sudden flash of light made the Tiger Man snap to a stop, and the boy was sprawled out, totally blissed out, soaking in that crystal clear hot water. A cheerful bee buzzed nearby, flaring its wings as if it owned the whole moment. The door got yanked open with a thunderous bang, and the owner stared in, completely stunned. When the tiger caught that shining purity, gratitude hit him so hard his eyes brimmed with tears, and he shot a big thumbs up. From this day on, Takeru and B can do their usual magical cleaning here, totally free, no charge, whenever they want. The maid fox slid those piping hot cookies out of the oven like she owned the whole moment. 15 days have already slammed by since Takeru first stepped into Belcame City. On the guild table sat a flawless mound of hard-won treasure, healing leaves, tough roots, and rare mushrooms stacked just right. Takeru calmly laid out his work, and for once he looked genuinely, completely satisfied with the steady life he'd built. Grit, the evaluator, was staring in disbelief as she examined those colossal mushrooms. The fox practically burst with excitement, saying the client is so blown away by the quality that he's ready to hand the guy special assignments. But the moment they offered Takeru 12 brand new quests all at once, he shut it down with a blunt refusal. That kind of non-stop frenzy was totally wrong for him. The boy kept it simple, only 2 or 3 easy tasks a day max. He only moved when he was absolutely 100% sure. The crazy thing was, his hard work paid off. His base reward got quadrupled to 4 silver coins. Takeru understood it clear as day. Those crazy profitable contracts landed in his lap only because Grit had his back. He snatched his next quest in seconds and was practically at the door to bolt out the moment he decided. Suddenly, he yanked a lush bouquet out of his bag, like he'd been hiding magic in there. These were the legendary flowers of Neburari everyone couldn't stop talking about. Grit went pale with panic. There was no way a guy like him could even afford that many flowers. Takeru cut him off with a hearty laugh, then told him, "It's just a gift." He urged the fox to hand those rare flowers to his wife. Grit flailed his hands in pure confusion, because these were priceless D-rank flowers from the entire rank. The fox was so overwhelmed by that sudden, jaw-dropping kindness that tears almost spilled. Takeru didn't demand much. He just asked for a few homemade dango, and Greedo's wife whipped them up like a pro. He told me those buds cost a small fortune, so there's no way he'd hand them out for free. They needed to prove they stood on equal ground with Grit, not that one of them was being used like a tool. That one small, heartfelt move wrapped the fox's fate around him forever. By the end, every single local guild had already fallen for him, heart and soul. Everyone was left scratching their heads, how he somehow snagged the perfect herbs so effortlessly. Takeru kept up the act like a total rookie, masking where he really came from, like anyone could miss that secret. And so far, his plan to live in peace has been working like a charm. No glitches, no chaos. He stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air like it was pure relief. When he finally got a break, he'd rush straight to the city library. There, he couldn't stop himself. He devoured every scrap of knowledge about this strange new world. Out of all those volumes, one particular book grabbed his attention like a magnet. It was the kind of work that ripped the truth wide open, showing, in plain terms, the difference between skills and gifts. Those skills demanded relentless practice, growing piece by piece through hard-earned training. Congenital anomalies didn't just show up, they burst out with wild, unstoppable force. Takeru knew with total clarity every scrap of magic he wielded wasn't just power, it was a gift. With abilities so unbelievably convenient they feel unfair, he can instantly search and scan any object he wants. He drifted through the shelves for ages, hunting for the one description of someone who could wield powers like his. Suddenly, one single title snapped his attention like a spotlight. His stare locked onto the exact route he needed. That massive tome had a name that sounded legendary, the most famous gifts of the world. But when he flipped the pages, his hope crumpled. No single word was there about his case. The book swore that nobody could ever muster enough mana to fire off multiple gifts at once. And in the clash with the forest wolf, he stripped out all 3 abilities and steamrolled through it like it was nothing. His winged familiar kept tapping his patience, nudging him to realize they'd been stuck there far too long. The sky was already fading to night, so Takeru snapped the book shut and headed straight for the bathhouse. Why lose your mind over something you can't change, he thought, calm as he walked. The bright sky above Belkame looked like it was begging for a peaceful night, and that calm was more than enough to satisfy him. At the bath entrance, he burst into a grin as someone called out and ran toward him from far away. The boy chatted a few quick words with the owner, a hulking tiger beastman. The moment he stumbled into this place for the first time, everything inside felt totally different. Cold water blasted his face, filthy dirt terrified him, and that slick floor threatened to send him tumbling. So the moment he felt it, he totally lost the urge to go inside. Then his excitement fizzled out, washing away with the dirty water and splashing across that treacherous, slippery floor. The pool water looked so thick and murky, it might as well have been a real swamp. Rage flared at the horror, and Takeru snapped, slamming a massive purification spell into the entire building. The tiger's owner stared in disbelief, because that sudden, spotless clean left him frozen on the spot. He snapped up the moment and offered that guy a deal so insanely good it felt unfair. Ever since that day, Takeru has been coming here every single day, scrubbing and cleaning like it's on the house, no charge, not a single yen. Trade after trade, he only had to clean the building once every 3 days, and they gave him a locker with a key so his stuff was locked up tight. The owner beamed with genuine joy. His bathwater was finally crystal clear. Stripping down, the guy grinned and dove straight into the perfectly hot water. Those brutal first weeks of survival finally faded, because now he had money in his pocket, a roof above his head, and a real schedule to live by. His winged familiar was splashing around in the water nearby, looking weirdly hilarious. Soaking in that spotless pool erased every last bit of fatigue from his aching muscles, like it never even happened. Now the cash was finally stacked high, so high that even with a tiny surplus left over, there was no shortage. The boy couldn't help but beam. His peaceful little life finally felt real. Right in the middle of his thoughts, a rough voice snapped, "Yo, Takeru!" From the water, a familiar giant lizard man finally surged up, slow at first, then unmistakable. That hulking wall of steel muscle and razor-sharp scales drew instant respect from everyone, like it was impossible not to. Cray, an adventurer, leaned in like it was nothing and asked the boy how his job in the plains had gone. The lizard snapped and grumbled at the cowardly paladin, who just bolted from the monster and left him behind. Cray scoffed like he couldn't stand the idea. Real warriors don't hold back. They lay their bones down for the team. Takeru just stared in silence, terrified to even glance at that deadly giant. The boy finally clocked it. Cray was one of the strongest in the guild, and right then, he'd just thanked him for that amazing, crystal-clear water. The lizard couldn't believe the boy had zero ambition. If he'd just used that kind of magic, he could have gotten rich beyond his wildest dreams. "Man, you're seriously unmotivated," he cackled. Then Cray straight up demanded to know why he was brushing off the promotion invitation. Takeru yawned and shrugged, saying, "I've only been in this for half a month," like he was already exhausted. The boy insisted with zero hesitation that he was totally satisfied with where he stood right now. But Cray didn't budge. Once you're truly skilled, age and experience can't hold you back for a second. Takeru just wanted one thing, peace and quiet, with zero drama and no trouble knocking at his door. He accidentally became the guild's talk of the day, only for the worst reasons. People were already whispering, wondering how this newcomer pulled in steady cash in just half a month. And now, with that settled, he was finally ready to dip. And honestly, the rare little dragon familiar made him stand out in a way nobody could ignore. As usual, that goofy little dragon stole the spotlight the moment they set off. Cray didn't mess around. He warned that refusing fame like that can actually pull even more eyes onto you. It was exactly this bizarre creature that made local bandits start hunting him down, lurking for him in dark alleys night after night. Who in the world dared call him a weak F-rank adventurer? His hits land like stone. "Damn it, run!" the beaten robbers screamed, then scattered into the night. Krea's words kept pounding in his head, and the moment the joke started dying, it stopped being funny for good. The boy snapped into action and swore he'd filter his contacts hard, staying miles away from shady people. Grit clocked it instantly. Belkame's pharmacist had Taker's materials coming in on a special order. In the end, his materials never missed. They were always top tier, no exceptions. That boy refused to put up with people who grab a quest, bail halfway, and vanish without a word. Fresh-faced rookies lunged for tasks they couldn't possibly finish, then panicked and bolted out of the city in shame. Some of them got so out of control that they ended up plastered on wanted posters for their wild antics. The boy leaned in and said, "Look, every single person forges their own trouble, like it's steel in their hands." Grit cut through the tension with a sharp pivot, then slid the tray over, packed with the day's earnings. He threw out a quick apology for the grumbling, then snapped back that not every adventurer is that conscientious. The reward just skyrocketed again, and it's all because those special quest status bonuses piled on top. Takeru smirked like he knew something, spinning heavy coins between his fingers. But the evaluator wouldn't back down, again pleading with the boy to take the exam so he could earn a new rank. Takeru flat out refused. Loud fame made his skin crawl, and now that he'd finally found stability, he was determined to slip away quietly. He thought, if they start depending on me, I'll get trapped here for good, and I won't be able to leave. Peaceful life at the absolute lowest rank, he kept insisting, like that was the only dream worth chasing. The guild doors nearly ripped off their hinges as the guards screamed in pure terror, "Goblins are attacking the city!" The boy winced in pure pain, realizing his peace had just been erased, zero left. Little Dragon B clambered down into a wooden bucket, then dropped toward the well. Takeru sat at the table, thumb flicking through the bestiary guide, and he slammed his attention onto the page that talked about goblins. These pathetic little creatures couldn't understand a single word of human speech, but they bred like crazy, every moment, faster than you could blink. The book flat out warned them, they don't just hunt beasts, they go after anything that's still alive. Goblins surged in with no mercy at all, smashing through everything and wiping out whole settlements as they went. Men were slaughtered, women were dragged into captivity, and the survivors had no choice but to fight back until only one side was left standing. Takeru let out a crushing sigh. No one could stop their endless mass raids on villages, not even him. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Rodor was frantically rounding up adventurers, one heartbeat at a time. He barked a loud command, shouting for every healer to step forward. His assistant, a mouse person, rushed in, worried out of his whiskers, and warned him that the best fighters are all the way in another city. The master sifted through the list of free mercenaries ranked B, praying, really praying to spot at least one worthwhile name. He shot the girl out right away to grab everyone. Takeru watched the chaos from the shadows, grateful his low rank meant it would blow right past him. But then someone yanked him by the shoulder and dragged him straight into the chaos, brushing off all his lame excuses about needing to go to the market. In the assembly hall, the whole crowd went wild. News spread fast that reinforcements from the capital weren't coming. Rodor snapped, "Silence!" and demanded everyone focus on the plan because their village was on the line. He flipped open the map. Right there it showed the goblins surging toward the river, and the guild's job was simple: stop them, no matter what. The master slammed his fist on the table, royal for everyone to stay united and meet the enemy's overwhelming numbers without fear. Takeru forced a shaky smile, feeling painfully out of place with these hot-blooded warriors breathing down his neck. Right then, this burly werewolf strode up like a bully, got way too close, and sneered that his rank was trash. He flashed a grin in the young man's face and dared him, straight up, "Don't you dare get in my way." The crowd burst into wild laughter, totally humiliating the weak newcomer. Suddenly, Rodor's voice cracked through the air as he remembered that kid's insane gift for pulling resources out of thin air. A towering master loomed over Takeru, dwarfing him completely. The young man, clearly nervous, blurted out his name and awkwardly thanked him before he could overthink it. Rodor narrowed his eyes. Those big shots in the city were praising this boy way too much. Takeru just flashed a sweet, smirking smile in reply. The master narrowed his eyes and studied him like he was hiding something. The young man flashed a carefree grin like nothing could ever touch him. Rodor locked his intense gaze on his eyes, refusing to look away. And just like that, the master erupted into a thunderous laugh. He clapped a hand on Takeru's shoulder, and you could tell he was truly impressed, because that kid didn't flinch under his pressure at all. With that sudden turn of events, the beastmen around them lost the gift of speech. Rodor leaned in and demanded, dead serious, that the young man make sure they'd have his back. He added, "If there's something worth guarding, then throw your life on the line for it." After firing off his orders, the master charged straight for the front lines, and the timid Muselli was left back there to run the rear. Takeru froze mid-breath, blinking in raw disbelief. He coaxed the girl down from the shock, firing off apologies for the commander's brutal, harsh command. But Muselli practically radiated combat energy, like she was itching for a fight. She quietly confessed that she actually knows a thing or two about healing magic. Rodor won't get away from it. This mouse person is determined to prove, no matter what, that she's indispensable in battle. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream tore through the sky. A sudden shadow of winged monsters loomed over their back camp, swallowing the night. A monstrous bird with a soul-crushing scream dove straight at them, claws first. Muselli cowered behind Takeru in full panic, baffled that he could stay so calm while everything was exploding around them. Her dreams of becoming a hero vanished in an instant. She crumpled in tears, trembling at the monster's power and the crushing weakness she couldn't hide. Takeru let out a deep, heavy sigh. He knew it was now or never. He had to shove the bitter truth in her face, right this second. The young man gripped her shoulders tight, with a steady, unshakable hold. He stared at her, trembling head to toe, barely holding herself upright. Takeru spoke calmly, but his words hit hard. If she panicked before facing the enemy, she'd be useless the second the battle started. Nobody dragged her into this. She still chose to grab a weapon and plunge straight into hell. Muselli snapped her gaze up at him, eyes glassy with surprise and tears. A vulture nearby snapped down coldly, tearing into someone's skull. Takeru leaned in and quietly asked her, "Do you really see yourself as a battle-hardened war veteran?" Through tears, the mouse girl shook her head and begged, "I'm no hero," her voice cracking as she said it. Even the fiercest fighters can't shake the raw, animal terror that death unleashes. The young man leaned in and said her real job isn't just fighting, it's saving the lives of everyone who dares to throw down. He leaned in and reminded her she could heal every wound. He told her to hang back and trust her own power. Don't play hero just to prove a point. Hearing that, the girl finally settled down, and Takeru had to clamp down hard to keep from bursting into laughter at his own loud, pompous speech. The muse blazed with pure light and swore she'd throw everything she had behind it. A swarm of tiny mice scampered into the tent together, racing to get their gear set up before anything could stop them. Little Dragon B let out a squeaky, "Yes, I mean it," chirp from his shoulder. The young man scratched his neck, grinning like he'd just survived the hardest talk of his life, and it actually paid off. Suddenly, a muffled laugh slipped through the air nearby. It was Clay, the lizard man, cackling out loud like he had nothing to fear. He quickly said he wasn't mocking the young man at all, and begged him not to take it the wrong way. Takeru snapped that the whole guild was weighed down by gloom and jittery nerves. Clay admitted tense friends can blow up fast, but Taker waved it off. Other people's fears don't even register with him. Takeru dropped onto a stone to catch his breath, then straight up demanded, "Why aren't you charging with the front lines if you're this strong?" The glue growled that it refused to cling to the front rows, and it still remembered the brutal wound on its back. Takeru narrowed his eyes. What if the real danger was lurking right in his shoulder blade? He pointed out that the old wound probably snagged a nerve right by the shoulder blade. The young man jabbed a finger at that sharp bone sticking out and the brutal scar carved across the lizard's entire back. Takeru couldn't forget the second he spotted that scar in the bathhouse. The glue gaped at him in pure shock. So this was the wound he was talking about. The young man's face burned with embarrassment the moment he realized he just said way too much. The lizard slumped down and let its eyes fall, dripping with gloom. He softly called the scar on his back a coward's badge, proof he ran from the enemy and swallowed defeat. But Takeru didn't flinch. He met the conversation head on. He gently pushed back and insisted, "You can take a wound like that while shielding someone you care about with your own back." The young man locked eyes with the warrior and said, clear as thunder, "If you live, then you've already won. And now you can keep standing guard for the people you love, so there's no reason to feel ashamed here." A warm, grateful smile suddenly broke across Clay's stern face. In their corner, calm silence sat like a blanket, until Takeru's stomach suddenly roared with a loud, embarrassing growl. The young man fidgeted, looked anywhere but at them, and finally blurted out that he was starving. The glue suddenly popped, like it couldn't hold on anymore. Suddenly, a distant rumble shook the air and made everything tremble. A dragon's shadow slammed down. Rodor's defenses had just been torn wide open. Gray columns of smoke shot up over the forest as magical explosions tore through the air. A feral pack of goblins erupted from the thicket with a blood-curdling shriek. Muselé stared in raw panic as the monsters surged toward their camp. The enemy slipped past the vanguard and came roaring toward the defenseless rear at breakneck speed. The mouse person clutched their head and shrieked in pure, uncontrollable terror. Her scream ripped through the air, and Takara and Clay both clapped their hands over their ears to block it out. The lizard ghosted in and snatched the long spear out of the air without a sound. He yanked himself off the hill in a decisive leap, barking orders for everyone to freeze right where they were. Takeru chased after him, yelling for him to stop before he tore open those old wounds again. But Clay slammed down his decision. He'd defend this camp with everything he had, even if it ended up ripping his body apart. Takeru's smile turned bitter as he thought, these local warriors don't know how to look after themselves at all. Suddenly, a brutal scream tore through the air right above his ear. It was Muselé, shaking like an aspen leaf. She gripped 2 frying pans in both hands. She shot Takeru a stunned question. How could he stay so calm? Then practically begged him to spill his whole cunning plan. The young man just shrugged and admitted straight up he had absolutely no plan. Other mouse girls crumpled to the ground, drained of color, terrified out of their minds. They crashed into each other in pure hysteria, sobbing like hope just vanished. Takeru stared at them and instantly got it. If he'd stayed an ordinary human, he'd have panicked just as hard. He couldn't stop asking himself why he felt so calm after the rebirth, because the old him would have reacted the exact same way as these girls. That icy calm wasn't luck. It came from a God-given gift that let him shrug off panic and lock down the other abilities too. This brutal monster world latched onto him way too fast, and suddenly it felt like he'd always known it. A surge of limitless magic churned inside him, and it screamed that this fight was nothing more than a warm-up. Rodor's final words about defending what truly matters came roaring back into his mind. Takeru always told himself he was nothing more than a calm little scavenger, hunting only the scraps no one cared about. He slowly narrowed his eyes. A gust of wind raked through his dark hair, whipping every strand out of place. The young man scanned the frightened girls with a cold, silent focus, watching their tiny, helpless camp tremble in fear. To guard the one thing you can't afford to lose. Now it all clicked. He finally knew exactly what he had to do. To keep his life peaceful, he had to step in and fight for everyone around him. Takeru flashed an easy smile like this choice weighed nothing at all on his shoulders. He yanked B in close and told him straight up there was deadly danger waiting right behind their steps. That tiny dragon roared out a battle cry, totally locked in and ready to go all the way. Takeru snapped at Miyuzelli and the others to duck inside the tent, and he made it crystal clear. Not one head was allowed to poke out. He shot his hand forward and slapped the magical shield into existence with a thunderous roar. A transparent hemisphere slammed over the whole camp in an instant, sealing it off from the outside world. The young man confidently swore that this barrier could shrug off even the mightiest magical attacks like nothing. Muzele gasped in pure terror, asking what he dared to do out there alone with the monsters. Takeru shot back that he'd help Clay, then once again made the girls swear, no leaving the shelter. He immediately cranked up his speed and somehow cut his body weight on the spot. With a violent swing of the stick, the young man launched himself forward. With his first explosive burst, the ground split open and he streaked across the world like a blurred comet. The mouse people stared in shock, because his speed was straight up inhuman. Takeru tore across the wasteland, sending massive clouds of dust and rocks flying in his wake. Dead animal skeletons lay scattered all around, and the whole place felt like real, crushing desolation. The ground was littered with sun-bleached skulls, like the past refused to stay buried. The boy tore forward, stomach twisting as he finally grasped just how many people had met their end right here. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes and a huge cloud of dust exploded into the air. Straight ahead, a bunch of stinking goblins stared back, radiating a murderous aura that made my skin crawl. Without wasting a heartbeat, Takeru hurled a strengthening spell into his hands and feet. A goblin screamed like a maniac and swung a heavy club right at them. The young man hunched low, bracing himself, ready to take the hit head on. With a gut-wrenching scream tearing out of him, he drove his fist straight into the monster's face. A brutal shockwave ripped the goblin apart, blasting a savage furrow deep into the ground. Takeru shot a grimace of pure disgust, because the enemy crumbled like an overripe tomato, soft and pathetic. B calmly licked his muzzle, and with a sudden predatory hunger, he totally caught Takeru off guard. Dozens of goblins came crashing in from every direction, trapping their prey with no way to run. They sharpened their fangs with a murderous hunger, ready to unleash a bloody revenge on the lone victim. B's frown deepened as he stood on the edge of battle, ready to charge in the second his master gave the word. Takeru tossed the stick over his shoulder with total confidence, flashed a grin like he was hunting, and readied himself to make the monsters feel real power. 3 gnarly scars cut across his powerful, muscular back like battle trophies. Takeru snapped his fingers at his tiny dragon, blasting it with spirit magic to scorch the goblins away. Little B locked in tight, then hunted down sparks like they were destiny. A thunderous lightning blast turned the monsters to ash on the spot. Takeru jolted, grabbed his singed hair, and stared in horror like he couldn't believe what just happened. He glared with savage fury at the innocent little dragon. The boy blurted that he looked like a walking ball of lightning now. B let out a carefree laugh, like nothing in the world could touch him. Using magic to fix his hairstyle, Takeru leaned in and told the little one to back up even more next time. He let out a heavy sigh, staring down the charred bodies of his fallen enemies. Earlier, the system flashed a jaw-dropping glimpse of what the child could truly do. The status was locked in. B wasn't just any dragon, he was an ancient beast with a secret SS-level rank hidden under the scales. Suddenly, a terrified scream for help tore through the air. The goblins have already lifted their weapons over the battered adventurers. The monster tore into him with a brutal club swing. One blink, zap, lightning ripped the monster's head clean off. 2 beastmen juggernauts tore into the battle, and the enemies scattered like dust in the wind. The beastman snapped in rage at the coppards, yelling for them to shut up and stop whining. He warned them, "Panic will finish you, no doubt about it." The wolf barked a brutal command at the wounded. "Get up, right now." Suddenly, a storm of arrows slammed into the ground. The moment danger flared, the beastmen snapped into action. The sky went pitch black under a non-stop storm of enemy arrows. The wolf snarled, calling the goblins' vile tactics out for what they were. They barely scraped by, throwing their shields up just in time to block it. Arrows kept hammering into the wood and metal, landing blow after blow without mercy. The pressure crushed everything, and it just wouldn't let up. The wolf bared its fangs and grit its teeth, watching its strength drain away in seconds. Suddenly, a hail of arrows slammed down and clattered to the ground. They slammed into a shimmering, translucent, magical barrier that stopped them cold. The goblin archers snapped their eyes wide, utterly blossomed. Takeru barked orders at B. "Hit them with wind magic!" The tiny dragon beamed and lifted its little paws into the air, bursting with joy. A ruthless tornado tore through everything and didn't look back. The enemy squad froze dead in their tracks, terror swallowing every sound. A merciless wind ripped their bodies apart, piece by brutal piece. B touched down with a grin right beside the host. The beastmen froze in shock, their eyes locked on the winged baby. Takeru stepped up with nerves of steel and asked, real quick, if everyone was okay. The wolf instantly clocked him as the same pathetic guild weakling. The young man stepped up and proposed a split. He'd handle the mass attacks himself. He handed the beastmen the wounded and ordered them straight to the medics. The wolf confidently declared that the path was already wide open. He pointed them toward the safest path straight to the camp. The injured adventurer limped toward his friend, calling out in a shaky, unsure voice. The guys finally admitted, "If we charge up front, we'll just slow everyone down." Takeru nodded in silence, and the wolf kept right on thinking. A fresh horde of goblins thundered out of the forest, closing in fast. The wolf limped the wounded to the camp, then he and his partner surged out to fight. Everyone slammed into action, ready to carry out the plan at once. A massive lion suddenly burst into a sprint, racing head-to-head with a tiny dragon to see who was faster. Bloody adventurers bolted back to safety before the danger could catch them. Takeru sprinted through the chaos, craving one thing like a lifeline: normal food. He swore to himself. Once this massacre was over, he'd chow down on crabs and sink into a hot bath. Suddenly, the guy's eyes snapped to his own reflection. Up ahead, the party's leader slammed up a barrier and kept the crowd from surging forward. The beastmen burst into the fight, roaring with pure joy. Takeru's eyes lit up the moment he saw the Draconid clay go all out in action. The warrior glided forward like the spear was stitched to his very soul. The boy clocked it instantly. Clay's every move was being throttled by brutal back pain. He begged Bee to blast him with electricity, but only if she could spare the ally. The tiny dragon launched straight into battle, roaring as it surged toward the attack. Lightning crackled and scorched every goblin that surrounded Clay. The Dragonid snapped his head around, stunned beyond words. He demanded to know what that boy was even doing here. Without answering Takeru, he snapped his hand down hard on his scar. The glue snapped back, yanked by a sharp, searing pain. He snapped, demanding to know if that guy even has a clue what this wound is supposed to mean. Takeru blinked. The young man stared at the scar and felt it tug him back to something crucial from his past. The glue gave out, and that was the loudest proof of his stupidity. Then the whole mess spiraled into one problem after another. Then Takeru yanked out the enchanted water and set an ordinary cauldron in place. With a thunderous clap, he snapped the objects together with magic. The boy hoisted a heavy, full pot up over his head like he was about to make the whole world bend. With a blood-curdling scream, he blasted the water straight at Clay. The Dragonid blinked, totally thrown off as the icy shower blasted him. Takeru calmly told them, "Don't worry, I'm healing my back right now." The boy slammed the spell of complete healing into action, and everything mended at once. Clay's body suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light. The warrior's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. He crumpled to his knees and ripped into the air with a raw, animalistic roar. Tissue on his back started melting and fusing together at breakneck speed. The armor crumpled under the crushing inner pressure and exploded into a scatter of shattered pieces. The bones screamed as they cracked, right in your ears. Clay's jaw snapped wide with a terrifying grin, and razor-sharp fangs spilled into view. Takeru's whole body jolted as he watched the mutation unfold in front of him. Smoke belched from the warrior's mouth as he growled, demanding what the hell had been done. The boy started to stammer out a nervous excuse, claiming he'd only just closed the wound. He truly believed this would make Clay's life way easier. Right in front of him stood no ordinary fighter. This was a full-blown monster. Clay's body was swathed in dark, towering scales, like the monster inside him finally broke through. Takeru's throat tightened, and he forced a stubborn lump to go down. The Draconid's back spikes have ballooned into terrifying, towering weapons. A wild surge of power crackled all around him. The boy's eyes went wide when he realized the thing staring back at him was nothing like what he thought, some total stranger of a creature. Clay just gawked at his brand new claws, completely stunned. He confessed that a wild rush of power hit him, like he'd slammed time backward and stolen his youth back. Just as the conversation was heating up, a whole pack of fresh goblins barreled into view. Takeru let out a tired, defeated sigh, staring down this endless horror. The glue lumbered forward, thumped the ground, and barked, "Step back!" He sucked in a deep breath, and fury flared in his eyes like a spark. The goblins went rigid, like the life just got yanked out of them. A massive surge of energy tore through the front ranks, blasting the monsters out of the way like they were nothing. Takeru could barely stay upright, the roar hitting him so hard it shook his whole body. The glue whispered that it could feel the first's blood pulsing in the dark. The boy misheard the words and suddenly started daydreaming about some wildly exotic dish. Draconid leaned in and told him his ancestors' blood literally talks to him. He tore into the battlefield with pure, unstoppable speed. Now Clay had no rival. Wherever he went, he carved up the path with a bloody trail. The blue dragon tore through the enemy like they were toys, laughing at the top of its lungs. A jet-black shadow ripped through the air in a blink. A blinding burst of magic ripped straight through space like lightning with a heartbeat. Black ash was all that was left after the enemies vanished. The Dragonkin's power felt straight up divine. Every time he moved, death showed up. Vultures are already circling above, locking in on their next meal. The glue heaved with effort, then blasted out steam from its mouth like it was alive. Birds swooped down and started tearing into the slain goblins. The warrior stood tall in the heart of the dead forest, basking in a hard-won victory. The beastmen stared at him like he was pure legend. They couldn't wrap their minds around how fast he wiped out the whole army. The adventurer's leader strode up to Takeru, eyes wide with awe at the power he just showed. He straight up demanded to know whether the kid had finally awakened the true power of Clay. Takeru let out a jittery laugh and scratched the back of his cheek like he couldn't stand the nerves. With a jittery stammer, he tried to pass himself off as some ordinary novice healer. Beastmen burst in with thrilled cheers, swearing every wounded soul is safe and sound. The commander snapped at the fighters to thank Clay and then to give this young man their respect. The lion snapped that no thanks were owed to the weak. He jabbed his finger straight at Little B. The tiny dragon snapped its eyes wide in stunned surprise. The adventurers broke into roaring laughter, fully realizing how brutally unstoppable that tiny, adorable menace was. Takeru's face broke into a real, heartfelt smile. He was finally relieved everyone had made it out alive. Berkheim City stood untouched while the goblins crashed in, and somehow not a single thing got damaged. Whispers of supernatural lightning and killer tornadoes are already blazing through the streets. The residents banded together and threw a full-blown celebration. The guild healer sprang into action and had every injured fighter up and breathing easy in no time. And finally, Takeru and B dug into a mountain of crab meat and devoured every last bite. Meanwhile, the guild was plotting a full-scale counterattack on the monster's lair, and you could feel the trap closing in. 3 days slipped by in a blink. Takeru was reading in total calm when Clay burst through the door and demanded explanations on the spot. A dragonid hung in the air above the boy, glaring down and demanding he tell the truth about that magic. He admitted that once the scar was gone, his power snapped back to where it used to be, and he shot back that he's stronger than he's ever been, stronger than ever in his whole life. Takeru jolted back in terror, begging with shaking words not to be thrown into those savage shouts. The young man blurted out that his bag was secretly hooked to a magical power source. He poured a mug of crystal-clear water straight from the artifact. The boy finally admitted it was the water from the ancient dragon's underground lake. The lake glittered with pure magic, like it was alive and pulsing just for him. Takeru then revealed that B is the offspring of the very same terrifying beast with god-level power. The dragonid just froze, staring at the baby like it couldn't possibly be real. B sang with carefree joy, completely ignoring the way Klee watched him. The warrior let out a heavy sigh, knowing Takeru's heart was too clean to ever fall for lies. The boy beamed with joy. Then, again, Clay frowned and shut him down. The dragon had plopped onto the bed like it weighed the world. He dug his fingers into his temples, fighting to crack the logic behind that kid's reasoning. The glue practically demanded, "Why are you wasting something this priceless on me?" He sat there, holding his breath, waiting for the truth to hit hard. Takeru forced an awkward grin and swore he wasn't guessing, he just trusted his gut. The dragon had snarled with pure fury, steaming hot breath blasting from its nostrils. The boy blurted out that this concentrated magic water was meant to supercharge regeneration. He knew plain healing would shred Clay's mana dry, right down to nothing. At that very moment, the warrior was crumpling under hellfire pain, barely holding his own body together. So Takeru had no choice. He had to brutalize his own magical and physical limits until they cracked open. The glue suddenly snapped into a totally different look. He realized that the guy had somehow lost, then forgotten, his old high-level healing techniques. Takeru crossed his arms and demanded absolute secrecy for everything, no exceptions. The glue frowned, then demanded to know where these ancient arts first came from. The boy kicked off a wild explanation about the nervous system's natural workings. He quickly shrugged and admitted he only knows the basics of anatomy. But he finally admitted the divine gift had yanked him back from death. Clay listened with his whole attention, but his gut feeling kept screaming that something was still off. He straight up demanded to know how Takeru had gotten access to that level of forbidden knowledge. The boy just froze, like his whole world went silent. God didn't stop him from telling everyone where he truly came from, another world. But how do you even explain reincarnation to a local warrior without blowing his mind? Takeru realized Clay can barely rein in his brand new power right now. Spreading lies right now will slam the door on any friendship, because this moment is too critical to survive deception. The young man let out a heavy sigh, so loud it felt like his courage was gone, and he didn't dare answer. He shut his eyes tight and hunted for the perfect words. The glue wouldn't give him a second, so it snapped back, calling his name over and over. Takeru suddenly snapped his head up. He finally broke the silence and apologized for getting lost in his deep thoughts. The draken had snapped up in irritation and swore he wouldn't pry the truth out of him with pliers. The glue slithered toward the exit, dead quiet. He's already got his hand out, clawing toward the doorknob. Takeru blared his voice at him, pushing past fear just to spill his secret. The glue dried up right at the door, like it had sealed the moment. The serious-eyed boy straightened up and braced himself to spill every last truth. Draken had leaned in and listened like every word was a lifeline. The boy's whole body tightened as he stood face to face with the towering dragon-human Clay. The young guy awkwardly admitted that hearing news like that could snap anyone's mind in half. He snapped his eyes away and scrambled for the right words, desperate to explain reincarnation. Clay blurted out in shock about soul transmigration, and the boy just grinned and nodded along, all joy. He blurts it out fast. No matter the swap, your personality and memories are locked in, totally untouched in the new body. And finally, he let out one shaky breath. The truth hit like lightning. In a past life, he died. Did he die? Clay choked out, frozen in pure shock. That guy spilled the entire truth straight to the point. No fluff, no sugarcoating. The dragon human snapped his arms shut in pure disgust, like there was no way that story could be anything but total madness. The young man kept scratching the back of his neck, nerves on full blast, because he still couldn't believe it. Clay still remembered the moment a normal treatment flipped his whole world and turned him into a supreme dragon. The boy lifted a finger, and it felt like the ancient blood of the founders snapped awake inside him. Seeing that crude little hut made Clay feel his ancestors' blessings pour straight into his heart. For the kid, this whole thing looked exactly like a normal Pokemon evolution. No big deal, at least, not yet. Have you ever seen an RPG where a knight finally flips into a paladin like it's a legendary upgrade? The dragon human shot an apology for that unauthorized race switch, even as he still couldn't hide how proud he was of his new blood. He let out a crushing, heavy sigh, like the weight of everything just dropped on him. Clay slammed a hand to his chest and admitted with a shaky honesty that this kind of power honestly terrifies him. During this last fight, he practically snapped, burning with this unstoppable urge to smash every single thing in sight. The dragon human snapped at the boy, furious about how recklessly he'd acted. He didn't flinch, just calmly said, "What's done is done. You can't take it back." The glue snarled with pure irritation. He shrugged off the whole thing and told him to stay in control. Don't let the fight yank you off your feet. The dragon human lunged closer, steam blasting from his breath, and snapped, "Stop talking about it like it's nothing." With his anger finally easing, he barked at the boy to bury his real identity and stay hidden. Even B's wild little familiar power could accidentally spill over and blast the allies too. A few weeks later, the adventurers stormed into Goron's castle and crushed it to the ground. The battlefield was carpeted in monster corpses. A young man stalked through the forest day after day, grumbling non-stop about how he couldn't get a normal job. Darkness. He finally burst through the guild building doors. The second he reached for the new task, something yanked him to a hard stop. The gigantic guild leader towered over him, glaring down like a storm about to break. The boy shot back, "I'm not trembling, my hands are fine." And then he blamed it all on the fact that the guy standing in front of him was absolutely enormous. The boss brushed off the whole quest and barked a no-questions-asked order to get his office right now. The young man's grip slipped, then the sheet ripped free and tore out in a flash. Zdorovani ripped the paper open and barked for everyone to hear him first. They huddled in the office side by side, and that silent bear sat there like it was judging the whole room. The guild leader jolted forward and bowed his head so low it looked like he was paying for every second of silence. He thanked the boy with all his heart, thanking him for saving the timid Muzelay. The young man awkwardly flailed his hands, completely stunned that even a hard-edged veteran would thank him like that. Zdorovan shot his arms up. Sure, Muzelay could work magic, but she was totally useless when it came to fighting. The moment word spread that he'd led the rescue team, everyone was blown away. The leader chugged the ale, then growled that in war, you grab every last resource you can find. "Even if he dies?" the young man asked, his voice sinking into dread. The man finally drained the last drop from his drink. Then he erupted into laughter, shrugging it off as nothing but a plain streak of bad luck for any adventurer. His expression snapped ice cold the moment he realized it. Always, the country's interests come before any single life. The boy snapped his eyes away, refusing to accept that kind of cruelty. No ifs, no buts. Zdorovani leaned back in his chair, daring the young man to rip into him for sending that poor weakling to die. But he smirked. Taking that kind of risk still sealed the win. The man snapped, fired his gaze straight at the boy's magic, and cut the whole conversation off on the spot. He snapped, demanding to know who he truly was. He said only a total idiot wouldn't notice that fearless oddball crashing straight into the spotlight. Tension snapped through the room and the silence felt like it could break. The young man burst out laughing, then waved it off like it was nothing. He shot an F-rank card in the air and tried to play it off like he was just out there collecting herbs. And he shrugged innocently, like his magic was only a tiny bit above average. The bare-headed chief coolly looked over his strength, sizing up what was close by. That line never would have slipped through if the inspector had pushed back harder. The bear man narrowed his eyes and stared the boy down, studying him like every detail mattered. The silence dragged on, way too long. The man threw up his hands and gave in, admitting the boy's secrets couldn't hurt them at all. Even though the young man was still keeping plenty of secrets, the other guy just flicked his hand like, "Relax, this won't hurt them." The young man let out a breath of relief and promised he wouldn't cause a single problem. The guild leader calmly downed the last of his ale. He flashed a wide, grateful grin because the whole city had just been saved. The man promised the guild any reward it could possibly afford, no limits at all. The young man didn't hesitate for a second. He went straight to asking around for the Mont Blanc delicacy, crab. The bear person froze, eyes wide with pure shock. Both veterans froze, utterly blown away by that ridiculous request. They trembled hard, like their emotions were seconds from spilling over. Then they snapped into wild, unstoppable laughter like they couldn't breathe. The boy stared at them, totally baffled, because he couldn't understand the joke at all. He naively blamed it on cultural differences, like that would explain everything. The man wiped his laughing tears away and swore he'd still track down more info about that crab. The bear person kept snorting at full volume, like a steam engine that wouldn't quit. That young guy clenched his jaw and took the brutal mockery over his love for food like it was nothing, because he refused to give it up. The chief swore he'd hand over the coordinates as part of the reward, but he begged them to stay in the city for now. The boy nodded, like he'd already accepted the path he once swore he'd abandon. The bear human flashed a friendly wink, practically inviting you to do whatever you wanted. The young man flashed a grin like it was effortless, because real adventurers never let themselves get stuck in one place. The chief snapped and demanded to know if the guy knew the lord of the city. The man leaned in and let it slip that the nobleman is dying to get a look at this rare dragon. The tiny familiar squealed in pure terror. The young man clasped B to his chest, hands shaking with nerves. The boy finally blurted out, all awkward and embarrassed, that he'd only guessed he even had a thing for the little dragon. The head reassured everyone, nobody's going to rip the familiar from our hands. He vouched that the Lord is the real deal, honest, level-headed, and completely trustworthy. But he slapped the warning down hard. Don't you dare ignore that next invitation coming your way. In the end, they offered him a legit rank promotion, but he dug in his heels and demanded to stay right down at the very bottom, level F. The man shot his eyebrows up, stunned by what he just saw. The young man leaned in and said, with total certainty, that he's perfectly happy living a calm, quiet life. Because the goblins got wiped out en masse, he's already racked up over 10 million. With a final look back, the boy thanked everyone and then bolted out of the office. A bright, clear sky hung over the city, and this young man decided it was time to pick a mission for himself. He stormed back to the task board, ready to take it on. All that's left are the brutal A-rank spider-killing quests out in the far-off forests. The young man let out a heavy sigh. Now he'd be sleeping under the open sky, even though he'd come in the morning for an easy job, and some brutal conversation had cost him everything. The boy squeaked in sympathy, but the guy just flicked his hand like, "Don't worry, money's not the problem for us right now." He flashed the little dragon a playful wink and decided to take a casual walk. They stormed straight into Belkaima's loud, bustling artisan district. The whole quarter was roaring with motion. Craftsmen swarmed everywhere, and the streets shook under the relentless hammering of every workshop. Workers hauled crushing carts loaded with supplies through tight, twisting streets. Nearby, the master was raging at the lazy apprentice, barking orders like they were overdue. The blacksmith's forge roared so hot the air itself started trembling. The boy finally blurted out to the person he trusted that he wants to buy something. He slammed the brakes in front of the luxurious weapon shop window, staring at the gleaming blades like they were calling his name. He shot down the idea of buying plain, everyday swords on the spot. The inlaid blades were so expertly crafted that it felt unreal to look at them. He squealed in pure terror, staring at those massive shields like they were about to crush him. The young man just froze, staring in pure shock at a two-handed sword as big as he was. He figured those weapons were only something giants would dare to use. With his chin in his hand, the boy scowled and felt crushed, because not a single katana was anywhere in sight. He stared at the local sabers with pure disappointment. The blades looked lifeless, and the forging technique felt totally wrong. Still grinning, he finally confessed, "Yeah, even a flawless Japanese weapon? I'm not buying it." Behind the counter, a girl blacksmith with cat ears and protective goggles stepped in and greeted them. Takeru slipped into the workshop with a tiny dragon perched on his shoulder, then yanked out a broken tool and started trouble immediately. He grinned and shoved the battered scissors into the girl cat's paws. She shrugged it off and told me to hit up the household goods store. She was genuinely baffled. How could someone that strong possibly need tiny scissors? Those blades were totally wrecked, dull as dust and chipped to hell. Her eyes snapped open wide. Right in front of her, a legendary collector expert stood there. She described him as a shy giant hugging a dragon, and Takeru just smiled, awkward as anything. Turns out those scissors got dulled by the insanely tough stems of rare plants. She shot her hand up out of nowhere, demanding, "Wait!" Takeru blinked, totally baffled. The girl burst into the street, screaming her boss's name at the top of her lungs. Right after that, their brutal argument erupted over a mine, and they tore into it like it was packed with deadly danger. She was already sprinting back. The echo of his steps rang out, hollow and cold, bouncing off the stone wall. The girl burst in, panting hard, and immediately threw out apologies for the delay. A blazing flush lit up her face from deep down. She crumpled in front of the client, and the shame hit her like a truck. Takeru kept it cool and asked if they wanted to hand him the job of hunting down the material. She dropped her gaze with a guilty flinch, and there it was. The suspicion was confirmed. Asking for that kind of favor on the very first meeting felt downright unbearable. The boy let out a quiet sigh, like the weight of the world just hit his chest. He softly asked for the details, and the girl immediately lit up like a firework. She beamed, then tugged him deeper into the forge, like the whole place was calling their names. Thick hammers pounded nonstop, and the whole place was alive with hard, nonstop work. The masters were pounding hot metal with relentless focus. A sizzling hot blade hissed as it plunged straight into the water. Takeru couldn't help himself. He was buzzing with excitement, darting his eyes over everything around him. The girl winked with total confidence, like she owned the whole moment. The boy finally admitted it. He'd been obsessed with blacksmithing since he was a kid. Her eyes blazed again. She wanted to top the master and forge a legendary sword for the hero, no matter what it took. Takeru beamed at her enthusiasm, smiling like he truly meant every word. They stormed up to the local boss's office door. The girl inched forward and peeked inside with her breath held tight. At the table, a burly gnome loomed like a mountain, taking up all the space. The master leaned in, eyes sharp behind those strange glasses, and sized up Takeru like he was hunting for flaws. The boy shrugged and admitted, with a grin, that he's just gotten lucky on the job, sometimes. The gnome waved him away with a cold smirk, sneering that he was just a green rook. The girl snapped, calling out that barefoot man for forgetting how he'd just bought scrap ore from a fraudster. She flashed a sweet smile to smooth things over, but the gnome kept grumbling like a thundercloud. A blazing argument exploded. He, the craftsman, snapped that he'd never forged junk from trash metal, while she fired back that the deadline wasn't optional. Takeru and the little dragon went dead still, listening to the quarrel as it flared around them. Suddenly, the gnome slammed the table with a thunderous thud. He grabbed a plate piled with cookies and tea, then offered up a break like, "Come on, pause for a moment." Both froze. They shot each other quick, awkward apologies, both flinching like they'd just been caught. The moment those sweets hit, everyone's mood shot up like fireworks. The master finally leaned in, said his name was Grusus, and straight up introduced his assistant, Ribble. They gave Takeru the official green light, tasking him with hunting down the Illidor stone. A mind-blowing magical ore ripped straight from the ancient gnome mine of Lukai. She slid through fate like it was softer than iron. And then, just when you think she can't get any stronger, she hardens past Mithril itself. Ribble's voice cracked as he admitted the mine had been tapped dry for ages. Grusus grimly admitted that this is the best material the world has to offer. The whole company lined up again, laughing as they gulped down tea like it was a fresh celebration. Grusus snapped back to his senses and dove straight back into the task. Ribble told him the ore is required for the annual craftsman competition, and it's only 2 months away. Takeru nodded, eyes locked in like he was ready to move the moment he got the signal. Even so, the dwarf couldn't shake the nagging doubt that the boy might not handle the task. He stared out from behind his glasses with a heavy, gloomy look. Ribble pleaded for the expert to get one shot anyway, even with every dangerous risk looming. The gnome snapped that no talent could save them if the boy died in that mine, but the girl wouldn't quit. She kept begging him to give him a chance. A creaky wooden cart lumbered down the forest road at a slow, steady crawl. The wheels barely whispered over the soft ground. Inside the cart, a boy sat in silence, staring into his luggage like he was piecing together his next move. He flipped back through the new contract's terms, and one line after another pointed his steps straight to the old gnome mine of Lukai. Grusus made the deal crystal clear. Get him the Ildor stone, and he'd hand over his prize collection of scissors, his very best. "Peep!" squeaked the tiny dragon, shaking the air with its scared little voice. Beyond the window, a never-ending ribbon of water shimmered and dazzled like it was burning with light. The coachman grinned from ear to ear and proudly declared, "Behold the Karichi Taiga, the biggest river in all of Belkame." With a sharp point of his hand, he nailed the distant rooftops. And there it was, Ebura village, their last stop. The boy let out a shaky breath. At least tonight, he wouldn't be forced to sleep under the open sky. Suddenly, 2 fellow travelers leaned in and whispered straight to him. The women stared in shock as those poisonous flowers beside the road shriveled up overnight, gone without a single trace. And that forest of blinding white trees, once crawling with demons, has finally gone completely safe. The boy jolted at the sound and gulped hard, pure nerves trembling through him. He finally understood. This whole disaster was the direct payoff of his own magic. Piyui sang like she had nothing to worry about, and that silly little melody chased the anxiety right out of the room. The boy finally exhaled, choosing to ignore the weird shifts in nature and stop stressing about it. The carriage jolted to a stop on the edge of Iburi, and the passenger tipped their hat and thanked the driver from the heart for the ride. For the farewell, the coachman leaned in and warned him, "Lokai mine is brutally dangerous." And to top it off, he told him to rent a horse for the ride back. The boy nodded once, then bolted away. Now he had to find a solid place to crash for the night. That tiny dragon squealed with pure happiness again, then lifted its paw and pointed straight at something nearby. Far off, a giant barn loomed on the horizon. From the stable, a plain old horse stared at them with aching eyes, like it had lost something it could never name. In the next town over, a giant fluffy wolf curled up and dozed off peacefully like it owned the whole night. Right nearby, a massive riding eagle with ruffled feathers towers on its perch, like it's ready to launch at any second. The boy strode up to the wooden stand, right to the price list. It was basically a magical rental shop, only instead of cars, you'd rent out whimsical creatures and drive home pure wonder. Piyui leapt with pure joy and begged for new friends to rent, so they could all play together. The master just let out a tired sigh and told the kid, "First things first, we need a bed, and then you get to work." Right when the conversation was rolling, a furious girl's scream suddenly tore through the air, demanding everyone's attention. The boy froze cold. This voice sounded weirdly, painfully familiar. By the stable, a thick, mustached man slumped with exhaustion, haggling loudly with a female customer. The elf girl jabbed her finger at the giant white bird and screamed that it was nothing but a fat raven. The bird narrowed its eyes and blinked like it was totally unimpressed. He defended himself, saying, "I still fly," and then bragged that there's no bigger beast anywhere around here. The second he got reincarnated into this world, the moment he first met her flooded back into his mind. The girl stomped the floor in pure, stubborn fury, demanding Tenmu give her a real winged horse. She frantically waved a promo brochure that swore there'd be a white horse dancing in the skies. The master choked up mid-sentence, insisting it was just a beautiful metaphor. A colossal white raven screeched behind them, shaking the air with every brutal caw. The elf girl dropped her eyes, and pure desperation crashed across her face. The man rubbed his chin raw, firing up his memory, trying to figure out where mythical Tenmas usually show up. Then, out of nowhere, he blurted, "They're being bred in the gnome region of Voslao." Her eyes lit up like fireworks, and she shot up with pure, joyful excitement. After thanking the stable master from the bottom of her heart, she snapped around and spun off. Her eyes accidentally locked onto the boy's gaze. They locked eyes and froze in place. The boy flashed a shaky grin, praying the whole thing would slip by unnoticed. "You're the fluffy, sticky, sweet guy," she squealed on the spot, and her face lit up the second she recognized him. Refusing the silly nickname, he straight up told everyone he was heading for the gnome mine of Lukai. The elf girl shimmered, and now she had to hurry to the dwarves, too. She flung her arms behind her head like, "Come on, let's go together." Right then, her stomach betrayed her with a ridiculously loud, growling roar. A wave of heat hit her face, and she awkwardly clutched at her own waist, face burning with embarrassment. The boy let out a heavy sigh, then told her, "Let me take you to lunch." Overcome with joy, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. That boy just froze, because the lovely elf's hug felt so real, like it had to be a dream. "I could die happy right now," flashed through his mind. But then the perfect peace snapped. An awful, unbearable stench slammed into the air. He flinched hard, pinching his nose in disbelief, then blurted out in shock, "When was the last time you bathed?" That smell slammed into my nose so hard, my eyes instantly started to water. The elf was fuming. After they hunted for Tenma, hygiene was the very last thing on their minds. The moment I saw those refined elves, fresh as mint and spring air, everything shattered into a million breaking pieces. The boy didn't hold back. He flat out said she looked exactly like a walking compost heap. The girl lunged in and swung her fists at him, her fury blazing with pure indignation. He snapped his hand up hard, like he was calling out to the world. Her eyes flew wide with shock. A magical water vortex snapped into motion, whipping around the elf in an instant. In the blink of a second, the tornado ripped through and vanished, leaving everything spotless, shining bright, and best of all, that awful stench was gone. The girl leaned in, dying to know if he was a wizard, but he snapped back that he was only out there collecting materials. Now all that was left was to hunt down somewhere to crash for the night. The boy grinned warmly and admitted their meeting felt like fate itself had stepped in to pull them together. He blushed all over again when they called him that ridiculous nickname, but he swallowed it and didn't fight back. So boom, fresh backup officially jumped into his journey with him. They took off together for the nearest tavern. The elf yawned and stretched luxuriously, basking as the morning sun spilled across the world. She genuinely thanked Takeru for the comfy bed and warm hospitality, but he only groaned and waved her away, dead tired. He couldn't believe it. This delicate girl had swept even more off the table than he did with that little dragon yesterday. Takeru leaned in and grilled her about her finances. No jokes, no mercy. Bro Light blinked, totally thrown by what he was seeing. She burned through every last coin on supplies, pawned off her gear, and left herself with nothing but 3 pathetic pennies to her name. Bare poverty. The elf girl gave him a small nod, eyes flicking to the boy's tiny bag as she wondered how such modest stuff could mean so much. Takeru grinned and patted his bottomless inventory like it was the greatest secret weapon ever. The girl cheered and called him a gift bringer, like his magic was something special, while to him it was just everyday magic. They tore past the old wooden signpost like it was nothing compared to what was coming next. Right out of nowhere, Takeru slammed on the brakes and stopped dead in his tracks. His scanner blasted the healing mushroom's location the second it spotted it in the thicket. The boy beamed like a kid and raced to gather full bundles of magical herbs. Right then, his eyes snagged a brand new glow cutting through the dark. He carefully shoved past the thick branches, parting them inch by inch. Before him stretched an entire glade of rare lunar grass, glowing like a secret only the night could reveal. Brolight burst out of the bushes with pure, unstoppable joy. She proudly dangled an ordinary stone in front of everyone, convinced it was rare anteater droppings. When she finally learned the truth, her lips jutted out in pure disappointment. Then she yanked out a freaky mushroom, its whole surface packed with staring eyes. Takeru nearly went gray. Seriously, this idiot was over the moon about a deadly, poisonous find. The boy stayed calm and reasoned that once it was cleaned up, even that disgusting filth would be perfectly good for the pot. A savage hunger blazed in the elf's eyes, like it was ready to devour the whole world. Her stomach rumbled non-stop through the forest, practically barking orders for lunch to be made, right now. As the sun crumbled into the horizon, the boy nodded and agreed to set up camp. He yanked a tiny pot and a whole stack of kitchen utensils straight out of his spatial bag. Brolight froze again, eyes locked on the trick like he couldn't believe what he just saw. Takeru was about to grab the firewood until his companion yanked him to a stop. She told them that the burned remains were more than ash. They were a beacon, marking a safe stop for any traveler who came after. For the boy, this simple survival rule hit like a bolt of lightning. The elf strode forward with fearless confidence, heading straight for the closest thicket. A thunderous crack ripped through the air. A massive shadow burst out of the bushes, swallowing the light in one terrifying sweep. Brolight hoisted the whole trunk on her shoulders like it weighed nothing, and right beside her, Takeru suddenly couldn't find his voice. She ripped her strength into motion and launched the massive tree skyward with a brutal throw. The deck hangs in midair, suspended like it's defying gravity. 2 twin daggers flashed like lightning in the dark. A volley of lightning blasts ripped the space itself wide open. The tree snapped apart into perfectly even chunks of firewood. The girl winked with smug confidence, like she already knew she'd won. Takeru finally cut loose from the illusions that she was weak. The elf woman held a weapon so sharp it looked like it could cut through danger itself. A boy stared, wide-eyed, as magical blades got forged right before his eyes. The scanner blared the truth. Those were magical daggers, the real treasure of the High Elves. He chose to hold off on digging into her noble lineage, for now. Brolight caught sight of that razor-sharp stare. She teased, asking if he might have fallen for her skills. Takeru looked at her again and thought, seriously, this girl is impossible to figure out. Night crashed down over the forest, swallowing everything in darkness. In the pot, a rich stew churned and bubbled, tempting everyone's nose with pure comfort. The boy cautiously reached out and snatched the sample. It wasn't bad, but you could tell it totally missed the soy sauce. Brolight was already drooling, pacing in place like he couldn't wait another second. A steaming, thick meat and mushroom soup was finally ready to hit the table. The girl leaned in, eager as ever, and brought the spoon to her mouth. He took the first sip, and the whole moment hit like a spark. Her eyes snapped wide with pure shock. The forest shook with wild, ecstatic screams, like the gods were salivating for their next feast. Culinary ecstasy hit her so hard that tears spilled down her cheeks. She broke into this pure, blissful smile and savored every single bite like it was made just for her. Takeru awkwardly waved him off, like that over-the-top reaction was way too much. The elf praised him as a brilliant chef, but he stubbornly shot back that he wasn't cooking, he was just gathering materials. With a mouthful of food, she tried to protest, then her words got swallowed. She chewed that piece like she was trying to destroy it, bite by bite. She gulped hard, like the whole room could hear it. Brolight snapped back to it. He was on his way to Voslao exactly because a gnome demanded it. But her real mission burned in her chest, track down the legendary Pegasus. Takeru couldn't believe it. What started to tug at him was such a weird, wild desire. A wave of grief tore across the girl's face. She was doing it for her sister. The boy went quiet for a beat, staring at her words like they might explode in his head. Takeru stepped in with a calm voice and offered his help to search. A bright glow erupted with pure joy as Brolight pledged, on the High Elf's honor, that he'd repay him no matter what. But now she didn't have a single penny to her name. Takeru silently tipped his cup and took a slow sip of tea. He didn't ask for much, just one thing. Tell him the basic rules of this world. Money didn't even interest him. He just had the basic, everyday know-how everybody in this world already had. Brolight froze, completely speechless. She couldn't wrap her head around it. This was really the whole price for him? He didn't chase secret elvish relics. He demanded plain, everyday knowledge instead. Traveling without a clue felt to her like stepping into the path of death. In the end, the elf girl finally caved, and she nodded with a warm, irresistible smile. She reached out to him, palm out, sealing the deal with a nod. She made a solemn vow to protect her new partner with everything she had. Their palms were clenched so tight you could practically hear the tension snap. Her real joy lit up the boy's heart like sunshine. He let his imagination run wild, dreaming of sleeping under the stars beside a stunning elf. Suddenly, a brutal rumble tore through the forest, shaking everything to the bone. She snored so hard the whole ground trembled under her. Takeru's dreams of finding the perfect companion blew up in his face, and that night, sleep was nowhere to be found. Elf Brolight tore out of the forest thicket and shouted for her companion. She blurted with pure excitement, pointing ahead as if she couldn't contain herself. Ahead of them loomed a gorgeous bridge, stretching straight to the dwarves' kingdom Grand Rio, right at the base of the Luhai Mountains. Takeru caught sight of the scenery and his heart flipped. These hills looked just like his homeland, the Hotaka Mountains, but the elf had never even heard the name. He awkwardly brushed it off, insisting it was just some super remote edge. He couldn't tear his eyes away from those snow-capped peaks, like the mountains were pulling him in. These mountains roared back his warm memories from his past life, like they'd just pulled him out of a dream. While the young man pleaded for shelter first, his starving crew had already zoned out, dreaming up a massive dinner by the bridge. Brolight seethed with rage and pouted her lips like she was ready to explode. The friends screeched to a stop in front of the towering Sylvan Hotel. The moment they stepped into the local market, the vendors' shouts hit them like a wall of noise, drowning out everything else. The whole crowd buzzed with excitement as the vendors hawked their wares, pitching every deal like it was pure gold. The streets were packed wall to wall with shoppers, and every step felt like the whole city was buzzing. Brolight couldn't wait. He scanned every direction, hunting for what was next. She couldn't help but get pulled toward the jaw-dropping foreign antique treasures. The shelves buckled under the sheer avalanche of goods. That sly merchant darted through the crowd, snatched the elf girl up fast, and dangled his rare, special goods right in front of her, like he was selling the moment itself. He handed her a magical fruit, swearing it would give her hair an unheard-of shine, at a sweet discount. Trusting Brolight's grin flared as she reached for her wallet. Then Takeru snapped and stopped her. The boy stared at her with sharp suspicion, weighing that advantageous offer like it was too good to be true. The moment his assessment skills kicked in, the truth snapped into focus. This was a trashy nausho fruit, and they were straight up trying to extort him. Takeru snapped at the elf, calling out those empty pockets like it was a crime. He grabbed the upset girl by force and yanked her away from the disappointed merchant. Right then, someone shouted her name again, ripping her focus in half. A stunning woman leaned in with a seductive smile and promised an easy, fast way to make money. Naive Brolight practically froze for a second, then the offer snatched his attention instantly. Takeru nearly turned gray on the spot, then snapped into action and reassured the stranger that they didn't need the money right now. He couldn't stop replaying the nightmare in his head, how wildly he trusted that companion. They finally stumbled into a bargain B-ranked hotel, and it even had its own steamy hot springs. But the elf snapped that soaking in those springs was nothing but an unfair, needless luxury. Takeru was ready to foot the bill for everything, but the girl shut that down fast and refused to rack up even more debt. Then he dropped a plan. She'd erase the debt by helping them get the Ildor stone. He straight up admitted he can't navigate these local mountains, and that the Lukai mines are crawling with monsters. That's why he's going to need a guard he can truly trust. Hearing that, the elf's eyes lit up with pure electric wonder. She boldly declared she was his loyal knight, ready to shield him no matter what. Takeru's heart got punched by how suddenly heavy that emotion hit. Brolight swore, fiercely, with her whole soul, that she'd give her life for him. And the boy just awkwardly flailed, waving her off. She signed the deal and bolted to the register, already daydreaming about those legendary gnome meat rolls. By evening, they headed straight to the restaurant Cortava and went in like they were ready for something big. The place was stuffed to the brim, famous all over Grand Rio for dishes everyone couldn't stop talking about. Brolight's stomach rumbled like a thunderclap, fully confirming he'd made the perfect choice. Takeru burst into hearty laughter and trusted her judgment without a second thought. That friendly waitress practically streaked in and slapped down 3 servings of the restaurant's signature rolls. Juicy, spice-rubbed meat oozed with heat, drowning in a fiery stream of hot sauce. The second Takeru took that first bite, tears nearly spilled, because the flavor hit him so hard it reminded him of food from Earth. In his head, he bombarded the chef with compliments like a real restaurant critic, loving every second. The boy bowed his head, thanking his companion and her friends for that killer recommendation. He casually asked, "So, are your friends elves too?" Brolight, mouth stuffed to the brim, blurted out that the dish was recommended by a legendary warrior lizard. Takeru froze at the sheer coincidence, because he himself knew a warrior just like him. The elf girl started blurting the obnoxiously loud names of her acquaintances, and the guy's whole body went rigid. Something snagged in his throat. When he finally heard the legend of the Dragon of Honor from the city of Belkame, it all clicked in his mind at once. A rough, familiar voice snapped right above his ear, basically telling him, "You don't have to go anywhere." Brolight let out a happy sigh, while a cranky old acquaintance lit into Takeru for bolting out of the city without warning. That cunning blonde's memory sliced straight through the boy's mind. A heavy gloom crushed him as the truth hit. He finally realized who had set up this accidental meeting. Dragon Cray slid into their seat like they owned the place, nodding along because this meeting was anything but random. He casually said, like it was nothing, that he'd already told the guild about his short absence. When they asked what he was up to, the lizard snapped that he was gearing up to come back in about half a month. Brolight practically burst with excitement as he told Cray about a brand new order the local blacksmith just dropped. Cray's smile vanished at once. He got deadly serious and warned them that grabbing the Illidor stone was suicide for someone of their rank. Takeru let out a mental groan, bracing for a brutal lecture on discipline. He let out a jittery laugh and scrambled to piece together a whole string of coincidences. The lizard let out a heavy, dragging breath. Cray shot back a sarcastic thought. Was that reward even worth risking everything like this? And Takeru's face lit up with a grin, already daydreaming about the perfect scissors forged by the master blacksmith. Cray and Brolight just traded confused looks, completely baffled by the wild excitement in the air. He honestly couldn't figure out what the hell was wrong with a tool that had never let him down. Cray crossed his arms tight over his chest and flat out said the boy's actions made zero sense. Brolight snapped, got up fast, and stood her ground for her friend. She tried to defend him, but the lizard kept shoving the same accusation: no ambition. Takeru shrugged off the argument and dug into his dinner, savoring every bite like it was pure victory. After stuffing herself at dinner, the elf girl only wanted one thing: an extra soft, warm bed. And that wish finally got under the boy's skin. Without warning, Cray flat out declared that he'd decided to join them. No conditions, no turning back. Takeru's eyes went wide and he froze like a statue. A lame, shocked question slipped out of his mouth before he could even think. The lizard calmly kept insisting over and over that it would tag along with them to the Lukai mine. With a smug grin, he taunted them, saying they were lucky because he'd just rolled into Voslav to fix his spear. Brolight couldn't wait to jump on the idea of uniting. Takeru felt a chill crawl through him at the thought of having to put up with yet another guardian who cared a little too much. He forced a polite smile, politely refused the company, and swore he knew the city like the back of his hand, promising he'd personally show Cray around to repay him for the help he gave before. Brolight grinned and blurted, loud and proud, that this lizard would become his personal bodyguard for sure. Bodyguard? The boy blurted, completely stunned. Takeru's face contorted with pure despair. He realized, heart sinking, that the elf had already claimed this role long ago. Cray just fed the fire, flashed a predatory grin, and announced he'd be the second bodyguard. The brand new defenders clasped hands with grim resolve, swearing they'd protect the boy with their lives. The invisible system has officially picked the Night Dragon Cray and the elf Brolight as its permanent sidekicks. While the new guards buzzed with excitement about the defense plan, Takaro stood there ghost pale, like he'd turned into stone. As he replayed every step of their shared road, he could only hold his breath and pray it all ended the right way. In his head, the boy begged the heavens for mercy, because right then he felt their journey had finally hit its end. Takeru Kamishiro tore across the world hunting rare materials, and he did it all with a tiny dragon riding shotgun beside him. One day, a hometown student blacksmith rolled up with an order, and Takeru ditched his comfort to sprint straight into the dwarves' land for special ore, surviving by selling the materials he brought back. He didn't go alone. Blorite and the giant Claystone rode at his side as his rock-solid guards. Right in front of them loomed the steel city of Vosrau, an enormous dwarven underground kingdom, packed with 60,000 souls. A towering metal gate thrust up out of the rocks like it owned the sky. Takeru halted in the long line, glaring at the thick crowd like it was testing his patience to the limit. He rubbed his chin, staring into the chaos at the entrance, trying to figure out how to turn it into something that actually works. Out of nowhere, Claystone broke away from the group and charged straight at the guard. The boy froze in shock, while Bee, the elf girl, figured the dragon must have just talked to the guard. Claystone spun around and waved them over, like he'd just spotted the perfect moment. Takeru inched forward, wrestling with doubt, wondering if what he was about to do was even legal. They charged up the stairs without a single pause, even as Bee screamed bloody murder about the tiny, cramped doors. Takeru jabbed a finger at Claystone, who got the route just right, but then he barked, "Keep your eyes forward." His eyes flew wide with pure electric joy. Columns of blazing light tore through the giant cave's dark vaults. Below stretched an eye-popping metropolis, packed with towering apartment blocks and winding bridges. A cheerful gnome guard practically beamed as he rolled out the welcome mat for the company in the dwarves' homeland. The dungeon erupted with a savage glow, flooding every shadowed corner. The city streets exploded with people, noise, and pure non-stop energy. Takeru realized the light wasn't just there, it was magic, spilling from crystals embedded in the ceiling. And that massive fan kept roaring non-stop, blasting a steady stream of fresh air the whole time. The boy shot the guard a suspicious look and demanded to know if they could slip inside without getting searched. The guard beamed with real warmth and tipped his hat, calling them Danny's friend. Takeru snapped back to it instantly. Claystone had been here before. He froze in total shock. Then the truth hit him hard. The Draconid was actually pals with the king himself. The gnome winked, grinning, and told Dana she once chased off the king of Horai and saved their home. The villain's side reached out, and Takeru's nerves instantly snapped tight. Back then, this once neutral city relied on nothing but towering, unbreakable walls and one massive gate standing guard over everything. 10 years ago, a sly demon in a human disguise slipped into the world, and the era of terror ignited overnight. The guard beamed and declared that Claystone alone took down the monster. Takeru shot his friend a brutally skeptical look, like he didn't buy a single word. The Draconid's face snapped from one emotion to the next in an instant. Claystone's nerves took over, and he finally admitted the demon wasn't out to attack. It was terrified of him. Then it bolted and vanished into thin air. It was a pathetic monster at best, just a master of shape-shifting, sneaking out to terrify whoever walked by. But the gnome wouldn't settle down. He blurted out praise for the hero's combat training like it was the greatest thing ever. Takeru squinted again, like something just didn't add up. Claystone broke into sweat and muttered like he had nothing to say, barely landing a couple basic moves, while the other mercenaries did all the heavy lifting. B winked with a sly grin, like, yeah, there's more than a little truth in that story. The guard burst into laughter at the exaggeration, but the people's gratitude never felt fake for a second. Takeru joked that the locals even went all out and raised some legendary statue to honor the savior. Both of them burst out laughing, convinced it was absolute nonsense. Suddenly, a massive stone reptoid, jaw clenched and vicious, loomed right in front of them. Takeru choked on a gasp, and Claystone, crushed by despair, slapped his hand over his face. The pedestal proudly bore the name Hero Gildius Claystone, crystal clear for anyone to see. The giant roared like thunder at the statue, while the kids stared in awe, unable to look away. The travelers charged toward the towering stone facade of the Callisto Guild. Rare herbs and gorgeous top-shelf moonflowers were spread across the table like a prize for someone dangerous. Registrar Zambo snatched the goods with a grateful grin, instantly clocking Takara from all the rumors. B peeked out from behind the shoulder with pure excitement, praying for a big, satisfying dinner. That bill, over 1 million lembas, blew past everyone's wildest expectations, because the prices here were downright insane. Takeru snapped to it fast. This nasty shortage wasn't random at all. It was tied directly to trouble in the mine. He raced back to Claystone and straight up demanded answers about what was going down at the Lukai mines. Zambo cut in mid-conversation and guessed the guests weren't hunting small talk at all. They were after Ildor's ore. The gnome fumed when he saw the boy actually obeying Glutus, the weaponsmith himself. Takeru silently bowed to the old master's sheer authority, like his word was the only law in the room. Zambo dropped his shoulders with a heavy sigh. The mine's shut for good, because a terrifying monster lurks deep below. The registrar's expression snapped dark with fury. He clenched his teeth and corrected himself. No monster was hiding in that mine. It was the real devil. Months back, a brutal earthquake shook the earth and tore open the deepest caves to wake an ancient, multi-armed evil. Takeru flinched hard because that disaster hit the exact moment his little dragon finally awakened. He gazed at the sweet little kid with warmth and chose to let him off the hook. In his eyes, confidence ignited, because no devil out there could ever match the bull's raw power. The boy calmly asked who he should deliver the recommendation letter to. Zambo locked eyes with him, dread tearing through his face, and blurted out, "You're not scared of death at all?" Takeru flashed a gentle smile and said that believing your dependable friends are close hits harder than fear ever could. A shadow slammed across half his face. His eyes blazed with unbreakable resolve. He proudly crowned himself a real cat of rare materials. Grand Rio, the gnome's magnificent castle, stretches wide beneath the blazing sun. On his throne, King Zoravadin lounged in power, and when he saw his old acquaintance, he lit up instantly with a huge, joyful greeting. Gil, Takeru, and Cray screeched to a stop in the giant hall, all ears as the mine's smaller troublemakers stirred below. The monarch eyed the lizard's companions with sharp, curious intensity. He let out a warm chuckle, told everyone to ditch the formal stuff, and said they could just call him Zoro-chan. Takeru snapped his eyes open, completely lost. The tiny dragon chirped with pure joy, and Cray couldn't help but smile, genuinely charmed by how simple it all was. The boy nodded inside his head, because instead of a scary, strict ruler, a kind old man was right there, smiling at them. The king suddenly bragged, loud and proud, about a massive statue sitting in the heart of the central square. The branch didn't stand a chance, because the dwarves had carved this monstrous guardian straight out of it. The lizard and the king started brawling with loud words, like their titles didn't even matter anymore. Takeru slowly lifted his hand and cut right through their argument. "Sorry, can't let this slide. I've got to interrupt your chat right now," the guy snapped. Zoravaden snapped out of his mood fast and urged the guest to kick back and feel right at home. Takeru bowed to the king, introduced himself as an adventurer, and thanked him for that warm welcome like it meant the world. The king's stare snapped right onto the little pet dragon perched on the young man's shoulder. The young man steered the talk toward the real problem, and Zoravaden immediately leaned in, ready to hear every word. Seizing the exact moment, Takeru snatched a recommendation letter like it was his lifeline. Consul Seraphine straightened his glasses and demanded, "Let me see that document." The boy quietly thrust the paper into his hand. The consul's eyes lit up with pure joy, and he rushed to tell the ruler the good news right away. The king spotted the seal of Glutus Pendrasus, straight from the Weaponsmith Guild. Seraphim beamed and proclaimed with total confidence that right in front of them stood a materials collector so insanely skilled it felt unreal. And he said, this guy will help crack the case at the Lukai mine right away. Takeru's face contorted because he had zero plan to dig into anything himself. The king kept stroking his beard, his mind racing, unsure whether to toss the guest into a deadly area. Gil's body went rigid, and he demanded to know just how deadly the threat really was. Zoravaden's mood soured the moment a colossal, unknown demon packed with too many limbs to count moved into the northern stretch of the tunnel. Because of this monster, adventurers flat out turned their backs on even the guild's most generous rewards. Takeru suddenly understood. Those mercenaries weren't hunting him, yet. They were just biding their time, waiting for a safer opening. As he threw himself into the quest, he finally understood why they were so wary of that mysterious creature. But the Lukai mine has always been a quiet, peaceful haven. No chaos, no fighting, just calm. Master Glutus is desperate for tournament materials right now, so there's zero time to sit around and let some other brave soul handle it. Taker's eyes hardened. Now they had to drop down and yank the Ildor ore out of there. He boldly demanded the king's permission. The very next morning the sun blazed back over Gran Rio, lighting up every rooftop like it was daring the day to start. Right at the cave mouth, Gembudo Takeru grilled Cray again, demanding to know if she'd truly go with them. The girl shot back with total confidence, confirming she was the bodyguard. A gnome miner named Zanbo, fully geared up, strode over to them, ready to watch that young man's work in action. Takeru shot him a tunnel map request the instant they were face to face. The second the boy clutched the parchment, he snapped his reading skill to life in his head. A split-second flash, so quick you almost miss it. A wild wave of magic whipped around, carving a glowing, flickering picture straight into the air. The perfect digital map got burned into his mind in a blink, like it was etched straight into his consciousness. Cray jerked back from the sudden blast of magical energy, while Gil didn't even flinch. Takeru calmly slid the paper back to the gnome. That elf girl froze in disbelief. He snapped his eyes to her and remembered everything in an instant. The young man flashed back to those old days in the library, when renting books felt like paying a small fortune. That's when he cracked the code and invented this magic that lets him copy knowledge for free. Takeru gave a quick, modest shrug and waved it off like it was nothing, barely worth a drop of mana. Cray snapped his head toward Gil, eyes full of suspicion. The lizard admitted, straight up, that he'd never heard of spells like that before, and Takeru's face drained of color, because he knew he'd just blurted out way too much. The boy bolted into the cave, and the elf girl shot right after him, peppering him with questions about his level. The tunnel's darkness swallowed their whole group, and Takeru clamped his mouth shut, swearing he'd say nothing. Takeru, Blorite, the dwarf Zambo, and the lizard Cray skidded to a stop before the colossal gates of the northern tunnel. Zanbo snatched the ring, eyes blazing, and warned that the real monsters were already waiting for them inside. The heavy door exploded open with a thunderous bang. A pitch-black cave mouth yawned wide in front of them. The heroes plunged into total blackness, and Takeru snapped out the spell. Flash. A glowing sphere burst into the darkness, and the companions just stood there, mouths agape, stunned beyond words. Blowright gushed that he was an outstanding wizard again, but the boy only gave a tired, half-hearted wave like, yeah, sure. He whipped a shiny black stone onto the ground and snapped the spatial binding point to life. A message lit up on the stone. Mission accomplished. The point is secured. The crystal suddenly rang with a magical, shimmering chime. Questions came at Takeru the second it started, like a relentless barrage. I had to spell it out. This beacon is his instant teleport point. Anytime he wants, he can jump right there. That lighthouse blinks in his mind like a pin on a map, and he rips the teleportation idea straight out of a game. The moment his memories flickered back, Belkame's streets, where he used to shuffle around, drained and worn, lit up like a glowing map on his mind. But that spell was a one-shot deal, one way only, because after the jump, the stone would crumble to dust, and he'd have to tag along with the group himself. Sure, it's convenient, but for fresh teleports, you'll have to track down more magical ore first. A glowing light orb drifted forward like it was hunting something. Zambo wasted zero time and slammed his pickaxe straight into the stone wall. The dwarf grabbed Takaro and ordered him to sweep the area, hunting for precious Ildor ore. The boy hit the search scan, and when the results flashed, he realized Zambo was already done digging because he'd checked everything. The system only pointed to the sad, broken scraps of low-grade iron left behind. The dwarf stared, totally baffled, like he couldn't shake where he'd heard it all before, while Takaro urged, "Come on, let's push a little farther." Zanbo grinned and admitted this place was already built, then quickly apologized for that little test of professionalism. Takaro waved it off like it was nothing. "Relax, it's all good, you don't have to apologize." Suddenly, everyone went stone still. Takaro snapped around, something huge was barreling out of the darkness. He snapped the radar on and barked, "Everyone face the wall," because something was closing in fast. Red enemy markers blazed on the virtual map, flashing like a warning siren. In the pitch black, something surged closer fast. Takaro felt the whole room shake with every crushing step. Blorat snatched the weapon, threw up his shield, and held the whole team together as giant basalt spiders burst out of the dark and crashed into them. When Takaro spotted those hairy monsters, his face drained of color and terror slammed into him. The elf girl bolted, vanishing in a blur. Letting out a wild shout, she slammed straight into the fight. Its blade crashed through the rocky shell with brutal force. Takaro snapped his arm forward and slammed a crippling paralysis into the whole pack. Monsters were yanked into electric shackles, pinned in place with not a single muscle able to move. Blorat gasped, staring in shock at the enemies trapped and motionless. Cray barked, "Don't waste a second! Go finish them off!" The girl spun into a lethal tornado, shredding spiders without mercy. Takaro stared, wide-eyed, as she launched into her savage dance of death. The final spider dropped to the ground, its body cut clean in two. Blorite cackled with pure joy and threw her hands up, only to ignore the poisonous green blood dripping from her like a warning she couldn't see. The system blared that Cray and Zanbo were hit with poisoning too, and Takaro nearly went completely gray from sheer panic. Even his pocket dragon got poisoned just from the weirdly cheerful vibe filling the air. The boy ripped off a blazing mass cleansing spell, blasting the toxic slime right off his friends. The spider corpses melted away inch by inch until nothing was left. A loot notification blasted across my screen, and I swear it felt like my rewards were jumping right into my face. Cray confessed he'd just been watching from the sidelines the whole time, so he let Blowright take the reward. Blorit's cheeks burned as she stared at the spoils. She hated being stuck hauling everything alone. Takaro stared at the moment with a warm, loving glow, like it was made just for his heart. He loved how those satellites kept passing the reward along, instead of greedily grabbing it all for themselves. After a quick, heated argument, the elf and the lizard slammed the door on any agreement. Then Takaro pitched a simple deal. Split every future treasure equally across the three, and not a single person argued back. The crisis finally got shut down, and the team pushed deeper into the mine, faster and more locked in than ever. Blorate let out an awkward laugh and confessed, face heating up, after that battle, she was starving. Everyone on the team backed her without hesitation. Now it was break time. Takeru sprawled there, totally relaxed, cradling the tiny dragon bee in his arms like it was the most precious thing in the world. The crew curled up around the fire, and now it was time to tear into a hot meal. Then the boy abruptly slammed on the brakes, killing their excitement in an instant. No matter how starving you are, he reminded you to stop and genuinely thank for the food first. He slammed his hands together with a thunderous clap. "Fine, I'll go," he declared beside the dragon, and the rest awkwardly chimed in, flashing the same gesture of thanks. In the pot, a thick, mouth-watering stew churned and bubbled like it had a secret to spill. The dwarf and the lizard folk dug in and cheered up a storm, praising Takeru's cooking like it was pure magic. Once their bowls hit empty, the companions lit up with gratitude and thanked them for that delicious lunch. Takeru's face turned red as everyone showered him with praise for his hearty dish. He just smiled, because in good company, even the simplest dish tastes like magic. They huddled deep inside that massive cave, catching their breath in the dark. The elf girl claimed that miners and adventurers once slipped down here with zero restrictions. Mining up ore raked in serious cash, and every haul came with the bonus of fresh battle scars and combat know-how. He daydreamed about a glittering city up above, and chased the warmth of hot springs like they were a prize he'd someday earn. That dwarf burst the illusion in an instant. Right here, they didn't bathe in anything fancy, they just scrubbed up with a damp sponge. Takeru let out a heavy sigh and forced himself to accept the fact that only magic could cleanse him. The squad pushed deeper into the shadowy stone tunnel, every step swallowing the light. In the twilight, bats dangled from the ceiling like living shadows. A whole flock exploded from the sky and plunged at the travelers in a terrifying swoop. "Watch out!" the lizard man screamed, then lunged straight at you in a blur of speed. A handful of lightning-fast spear jabs ripped the monsters apart in seconds. Takeru genuinely thanked his dependable bodyguard, like he meant every word. The warrior went rigid, convinced those brutal, powerful monsters were standing guard over the precious ore. The boy nodded and admitted he'd already sensed the Ildor stone's faint magic pulse. He slammed to a stop before a blank wall and cranked his search skill into overdrive. A bold set right into a dead end left the companions totally baffled. But the scan didn't fake it. Those precious ore chunks were tucked right behind the stone. The boy said it with total calm. "We just need to smash through that obstacle." The company couldn't stop grinning once it struck gold with its top collector. The dwarf pressed his hand to the wall and instantly clocked the telltale colored veins. Takeru begged for permission to tap into magic for the extraction. He shouted for everyone to back up, clearing the way in an instant. Seasoned fighters suddenly lost their nerve, screaming that the cave was about to cave in after that explosion. Instead of going on a rampage, the boy snapped a hardening spell into place. The walls fused into one unstoppable monolith, wiping out any chance of collapse for good. "Let's start small," he said, lifting his finger like he was about to pull the trigger. A little pinpoint of light flickered right at the very tip. The fire exploded from a tiny spark into a roaring, towering flame in an instant. The bullet shattered into 3 massive, crushing clumps. With a sharp flick of his hand, Takeru blasted them forward. Fiery shells screamed through the air and slammed into the wall. "Volcano!" the boy blurted, like the word itself just detonated. A blinding flash ripped through the room and left everyone staring into white. A brutal explosion ripped the rock apart, splintering it into a storm of deadly fragments. The cave choked on thick smoke, swallowing every breath. Dust drifted down, slow and eerie, like the world was a blind breath. A colossal hole has torn open through the wall. The whole squad froze in shock, staring at that gaping hall like it was a nightmare opening. Across the whole place, massive, top-tier crystals glittered everywhere you looked. The companions stared, wide-eyed, as the ore lit up with pure magic. The lizard man could feel the savage magic pouring out of those stones, and the others kept staring like the glow was never going to end. Takeru snapped the analysis on. The system flat-out confirmed it. This ore is Ildor A rank, and it can drink in magic like it's alive. The lizard man's mood sank as he realized that packing so much power in one place would summon terrible monsters without fail. Little Dragon B let out a sharp, squealing cry that cut through the air. He beat his wings hard, panicking as he blared a warning that danger was coming. Takeru rushed in, trying to calm him down before everything exploded. Then that fresh, piercing scream ripped through the air, and the boy jerked back in a full-on flinch. The lizard man slammed his grip onto the spear because you could feel something awful closing in. When Takuro decided to shut the road, he snapped coldly, telling everyone to leave the enemy to him. The warrior's palms were slick with sweat as he felt the beast's terrifying aura, so fierce even a dragon wouldn't dare face it. Takeru strode forward with total confidence. The ground buckled with a savage tremor, and out of the blackness, a colossal shadow surged into view. The dwarf's eyes bulged wide with pure horror. A gigantic Trango crab scuttled into the hall, and everyone knew this wasn't just a monster, it was the mine's true devil. Takeru's face contorted, like wild hunger had taken control. He stared, utterly spellbound, at that towering mountain of delicacy meat. The boy couldn't stop drooling, practically salivating at the thought of a huge, satisfying meal. In that brutal madness, the elf and the lizard man were stripped of their gift of speech. Banzai! Takeru and the tiny dragon burst out laughing and shouting, hands raised high like they owned the sky. Watch out, the elf screamed, like danger was already breathing down our neck. A massive claw tore through the air right over the boy's head, screaming as it whistled past. He barely scraped his way back in time with a last-second jump. The impact slammed the stone floor apart, blasting it into flying pieces. The girl dropped to her knees and begged to run, because against an A-rank monster, they had zero chance. Takeru flashed a cheeky grin. He said it with absolute pride. He'd never, ever run from a dish that luxurious. The monster's armored paw flexed again, coiling like it was about to smash down with its next strike. The boy snatched the staff and barked at the little dragon to unleash fire laced with lightning. His stare sharpened into something downright predatory. He snapped a strengthening spell onto his hands and feet without wasting a second. Takeru ripped into the fight and ordered B to unleash a roaring attack. The tiny dragon ripped the air open with a roaring sound wave that hit like a thunderclap. The boy burst through the choking dust, charging straight for the enemy. That crab lunged and tried to smash him to pieces with its claws. The magical staff slammed the shell with a brutal crack. With a hard shove, Takeru launched himself skyward and soared over the monster like a streak of lightning. He slammed the attack with everything he had. The boy's grin cracked into the blow, pure joy spilling out. But the recoil slammed into his arms so hard it nearly snapped them in two. He slammed down hard, snapping his feet against the stones to skid to a stop. That armor was built different, stronger than steel, and the weapon just skated right off it. The lizard man offered help, but Takeru snapped, "No way," and refused. The boy rubbed feeling back into his numb arm, and it hit him. He'd made a serious mistake. This armor was next level. Ordinary physical attacks couldn't even scratch it. The scan flashed the monster's limb joints, right where it was weakest. Takeru snapped his strategy in an instant and unleashed dozens of razor-sharp ice needles. He whirled into position, ready to team up for the next brutal strike. "Spit them forward, faster, faster, with the magic of the wind," the boy barked. The air whirled in violent vortices, and the ice started melting on the spot. Deadly ice storms exploded forward, slamming the crab with terrifying, furious speed. They smashed straight through the weak joints with ruthless, no-mercy force. The monster convulsed, writhing as if something inside it was fighting to break free. The moment the wounds opened, ice surged in like it was alive. Those giant claws got frozen solid in seconds. In the blink of an eye, thick ice surged over the monster's whole body, freezing it solid in seconds. The giant crab froze solid, turning into a lifeless ice statue that didn't move a single inch. Takeru and B clasped hands in prayer, honoring their dinner like it mattered. The boy slowly swept his gaze across his companions, like he was soaking in every detail. The lizard man's rage burned so hot it felt like it could melt the air. The warrior snapped, asking why he dared to climb onto that A-rank monster all by himself. Takeru stumbled over his words and tried to justify it, saying the team fight would just turn the meat into minced meat. The lizard man's eyes went wide with pure shock. He let out a heavy sigh at this totally absurd gourmet logic. The warrior didn't hold back. He admitted that Takeru's combat magic is even better than anyone could have imagined. The dwarf crushed the frozen monster and celebrated in triumph beside it. But the lizard man seriously reminded them, this isn't about solo missions, you're still a team. He made it crystal clear that Takeru could take on everything by himself. Those lone performances made the whole rest of the team feel like dead weight. He leaned in and begged the guy to finally trust his partners more. The boy swallowed his pride and begged for forgiveness, admitting his selfishness like it burned in his chest. The lizard man gently patted the little dragon on the head, and just like that, he accepted the apology. After the dust settled, the squad finally tore into the job, scrambling to haul in the ore. Takeru watched his friends with a warm glow in his chest, like happiness was burning bright inside him. He grinned so hard it felt like his heart could burst, pure, endless joy flooding his body at all that support. The system logged every single haul of Ildor ore and Trango crab meat. The boy jabbed at a fresh tunnel and promised, "Wait, there's even more deposits in there!" The dwarf erupted into joyful tears and kept thanking his savior over and over. Takeru strode ahead, already picturing this cave bursting back to life once more. Suddenly, the memory of a dead dragon from long ago crashed into his mind. He remembered the prophecy. One move from him would ripple through the whole world, like a single drop hitting water. Takeru realized his tiny cravings weren't small at all, because they were already carving out a brand new history. So he made up his mind. This world was going to change for the better, starting now. Chapter 27. Takeru strode through the city's bright cobblestones, keeping pace with the group. The memory yanked him straight into the dungeon's blinding, bright exit. Then the gate's magic snapped their whole team straight through space in an instant. Takeru grinned, relieved that this call had just saved them a ton of time. Cleiston rolled the dead magical stone between his fingers, twisting it like it still had power. The boy let out a heavy sigh, crushed by the fact that he'd just lost such a priceless artifact. Blorate narrowed his eyes and reminded them, no matter how talented you are, even wizards can't afford to waste their resources. Even the old Zambo couldn't figure out why that young man was rushing so hard, and honestly, it threw him for a loop. Even the familiar bee let loose a sharp, mocking squeak. A towering skyline swallowed the capital. Every last bit of the Gembudo zone was wiped clean. The heroes gathered in the throne room, trading battle reports as they confirmed the main threat to the mines was finally smashed. The king leaned in, eyes blazing wide, savoring every second like it was pure gold. He rained compliments on Blowright for her lightning-fast, no-sound kills. And just like that, Clayson got praised for one reason. He stood his ground with that powerhouse body and kept the whole group safe. But the real victors were King Takeru and the tiny powerhouse B. The king burst out in pure excitement. Turns out the real conquerors of that brutal demon weren't anyone else at all. It was Takeru and B. The Lord demanded they show the demon's remains, even after Takeru warned, straight-faced, that the floor was dangerous. The monster card honed in on the Trango crab, an unbreakable shell, and meat so delicate it felt like a secret. The young man yanked open his inventory and hauled out a massive carcass like it was nothing. A massive block of ice, crab and all, smacked onto the carpet with a brutal crash. The king and his advisor just stood there, totally frozen, their jaws dropped at the monster's ridiculously massive size. Fresh from recovery, the monarch burst into joy and clapped his hands like he'd just won the whole war. With a heavy, solemn vow, he promised a reward and told everyone they could demand anything their hearts desired. Takeru didn't even flinch. He jutted his finger straight at the frozen crab. "What?" the shocked king blurted, staring like his world just cracked in half. The tavern roared with a massive feast as they cheered the mine's grand opening. On Takeru Street, they were buzzing about this wild prize, 3 million lives for each person. Cleiston said that this brand new ore vein wasn't just important, it was a game changer. Old Zanbo's tears of joy popped back into the boy's mind, and a small smile broke across his face. But most of all, he was thrilled he got to take Trango's whole carcass for himself. In my head, a legendary crab stuffed with eggplants was sizzling like crazy, while fresh sashimi got sliced right before my eyes. And you could practically feel the hot nab boiling in you. Crack that hard shell, and out would pop perfectly made scissors, ready to snip and gather materials. The boy yanked the door open, squinting like the blazing sun was trying to burn his eyes out. Takeru narrowed his eyes at the scorching sun. After being underground for what felt like forever, daylight hit him like a punch, so bright it almost hurt. A gnome guard stood out front, gripping the reins of a breathtaking, luxurious Pegasus like it was his to command. Blore leaned in and gently stroked the heavenly horse's perfect white mane. The armorer snapped the spear back into Cleiston's hands. The warriors stared in stunned awe at the repaired weapon, its blade so perfectly sharp and bright it looked unreal. Takeru shot the gnome a thank you, and right away the elf was already perched in the saddle. He blurted out in shock, "So you're really leaving, right now?" Blorate nodded, then knew it was finally time. She had to rush back home and hand a horse to her older sister. She stared Takeru in the eyes and told him, dead serious, that he owed her, because she'd just paid a debt she couldn't ignore. The elf flashed a warm smile and confessed she could never repay him in a single lifetime. The young man smiled and told him that the crab he got was more than enough. Cleiston burst in, yanked their attention to the carriage that had just rolled up. Blowright flicked her hand, and in a blink, she blasted straight into the sky. With tears in her eyes, she swore she'd call for a mandatory meeting later, like a farewell with teeth. Her playful shout cut through the air, and just like that, everyone snapped to a... Takeru only hummed to himself, and it totally sounded like the kind of chilling line a villain would use. In the carriage, Cleiston let out a heavy sigh, the odd quiet pressing in now that the elf was gone. Then he added one weird detail. Somehow, even Taker, who never messes up, didn't leave the teleportation stone behind in Belcame. Because of that blunder, they got forced into a brutal, long detour just to get back on track. The boy immediately averted his eyes, like he couldn't handle what he was seeing. He remembered the way everyone stared when he shot through life with that endless, unstoppable hurry. Now he just wanted to coast through the journey, no more magical jumps. At last, the towering walls of Belcame surged into view on the horizon. At the checkpoint, the guard Reed greeted them with a big, warm smile. He blurted the news to the whole city the second the famed collector came back. A bright girl beast sprinted ahead, laughing with pure joy as she ran to meet them. Takeru snapped around in shock at the voice of a man speaking right behind him. It was Ains, grinning like he'd just won the whole world. The girls stared at each other like they couldn't place the memory, and Takeru's mind snapped back to the last time he'd delivered those materials. And when Ains revealed that the boy had healed him too, the whole crowd detonated into stunned cries. To dodge unwanted eyes, Takeru bolted straight out of the guild. That familiar sign finally flashed, and the long-awaited piece crashed into the chaos. In the hall, he leaned in and told Cleiston everything. The gruesome corpse they'd found, and the items they handed over to the sun. The warrior let out a grim nod, locking eyes with the boy, and you could tell he understood exactly how hard he'd pushed himself for his family. Cleiston leaned in and warned Takeru, because that jaw-dropping healing magic would draw trouble sooner or later. The young man shut his eyes tight and swore he'd be careful. A rabbit girl darted up to the counter. She blinked hard, then caught the two of them standing together. With a shaky breath, she asked, right there and then, if they'd formed a permanent team. The commercial district of Belcame was buzzing like a live wire, packed with people and non-stop energy. Takeru burst into Glutus's workshop and slammed his load onto the table. He couldn't help but wonder, with growing doubt, if that ore would really be the right fit for them. The gnome's wrinkled hands lifted a spotless crystal with bone-precise care. The master and his student sat frozen in silence, trembling hard and refusing to blink. Takeru's heart slammed in his chest. He couldn't believe he'd ever pull off that kind of spotless perfection. Through those thick lenses, the gnome's eyes spun like a storm. Rage, fear, hope, all of it swirling at once. The young man jumped back hard at the sheer force of his reaction. The cat girl suddenly couldn't speak anymore, like her voice got stolen in the blink of an eye. "What is this?" Glutus screamed, panic ripping through his voice. The gnome and the student froze in awe, gripping the crystal as they gaped, because that ore was shockingly, never before seen, good. The craftswoman snapped open in tears, screaming that after 120 long years, she'd finally laid eyes on a monstrous chunk of Ilderite. Takeru's face went deathly pale. He never thought he'd actually pull together metal this legendary. The girl sobbed with pure joy, smashing her hands against the counter like she couldn't hold it in. She straight up admitted that, from the very start, she never believed that mission would succeed. But the boy went beyond even the wildest legends. Old Glutus suddenly broke down in tears, blurted "calm down" to the student between shaky, mumbled words. Takeru just stood there, quietly taking in the wild hysteria of two fanatics who'd given their all to the craft. At the very end, he finally exhaled, because the clients were actually happy. He remembered the collector's rule etched in stone. No matter how rare the material is, it's worthless unless it's exactly what they asked for. So that's why he stayed on edge right up to the final second, and now those smiling masters were the proof he'd been praying for. But as he headed down the street, pride finally surged through him. Real, undeniable pride in the life he'd chosen. The gnome dropped his head in a deep bow, choking out an apology for ever doubting Takeru's power. The young man flashed a warm, modest smile and gave his helpers a grateful nod, like he didn't forget a single thing they did for him. The student choked back a sniff, staring at those treasures and realizing they had nothing to pay for them. But But Takeru shot back with calm certainty, reminding everyone he only cared about one thing: scissors. He pressed his hand against the crystal and swore he'd call for the tool later. And with a final order, he leaves all that material in their hands so they can forge the best sword for the exhibition. Glutus stared in stunned silence at the Ilderite's shining surface, like it was calling him closer. A big, fearless grin, like a master of his craft, lit up his whole face. She wiped the tears in a blink, then bolted straight to the stove. Later, a massive shipment of ore thundered into the artisan quarter. The gnomes rushed right back to the mines, digging like madmen to keep the city from running out of supplies. From dawn till nightfall, the streets thumped with the non-stop beat of 1,000 hammers. Once Glutus wrapped up his masterpiece, he snatched it up right away and rushed it to Takeru. A flawless silver blade gleamed in the light. Blue veins threaded through it like living lightning, and intricate engravings carved every inch of its edge. The results came back with an A rank, and it convinced that guy they'd lock down first place at the exhibition for sure. The cheerful blacksmiths cheered him on, then sprinted toward the capital. The kid stared as they vanished, his mind racing with the dream of flawless scissors and a shiny new fork meant for crab. As the sun dipped, Takeru kicked back in a warm, cozy tavern, letting the night finally catch up to him. Clayston shot a question about the tool, and the boy answered. First, the dwarves will sketch a razor-precise blueprint of your hand. A real smile lit up his face. He genuinely loved that serious, no-nonsense way of working. Suddenly, this brand-new Beastman stalked up to their table like he owned the night. The Beastman weighed, stalked closer, then leaned in and told him, point blank, that he was hunting Takeru. Specifically, him. Without a word, he thrust a letter into Takeru's hands, its wax seal stamped so heavy it felt like a warning. Clayston instantly clocked the coat of arms of the ruthless Rusevok family. The warrior shrugged and said, with zero drama, that it was a direct invite from the local feudal lord himself. Takeru froze, eyes locked on the letter, completely stunned, like he had no idea what kind of trouble he just stepped into. The last sketch finally locks in every character from this epic story. Chapter 28. A sealed letter sat on the white table like it was waiting to detonate secrets. The seal blazed with the lion and dragon coat of arms, proof it belonged to Alsherio's royal bloodline. Takeru blinked, totally baffled, like the world had just betrayed him. Clay made it crystal clear. This was the lord who held all of Belkaem under his command. Guildmaster Rodor always warned, an invitation from the lord? Don't you dare ignore it. The boy let out a heavy, defeated sigh, like he already knew the trouble was about to crash down on him. That massive bear beast Clay roared at him to knock it off and stop feeding those pathetic excuses. Takeru tore open the envelope, holding his breath, praying the local ruler's answer would be enough. That letter laid out the big news. An award was on the table for their troop, blue and black, after everything they pulled off on the Stavlo Plain. Leaning over their shoulder, the mighty Draconid gawked in shock and snorted, "Wait, my name's on the list too?" The bear told them the Lord was ready to call their brand new team in all at once. Just a month after they came back to Belkeyama, they finally locked in as one, officially, for real. On the registration form, the leader was the Dragonid Gildius, and Takeru was just one more regular in the mix. The Dragon King let out a smug chuckle, basically bragging that Clay himself coined that ridiculously cool name. Takeru suddenly smelled a trick. Turns out the goblins were wiped out ages ago, and that nobleman was hunting for a totally different reason. Maybe that aristocrat's eyes locked onto the pile of collective materials, like he couldn't look away. But if that were true, the guild would have already paid him in full. There'd be no reason for the lord to single him out and show up himself. Or those precious ores from Voslao. The boy absent-mindedly rubbed his neck, lost in thought. B squeaked, sounding unsure as he fired off a question. That tiny dragon innocently blinked, its round eyes wide as saucers. And right then, Takeru recalled what the guildmaster told him. This lord was seriously locked in on his protege. The boy's face went white in an instant, and he yanked the baby into his arms. He burst out screaming, swearing up and down that he'd never give Bia to anyone, for any reason. The bear rushed in to soothe him, swearing the ruler wouldn't ever sink to outright robbery. Gildias snapped in coldly. If the lord tries to seize the dragon by force, they'll just walk away from Belkaem. Takeru gaped at his friend in stunned silence. The glue freaked out, peeling itself away from those reckless thoughts, and snapped back to one thing: protecting the guild. But the boy already got the whole picture. When the bear proposed forming a team, it was crystal clear it was all for his protection. At first, Takeru shrugged it off as just a formality, but now he finally felt how heavy their devotion really was. Clay kept muttering about the mess with management, but Hildius refused to budge. The boy lifted his eyes to the glittering stars, and it hit him. True escape didn't just free him, it flung open whole new worlds. The day they chose is finally here. A gorgeous black carriage, dripping in golden shine, tore down the street behind two pristine white horses. Inside Bia's carriage, Usher practically bounced with joy onto the soft seats, while Takeru hungrily poked around the interior, eager to see everything. The crystal chandelier swayed softly as the crew launched into motion. Townspeople packed both sides of the road, staring in stunned disbelief as that luxurious, noble carriage rolled in. Ordinary mercenaries let out jealous sighs, wishing they could one day land in his shoes. Gildias leaned back with his arms crossed, watching their arrival spark a commotion like it was inevitable. He made it crystal clear: getting an invite to the Lord's estate is the absolute peak of glory for any adventurer. With a ruler's backing, even a notorious bandit could rise to respect, if he didn't carefully protect his patron's name every single day. Takeru burst out with a joyful shout, and just like that, the conversation got cut off. Massive wrought iron gates towered ahead, and stone heraldic lions stood guard like they were daring anyone to come closer. The boy stuck to the window like he'd been nailed there, staring in awe at the mysterious structure he couldn't see. A grim guard slammed the crew to a halt and stared at their pass like it owed him an answer. The guard crept toward the window, step by slow step. Takeru's nerves fizzled as he flashed a shaky smile, then clutched the little dragon even tighter to his chest. With a brutal rumble, the gate smashed open. The carriage rolled inside and the dragon leaned in, swearing the craziest, most thrilling stuff was right around the corner. The boy scoffed with sharp skepticism, certain he'd already seen it all. Then boom, an enormous, spotless park exploded into view, packed with dozens of lavish buildings stretching out in front of him. Sunlight danced across a blazing, towering fountain, and an angel stood at its center like the whole sky had come down to shine. Neatly trimmed hedgerows formed a maze that vanished right into the horizon. Takeru's jaw actually hit the floor. Gildias flashed a grin so wide it looked like pure victory. When they asked Hildias in shock how many nobles lived in Belkayami, he snapped back that the whole estate belonged to a single lord. The boy stared at the colossal palace city and couldn't wrap his head around it. This whole place belonged only to the lord's family. Draped in lavish dresses, the aristocrats strolled through the alleys like they owned the night, swaying under lace umbrellas. The carriage glided to a perfect stop, and the coachman bowed his head with deep, respectful grace. Gildias cracked a delighted stretch as he stepped onto the cobblestones, and Bee shot out behind him in a happy flutter. Takeru slowly lifted his eyes toward the Rosuvaha residence, like something in there was calling his name. In front of him loomed a towering Gothic castle, dripping with grandeur and daring him to step into brand new trouble. The tiny dragon Bee popped out from the playing card like it was trying not to get caught. Right in front of the travelers rose a majestic estate, towering like a royal palace, built to awe them at first glance. Two blade-like towers shot straight through the clouds. Takeru stood frozen beside a little dragon and Clay the lizard man, staring up at the towering entrance. The door swung wide, and an elderly man in a perfectly spotless tailcoat stepped into view on the threshold. He stepped forward, flashed a polite smile, and introduced himself. Raymond, the butler. The boy shot back a confused greeting, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The steward dropped into a respectful bow, like he was greeting a king. Takeru fidgeted and scratched the back of his head, awkwardly thanking them for the invitation. Raymond waved the guests in, urging them to step inside. That heavy door creaked shut, sealing everything behind it. A magnificent chandelier blazed with light, hanging high above like it owned the whole room. Costly furniture and sparkling elegant mirrors lined the walls like a throne room. A massive red carpet unfurled down the huge corridor like a runway built for destiny. Along the side, black-dressed maids with crisp white aprons stood shoulder to shoulder, lined up like they were ready for anything. They all bowed together, hitting the floor in perfect sync as they welcomed the guests. A gentle glow spilled down the corridor, turning the whole place into something soft and unreal. Takeru couldn't look away, completely spellbound by that perfect harmony. All at once, a ringing voice sliced through the silence like a flare in the dark. A young girl stood on the stairs and snapped at the butler, demanding silence with a sharp command. She slammed her foot down like a threat, daring him to blink first. Takeru froze, staring in total confusion at that tiny little aristocrat. She jolted her hand forward, like it all happened in a split second. Her finger stabbed straight at the terrified bee. "Hand it over!" the girl barked, like she owned the room. Takeru and the little dragon locked eyes, and both of them froze, stunned into silence. The boy snapped on his analysis skill the second it was needed. A burst of a system window slammed across my vision in an instant. It was Tiaris, 14, the Lord's daughter, who burst back home just for the holidays. The boy swallowed a deep sigh, convinced that all came down to the tantrums of some spoiled teenager. He tried to shut it down, but Tiaris just didn't care. She kept hammering the demand, shamelessly, again and again. Takeru spun around on purpose and turned his back, making it crystal clear. The girl snapped her eyes shut in outrage. Refusals were something she'd never learned to expect. The boy swore that this dragon is family, and that he'll never abandon his friend, even if she tells him he's just a pathetic adventurer. Tiaris shot a sharp eye roll, then dug in her heels and refused to budge. Takeru realized, the hard way, that here, words didn't stand a chance. He dragged his palm across his forehead, worn out and exhausted. A fierce decision to switch up his tactics ignited in his eyes. The boy suddenly crumpled to one knee right in front of the young lady. He spoke in a steady voice, urged her to rein in her emotions, and demanded she answer just one question. Tiara snapped still, stunned to the bone. She spilled the truth. Bernard had told her all about some traveler who had a dragon. This man promised her that her father would take the beast without breaking a sweat. She bolted straight to the Lord and fired off her request on the spot. But the father flat out refused. No ifs, no maybes. He leaned in and told his daughter, "That dragon stays chained to its master for all eternity." Takeru straight up demanded to know why she defied her father's will. Tiaris hissed Bernard's name in guilt, and the second his voice hit the air, Bernard knew exactly who was pulling the strings. He calmly told the guy, "No way, I'm not handing B over to anyone," even as the man kept feeding him lies. The tiny dragon chirped like a joy-filled bell, and the boy grinned and said, "Smart animals don't stick around for folks they don't like." With hope shining in her eyes, the girl stared at the creature and softly asked if his name was truly B. The boy nodded like, yeah, the tiny dragon was really getting every word of human speech, crystal clear. Tiaris's face drained of color, like the fear hit her all at once. Shame burned through her as soon as she spoke those harsh words in front of the beast, and tears exploded from her eyes. Takeru just froze in sheer confusion, totally stuck on how to soothe her. Suddenly, B slipped out of his shoulder and shot straight toward Tiaris at full speed. The tiny dragon softly licked the tears off her cheek like it was soothing her heart. The girl sniffed through her tears, begging him, "Will you forgive me?" Tears streaked her face, and then her expression finally softened. Tiaris beamed as she clutched the good dragon to her chest, squeezing him close like he was pure magic. Takeru let out a shaky chuckle, and pure relief hit him all at once. He finally saw it, the spoiled egoist mask hiding a trembling, sensitive child underneath. The girl confessed that Bernard told her to stay tough and to ignore those uneducated adventurers. Takeru shot back, insisting they don't have to be the same, and that everyone can think for themselves. Tiaris lowered her gaze with a shy flinch, admitting that beneath her rude mask was nothing but plain, trembling fear. She flashed a sincere smile and couldn't stop staring at the dragon, completely spellbound. But her smile didn't last. Joy vanished fast. Tears burst from her eyes again as she tried to remember her mom, her voice shaking with every word. Steward Raymond rushed up to the lady, worry blazing across his face. Takeru stared at the child with raw compassion, because he could feel the crushing pain weighing them down. He finally clocked just how cold and cunning the manipulator had played her condition like a weapon. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps slammed through the corridor, echoing like a warning. A towering, long-haired man shot a hard, stern glare and demanded to know what the heck was going on here. Takeru froze, staring at him like he'd just seen the impossible. Wait, could this young, handsome dude really be the girl's father? And the local lord, too? He looked way too young to hold a status that heavy. The lord didn't raise his voice. He calmly hauled his daughter in and ripped into her for bringing shame upon herself. Then he whipped around to Takeru and apologized to her for that prank, straight from the heart. The butler, half laughing, scolded the lord for spoiling Tiari's way too much. The lord said it cool and clear, a lively, stubborn daughter beats any lifeless doll. The man leaned in, staring the guest down, and demanded to know, was he really that same expert in material collection? Takeru bowed with respect and introduced himself. Lord Belmonte Resueva beamed and offered him a warm, welcoming handshake. They clapped hands hard, locking in their new friendship on the spot. A razor-close shot caught a sweet, charming kid's face, like the moment itself was smiling. Count Rasuvok's luxurious estate thrust itself into the skyline, proudly standing tall and guarding his family's 500-year legacy. The portrait of Faragod's first-generation Viscount, the man who conquered the wild northern lands, hung proudly on the wall like a trophy of pure legend. Right there, his descendants' faces came into view. These were the ones who rebuilt the city and clawed their way into the title of Count. Takeru leaned in hard, totally glued to Clay's story, sprawled comfortably on the soft sofa right beside Play and Little B. And now the tale has sprinted right into the present, young, gifted Lord Belmonte. The next painting laid out Lord Belmonte right now, standing beside his wife, with their young daughter tucked in beside them. Takeru stared at the painting, and it hit him like a punch. The woman looked exactly like Tiaris. The steward beamed and declared that the woman trapped in the portrait is none other than Muratelia. Suddenly, Takeru's eyes snapped to the empty plates. B had slipped in and demolished every last snack. The tiny dragon flashed the most innocent eyes, pleading like, "Just one more serving, please." Clay broke into a warm grin and instantly remembered the mouth-watering meat soup from Takeru. The boy couldn't stop worrying about how wildly his scaly pet's monster-like metabolism kept going. He couldn't help but wonder, would this tiny kid grow up to be as massive as his father, Vol? Bia's hunger kept surging, growing bigger and bigger by the minute. Belmonte strode into the room, and the butler shot up at once, demanding to know how his daughter was doing. The lord sighed, saying the girl had finally settled down, but she still hadn't eaten a single thing. The steward gave a sharp nod, then ordered dinner to be cooked fast for the starving girl. He dropped into the chair across from the guests with a heavy thud. The steward snapped out a quick apology for the chaos, then slipped away quietly, leaving the three of them alone. Belmonte genuinely apologized for Tiaris's rude behavior the day before, and he meant every word. Takeru brushed it off with a casual wave, swearing he still didn't hold a single grudge. Then Clay cut the small talk and straight up asked why they'd come in the first place. Belmonte dropped his eyes, like something was pulling his focus down. He finally confessed the truth. He brought them here for just one reason, to throw himself at their feet and beg for a favor. Takeru and B locked eyes, stunned, then shot each other a surprised look like they'd just seen the impossible. Clay's eyes snapped wide as the truth hit him. The lord nodded, slow and deliberate, like he was savoring every second. The case was all about his sick wife, Moritelli. Belmonte admitted she'd been battling weak health since childhood, living her whole life under a doctor's watchful eye. When Tiaris was born, he dreamed of one bright, long future. 3 of them, forever together. But the happiness didn't last. Joy burned bright, then vanished. Muritellia's condition has collapsed fast, and not a single healer can fix it. The glue helplessly shrugged like, "Yeah, I'm totally clueless about medicine." Takeru's fingers wouldn't stop twitching as nerves clawed at him. He leaned in and asked, very carefully, what the doctors had found. Belmonte leaned in and stared the boy down, like every detail mattered, and then he let out a quiet snort. The lord burst into laughter and told Takeru to drop the formalities, because right now, it's him who's begging for help. His heartfelt laughter burst out, and just like that, the tension evaporated. Takeru let out a shaky breath of relief, basically admitting he can't stand all those stiff formalities. Belmonte's smile crumbled, and the words that came out were pure, crushing despair. He confessed he'd thrown everything he had into it all this time, but it still got him nowhere, and then he finally cracked and surrendered for good. Until wild rumors about a one-of-a-kind adventurer finally reached his ear. People swore that right in the city's slums, a hopelessly sick soul suddenly snapped back to health, like fate just flipped a switch. Takero flashed a shaky grin, like a smile could outrun the fact his secret had just been exposed. The smug lord leaned in and declared that you can't keep wonders like these hidden from the neighbors. Belminant suddenly lunged forward, eyes frantic as he hurriedly stared at the boy. With a dramatic flourish, the lord dropped to his knees in front of the sofa and begged over and over to spare Muratelia. So yeah, he froze in shock as the mighty count lowered his head before some nobody traveler. The boy knew his divine skills could crush that illness before it even got started. But the dosage of magic terrified him. One wrong number and the fallout could be catastrophic. And that public miracle, it could wipe out local medicine for good. Even though this whole mess barely touched him, he still had no intention of sticking around this city forever. The Lord's voice dropped as he admitted it. Tierce demanded the dragon, not for herself, but because she needed it to save her mother. The kid, totally trusting, figured that the adorable animal could magically cure the sick woman. Belminant teased his daughter as silly, then hit her with the truth. She's got a good heart. Takeru couldn't forget the girl's hysteria, because he instantly saw it. Her rage was just a mask, and underneath, she was terrified. He stared straight at Clay. The enormous lizard suddenly shook, fighting to keep the tears from spilling. Takeru ranted in his head at his friend for tugging at his sympathy. In the end, Clay realized the sick woman wasn't a stranger at all. She was the wife of an old friend. The puzzle snapped into place because the lizard never once demanded a direct answer, and he already knew all the deadly risks that healing magic carried. Takeru swallowed his fear, squared his shoulders, and promised he'd try to heal her. But he shot a warning first. Helping a noblewoman is touchy business, and he won't promise a thing until he checks her himself. He had to move with absolute care, no room for mistakes. Takeru sprang to his feet and demanded to know where the patient's room was. Her chambers sat all the way up at the crown of the mansion's left tower. A colossal door slammed shut, sealing the woman away from the outside world. Belminant leaned in and warned his wife about the visitor's arrival. All three slipped inside without a sound. The huge bedroom loomed around them, swallowed in a heavy, semi-dark hush. Heavy curtains slammed shut over the windows, choking the room in total darkness. The ceiling chandelier sat there, totally unlit, like it was waiting for something to explode. Takeru tasted the stale air in his throat. The room hadn't seen fresh ventilation in forever. The Lord crept forward with razor-careful steps toward the opulent four-poster bed. The boy fixed his gaze on the dark, and his nerves were screaming. Belminant clasped his wife's pale hand and told her he'd finally tracked down the miracle worker, based on nothing but whispers. The woman managed a shaky smile, thrilled that the news finally landed in her favor. The Lord snapped a gesture at Takeru, daring him to step closer. The boy begged them to add even a tiny bit of light so they could inspect everything. But Belminant wouldn't budge. Muratelia couldn't stand a single bit of bright light at all. That tiny lamp on her nightstand still hit her like a punch, and sharp pain flared across her eyes. Takeru whirled around in pure shock, staring at the sealed windows. He edged up to the bed, then asked for permission before he dared to start. In his eyes, a scan HUD flickered to life, clocking the patient's condition in an instant. The diagnoses hit like a punch: cataracts, anemia, kidney disease, and then a whole avalanche of other brutal complications. The cataract report snapped everything into focus. Her eye's lens had turned badly cloudy, and that's why even light hurt to her. But the real nightmare was what happened to Evel. Years of toxins finally surged, and a one-of-a-kind poison struck him from the inside. Takeru nodded hard, burning through every scrap of data like it was a puzzle he had to solve right now. He could wipe out earthbound diseases like anemia with terrifying ease. To pull off real magic, he only had to picture a perfectly healthy organ so clearly it felt real. But this magical cure for a mystery illness could hit you with an unpredictable twist. No one knows what it'll do. Even more than that. For a split second, the room swallowed all the light, and it felt darker than ever. Takeru brushed aside every doubt like it was nothing. He swallowed the terrifying list of diseases and kept it to himself, refusing to say it out loud so fear wouldn't spread. The servants and the butler froze, holding their breath like the next second could shatter everything. Belminant held his breath, praying the verdict would finally land in his favor. Takeru snapped, "Give me your wife's life, and I'll wipe every last symptom clean, no doubt." He laid out his plan to restore her sight, melt away her joint pain, and lift the tightness from her breath. The Lord sucked in a breath, stunned to realize the young man had nailed every one of her problems with nothing more than one casual glance. Now it was down to Belmonent, one choice, and everything hinged on it. The Count halted mid-step, eyes narrowing as he weighed the offer from the lowest-ranked traveler. He shot a loaded, heavy look at his worn-out wife. His palm softly cradled her delicate hand, as if she'd slip away the moment he let go. Mercenary leaned in and promised she'd back her husband's choice, no matter what happened. Despair-ridden tears slid down their tangled fingers, and he didn't even dare to hope for a full recovery. Mercenary broke down and whispered through tears that all she wanted was one thing, just to hold Tiaras in her arms again. This quiet pain shredded the Count's heart to pieces. Belmonent clenched his teeth hard. He screamed at the top of his lungs, begging anyone to save her life, desperation pouring out of him. The Lord braced himself to hand Takuro absolutely everything he could possibly offer. Little Bee sobbed into Clay's shoulder, and even that giant lizard couldn't stop the tears from spilling like a non-stop waterfall. Takuro nodded, still stunned, and barked the order to begin the treatment. Down the mansion corridor, the maids huddled and whispered in panic because they couldn't stand the low-ranking adventurer staying with them. Steward Raymond shuddered in disgust at all their doubts. He snaps the conversation shut, no arguing with the master's decision. They could only stand there, powerless, staring at the sealed doors as everything spiraled out of reach. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the Lord handed young Takuro the fate of his sick wife's life. The boy locked eyes with the aristocrat, and in a voice full of gravity demanded a favor. He demanded total secrecy about his powers, because he despised any unnecessary attention. The lizard guard snorted, and he made it clear, so much secrecy means the guild is absolutely going to nail that guy with a reprimand. The Lord vowed to stay silent, even as his wife's sudden healing was bound to spark immediate suspicion. A friendly lizard slapped its tail and patted Takeru on the shoulder. Zdorovan leaned in and demanded to know if the guy would use the same magic he'd used on him. Just hearing about that hellish pain made the warrior shudder to his core. Takeru shot the idea down on the spot, because that method would torch the target's magical power right from the inside. The frail woman on the bed erupted into a weak, trembling cough, and everyone knew she couldn't have lived through a blow that brutal. He thrust out his hand on the spot, determined to bring her sight back before anything else. He leaned in and gently told the patient to close her eyes. She didn't hesitate. She obeyed instantly. Takeru sharpened his focus, like he could actually see the cloudy lens behind her eyes. She barked out the short command, "Heal!" and the woman barely even got to breathe. He dripped the magic in careful, measured drops so he wouldn't accidentally hurt her. Imagination blasted a perfectly clear, blazing star into existence. Sweat beaded on the boy's forehead as he poured every ounce of focus into what he was doing. All his raw power coiled in his open palm, ready to explode. The hand snapped into a gentle, glowing light just above the sick man's face. Magical sparks drifted down and slowly smothered her eyelids in glitter. The cleansing was almost over. Takeru gently let the woman crack her eyes open. Dark screen. The thick, murky veil clouding her view started to fade, clearing the way for answers. The boy and the man's silhouettes snapped into sharp, unmistakable outlines. The Lord bent over his wife, and dread sank like a stone in his chest. She beamed with pure joy because she finally saw her beloved's face again. The lamp's light finally stopped stinging her eyes. Takeru yanked his staff free, glared ahead, and declared, "Now watch me open the window." The spell of total purification slammed into the room, like the air itself got wiped clean. The heavy shutters slammed open all at once. The very next spell scorched every last trace of rot right off the walls and floor. Sunlight blasted into the bedroom so hard it felt like the whole room was on fire with light. Tears scanged the woman's eyes. She narrowed her eyes because even in the real daylight, everything still hit way too hard. Close up, her gaze turns crystal clear, like it's been purified down to the truth. Lord shot a worried look and asked if everything was okay, and Mercenary quickly reassured him that she was doing just fine. She flashed a bright, happy smile, because she never once dared to imagine she'd ever see her husband's face this clearly again. The room sparkled so spotless it felt magical, and the couple leaned in, whisper laughing as joy surged between them. Takeru let out a shaky breath of relief. This time, everything finally went right. The aristocrat kept blurting out his gratitude, but the boy cut in fast. "I only fixed your eyesight. Your body is still too weak." To show his gratitude, the host begged the rescuer to stay at the estate for the night. A cheerful splash of water burst from beyond the walls. Takeru sank into the steaming hot bath and just soaked in bliss. He grinned because this soap was a rare treasure here, then breathed in its sweet fragrance like it was pure luxury. The boy slowly shut his eyes, drifting into a dream where a merchant finally handed him the very same soap. Thick foam exploded everywhere in the bath, flying like crazy all over the place. Right nearby, his pocket dragon splashed around in the water like it owned the whole world, carefree as can be. The tiny creature clenched its paws around that massive, frothy cloud like it was clinging for dear life. The little beast's eyes gleamed like a predator's, like it was seconds away from devouring its next meal. The boy snapped upright and barked at the little one that the foam wasn't food at all. Leaning back against the edge, Takeru snapped the pieces together. Poisoning with Evel meant the toxin had been seeping in for years, one dose at a time. Later, Takeru got pulled into a serious talk, while the Lord kept talking his wife down so she could finally rest. Worried to the core, the boy blurted, "Is it really true, Takeru?" and then confirmed it. Everything he checked lined up with the exact same answer. He leaned in and demanded to know if anything weird had happened right before his wife's condition suddenly crashed. The Lord shrugged it off. People swarmed in and out of the estate nonstop, so whoever he was looking for vanished the second the crowd rolled through. Takeru shuddered. Someone had planned it, then kept poisoning the woman again and again. That brutal realization ripped the boy's voice out and left his throat bone dry. Then it all hit him. He remembered that just a moment ago, the tiny dragon had totally gulped down some soap. That poor little animal stuffed itself with foam, and then boom, its stomach went into full meltdown. Then Takeru had to slam it open and whip the foam out fast, all while terrified maids screamed like they'd just seen the impossible. Then he snapped at the little animal for being so foolish, and he kept going on and on. Ordinary poison could be cured with ease, but when that weird toxin called Evel hit, magic couldn't do a thing. The boy suddenly remembered that old acquaintance, the pharmacist, Libra. If she got her hands on a sample of that poison, she'd whip up the antidote in a flash. The cash for ingredients was finally locked in, and that problem vanished for good. The cruelest part was still the same. Someone really tried to assassinate him. The killer was still loose, and one more strike could hit any second. The conversation kept rolling inside a private office, and Takeru slid in just to read. The master jabbed his finger at a dusty page in the ancient encyclopedia. A rare golden flower was captured in the picture, shining like it held a secret. They warned that the fruit of Ivel could be turned into a perfect poison, one with no taste and no smell. The lizard locked onto Takeru in total shock, and just like that, it swallowed the whole revelation in one gulp. The guard couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a kid this talented not devour every book in the world? Takeru slowly pressed his temple. Speed reading had wiped him out, and his brain felt completely fried. He dove into the next thick tome, hunting for the exact spot where that flower grows. The Lord stared in shock. His guests didn't just understand everything, they even spoke the ancient languages like it was nothing. Then the aristocrat shoved an ancient, tattered diary into his hands. Taker's eyes snapped onto the word Evel, tucked right in the middle of the messy scribbles. He locked onto the words like they held the key to everything. The boy's eyes snapped open wide, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Curious as hell, the guys who were asked to read it demanded that they hear the find read out loud. Takeru fumbled, cleared his throat like he couldn't get his words to work right. Then I cracked open the book in the most painfully boring, kid-sounding voice ever, like this author, Paula, was reading it to me. The Lord and the Lizard went stone still, wearing deadpan faces as the sheer absurdity hit them. The guard snapped, asking if this was some kind of joke, and the boy shot his head side to side, dead serious. Blazing red with shame, the Lord begged, "Go on, keep reading." The boy kept spouting sweet, naive dreams about where he'd travel next. As soon as the lizard heard them describe the horse-shaped rock, it recognized the place in an instant, while Takaru shoved both hands over his face, burning with pure shame behind the cover. The old painting fit the real lake so perfectly, it felt like reality got trapped on canvas. The Lord pinned down the location, and the lizard snapped back with the name of the nearby village, Ashis. Takeru snapped the book shut, because if they wanted the antidote, they'd have to go there. That crazy diary was the only clue that actually mattered in their case. The last black and white sketch hits the screen, packed with every single character from the whole story. Kamishiro Takeru got ripped out of his old life and reborn on Medeus, a brutal world where swords gleam and magic runs wild. Even with a low rank, he won people over by hustling for materials like he had something to prove. The local lord yanked him in with shaking urgency. His wife had been poisoned, and only a rare plant could save her. A massive, breathtaking estate towered over the city like it owned the skyline. Takeru spoke in a calm, deadly voice and warned him, getting the antidote would mean a journey miles and miles away. He was absolutely thrilled that the dragonid Cray pinpointed the exact path to that cliff they needed. Takeru's stomach dropped. Cray's gone so quiet. Is this silence a warning, like something dangerous is waiting there? The Lord snapped open the map and stared at every line like it was about to change everything. The destination stretched far northeast, right into the lands that Baron Shitan once ruled. Cray clenched his jaw as he remembered it. What a disaster the Baron was with managing the lands. He ruthlessly hiked the taxes, dragging people into years of brutal suffering while he condemned them without mercy. The Lord let out a heavy sigh. Poor leadership had trashed the whole region until it was utterly ruined. In the end, the Baron got hit with a brutal sentence, 20 years behind bars. Even after 17 long years, they couldn't forget the violence. Takeru snapped into tension and demanded, "Who's ruling right now?" Turns out that same Baron's far-off relative has taken the reins and runs the whole place now. And the locals looked at the Lord's family like true saviors. The boy's eyes snapped wide as the truth finally hit. If that denunciation hadn't hit, the Baron's family would have kept stuffing their pockets in peace. He slammed the brakes on his own mind and forced himself not to jump to conclusions. This wasn't some random poison. Something huge, like a nationwide conspiracy, could have been pulling the strings behind it. The scanning system lit up with a brutal list of diseases and tangled complications inside the unconscious woman. The Lord turned on the whole world, blaming every single person who still nursed a grudge against him. The enemy could have aimed straight for the ruler's weakest spot on purpose, just to make the pain hit harder. Takeru pressed his palm to his chin and rubbed it hard, already crafting a brand new plan. A map stretching into the distance suddenly flashed right in front of my eyes. The Lord quivered, asking if the distance scared him. He threw out his carriage, swearing you'd get a full 5 days of travel, one way, no questions asked. Abandoning the sick person without protection for 10 straight days was pure danger. The boy blurted out, "Let's go horseback riding, right now!" The Lord flinched in embarrassment and warned them their horse wasn't trained for riding. Cray stared at the young man, and hope surged back into his chest. Takeru grinned. With the magic of speed and weight reduction, I'll smash this problem wide open. To get back in a flash, he decided to drop a magical portal right inside the room. Darkness. The guy swore he'd tossed the flower into a magic bag so it stayed fresh and untouched by time. Then hand the job of crafting the medicines over to a pharmacist they already trust. To shield the woman, he snagged a shard of mithril magical ore. She had to slam up a barrier and scream the alarm the moment the enemy came closing in. Takeru barked out a confident laugh, and that sound made the dragonling's courage snap like a twig. He beamed with pure optimism, but the Lord's nerves still wouldn't let him breathe. The ruler bowed deeply and sincerely apologized, taking on the blame for how crushing that burden was on the guest. The young man shrugged it off like it was nothing. Then the Lord leaned in and demanded to know how he could ever repay him. All that money and those fancy titles only brought him more trouble. He didn't save her out of kindness alone. He did it for her little daughter. Because the secret was promised to stay buried, the decision basically made itself. Out of nowhere, the boy blurted that he needed to buy some soap from him. Right after that, he forged a magical lamp-shaped artifact from pure power. A perfectly invisible dome sealed the sick man's bed. Anyone who came with evil in their heart would instantly keel over and faint. During the inspection, the servant lunged to sneak poison past the guards. The barrier snapped to life the moment the harmful water hit. The liquid vanished on the spot, evaporating along with the jug in the blink of an eye. Takeru couldn't believe it. His defense came out even stronger than he ever imagined. When the merchant's special water proved poisonous, he snapped and told everyone to ditch the hype and just buy regular, local water. And those fake purchases keep rolling in, dodging the conspirators' alarm, one close call after another. The raw power of that mithril ore scared him to the core. He shuddered as the memory of that massive chunk of mithril in the village slammed back into his head. Better to shove that thought out of your head. The men stood there, jaw dropped, staring at the flawless barrier like it was magic. Finally, Takeru urged them to grab the right medicine to steady the sick person's condition. The steward dropped into a respectful bow, head lowered in deference. Now she was finally out of danger, safe as could be. Their sights locked onto the village of Ashus, deep in the Venone region. The boy slid the teleportation stone right beside the bed, like he was about to kick off something huge. Suddenly, Lord Tyrus' daughter choked up with tears and blurted out an apology for being so rude. He leaned in close and studied the little one with sharp, focused eyes. With a grin, he snapped back, "Yeah, what she said was nasty, and you're right." The dragon froze in shock, but Takeru leaned in and told her the truth, because being honest was the only way she'd carve out a brighter future. The boy dropped to his knees and spoke softly, like, "The real key is admitting your mistake." With this in mind, she'll finally start hearing what everyone else has been trying to say. Personal principles will let you swing through tough decisions with rock-solid confidence. The girl clutched her resolve and promised she'd seriously weigh every consequence. Then he leaned in and warned, "Don't you ever believe they're dead. Those people are lying." Or the ones who come demanding cash, acting like they're saving him when it's all a scam. Trade secrets and share information, because that's how everything clicks. He demanded that they hash out every single thing with his father. With gratitude blazing in his eyes, the Lord gently stroked his daughter's head. The kid's trusting heart had him sure of one thing. The enemy was the one planting those thoughts in his mind. Cray couldn't believe it. What a sharp, thoughtful lesson he'd just been handed. Takeru pushed back hard, determined to make sure that girl was never used as a pawn again. The dragonid's eyes snapped open in shock. The kid had everything figured out, like he was already living a few steps ahead. Even with every safety measure in place, there was only one thing left to do. Put your faith in the Lord and believe. Every servant in the estate poured outside to watch them off, eyes following them to the end. They slipped out the stable's back door to stay invisible and avoid getting noticed. Two massive unicorn horses were already waiting there for them, like the world had just rolled out its wild welcome mats. The animals panted hard, loud and heavy with every breath. It looked like they were chasing dreams of running wild, never once hauling carts. Craig couldn't shake the fear that the boy might slip right out of the saddle. Takeru didn't rely on anything else. He leaned purely on his gift to crank his physical power to insane levels. He slowly extended his hand toward the massive muzzles, just to feel them up close. The horse snorted hard, blasting right into his face. The boy snapped still with shock. He fully believed the animal had finally answered him. He just stood there, stunned to the core, unable to accept that the animal had actually answered him. He promised them magical lightness so they could sprint without ever feeling tired. The horses bobbed their heads like they totally got it. With a sharp flick of his hands, the boy cast the spell and motioned them to move out. His hooves ripped off from that spot like a thunderclap. That wild burst of speed made it look like he was flying straight through the sky. The trail sliced past a towering cedar tree and straight into the Bovanle forest. The boy thought he could slice their entire trip in half. But B, the tiny dragon, slammed on the gas, and the horses nearly threw Takeru clean off his saddle. Cray blared that the animals weren't hunting at all. They were just trailing that tiny winged kid. The young man screamed with everything he had, pleading with the little dragon to just stop. B spun his head in shock at the shout. He abruptly skidded to a halt and dropped hard onto the ground. The giant horses dropped into a respectful bow at his feet. Thick hooves slammed into the earth and sank deep with every thunderous step. The dust finally drifted down and settled, like the world took a long, shocked breath. Takeru let out a huge breath. Once that ancient dragon authority kicked in, every beast finally fell in line. Gasping for breath, he blurted, "Where'd you guys vanish to?" Cray calmly told me they'd already gone way past the cedar tree. The boy spun around, staring in stunned horror at the thick, tangled Bovanle forest ahead. It usually took 3 brutal, non-stop days just to reach this place. He grinned wide, like fate was finally on their side and the clock was ticking perfectly for them. On break, they tore into massive sandwiches packed with bird meat like pure hunger fuel. Cray munched with pure appetite, then lit up as he gushed about how amazing his companion's cooking was. That young man cooked like a legend, decoded ancient languages, and could charm anyone into doing exactly what he wanted. The boy let out an awkward laugh, like it slipped out before he could stop it. He dragged his old life experience into the conversation like it was a weapon. The memory yanked him straight into a past life where he somehow soothed furious clients before their rage could blow up. Cray got it instantly and blurted, "Oh, so that's why he was a merchant." He finally confessed that, before all this, he'd been grinding in sales. Cray blurted out, asking Taker to judge his own skills on the spot. The boy fell into deep, dangerous thoughts. He told the system to show the status on screen so everyone else could see it too. Right above the ground, a blazing window of Cray's stats popped up, showing a 40-year-old Holy Knight dragon. The men locked eyes on the text, stunned into silence. Takeru couldn't believe what he heard at the age of the Dragonid. Then the moment it landed, someone snapped at him with pure, furious indignation. The system's power was absolutely mind-blowing. Cray's eyes popped wide, brimming with pure delight. He couldn't even wrap his head around where his special powers were coming from. The boy just shrugged. He hadn't seen those articles even once, not before his friend's evolution. But when he finally admitted it, the elixir that grants skills, it hit like a real miracle. City B, chugging that enchanted water every single day, let out a happy burp like she'd just gotten the sweetest reward. "Alright, time to see how you're really doing." Both of them froze, staring at a never-ending wall of skills and blessings, like it was staring right back. Cray seethed and jabbed his finger at the line marked with the lazy ability. Takeru finally got it. Everything he'd been given came straight from his bold, brazen demands to the local god. The Dragonid's eyes widened in shock as the profession flashed before him. Aethelman. Ancient legends whispered that this was the title bestowed on the single greatest magician the whole universe had ever seen. Turns out, this wasn't just any name. It was the name of the god who forged this world tens of thousands of years ago. Takeru flung his hands in denial, but Cray's doubt crumbled, because the more he watched, the more he felt Takeru had to be standing in front of a real deity. That young man swallowed hard and remembered it all, how he died as some plain clerk, then got ripped into this world like it was punishment. He let out a heavy sigh. No matter who he claimed to be, in this moment he was nothing more than a scavenger collecting materials. Cray nodded thoughtfully and gave his approval. Even with that dragonid body, he stayed exactly himself, and then he erupted in loud, unstoppable laughter. "Alright, time to shut your eyes. Tomorrow's early rise is coming fast." They cranked themselves into blankets and fell down on the ground, right there. Takeru lay there, eyes wide open, like he couldn't even blink. He tore open old memories and tried to cram them into the grind of work plans, like forcing a secret into a vice. Those tiny thrills hit hard, consoles blazing, manga stacked, junk food piled high, and soda fizzing at every sip. He used to swear he'd never make it without them, but now, somehow, everything was perfectly fine. Even so, a little wave of nostalgia still lingers in the air. Staring up at the stars, he whispered a silent prayer to God, thanking him for this brand new life. Title splash page. Takeru swings the bat B over his shoulder as Cray, the dragon human, leads the way through a thick, shadow-choked forest. They finally hit the Venone region, once glittering with lakes, now nothing but a dried-out, dead wasteland. The wind weaponized dry sand, whipping it hard across the cracked earth. Takeru rode the unicorn across the cracked, scorching land, staring around like, why is this place so brutally dry? The young man stared around and figured it hadn't rained here in forever. Cray stared at the big lake by the village and realized it looked like it had totally dried up. Takeru couldn't wrap his head around a lake that vast turning to dust, but Cray told him straight up, one brutal shift in the climate can wipe out water like it never existed. Takeru stared in disbelief as that once fertile land suddenly turned brittle and dead. He suddenly remembered the forest of white trees. Somehow, it had transformed overnight. A wild thought hit him. Was this just an echo of Volsan's magical energy purification? They pushed across the stormy plain, and even though it looked dead and lifeless, it still felt oddly safe, like the danger was hiding just out of sight. Later, Takeru's anxiety finally slipped away. A soft breeze brushed his face, and suddenly his heart felt lighter. Takeru stared at the once green fields and couldn't stop wondering, could he bring them back to life again? He flashed back to the Lukai mine, where the culprit was staring everyone down, an enormous giant crab, plain as day. And that's where the real reason was hiding, right somewhere else. This time, the threat wasn't on the ground, it was hanging right there in the sky. The young man realized one brutal truth. The artificial rain would only buy them a fleeting moment of peace. He leaned in and confessed to Cray that he couldn't just walk away from here. He was trapped in every sense. Suddenly his eyes shot wide. Right ahead, hidden between dead trees, Lake Halius was shimmering like it was calling him. Takeru blurted, "What the?" as he stared, still remembering how untouched and beautiful that lake used to look. Cray clambered off his mount and shot the body of water a grim stare, calling it a cursed swamp. A murky black surface churned and bubbled, slow and heavy like something wicked waking up. Takeru crouched by the shore, chugging it like a lifeline, because if he didn't, watering the fields would be the same as walking straight into suicide. He barked at Little Bee to keep her distance, then slipped off to inspect the water, without ever getting his hands on it. The system alert blared that the water is deadly toxic. That poison was paleozin all along, scraped straight from the Garanad buffalo's horns, then purified until it was deadly and clean. Takeru grilled Cray about the monster, and Cray's mind flashed straight to the horned creature from the icy highlands. Cray froze in terror, staring as the poison from the monster's horns splashed across the whole lake. Suddenly, 3 terrified peasants, pitchforks and hoes in hand, burst out from behind the bushes. Takeru calmly lifted his hands and introduced himself as an adventurer. The villagers huddled together with sharp suspicion, demanding proof, no room for doubt. Cray shot his hand out in silence, and a bright guild ring flashed on his finger. "An A rank!" The villagers snapped back in stunned, sacred awe. He drops to one knee because for the first time in his life, he's finally staring at an A rank with his own eyes. Takeru grinned on the inside, soaking up how wildly popular his powerful friend was. Suddenly, Tarobe, the man among them, staggered hard like he'd just been hit. He crumpled in exhaustion and hit the dry ground hard. A brutal growl ripped through the silence like thunder in his gut. Weak as a shadow, Tarobe rasped that hunger was killing him, and he couldn't even lift himself up. Takeru grinned and said the sound was way quieter than the giant's furious grumbling. The chaos lunged into Ashus's central square, where mountains of empty plates piled up like a warning. The villagers burst into tears, thanking him again and again for that mouth-watering treat. They kept shoving more food into their mouths, like they could never get full. Takeru grinned because his bag could swallow enough supplies to keep the whole village going for days. The elder crumpled to his knees and shouted, "You're a god!" Takeru awkwardly flailed his hands, begging them not to blow it out of proportion. The old man shot both hands up and pointed straight at the worn-down crowd of his people. Roofs caved in, the earth split wide open, and the peasants had nothing left to offer back. Takeru snapped the conversation back to the real danger, the poisoned lake. The foreman flat out confirmed it. One day, the lake turned filthy out of nowhere. Earlier, that so-called water deity was feeding the whole village, handing out everything they needed to survive. And 10 months ago, the water curdled into stinking sludge, reeking with dead fish. Even the wells were poisoned, and ever since, the sky has refused to drop a single raindrop. The elder wiped the tears from his face, remembering every desperate move they'd made just to stay alive. Then he let out a heavy sigh, and like a miracle, a man stepped in, promising he'd bring salvation. In the memories, a slick merchant popped up out of nowhere, trading clean, cold water for a single, shining, golden flower plucked from the lake's edge. He said this flower is prized by the aristocrats, and then he pressed, "Do the peasants even know where to get it?" Takeru's eyes widened the second he saw it, because that grass was unmistakably Evel's. The elder let out a heavy sigh, because this plant was an exact match for their ancient legends. A smooth-talking merchant swore he'd deliver 60 barrels of crystal-clear water every single month, tax-free, no strings attached. At first, this agreement felt like an absolute miracle, like pure luck had finally landed in his lap. But a brutal shortage of 60 barrels for drinking and irrigation hit hard, so the village slowly choked and died. Cray shot a grim whisper to Taker. This merchant was the one who poisoned the water. That young man frowned hard. Was the scoundrel really in cahoots with their brutal enemy, Bernard? Asking for a poisonous plant every single month is way too obvious to brush off. The villagers stared in shock because they had no clue that the gorgeous flower was packed with a deadly toxin. Even Takeru had to admit it. He didn't catch on right away. The villagers remembered how Mr. Engash treated them with pure kindness. Takeru sneered, mangling the merchant's name into Engacho. The foreman just clicked his tongue, still completely clueless about the joke. Suddenly, the old man's expression twisted with pure terror, like he just realized something awful. The merchant didn't just plan it, he poisoned the lake himself, then hurled Ashus into a full-blown crisis. Takeru thought, either the local lord is totally asleep on the truth because Engash is hiding something big, or the lord himself is hiding in the shadows, helping run this brutal plot. The merchant slipped the village only just enough water to keep their heads above the flood, barely. Takeru cracked it. One flower's poison lasted exactly a month, and that's why the merchant kept selling them one by one. You were just used, the young man blurted, and they all froze in shock. The villagers choked back tears as the crushing truth hit them. They were powerless, and nothing they did could stop it. The foreman couldn't stop replaying it in his head, how he'd even sent children to the lake just to find a drop of water. The tiny ones toiled hard by that toxic water, working themselves to the bone near pure danger. Takeru clamped his hand into a tight fist so hard the knuckles went stark white. The young man finally got it. If you want to help people, you don't need anything fancy, just a burning desire. On Earth, survival consumed him, but in this place everything is different. Takeru snapped with fury that he'd smash Engacho's plans, while Cray, exhausted, insisted the real name was Engash. The sky ripped open out of nowhere, and a violent downpour slammed the world in an instant. Villagers surged into the square, cheering at the top of their lungs and tilting their faces toward the water like it was pure hope. Soaked Cray smirked and said, Bee's magic is insane, but it's coming out way too heavy. Takeru shoved his arm up to shield himself from the water wall, then barked at the baby to stop, right now. A happy bee buzzed like it had somewhere to be, then shot straight down from the sky like a tiny rocket. The young man burst into a happy laugh and clutched the drenched familiar to his chest, squeezing it tight as if nothing else mattered. And he jerked back in an instant. The baby's mouth stank of raw meat so bad it hit like a slap. Then the rain poured down and jolted the earth back to life. The dry fields drank it up greedily. The elder dropped yet another wave of thanks on Takeru like it was never ending. But while the whole village buzzed with non-stop noise, that young man magically fixed every single house like it was never broken. Takeru stumbled through an awkward confession. Yeah, he'd totally overcooked the spells. Fresh, spotless facades gleamed so hard the villagers felt even more out of place, like they didn't belong there. He cut off the elder's endless apologies with a calm, firm stop. Takeru begged for just one thing, permission to harvest Ivel grass and craft an antidote. At sunset, the villagers happily pointed him toward the route, and the moment he arrived, the kids sprinted straight over, grabbing his attention like it was the start of something huge. The kids were latched onto Takeru, yanking his sleeve and begging for his full attention. The young man flashed a warm smile, and just like that, the children came alive, bursting with energy. He scooped up the little ones in his arms with pure joy, like the world couldn't get any better. Takeru hoisted 3 kids in one go, and they burst into joyful laughter. The young man's heart sank as he realized the long hunger had made them weightless. He vowed with steel in his heart that those kids would never be hurt again. Never. The elder shoved the little ones off, desperate to keep them from becoming a nuisance. But Craig stepped in front of him, blocked the way, and calmly ordered him to back off, leave the kids alone. Later, the kids marched Takeru out to an old abandoned barn sitting on the edge of town. They hauled him straight to their secret hideout. The whole place lay smashed in ruins. Takeru's magic just couldn't reach that far. The boy said Reed's fruit stash was secretly buried inside, hidden supplies just waiting to be found. They grew just to feed bees with sweet nectar, while the fruits hung there like a cruel joke, perfect for looking at, but totally inedible. Takeru stared at the fruits in silence, deep in thought as ideas churned in his mind. Inside, towering stacks of dusty, old wooden boxes crowded the room like a hidden treasure stash. The young man flipped on the system scan for those bumpy fruits that looked just like lychees from the outside. Suddenly he froze. Pure shock hit him like a punch. Takeru's eyes blew wide open. His scan finally exposed the real, jaw-dropping value of those useless fruits. He dropped into a seat beside the boxes in that creepy old warehouse, just as the local kid Gonza crept closer. Suddenly, a tiny fruit was shoved into his hand, and the young man's eyes went wide with pure shock. The boy gasped, staring at everything, and demanded to know what on earth just happened. Gonza couldn't wrap his head around it. Why on earth would anyone want to bite into the fruits of the Ridazu? The young man blurted out a joyful thank you, and the boy just waved back like, yeah, we're getting tossed out anyway when fall hits. The system flashed the verdict. A D-rank fruit, black flesh, brutally salty juice, good for one thing only, seasoning. Takeru leaned in, sniffed the find like it might explode with secrets. That sharp, familiar smell slammed into his nose out of nowhere. With a lightning swipe, he scraped away that tough, hard skin. Dark black juice poured thickly over his fingers. Gonza shot his hands up, rejecting the whole nonsense, but the young man had already decided. He shoved the fruit into his mouth and devoured it. Gulp. His eye twitched from that harsh, searing taste. His face broke into a huge grin. Every doubt vanished. Ever since his rebirth, he's been chasing one taste, the same flavor he can't stop thinking about. The stern lizard man guard narrowed his eyes and studied the tiny fruit like it was hiding a secret. Takeru stepped out to the horses and kept talking to the guard, pitching that incredible spice like it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. He leaned in and roared that back home, this sauce turned their homeland into a global legend across the entire planet. The guard narrowed his eyes, suspicious as can be, staring straight at the black liquid. To squash every doubt, the young man proudly pulled out a pot of piping hot boiled potatoes. The reed-ass fruit just sat there, biding its time, waiting for the exact moment to strike. A steaming, mouth-watering hot potato sat on the plate, practically sizzling for someone to dig in. Chef Takeru's culinary masterpiece was finally perfected and ready to blow everyone's minds. A swarm of curious villagers rushed in, forming a tight circle around the spread-out mat in seconds. The locals leaned in, practically salivating as that unbelievable butter and rib sauce aroma hit the air. Two old men still hesitated, grimacing at the thought of that disgusting taste. Takeru gripped the fork with total confidence, itching to take the very first bite. He leaned in and gently blew across the hot dish to cool it down. And he took a huge bite. With pure pleasure, he shut his eyes and let out a loud, relieved exhale. That tiny dragon couldn't help it. Drool spilled everywhere, and one bite was pure heaven. The old peasants gulped down their fear like dry sand, eyes wide as they swallowed hard. They took one bite at a time, slow, careful, like each piece was a secret they couldn't wait to taste. Their faces instantly flushed red with pure, food-fueled ecstasy. The crowd erupted in wild cheers because those flavors clicked together so perfectly, it felt magical. Even the lizard man had to admit, this salty sauce exposed the butter like never before. Takeru leaned in and said, "You can't drink this juice, but as a seasoning, it's pure magic." Across all of Medeus, nobody had a drop of soy sauce. There was simply nothing like it anywhere. The boy's eyes locked onto a whole box overflowing with fruits. He smirked to himself, knowing this discovery could drag the whole village out of poverty. With dreams of wild new recipes swirling in his head, Takeru beamed and tilted his face up to the sky. Meanwhile, storm clouds started piling up over the estate's towering high spire, thick and looming. The blonde aristocrat tore down the stairs, vanishing past the old butler left standing in the dust. His face contorted with panic as he blurted out his wife's name. In that fancy bedroom, the little daughter threw her arms wide and stood between her mom's bed and the tall man. The cloaked guest gave a razor-cold glare through his glasses. The aristocrat snapped for answers, furious that Bernard had somehow shown up at his estate when he'd never been invited. He flashed a fake smile and tried to excuse himself by clinging to rumors about the lady's illness. The father exploded into a furious shout, barking that nobody was allowed into the bedroom unless he gave the okay. Little Tiaras tried to hold her tears back, but they still fought to escape. She stared at her father with a heartbreaking, pleading look. The man shot a hard, stern glare and demanded to know what the heck was going on here. The girl leaned in and whispered that Bernard was shamelessly trying to sneak his way to his mother. While the sick woman slept like an angel, Tiaras fretted to the guest, begging them, almost in panic, not to make a single sound. Bernard dramatically pressed his hand to his chest and swore, with all the conviction in the world, that his intentions were pure. Bernard couldn't help but shoot the host a savage, sarcastic look, like even hiring adventurers was just the next joke. The aristocrat's face twisted as accusations of his incompetence hit him. Rage surged, and he snapped, "So the guest really thinks my decisions are wrong?" The guest sneered at the hired adventurers, calling them greedy fools. The girl blurted out, super fired up, that these adventures are nothing like that at all. Tiaras couldn't forget Takeru's soft smile, or the way he let her climb right in and play with the dragon. Tears spilled down her face as she blurted out, begging everyone to believe in this young man because she truly did. Bernard let out a tired sigh, shaking his head as he snapped that she was naive. He tugged his glasses into place, fully convinced that every mercenary would sell out for pure gold. He shrugged like it was nothing and boldly said they should ask for an absolutely unimaginable amount for the help. His face twisted into a predatory grin, like something hungry just found its next meal. The guest's eyes nearly launched out of his head when he heard the real price, just a few little bars of soap. On the bed, the woman only let out a faint, sleepy breath, barely even a sigh. Bernard's eyes fluttered with nerves as he blurted, half mumbling, that this deal was just way too good to be true. Seeing he'd blown it, he dropped into a deep bow and bolted straight for the exit. In the corridor, rage twisted his face as the woman's sudden recovery crashed every plan he had. Right in the middle of the poisoning, everything got derailed. Now they had to scramble and improvise on the spot. The scoundrel's lips curled into a crooked, sly grin. He snapped around, demanding how that mercenary even found out about the illness. Bernard dropped a blackmail threat, and Tiaras' whole body jerked with horror. The girl stared at her father, totally baffled, like she couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. The aristocrat shut his eyes with quiet confidence and told his daughter, "Don't you worry." Suddenly, the butler slid in a tray, quiet as a shadow, along with a jug. The host personally poured water into a glass and handed it to the guest, giving them the perfect shot to cool off and refresh. Bernard jerked back in pure terror, flailing his hands like he needed to fight off the danger. In a voice like freezing steel, Father reminded him how, a year ago, that guest hauled 3 maids and medicine merchants right into their house. The old steward's grim face sealed it. He confirmed the imported water for the sick was exactly what everyone feared. The master's footsteps thundered across the floor as he stormed straight toward the traitor. He shoved a glass of specially imported water straight into Bernardo's face. The guest went rigid with nerves, then flat out refused to take a single sip. He reminded them that it was this very water the scoundrel had prescribed for his sick wife a year ago. With icy fury in his chest, he snapped at everyone, demanding they swallow that healing poison. Crushed by the weight of the evidence, Bernard finally cracked and handed every single accomplice over. The guards dragged the bound scoundrel and the bribed maids straight out into the street. The master let out a long, shaking breath, pure relief flooding his heart, because Takeru had just saved his family. All that was left was to sit tight and pray the rescuer came back clutching the healing herb. Tiaras sobbed uncontrollably, swallowing regret as her distrust came back to haunt her. Her father pulled her into a warm, tight hug, and somehow her panic melted away. Meanwhile, a colossal, blinding moon surged up over the forest like a spotlight from the heavens. The Medea's star burned brighter than Earth's sky, and the night plant snapped awake as if the darkness itself had just been electrified. In those tangled thickets, the dark got so thick you had to feel your way forward. Takeru, the lizard man, and the old village chief tiptoed through the forest, slipping between gnarly tree roots like they had something to protect. The young man grumbled about the darkness, barely able to make out the road ahead. The rough, rocky ground under my feet told me the finish line was right there. The head grinned and shot a finger straight ahead like it was about to change everything. A shadowy stone cave yawned right in front of them. Deep in the shadows, a sickly column of ghostlight burst into view. No question about it, they finally tracked down the perfect place. Moonlight tugged Evel's delicate grass flowers up from the shadows, one bloom at a time. The buds lunged toward the light, and suddenly their shining petals burst open like pure magic. Meanwhile, a lone stranger slipped into the sleeping village like a shadow. In the dead quiet, a thunderous knock slammed into the door and shook the whole room. The brutal strike smashed into the trunk, and the tree groaned and creaked under the impact. The peasant with the lantern rushed toward the noise and froze solid in pure, stunned shock. On the doorstep loomed a pompous, heavy-set man, dressed in pure luxury like he owned the whole world. When he stared closer, the peasant finally snapped to it. The surprise visitor was none other than Mr. Engash. Mr. Engash grinned like he owned the world, then demanded his monthly stash of healing herbs. The tiny dragon, Piui, burst into the underground lake and splashed around like pure joy. A beam of light slammed into the cave clearing, and Takaro marched in with his friends right behind the elder. The boy tapped his tablet and triggered the scan. The screen lit up. Right in front of them lay Ivel, rank S grass, blooming like it was forged from the divine beast's tears. It warned that the fruits hid deadly poison, and one bite could turn the whole story into a tragedy. Takeru frowned as he stared at the mysterious beast mentioned, completely thrown off. The elder abruptly froze mid-step and ordered him to tread carefully on this sacred ground. He told me that ages ago their god locked away a terrifying evil right here. Long ago, horrifying demons tore through the land and ruled everything with terror. Cray still remembered it. Out in the gnomes' land, that colossal crab didn't just terrify people, it earned the name Demon for how violently it wrecked everything. The elder marched them deeper and deeper into the cave's dark heart. Local legends swear it. This god still stands guard, protecting these lands to this very day. Pue shot forward like a streak of lightning, racing straight toward the light. The elder halted mid-step and reverently gestured at the pedestal like it held the answer to everything. Up ahead loomed a majestic statue of a winged horse, their god, Proud Puni, standing like a living omen. Takeru stepped up and asked the elder if he could take some sacred grass, and the old man smiled and gave him the go-ahead. The boy leaned in and dug around the root with a spade, working every careful inch like it mattered. He cradled a breathtaking plant in his hands, beautiful and brutally deadly. Takeru let out a heavy sigh, then shoved the deadly poison into his bag. He poured out his gratitude to the villagers, thanking them with all his heart for helping him pull off the mission. 10 flowers in his hands was all he needed. Before heading back to Belcom, Taker pushed for one explosive idea: plant a teleportation point in Ashes. A blazing route could cut trade times down fast, and everything would move with way less friction. Cray just shook his head as he clocked Takeru's sly squint, like the dude was already salivating over the money he'd rake in from selling potatoes and soy sauce. Suddenly, a desperate scream ripped through the silence. The peasant Tarobe came charging at them with everything he had. He sucked in desperate breaths, and his legs were about to give out. Tears blurred his vision as the young man blurted, "Something's wrong in the village." Mr. Engash snapped in a rage and torched their houses to ashes. The moment trouble hit, the heroes exploded into action. Takeru slung the exhausted Tarobe over his shoulder and charged through the dark night forest. On the road, the boys snapped that they weren't going to hand Engasha that poisonous herb. He snapped, and his people stormed the village. The trees shuddered and flickered in the dark, like something out there was breathing through the shadows. The shadows slammed together into one unbroken, solid blot. The wind screamed in my ears as I tore through the air at insane speed. No time to breathe, he couldn't rest for even a second. Takeru burst into the clearing, then froze solid, because the village was blazing in flames. Fire lunged forward and greedily swallowed the rooftops whole. Sparks erupted into the black sky like fireflies tearing through the night. The flames screamed with wild, fierce fury. Cray just stared at the shattered ruins, stunned, like he couldn't believe anyone could be that cruel. Takeru yelled at Pue to summon the rain, right now! He shot Cray a quick nod, like a signal to save every last one of them. A raging dragon shot forward like a missile, tearing straight for the burning houses. Takeru shot his palms forward and blasted the fire with a crushing magical stream, pinning the flames back before they could break out. Cray cradled the scared kids in his arms, holding them tight like he could shield them from every shadow. Little Pue shot up into the sky, flying higher than anyone could have imagined. The very first drops of rain started smashing onto the earth. A brutal downpour slammed onto the burning village, turning the flames into a drowning wall of water. The rain hit like a verdict, and the flames crumpled fast, until all that remained was a heavy wall of smoke. The elder let out a shaky breath of relief. Somehow, those brutal injuries never came. Suddenly, a worried whisper ripped through the crowd. One kid was gone, vanished like a nightmare in the crowd. Takeru shuddered. Gonza, the little girl he'd met earlier, had vanished without a trace. He snapped his hand up hard, and the chaos instantly froze in its tracks. Piyui shot up through the air and landed right in front of the village's oldest woman. Takeru leaned in and softly pressed his grandmother for any clue about the missing person. The grandmother gave a sharp, confident nod. She already knew exactly where to find the girl. The old woman jabbed her hand toward the path that led straight to the Water of God. Right near Gonza's estate, Ngash's men swept in and captured him. Cray turned toward the spot, right beside Lake Galeus. Takeru flashed a gentle smile at his grandmother and poured out his gratitude, thanking her for everything the village had done for them. He promised with iron certainty that he would bring the girl back alive. Cray clutched his fists so tight that they cracked like thunder. The dragon's eyes flared with blind rage, burning straight through everything in front of it. Takeru raged right along with it. Ngash's greedy hands had ripped the peace away from everyone's life. Cray let out a violent growl, snarling for justice like the world owed him answers. Usually cool as ice, Takeru suddenly lost it. Anger surged through him like wildfire. With zero hesitation, he ripped his magic staff right out of place. The boy slammed the search magic on at full blast. A surge of magic exploded from his body, racing outward in every direction. The screen snapped to the result, and Ngash's fortress stood rock solid, heavily protected, with nearly 100 guards posted at the ready. The target sat right to the west, dead ahead. The friends threw the saddles on their horses and rode out toward their journey, full speed ahead. The elder snapped at them in a panic, screaming that a deadly danger was closing in. Takeru leaned in and reassured him, reminding him he was standing beside an adventurer at the very top of the highest rank. With total confidence, he vowed again that he'd bring Gonza back. Under the full moon's glow, the villagers sent them off with bright hope in their hearts. The riders launched ahead, smashing through the road and blasting up clouds of dust behind them. Takeru froze inside, stunned that one lone flower could unleash so much chaos. His eyes sharpened, turning icy and locked onto the target. He mapped out a swift, ruthless takedown to crush the enemy before they could even breathe. Suddenly, the horse beside him screamed in panic as the terrifying roar crashed through the air. Takeru spun around in shock. Cray snapped into a demonic berserker form, an armored black dragon raging for one thing, tearing that fortress to rubble. Takeru's hype crashed fast when a single reminder snapped him back to the fact he needed a clear, solid strategy. Cray roared through clenched teeth, his dragon blood raging, ready to torch Ngash to ash. A black fortress loomed ahead, ringed by dozens of blazing torches that lit the night on fire. The enemy didn't just show up, they locked in for a serious defense. Takeru slipped Piyui into a recon mission, watching her go to scout the danger ahead. He hissed at the little dragon to stay hidden in the shadows and keep out of sight. Cray snapped his claws with pure impatience, itching to rip his enemies apart. Takeru shot Cray a skeptical look, and the dragon, acting sheepish as ever, mumbled that, yeah, he was repenting. Takeru ordered him to set up a huge diversionary maneuver. Cray flashed an ominous grin, practically vibrating with excitement at the chance to stir up some mischief. The guy snapped at him to stay clear of needless deaths, no bloodbath, no massacre. Piyui rocket dove out of the sky and came down in a blur. That tiny dragon burst into the room grinning and announced that every guard had finally assembled in the main hall. Cray flat out suggested we smash them head on with a full frontal assault. Piyui let out a heavy, disappointed sigh at how painfully primitive the plan was. Takeru stared at the chaos, thinking up the perfect way to slip inside while Cray's diversion was still going. He was on the hunt for a way to move in total stealth without anyone noticing a thing. At first, he brought the ninja's visual camouflage tactic back to mind. But he shut that idea down instantly. Camouflage won't save you if the enemy is hunting saboteurs on purpose. Takeru shoved his limits to the breaking point, straining his brain for an answer. He stared into the void, trying to figure out how to cloak his body from everyone's nosy gaze. And then it hit him like a lightning bolt. He had to hide that beam of light right now. Takeru slammed the new spell into motion the moment he got the chance. His body started flickering, then it unraveled and vanished into the air. Pue squealed in shock, and Crei's jaw dropped at what he was seeing. The dragon's eyes snapped open in pure shock. Takeru was gone, vanished completely from sight. The invisible boy pitched the idea of trying their magic on them. In the blink of an eye, Crei and Pue vanished too, dissolving into the sky like they were never even there. Thanks to that spell, they could lock eyes with each other, while the rest of the world couldn't see a thing. Crei had to admit, against his will, that Takeru's magic was something no normal person could ever pull off. The invisible team charged straight for the gates of the Black Fortress, moving like they knew exactly what waited inside. Out of the darkness, a horned dragon man crawled into view, and those blazing eyes locked onto you like a warning. 2 guards sprawled by the stone gate of the fortress, nodding off like they owned the night. Crack! Right under Takeru's foot, a branch snapped, because he and the dragon just burst out of invisibility, out of nowhere. The guard jerked his eyes open, rubbing them like he was waking from a bad dream, and slurred to his partner. So, what happened? But right in front of them stretched nothing but an empty yard. Takeru let out a breath of relief, realizing he had to slow down and move with care. The partners snapped their gaze up at the giant building, because on the top floor, you could practically see the crowd already forming. Through the glowing windows, you could hear the wild buzz of dozens of voices, roaring like a crowd that just couldn't wait. Somewhere deep behind these brutal walls, they're keeping the kidnapped Gonza locked up. The boy charged up to the massive wooden doors and triggered the reconnaissance. Inside, there was just one servant, glaring as he dragged and lined up the barrels. The dragon gave a quiet nod, then yanked the handle and started whatever was about to change everything. The bandit snapped his head around, startled by the eerie creak of those old hinges. He crept into the empty corridor, holding his breath as if the walls could hear him. In a split second, the air right in front of his face stirred like a warning, ominous and unavoidable. The bandit snapped into stunned silence, baffled, and convinced himself that the weird trembling in the air was nothing but his own imagination. An invisible strike hit him straight in the head, like the universe punched down on him. The body slammed hard onto the stone floor as Takeru's quiet approval rang like a final stamp. The dragon let out a crushed sigh, feeling like the biggest petty thief alive. With rage boiling in his veins, he wasted no time. He snatched up every last bit of loot and shoved it all into his bottomless bag. The jugs of food and the barrels of weapons vanished into the inventory without a shred of a trace. Without wasting a second, the duo slipped past the crowds and crept up to the upper floors. Thanks to the slick magic of concealment, they slipped through room after room, searching in total calm. And they stripped that place clean, took literally everything out of there. On the 3rd floor, Takeru skidded to a stop before those strange, out-of-place doors. The wooden surface was covered in jaw-dropping carvings so masterful they looked almost unreal. Chimeric patterns twisted together into a wild, intricate ornament. Every single line got judged down to the millimeter. The flowers and leaves carved into that bas-relief looked like they were about to spring to life any second. That wild pattern pointed straight to a colossal doorframe like it was calling him in. Behind that door, a lavish room exploded with stolen treasures stacked from floor to ceiling. Jaw-dropping antique furniture crowded the walls, all of it clearly worth a fortune. The whole floor was blanketed in thick, handmade carpets, like someone built a cozy fortress under their feet. The walls were plastered with brutal trophies from monsters he'd slain, each one a nightmare staring back. Takeru swept up everything, down to the tiniest speck, leaving the dragon staring in stunned disbelief in those bare, empty walls. In the corner sat a fireproof safe. No doubt about it, it was Boss Engash's personal stash from his own quarters. Suddenly, the invisibility magic unraveled on its own. The boy sized up the moment in silence, because all his enemies were jammed into one spot, and that meant he could strike right when it mattered. Now we've got to find out where they stashed the girl. A brand new plan snapped into place in my head instantly. Takeru flashed a sly grin, like he already had his next move planned. Arsonists and child abductors don't deserve an ounce of sympathy. The dragon's cackle tore through the air. Time had finally come to unleash the assault. Roaring laughter kept booming from behind the hall's walls, bouncing off every stone like it owned the place. Dozens of robbers chugged ale and laughed straight in the faces of desperate peasants. The partners leaned in close and stared at them in silence through a tiny window. One mercenary snapped to the boss, asking what to do next, because the captive still hadn't coughed up the secret of the flowers. Takeru's body went rigid the moment it hit him. Angash turned out to be a bloated blowhard in fancy clothes, barking orders to his men to break the kidnapped child, fast. The Baron had already signed off on their plan to monopolize the poison, and right in front of them, insane money was waiting. The fat man hoisted the mug like it was a trophy, already tasting the incredible fortune he was sure he'd rake in. The dragon and Takeru suddenly went still as they stared down the double doors of the main hall. Yengash's identity is nailed down. He's just a regular 42-year-old dealer with bad knees. The boy signaled go for the slaughter, then slammed a hard stop. No one was allowed to kill a single soul. The dragon's crushing strike exploded the door into a storm of shattered splinters. The bandits gaped in stunned silence, mugs clenched in their hands as if they'd just seen the impossible. "Get ready," the attacker hissed, like a predator closing in for the kill. Panic hit the mercenaries like a wave. Hands flew to their swords as they screamed, swearing a monster was coming. A raging dragon lunged into the crowd, and with nothing but bare fists, it smashed through even the toughest men. The guard went into full panic, begging the boss for a way to survive. The big man squealed in terror and barked for his men to drag in the attacker's corpse. Takeru tiptoed up on one of the bandits and clamped a hand over his mouth. A barely there moan slipped through the silence. The moment that weird sound hit the air, the boy snapped fully awake and zeroed in on it. Somewhere past the main wall, a quiet cry cut through the silence. Takeru peered into the loophole, and when he saw the hidden building sitting there, his surprise hit like a punch. He quietly sprang over the stone fence like a shadow slipping through the dark. He stood on the wall's edge, leaned in, and scanned the whole drop. Where was that secret structure hiding? At the very end of that cramped passage, a lone round tower rose up, guarded by massive doors. The map dropped the truth. This prison sat in a total blind spot, hiding right behind the fortress. By the entrance, an armed guard with a spear slumped there, completely bored. Tiny familiar Pi squealed with pure delight the moment the command to act hit his ears. The guard seethed with envy, listening to the wild noise blasting out of the main hall. He slammed his boot into the cell door, rage boiling, and cursed the miserable shift like it was personally out to ruin him. Inside, a terrified squeak shot through the room, and the sadist flashed a wicked grin, already plotting to turn the captive girl into his plaything. Then, right from above, hearing that familiar battle cry cut through the air, the little beast slammed into the villain's solar plexus like a cannonball, driving the air right out of him. Takeru even grimaced, and you could tell he felt bad for him. That hit looked absolutely merciless. The guard crumpled to the ground, passed out cold, drool spilling as unbearable pain tore through him. The boy cheered for the little animal, then leaned in and ordered it. "Don't you ever hit people that hard." "Brother?" A tiny, shaking voice clawed out from behind the bars. Takeru snapped into action, bolted straight for the cell door. Gonza crumpled behind the bars, weeping and shaking with raw fear. The boy gathered magical energy and slammed it into his right arm, powering it up instantly. With a vicious palm-edge strike, he shattered the heavy metal lock into flying pieces. Those massive doors finally slammed open and everything burst into view. Alone in that freezing cell, the girl stood on trembling legs, shaking from head to toe. She slammed into her rescuer's arms with a thunderous cry, like the world finally stopped spinning. Takeru scooped up the little one and hugged her tight, swearing, straight from his heart, that he'd bring her back to her native village. Meanwhile, in the yard, the surviving bandits bolted in every direction, screaming at the top of their lungs. Gonza's hand shot out in terror, jerking toward the main building like it was about to swallow him whole. Flames were already roaring out of the fortress windows, like the place had ignited only minutes ago. A terrified mercenary bolted out to take her, hands shaking as he begged for help. "Two monsters?" he screamed, panic clawing at his voice, and the boy was left totally dumbfounded. Takeru's face stayed locked in the shadows, swallowed by darkness. The tiny dragon bee stopped dead, trembling with pure anticipation. The castle walls jolted from a thunderous rumble. Someone had pushed the lake demon into a rage. Takahu and Gonza snapped still as street panic erupted into screams. The girl's breath hitched as she remembered, like a nightmare, those terrifying local tales about an ancient evil trapped in the water. Takeru instantly knew it. This was the same monster from the Elder's Tales, the one the god once chained up. The wall right beside me blew apart out of nowhere. The castle's roof caved in with a thunderous crash, blasting thick clouds of dust into the air. Takeru's mind spiraled on Clay, because in his real Demon King form, he could have crushed it in seconds, but right now his body was dangerously unstable. He snapped at Gonza to bolt for safety and hide, right now. But she just snapped into tears and clung to his cloak like her whole world depended on it. Takaru let out a heavy sigh, realizing he couldn't abandon her right now. He softly called her name, like the world had gone quiet just for her. The moment he yelled for her to hold on tighter, she clamped down on his neck in pure panic, so hard he could barely get a breath. Takeru flung Gonza onto his back and shot the tiny dragon up to the roof to blast the flames out. With the magical barrier snapped to life, he charged forward like a storm. The corridors buzzed with noise, but Takeru grabbed her attention and promised her they were safe. Stones came crashing down from the ceiling like deadly hail. The fragments screamed off the transparent shield, and Gonza burst out in pure, delighted joy. The massive chandelier swung back and forth, banging out dull, heavy thuds through the room. The chaos wouldn't die down. Clay was still locked in a fight for his life. Around the corner, an enraged scream tore through the air. Takeru burst into the hall and froze as a demon casually swatted aside huge stone blocks like they weighed nothing. The glue smirked, savoring the chaos of the fight like it was made for it. Takaru and Gonzo stared in disbelief, completely frozen by what they'd just seen. Takeru's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Right in front of them, a colossal sea enemy loomed, its dozens of thick tentacles whipping and waiting. Its blazing colors looked like they were screaming, "This is deadly poison!" Toxins blasted left and right, but Takeru refused to get close. He kept a safe distance. He snapped the scanner on instantly. The system flashed its verdict, a B-rank poisonous Black Sea actinia, and the only way to kill it is to destroy 2 brains at the exact same time. Right at the very bottom of the list, the name of the summoner, Enga Shaiton, flashed like a warning. Takeru spun around and spotted the same fat baron sprawled on the floor like he'd already lost everything. Engash sobbed like his heart was breaking, begging for help while shaking in terror at the monster lurking right in front of him. Takeru strolled up to him with chilling calm. When they asked him straight about forcing a beast into service, the baron froze and stammered out a flat-out denial. He screamed that he didn't do it, but the system log already laid bare the truth. Out of nowhere, a colossal tentacle slammed into the barrier like a wrecking ball, and Takeru yanked himself back in a panic. In the end, the Baron finally confessed he'd been dying to summon someone, but he never, not once, expected a monster like that to show up. Takeru snapped the puzzle into place in a flash. Yeah, a true lord just laid out this fool like it was nothing. The conspirators couldn't stand each other, so they tossed Ngasha in like plain cannon fodder. Even after everything, Takeru hurled part of the barrier straight at that pathetic aristocrat. He said it with a dry little smirk, then promised he'd grill him later. But right then, bam! A tentacle snatched Ngasha up and swallowed him whole. The glue snapped back into place, and Takeru scrambled to make sure everything was totally okay. The enemy lashed out at its own host, and the real puppeteer, cold, ruthless, started wiping away every trace. Luckily, the shield took the hit and held, so the Baron, still out cold, stayed alive. Takeru snatched up the weapon, shouted at Clay, and braced himself for the incoming strike. To cut off the monster's endless regen, he slammed a brutal blast of ice from his staff. A freezing whirlwind slammed straight into the slimy body of the enemy. The moment it hit, a thick blanket of frost exploded over the chutes. The ice kept crawling higher and higher, freezing the creature in place as it tried to move. The demon couldn't hide his glee as he realized the creature had slowed to a crawl. Takeru leaned in and showed his ally 2 sharp red spots on the enemy's skin. That's where 2 brains were tucked away, ready to be crushed at the exact same time. The glue boiled like a nightmare and shot its arm up for a devastating strike. His fist shot through the monster in a blur of raw speed. The demon dumped every ounce of his savage power into this case. A brutal shockwave ripped the anemone apart, splattering it into bloody ruins. Takeru and Gonzo stared at the outcome, stunned out of their minds. But those severed tentacles kept twitching and convulsing on the floor, like something inside them refused to quit. One of them suddenly snapped downward, sharp as a blade. Suddenly, the last scraps of the monster detonated, blasting into a deadly storm of razor-sharp poisonous spikes. Clay jolted back, totally blindsided by that filthy, treacherous dying strike. Hundreds of lethal needles ripped through the air straight for him. The demon barely got both hands up in time to shield its face. That attack hit so fast that Takuro could barely even track it with his eyes. Spikes whistled inches past his face, tearing through the air like a warning. Needles ripped through the castle walls, grinding what was left of the stronghold into dust. After handing the shield to Engash, Takeru suddenly stood with zero protection as this crushing wave crashed down on him. Suddenly, nausea hit hard, and he snapped his head around mid-step. With a brutal shove, Gonza shot out of his hands like a bullet. The girl shot into the black abyss like a streak of lightning. She dropped straight into the poisonous lake, and Takeru didn't even think twice before diving in after her. In mid-air, he screamed the name of his familiar at the top of his lungs. B instantly got what the order demanded. The tiny dragon hurled itself downward like a cannonball. Gonza is one step away from the deadly water, and it's waiting to strike. Just before B hit the ground, he snatched her by the collar with a brutal, no-going-back grip. Straining to beat his wings, he yanked the child up into the air. The tiny dragon puffed out a comical little breath, gritting his teeth as he fought to carry that crushing weight. Takeru let out a shaky breath of pure relief. She was safe, yet he'd totally lost track of himself. Takeru slammed into the black poison with a savage swing. Darkness swallowed him whole, and all that was left in his mind was the brutal truth. He was going to sacrifice himself. A faint smile suddenly bloomed across Tucker's face. He fought through the panic like a real hero, even as the water swallowed him. Takeru kept sinking deeper, totally clueless about the nightmare that was waiting for him just ahead. The next chapter is about to explode into the story, right around the corner. That screen message just teased a wild, unexpected meeting coming in the very next chapter. The camera locks onto the face of a girl with pale light hair. Bubbles suddenly burst up from the pitch-black darkness, like something living is pushing through. Say anything you want, no matter what. You're never getting past the one standing in front of you. That man's voice booms through the air. Takeru is plunging into the deep, and the invisible voice keeps talking, telling him that thanks to what he's done, the world is getting better, but only because horrific disasters never stop. The voice leaned in and swore a gift was coming. Bubbles surge upward like they're racing the surface. The essence throws its heart wide open and declares, "I love this world." "Then I'll grant your wish," a voice murmurs as the whirlpool churns around you. Takeru's consciousness plunges into the whirlpool of his own cravings. He wants B to grow. He wants crab and buttery soy sauce. He wants to hand that find to Belkame, and he gasps, "I don't want to die. I still have so much to do," as the deity's voice keeps hammering that the defiled power has finally been cleansed. Takeru explodes out of the water shouting, then, right in front of his face, a dazzling white horse snorts at him. A colossal pair of wings slam the air with a thunderous flap. The Pegasus clamps onto the boy by his collar and rockets straight up, tearing into the sky over the snow-covered mountains. The mountain landscape slides out of view. Takeru shuts his eyes for a second, then snaps them open, utterly baffled. The white horse suddenly speaks in a human voice, barking at him not to die like that, so senselessly. The young man stares at the Pegasus in pure shock, while it grumbles like the whole world is messing up its day. A foreign voice rattles inside his mind. "Blessed are you, your hands have purified the power of divinity." The moment he hears it, the boy instantly remembers that water crystal dragon. The creature calls itself Cove of Arpnir, and Takeru, remembering that name from old legends, steps forward and introduces himself with instant politeness. He stumbles out an awkward apology for the fall, then throws a wild excuse. Those tentacles from a black sea anemone caught him. Pegasus signals that the young man has wiped out every last bit of her territory. Below lay a gloomy lake, stretched out like a dark promise. The water suddenly erupts into a dazzling, sparkling glow. Takeru leans over, eyes wide, staring down like he can't believe what he's seeing. Dead branches on the birch snap back to life and burst into fresh green leaves in an instant. Under the blinding sun, the black lake rips itself into existence as crystal clear water. The tiny dragon bee rockets toward the boy, tears of pure joy streaming from its eyes. On the sandy shore, Gonza the giant lizard and Clay the boy beam and wave at each other like best friends. They're touching down right now. Gonza lets out a shaky breath of relief, grateful Takeru clawed his way through that deadly, poisonous lake and lived. The glue vividly tells you how the dragon tore through the black actinia and wiped it out completely. In the bushes, the bound fat man Engash squirms, because after the lizard finishes checking the fortress, it catches him, and thankfully everyone makes it out alive. The boy blurts out, "Was that you, Takeru? Did you summon the horse god?" The young guy breaks into a smile, nods like he's sure, and says the name. Hova Varpnir. He finally gets it. Bunisan's deity voice only reaches creatures with serious magic, so Gonza and Clay hear it like nothing more than some ordinary animal noise. The horse stares up at its rescuer like it's soaking in every word and move. Hundreds of years back, the sacred Lake Galeus choked. Its magic flow stalled, then soured into a dead poison. The flowers fought tooth and nail to shield the water, then, in the end, they poisoned it themselves. Takeru sucked up every last bit of that rotten magic, and the deity's power roared back to life. A chilling memory slams in, tumbling headfirst into the black abyss. The boy erupts in relief, buzzing with joy that his body can actually take a beating and keep going. With hope in his eyes, he asks if these droughts in the region are finally about to break. Pegasus strides in like a legend and swears its lands will rise to prosperity. Bunisan shoots him a thankful look and calls him blessed. A horse's silhouette snaps into view like a lightning strike. Takeru squints hard and throws his hand over his face. Bright flash. The deity vanishes into thin air and the companions are left reeling in stunned disbelief. The lake flashed with beauty, the smiling villagers cheered and thanked the heroes, and then the squad tore open a portal straight to the city, where the antidote was already in full blast. Days pass, and the ghostly woman in her lavish bed lifts a cup of medicine. She lifts it to her lips with trembling care. Gulp. Takeru fires up the scan skill, scan her condition, and a glowing info card about the patient pops up right in front of him. Lady Rusevok's diagnosis hits like a gut punch. Hormone chaos, a failing blood system, kidney collapse, and brutal poisoning traced back to Eivel. A stack of terrifying symptoms stared back on the medical chart, like warnings screaming from the page. Suddenly, the letters start to melt and blur together. The crowd leans in, eyes shining with hope, waiting for the patient to change everything. Takeru breaks into a real, heartfelt smile, because now, she's finally safe. Little Tiari's eyes brim with tears as the words land, poison completely neutralized. The girl lunges into her rescued mother's arms, clutching her like she can't believe she's finally home. The young man lets out a breath of pure relief. Gonza, the massive lizard, towers nearby and openly sobs, 3 streams of tears pouring down at once. Takeru stares at the lavish cathedral, and a grim little thought hits him. Maybe he should shed a tear for decency, too. Hammers slam and bang so hard the sound echoes through everything. The villagers band together and rebuild every burned house, piece by piece. The old elder grabs the heroes' hands and thanks them for bringing the forest and the lake back to life. Takeru lets the praise slide off him with a quick, modest wave. The elder can't help but wonder what pulled that young man back to their door. Again. The old man's eyes go wide, and his face stretches in pure shock. Takeru boldly demands the top priority to buy Rita's fruits. The foreman snaps his eyes open in pure disbelief. Turns out they were about to toss them out anyway. He tells you to grab as much as you can carry from the warehouse, completely free of charge. He tells the Bergheim restaurants to whip up an oil soy sauce using these fruits. He grins slyly like he knows exactly what he's doing, and that rare exclusivity instantly sparks a massive demand. The foreman is absolutely glowing, like he just cracked the perfect new business idea. When the peasants finally learn the news, they burst into tears of pure joy. They didn't waste a second. Ritasu's growing fields exploded in size right away. Takeru tore himself away from the people who'd finally found the meaning of life again, and then he pushed on. Lord Fijian, the criminal kingpin, finally got exactly what was coming to him. After the arrest, Ingash piled every shred of proof against Baron Shaitan, and now the execution clock is ticking down to inevitability. The new lord of the province is Rusevac's old friend, so you can bet this region is about to explode with growth. Dark transition. A few days later, right near that building, everything finally goes down. Takeru leans in and starts talking to Gonzo. On the steps right in front of them, a snow-white Pegasus suddenly blooms into existence. The deity snaps and says it's been stuck in the same spot for way too long. The horse calls him blessed once more, and the whole place starts to glow. Takeru throws up his hand instinctively, shielding his eyes from that blinding orb of light. A lavishly dressed woman steps into view like a spotlight hitter, and a blinding flash sparks the moment. She sweeps away the last wisps of magical smoke with effortless grace. The goddess flashes a gentle smile and announces right then and there that she's joining them on the road. The guys are totally frozen, staring at her like they can't breathe. She teases that flying the world with Takeru will make everything more interesting, but the moment those words hit, the young man explodes, outraged that a divine beast would dare treat it like some silly game. To buy his silence, the woman flashes a tempting offer. She'll let him hop onto her back and ride. She bragged that she could race across the sky and the sea, and she called herself the most beautiful horse of all, brushing off the boys' protests like they didn't matter. The system flashes its icy message. Cove Warpnir is now his partner. That young guy just grabbed his head in his mind. He only wanted a normal horse, but instead he got a dragon, a lizard, and even a deity walking around in human skin. The brand new companion cheerfully hums as he strides ahead, leaving the whole bewildered squad trailing in his wake. Takeru drags his heavy eyelids shut, exhausted. He already knows, right ahead, a whole ocean of problems is waiting to crash down on him. The blonde hungrily tore into the meat skewers, practically devouring every last bite. By the glittering luxury estate, she beamed as she admired the garden bursting into bloom. A beauty in a glittering, lavish dress strolled side by side with a fair-haired young man, their arms locked like they owned the night. She admitted she never once thought she'd see her daughter this alive again. The young man nodded over and over, pouring out endless gratitude to Takeru for pulling her out of danger. Memories slammed back as the boy stumbled on a rare poison, wiped it out with magic, and snagged top-tier ingredients. The light-haired one just broke into a smile, remembering how the hero put everyone else first. He was convinced Takeru hadn't stopped yet. He was still out there helping people. Meanwhile, in the forge, the old gnome trembled with terror, clutching a brilliant crystal in his hands. Takeru narrowed his eyes, then pressed a finger to his lips in a quiet, sneaky warning. Koval let out a shaky laugh, like the trust itself made his nerves twinge. The boy calmly slipped him that rare material, like it was nothing. Suddenly, a cat girl barged up to the door, and the gnome startled so hard he almost fell back. She dropped a huge lump of heavy clay onto the table with a brutal slam. Spotting Takara, Lip couldn't help but grin. This was her chance to finally pay him back for all the help he gave her before. The gnome's face drained of color as he frantically waved his hands, trying to shut her up. The boy snapped in shock, because the master was supposed to be forging the royal sword. Lip ripped off the mask and dropped the full truth. The boss scrapped every order just to keep the scissors for Takeru. The young man snapped his eyes open in shock. Then the blacksmith erupted in a full-on scream. She flashed a quick wave, then bolted into the distance like she'd just escaped a trap. Takeru grinned with warmth as he looked up at the master. With a shake of defeat, the gnome bowed and demanded to know what the order was truly made of. The boy sucked in a breath and cleared his throat. He slammed down 3 legendary ores and demanded the world's strongest scissors be forged. The blacksmith's eyes flared bright with pure, uncontrollable excitement. He swore on his honor that he'd take control of this treasure with his own hands. The master vowed he'd forge the greatest tool the world had ever seen. With a grin on his face, Takeru tipped his farewell, then stepped out onto the street. Suddenly, a blonde girl dropped out of nowhere and appeared right in front of him. It was Puni, the fierce goddess guardian of Halius Lake. The moment he met them, real joy lit up his face like it couldn't hold itself back. The girl calmly pitched the idea of using a whip to get moving way fast. An awkward silence hit the room like a punch. Takeru didn't just disagree, he flat out shut down that whole idea. No ifs, ands, or maybes. Then Puni yanked him toward the food stalls. The boy just stared at her, baffled, and reminded her she'd literally only eaten a moment ago. The goddess said, dead serious, that people always share meals. Little Dragon B scoffed at her lies like they were nothing. The baby glittered with pure irritation. While Puni was busy defending herself, Takeru's mind instantly labeled her as a total weirdo. It all began when he tumbled into the lake. By pure accident, that splash woke up and shattered an ancient curse that was bound to her. And just like that, the free goddess threw in with him and set off together. Her icy stare while she kept shopping nonstop left the guy completely baffled. Even when she pleaded to buy this or that, her expression stayed stone cold and unreadable. Takeru spotted an old acquaintance and lit up as he greeted him. The man raved to his companion about a mouth-watering potato soup you had to try. As he said goodbye, hunger hit that young man hard, like his stomach was begging for mercy. He barked an order to turn back and get to the inn. Puni suddenly slammed the brakes and jabbed a finger straight at the guild. She pushed the idea like a spark. Let's go there before lunch. The trio tore through the loud, packed market street like they had something to prove. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the crowd like a knife. A tiny kid jabbed his finger into Takeru over and over like he was daring him to react. The goddess brushed off the attacker with a cold laugh, calling him a filthy monkey. The little skipper barked, demanding they get out of his territory. Takeru couldn't make sense of a single word. The boy grabbed him with an accusation, sneering that he was stealing clients, dirty hands and all. The young man let out a tired sigh that felt like it weighed a ton. He bowed politely, then leaned in and demanded the rude guy's name. Lind Wimes puffed out his chest with pure pride, straight up the only V-rank collector in the whole city. Takeru and Puni just froze, stunned out of their minds. The boy stared at the little one with eyes so wide they practically popped. The goddess didn't even dodge the truth. She said she's seeing him for the very first time. The kid squealed like he'd been wronged, and Takeru got rocked to the core. Puni calmly tucked her hands together over her chest, peaceful as a whisper. Takeru let out a heavy breath, then thanked her for showing restraint. Suddenly, she snapped out a deadly aura and casually suggested wiping out the competitor. Panic hit the young man like a wave, and he snapped around to the boy. He shot back coldly, reminding everyone that the territory still belonged to the local lord. The little one went stone still as Takeru stood over him in deadly silence. Above the scoundrel, Takeru leaned in and hissed details of the stolen goods being sold. The boy snapped back in pure terror. He snapped that the rival was about to start trouble again, right there, ready to throw down. Suddenly, a brutal wolf beast burst up from nowhere, towering over them. Grid was hit with the harsh reality. Adventurers were forbidden to clash with each other. The wolf lunged in and bit the little one hard right by the ear. He yanked the offender straight to the guild, hauling along a stunned Takeru who could barely believe what he was seeing. The young man gave up and trudged along, while Puni just daydreamed about potatoes. Takeru loomed over the confused young man in total silence, like a storm about to break. The space between them crackled with tension, like lightning was about to strike. The guild was roaring with its usual chaos, like the whole place was buzzing with energy. Grid, the wolf guildmaster, sat there cool as ice, quietly watching their awkward meeting play out across the table. He calmly but firmly demanded the boy apologize to Takeru. Vame's cheeks flared red and she snapped back with fierce indignation. Grid snapped that the boy couldn't stand Takeru, then even grilled his old clients to find out why they backed out of him. A young man winced and spun away, already fed up with another lecture he couldn't stand. Grid calmly made it clear that rank doesn't always decide how many orders you get. Winning battles now depended more and more on basic gatherers and the famous Belkaim herbs. The wolf let out a heavy, bitter sigh, sick to death of wrestling with the pride of his subordinate. Takeru couldn't help but respect how fiercely Grid looked after his people. Vimes was seething, furious that his top-tier orders were headed to a collector way down at the bottom. He flashed a respectful smile and asked for words. Taker's smile vanished, and seriousness hit his eyes like a sudden blade. He told them his low rank was a lifesaver, proof that his clients are getting the real protection they deserve. Cheap quests gave even the poorest clients the help they desperately needed. Vame shot back with pure fury, demanding answers for those costly tasks. It was simple. People trusted his collection because the quality never missed. Takeru said he always picks the biggest, best materials, so every order comes out packed with real value. Takeru lived by this rule. Every single task mattered, because reputation isn't built overnight, it's forged year after year. The young man clenched his teeth in pure frustration, stuck and furious because he just couldn't wrap his head around someone else's logic. Takeru stayed cool and asked what Vames wanted. Then Vames blew up, shouting, "How can a B-ranked collector even think they can compete with me?" Takeru calmly told everyone he'd keep working, right there at Belkheim. Wyme's face twisted with pure rage. He cut one word from the sentence. The young man snapped his arm forward, demanding the official go-ahead for a competition to gather materials. Takeru blinked twice, completely thrown off by the whole idea. Grid's eyes lit up. He didn't just accept it, he practically volunteered as a judge on the spot. The guild burst into cheers and happy screams, because that rank battle was about to unleash a full-blown spectacle. A huge festival banner was slapped over the guild doors, an official challenge where B-rank fighters and F-rank upstarts could clash in an all-out gathering competition. Takeru crumpled forward onto the table, face first, barely able to hold himself up. On the street, the lizard and the elf pushed for one clean fix, remove that scoundrel from the registry, but he dug in and refused. The lizard demanded the competition rules, straight up, no beating around the bush. The lizard begged to team up this time, but then they heard the brutal truth. It wasn't a team event. Takeru let out a heavy sigh as the truth hit him. His opponent was out there, working solo. The elf strode forward with total confidence, offering herself without hesitation. He smiled and basically sealed it. There was no better candidate anywhere. The girl snapped her eyes open, and the truth hit her. She was nowhere near as strong as she thought. Takeru swallowed his frustration and got to work, mapping out his next move. With skills that were basically cheating, he could have won blindfolded, so he knew he had to completely lose control and go all in. Trying to play along while hitting every single condition turned out to be a brutal balancing act. All anyone could do was pray the world still let magic slip through the ban. A blast of trumpets ripped through the air. The guild building was already boxed in, an angry, tightly packed crowd circling it like they meant to break in. A massive festive banner blazing with their names snapped open above the entrance, like the whole place just announced them. Takeru's cheeks burned with shame as everyone stared him down. The fox shot him an eager smile and patted his shoulder like, "I love that kind of hype. Welcome to it." The local market was packed wall to wall, buzzing with excitement over an unexpected holiday. Zdorovani genuinely showered Takeru with praise for staying put and not bolting. Vames rocked his full battle gear, smug grin blazing as he puffed out his chest like he owned the place. He somehow managed to call out his opponent for trying to slip away. Takeru, half asleep, couldn't help wondering where that young man's raw aggression was even coming from. Zdorovani stepped up as chief judge and slammed down the rules with a loud, final announcement. The Lord personally handed down the order for his sick wife. His mission was simple: track down the 7-colored wool from the rainbow sheep and bring it back. Everything's locked down. 3 days, not a second more, until sunset. You can't ask for any outside help. Vames shot back with fearless confidence, saying nothing matters but strength. You could only travel by public transport or by horses you rented. No other way. Friends are forbidden. Any interference gets shut down fast. Both opponents locked eyes and nodded like, "Yeah, I'm in." Takeru felt a wave of relief in his mind. Magic stayed legal, or else this whole competition would have been pointless. The friends let out heavy sighs, because if their teleport had worked, everything would have been so much easier. Spun through the magic of space, the whole quest would have been over in mere minutes. He stared at the Lord's bizarre demand, trying to figure out why he'd only asked for wool. The moment has arrived. This competition is officially underway. The trumpeters blasted the final thunderous signal into the sky. Takeru halted his tiny dragon, B, then snapped the rules into place like a warning. Vames shot up from his seat and erupted in wild, triumphant laughter. While the dog kept licking and grooming its owner, Takeru begged that tiny dragon to finally get it. Please stop. Zdorovani stared at the panicked favorite, and sympathy hit him hard. That tiny dragon bawled his eyes out, but the judge still waved him through, letting him follow his master into the city. Takeru beamed with gratitude and tenderly brushed his fingers over the little one. Now the only question was simple but terrifying. Where the heck would they even start hunting this unknown animal? You're going to have to trust your own experience and your own logic. No one else can do it for you. He shut his eyes for a split second. No hints allowed. The choice hit him like lightning, instant, unstoppable. The central library towered up in front of them like a giant stone block, swallowing the path ahead in shadow. Takeru hurried past those endless rows of books, practically slipping through them like he had no time to spare. His eyes skimmed the thick encyclopedias, spine by spine, like he was hunting for something hidden. B grinned and playfully poked him with a book all about herbivores. A towering mountain of books slammed onto the table with a bone-rattling thud. The folios were so thick they felt downright terrifying. There's no way, physically impossible, to reread it all in just 3 days. Takeru's eyes narrowed with laser focus. He only needed 2 magic words. He pictured himself inside a classic computer search, like the whole world was loading one screen at a time. Your imagination instantly slapped together a keyboard and a lightning-fast shortcut combo. A wild request took shape, a rainbow sheep wearing 7 shades of wool. Your brain's radar just got turned on, mental search activated. The pages blurred past my eyes at a frantic breakneck pace. Takeru whipped his hand once, and the paper spun like a living whirlwind while he swept through the text with magic. Turns out the answer was simple. Animals band together in herds, and those same herds grow soft, cozy wool. He blurted out in pure victory, like he'd just won everything. His eyes snapped to the main detail. Sheep were munching yellow grass in the middle of a brutal, cold climate. Trying to spot frost in the middle of blazing summer felt nearly impossible. Takeru dug into the pocket guide, and there it was, the map he remembered clear as day. He snapped the map open, then brushed the mining regions aside without a second thought. With zero hesitation, his finger landed, sure as fate, on the sacred mountain ridge of Tokulvana. We didn't have a second to waste, so we bolted out right away. The brutal time to say goodbye to B has finally arrived. That tiny dragon started to shake, and its huge eyes welled up until tears spilled over. Ahead of him, the city gate towered like a looming fortress, swallowing the sky. The beast snapped, buzzed at full volume, and blasted its way down the whole street. Takeru stood there, completely stunned by the chaos, with no clue what to do next. The elf crept up from behind in deadly silence. She pulled the little one close and held them tight to her chest. Tears kept streaming down the dragon's face like relentless hail, but his crying slowly faded into a soft hush. That tiny dragon finally stopped freaking out, melted into calm, and drifted off to sleep in a soft, quiet hush. Takeru sucked in a sharp breath, because seeing his calm favorite there totally caught him off guard. The girl finally admitted she'd drugged him with sleep magic. Guilt crushed his chest, but he swore he'd come right back, no matter how fast it had to be. The elf promised with a fierce smile that she'd take perfect care of the little one. Takeru bolted ahead without ever glancing back. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was a hazy cloud of dust where he'd been. The lizard gasped at the fact that nothing on Earth could move that fast. The blazing sun relentlessly hammered the dry earth into dust. Takeru charged through the void, keeping his breathing razor steady the whole way. Suddenly he slammed on the brakes and screeched to a sudden halt. Far off in the wilderness, the snow-capped mountain Tokulvana thrusts up like a silent giant, looming over everything. The distance you could cover made it totally possible to stay inside the time limit. He could only pray there weren't any weird magical glitches hiding in there. He swatted aside every pointless doubt and kept sprinting. But the abandoned dragon's presence wouldn't let her sleep. Takeru couldn't stop laughing at how B demolished sweets like it was a game. A flood of warm memories lit up his face with a smile. On the road, he shot past Vame's tired horse like it was standing still. Right beside the battered animal, a stranger girl hunched over, gulping air in shaky, heavy breaths. The girl finally caught up to him and blurted, "Wait, did you really stop?" Zahekana demanded a moment to catch her breath, and Takeru frowned, totally confused, as he blurted, "What's wrong?" Breathless, she blurted that she never even imagined he could move that fast. She winked at the passerby with pure mischief, practically begging them for help. Takeru slipped past her cheap performance in total silence. He shot a wave of his hand and told him to file a complaint with the guild. The girl clutched his cloak with shaking hands, panicking like her life depended on it. Takeru let out an annoyed sigh, instantly clocking what she was trying to do. With a savage smirk, he told her to use crabs to pin him down. Realizing her plan had crashed, Eriru dropped her gaze. She stared at him, stunned, because his insight was absolutely unreal. The girl leaned in and whispered her truth. Vames is always burning through jobs, one after another. This ridiculous competition was his last-ditch gamble to prove he actually mattered. Takeru shot back coldly that there are way better ways to help a friend than that. The wolf had already cornered the young man in the guild, and warned him his rotten character would bring consequences crashing down on him. Break the official rules, and no warning, no mercy. You could get kicked out on the spot. With tears spilling down his face, Eriru poured out how relentlessly Vames hunted for flowers for Chialusi. Grid's wife's name hit Takeru like a shock, and he flinched hard. He froze solid, trapped in pure shock. The interrogation rumbled on in a relentless, no-nonsense tone. Turns out Vames and Eriru weren't just struggling, they'd both been orphaned, leaving them to face the world with nothing but grit. They grew up side by side in the same kid shelter, stuck together from the very start. One time, the guildmaster's wife swapped in and took the place of their real mother. Takeru's mind snapped. Every puzzle piece clicked into place in an instant. Chialusi is absolutely obsessed with these rare flowers. And Takeru ended up handing her the exact same luxury bouquet, first by pure accident. Turns out all that rage was nothing more than plain old childhood jealousy, bubbling under the surface. Eriru's face blazed deep red as she begged, "Don't say it like that, please." Takeru couldn't even process it. He'd accidentally smashed the boy's hard work, and it felt impossible to believe. And now he had to spend his own time just to carry someone else's feelings. Eriru begged him, "Don't kill him," but he could barely stop himself from grabbing that scoundrel and shaking him senseless. The girl's jaw dropped as Takeru used magic to bring her horse's strength roaring back. He leaned in with a warm, commanding tone and told her to get back to the city before dark. Then, over his shoulder, he swore that if he ever fell, he'd spill every secret to the guild. Her self-sacrifice for her friend hit him in the chest, and real respect finally flooded his heart. Takeru flashed a grin at his own thoughts, like he already knew something big was coming. He had zero plans to lose. Now that I finally figured out what the opponent was really after, I had one job left: crush this game at full speed. The ground exploded into a geyser right under his feet, and Takeru sprinted and launched himself toward the mountains in one wild, impossible leap. In the middle of the city's roaring square, everyone was moving, but that familiar trio was sprawled on the cafe terrace like they owned the moment. The Dragonid, the gorgeous blonde, and that winged dragonette sprawled out and lazily crunched their lunch like they had all the time in the world. Baby B tore into the bun with greedy hunger, and just like that, the fatigue vanished from his mind. The blonde leaned in and reminded him she'd just recharged his magic. She brushed off the blessed one like it was nothing, even as the poor little one kept sulking in the corner. She narrowed her eyes with a sneaky grin and swore she runs way faster than him. "You'll never outrun the goddess of horses," she sneered at the furious little dragon. She shot up out of nowhere, ready to prove right there and right away that she was the superior one. The Dragonid snapped to a halt, begging the goddess Kovevapnir to quell her raging passion. She nodded with fake humility, acting like everyone already knew she was on top. The warrior let out a heavy sigh and begged Baby B, "Please don't get angry." To calm the kid down, he leaned in and told him, "Nobody in the skies compares to you. No one." That tiny dragon instantly burst into confidence, puffed its chest out, and bloomed like it owned the whole sky. The dragon had mentally thanked Takeru for that killer advice, giving props to the two the second they started bickering. He sank his teeth into the bite and let the quiet wash over him like pure bliss. Suddenly, the establishment's owner swept up to their table, ready to drop whatever was coming next. The innkeeper rubbed his neck and admitted, with a grin, that their friend's brand new rival was something else entirely. The dragon had snapped his eyes shut in shock, then blinked hard like he couldn't believe what he just saw. The host basically labeled the competitor a smug, sharp-tongued little brat, way too confident and way too crafty. That guy always crushes every quest he picks up, and he finishes them at lightning speed. This dude was digging through a pile of tasks, hunting for the absolute best ones to go for. He shamelessly stuck his ears right in the guild and taverns, soaking up every rumor he could get his hands on. He brazenly exploited other adventurers on the routes and never hesitated to pull dirty tricks. The innkeeper let out a long, heavy sigh. Takeru's way too kind, and honestly, it scares me. Vorpnir just shrugged it off with a bright, carefree grin. She crunched her food with a grin and bragged, "The blessed can't fall to some regular nobody." The dragonid and the innkeeper stared at each other, completely stunned. The warrior grinned and promised their friend had to know how to play smart and outsmart the world. The innkeeper erupted into laughter, flashing back to the time he got totally fooled by those tricks. Seeing them stay so calm, the owner finally loosened up and threw himself back into his work. Baby Bee squealed with pure delight, begging for more, and the goddess instantly swept in to support him. The whole scene snaps out of nowhere and hits you like a sudden punch. The towering crowns of the Tokaruvan forest rustled softly as the wind swept through. Those towering trunks cracked open the darkness, spilling just enough light to make the whole forest feel inviting. Takeru strolled with calm confidence along the dry, comfortable path. He scanned the area with wide-eyed curiosity, instantly clocking how this place didn't feel like the forest of white trees at all. Suddenly, the space lit up like a dashboard, icons of every available material popping into view. The boy prowled over the frost-resistant grass, hunting the plant that could melt fatigue away. He grinned wide, already buzzing with the hope of a huge haul of fresh new resources. A horrifying scream suddenly tore through the air from right behind him. From the tangled thicket, a heavy, lightning-fast thud slammed into the air. Then something massive came roaring straight for him. From the bushes, the cheeky Viams burst out like sparks, and right behind them came a rank S boar, pure rage, snorting fury. "Save me, you idiot! Why are you just standing there?" the snot-nosed kid wailed, tears exploding down his face. Takeru gave a crooked grin, shocked that in the middle of all this, the guy still found a way to be rude. He stepped toward the beast like he'd already decided how this fight would end. With a violent swing of his staff, Takeru snapped out a thunderous command. "Stop the monster!" A massive boar stayed frozen dead still, drool spilling as paralysis locked it in place. Vames went totally still, eyes wide with raw shock. What did you just do?" he managed to choke out, barely able to get the words out. The boy went stone still, choking back sharp, desperate breaths. Takeru launched over him in a brutal leap, sending his staff up like a flash. "I'll make this as painless as possible," he said, voice ice cold. With a sharp cry, he drove the weapon straight into the beast with savage force. The boar crumpled to the ground, and Takeru swore he'd squeeze every last bit of its resources for all they were worth. Vames snapped a breath in, then let out one stunned word. "Cool." With a sharp edge in his voice, he grilled him. Was Takeru truly just a regular collector? And just like that, the loot got sucked into a tiny bag. Then the boy erupted in a shout, instantly recognizing the artifact storage. Vime's eyes sparked with greedy hunger as he snapped, "Where'd you get that, when you're just an F rank?" Instead of answering, Taker snapped a heavy, ice-cold stare into him. The snotty-nosed kid's face drained of color in an instant, and he recoiled hard like he'd just seen a nightmare. Takeru let out a quiet, soft sigh, then calmly shut down the guesses like he'd seen it coming. "Did they never teach you to just say thank you?" he snapped, looking at them like that was unforgivable. Vame's cheeks flared red. He dropped his gaze and fumbled out a shaky, awkward yes. As soon as Takeru finally managed to blurt out his gratitude, he was stunned. This no-good scoundrel actually sounded polite. Suddenly, the guy blurted out an apology for giving flowers to Chelsea earlier, and Tucker just waved it off like it was nothing. "No way, you're an F rank?" the snot-nosed kid snapped, losing it completely, eyes darting everywhere like he didn't know where to stand. Without a second thought, Takeru lunged to the ground with scissors, and his opponent just stared, completely lost. He casually told me he was stockpiling Madalip grass because a quest for it was about to drop any minute. Vames leaned in, squinted hard, and jabbed at two plants that looked exactly the same, except one had a rusty reddish tint. Takeru checked both, and the system slammed back the exact same description, plus a D rank, no changes at all. He shrugged and picked the green one, because the system insists they're basically the same. Vames folded his arms tight across his chest and waited in ruthless silence. With the confidence of a seasoned expert, he smirked and claimed that red leaves stay fresh for far longer. The magical bag doesn't matter to the owner, the little one mumbled, while Takeru calmly packed both plants. No, I get it. Thanks for the advice, Takeru grinned, saying his client would absolutely love that fresh new feel. Schmargak's cheeks flared as he blurted, "This is the reckoning for my salvation, right here!" Nightfall hits, and the stars spill across the treetops like sparks from the sky. By the campfire, Vaems leaned in with a proud grin and bragged that epurari leaves only turn medicinal when you pick them with insects still clinging to the stem. He straight up insisted that freshness is the whole point, then snapped at Takeru for not even getting the basics of the job. Takeru wasn't bothered at all. He shoved his steaming bowl of food into the boy's hands and admitted he used to sell everything with 0 cents and no filters. Takeru teased, "Watching you go after that food is almost funny." Vaems went stiff mid-bite, then melted into pure joy, blurting, "Delicious!" "Incredible. So delicious, it's unreal. What is this?" the guy blurted, bouncing with pure excitement. She couldn't stop thinking about that tender, juicy meat filling tucked inside. Pure perfection. Takeru slurped the broth, then nonchalantly said the dumplings were boiled. He grinned as he laid it out. Dough, minced meat, fresh veggies, and mushrooms. Nice and simple. Vaems remembered that back in the campaigns, he lived on nothing but bread and dried meat, and even admitted he'd never once tasted food that good at any camp. Suddenly, Takeru carelessly flung a huge magical crystal onto the ground. He yanked the artifact right back into the bag and agreed. Without the barrier stone, there was no way anyone could sleep in the forest in peace. Instead, he ripped out a pouch of magical mithril powder. Then I watched him pull an ordinary empty bottle from the city streets. Under Vaems's shocked stare, Takeru stayed cool and told her he was crafting a protective amulet. He slowly tipped the sparkling sand into the glass, like he was pouring in pure magic. Takeru sat down in a lotus pose and set the bottle right in front of him. With hands steady and razor careful so the glass wouldn't snap, he started molding the bottle into exactly what he needed. He shut his eyes, focused hard, and muttered like, "Honestly, this isn't even hard." The moment the magic hit it, the glass warped and buckled, then surged into shape with pure, unstoppable power. Energy spiraled around the bottle, carving breathtaking patterns into its surface. After the ritual was finally over, Takeru grinned and eagerly inspected the luxurious, gleaming amulet. With a quick, clean flick, he hurled the finished artifact straight into the stunned Vaems' hands. Takeru told him to wear it around his neck, because when danger strikes, all it takes is the single word activation to unleash total protection. He clenched the tightly packed gift, scowled at it, and demanded to know why he was suddenly helping his rival. Takeru yawned like he couldn't care less and shot back, "So what would even change if Vaems wins?" Right before he drifted off to sleep, he tossed out, "Victory or defeat doesn't matter at all," and the poor kid just stared at him, totally baffled. On a black, bubble-filled ocean floor, a girl with long, light hair drifted peacefully in the deep, asleep like the world had gone silent. Takeru sprinted along the mountain path, while his younger companion trailed behind, gasping and struggling to keep up. The boy skidded to a stop and shouted to the conductor. His face drained of color from sheer exhaustion. He couldn't wrap his head around how Takeru was still standing there, completely out of breath. "Are you really a monster?" the young man blurted out, stunned beyond words. Takeru said, with total calm, that all those blessings stacked up so hard he doesn't even feel tired. He stared at the mountain range, and the air around him started to thin out, like the peaks were choking the breath right out of him. 16-year-old Vaems got hit with brutal mountain sickness. Nausea slammed into him, and his head felt like it was splitting in two. Takeru launched off the cliff in a split second, shouting at the boy to just hang on for a moment. He lunged forward and pressed his fingers right onto the amulet sitting on Vaems' chest. The pendant erupted with a blinding flash. Vaems blinked, stunned, then felt the pain and weakness vanish like it never happened. The boy gasped in disbelief, realizing his body had somehow turned lighter, and breathing suddenly felt way easier. He flicked it aside like it weighed nothing. Whether he won or lost didn't even register, leaving Vaems utterly stunned. And just like that, he shot forward again as the boy snapped at his back, furious that he'd ignored him. The material collector slammed to a stop, staring at a bizarre stretch of land where there weren't a single tall tree in sight. Endless stretches of low, golden yellow plants rolled across the land as far as the eye could reach. Veem spotted the Amofel grass, the giveaway that the rainbow sheep were out there, grazing nearby. Takeru nodded, then shot forward out of nowhere, and you could suddenly feel it. They weren't just talking, they were competing. Stillness swallowed the whole place, dead quiet, with not a single soul anywhere in that massive land. Takeru clenched his focus and scanned the whole area. The radar snapped to life and instantly clocked a pack of animals tearing across the land at breakneck speed. They barreled straight toward them. A whole swarm of fluffy, rainbow sheep burst out of a billowing cloud of dust like the world's cutest stampede. Takeru threw his arms wide with pure joy, ready to scoop them up the moment they came. But the animals tore past him at breakneck speed, slamming into him so hard he almost got knocked clean off his feet. "They're insanely fast," he gasped, stunned out of his mind. Trying to keep up with them on a normal sprint was straight up impossible. Suddenly, Wame's terrified voice burst through the air. A massive, furious buffalo bellowed and barreled straight at the guy. Takeru snapped into action and bellowed the command to unleash the barrier straight from the bottle. Wimes clenched his pendant so hard it nearly bit into his palm. The boy blurted the activation word and the artifact erupted in a blinding flash. A blinding force field snapped up around him the very second it touched off. A raging buffalo barreled forward and slammed straight into the obstacle, shattering everything in its path. The recoil blasted the carcass backward, and it slammed into the monster as a surge of magic crackled through the impact. Takeru strode right up to the stunned boy, cool as a blade. He barked that nobody was to touch the barrier until he had dealt with the monster, then he lifted his staff. With one sharp punch, it was over for good. That buffalo was taken down, and the meat should hold out for roughly 6 days. The gatherer raided supplies for days, because his team was famous for devouring everything in sight. He whipped around to Wames and demanded, "You good?" The boy practically clutched the pendant in his fist, stunned by how powerful that protective artifact really was. Takeru awkwardly snapped his gaze away. Wimes bowed his head and thanked everyone from the heart for saving him. The boy finally realized it wasn't wrong to lean on others, and the worst part was, he felt like his own helplessness was exactly why people around him couldn't stand him. Now we had to invent a way to trap those slippery, fast sheep before they bolted. Those rainbow sheep were pure nerves and trembling non-stop, and nobody even cared a bit about their meat. Vimes closed the distance, and it finally clicked. Now they understood why they'd broken out. He realized the herd was stampeding away from the buffalo, so there was no point in chasing them. Takeru nodded. Local books swore that one sharp sound would send this beast scrambling in fear. The boy let out a bitter curse, realizing this job was way more complicated than he'd ever imagined. He clenched his fists and swore, through sheer fire, that he would never, ever give up. And as the herd vanished, he scooped up the nasty little scraps of wool that snagged on the grass in the chaos. Takeru eyed the bundles with sharp suspicion, demanding if he really meant to haul stuff like that straight to the client. He leaned in and told me straight up that he always fights to deliver his clients nothing but the best material. And in a low, telling breath, he realized Wames's dream wasn't that different from his own. "I don't run into orders like this every day, so tell me, how do you normally pull fur off a living animal?" Takeru asked. Vimes broke it down. At the ranch, one person pins the sheep in place while the other lunges in with the shears. The boy snapped, furious that they were competing, and then Takeru grinned with a wink and boldly suggested they team up. He realized that if nobody spots your skill, orders dry up fast, and he couldn't wrap his head around why Wimes was so obsessed with winning or losing. Teaming up with others to crank out higher quality material, at least in his eyes, that's the real deal. "Well," the boy stalled. Then Takeru leaned in and said that teaming up and working with others is a real skill too. Takeru promised you wouldn't grab all the glory, then Weems snapped that Grid had said the same, and still, no recognition ever found him. "Wouldn't it be amazing," Takeru kept going, "what if you ended up right in the middle of all those wins?" He even admitted he knows basically nothing about haircuts. So he puts his full trust in the boy's knowledge, no doubts left. "What do you mean? You can't do a thing if you don't catch them, so tell me, what's your game plan?" Wames said, eyeing him like he didn't believe a word. Takeru admitted he'd never tried collecting animal wool, but he still had one ace up his sleeve. He couldn't forget how effortlessly he drew in every animal around him, like this was just another miracle he never even asked for. Weems couldn't figure out how he'd actually snare the flock. Takeru told him he'd draw the sheep in close and make the boy do the shearing. Weems jabbed at the horizon. Those birds were way too far out of reach. Takeru shut his eyes, drew in a huge breath, and steadied himself. The air blasted into his lungs like it was trying to knock the breath right out of him. And he blasted a thunderous whistle that boomed across the entire valley. Weems burst out in panic that this noise would spook the animals, but Takeru snapped back that he'd learned the move from a master up north. He cupped his hands like a megaphone and softly summoned the sheep with a special, secret sound. Up on that distant hill, the whole flock suddenly went death still. The sheep whipped around, trudged back inch by inch, and Weems just froze in total shock. At the traveler's call, the whole herd surged forward, obedient as can be. They were bleating like they couldn't help themselves, getting louder and crazier as they closed in. Takeru stepped up and called them people, then politely asked if they'd spare him some wool. He offered to help them get rid of the extra fur exactly where they wanted it gone. Two sheep locked eyes with each other. One of them stepped forward, mumbling something weird, and Takeru let out a quiet gasp. Then she broke into a joyful sprint straight up to Weems. Takeru shoved a special comb into the boy's hands and snapped his finger. Then it was showtime. Just be gentle, okay? Weems said, voice shaky and unsure. The boy quietly combed the fluffy side of the sheep, working each strand smooth. The tool yanked away a massive clump of wool that felt almost weightless in the process. Takeru grabbed it and squeezed with glee. The wool felt insanely soft against his skin. Go on, Takeru, try it yourself. It's mind-blowing, Weems shouted, buzzing with energy as he worked. You just had to picture it, those soft, down-filled clothes clinging to you and warming you up instantly. The moment the rest of the herd saw what happened, they swarmed Weems on the spot, crowding in and demanding their cut of the grooming. The boy burst into laughter, and around him, happy sheep packed in from every direction, all satisfied and calm. And Takeru watched him like everything was finally right, wearing a warm, steady smile. It felt like pure, heartfelt happiness. No envy, no spite, not even a shadow of malice. Takeru tumbled through the clouds, grinning like he owned the sky, while his tiny dragon glided beside him, free as a dream. Fluffy sheep peacefully munched below, all thanks to Weems, while the guild representatives stared in awe at the boy's victories. The collector touched down softly, grinning with pure joy, and declared, "Now all that's left is for us to be the first ones to reach the city." He leaned in and gave the young man a heartfelt, earned praise for his work. At last, the pressure broke, and Takeru flashed a carefree grin that lit up the whole moment. Takeru remembered Weems' shady reputation, and realized the only thing that pushed him to B rank this early was pure desperation. Weems stared in bewilderment, completely lost on why everyone was freaking out. Without warning, the whole flock shattered into chaos and bolted for their lives. Takeru and Weems just stared, totally baffled, as the runaway cattle tore free. A brutal chill ripped down Takeru's spine. That familiar tingle in his mana only meant one thing. Something terrifying was closing in fast. He spun around and charged straight into the rocky gorge. The empty landscape felt like it was holding its breath, packed with tension. 3 armed men suddenly burst out from behind the rocks. They were grim mercenaries, and they hunted their target with relentless, unshakable determination. Takeru tiptoed behind a tree, choosing, quietly, firmly, not to get dragged into it. But Weems didn't budge. He stayed put in plain sight right by the boulder. After that well-known trader got arrested, strangers started howling that they'd just lost their time stuck in these mountains. And one of them blurted out the worst news. Now the poison from the giant buffalo cost triple the price. The rest jumped right in, licking their lips at how effortless the money sounded. Takeru's stomach dropped as he pictured what would happen if he sold that poison on the black market. His fist clenched hard, like he was ready to swing at the world. The mercenaries just cracked up, smug as they were convinced they'd steamroll anyone who stood in their way with their loot. But then it hit him. He'd already swallowed that poisonous horn, so he could simply turn and leave. As he hesitated, the trio charged straight for the boulder. They spotted fresh claw marks carved into the stone the second they looked. And just like that, they spotted the terrified Vames, panicking in front of them. That hulking axeman let out a nasty snort, sizing up the unarmed boy like he was just some ordinary errand runner. Vames snapped and blurted out that their plans were illegal. The bandits stared at him, utterly baffled, like they couldn't believe what he'd just blurted out. The mercenaries erupted in laughter, swearing they'd cut him down before he ever made it back to the guild. The young man snapped out of it, panic exploding as he blurted out Takeru's name, shouting like a madman. The big brute viciously swung his weapon, then barked at his partner to step out. Soft footsteps tapped through the air, like someone was sneaking toward danger. Takeru slid out of the tree shadows like a match lighting, calm on the surface, deadly focused. Bandits gaped at his cloak, their hearts hammering as they whispered, terrified, that he must be a wizard. The collector just let out a quiet sigh in their head, completely baffled by what had them panicking. The group's leader snapped an order to rush in and test the stranger's strength, right now. Takeru zeroed in on the enemy, Maharu Chobaku, the feared wanted S-rank killer. Right beside him stood Kuvel Akolos, another rank B thug from the Poisonous Spiders gang. The third was a silent archer, all tucked in a tight hood like a shadow with a bow. The young man flashed a genuine smile and, straight up, called the first two idiots right to their faces. The wave roared like a beast, promising it would slam him straight into the rocks. Takeru just acted like those insults really offended him. The bandits went wide-eyed and stiff, thrown off their footing by the way he stayed eerily, rock-solid, calm. In fact, fever burned through his thoughts as he tried to find a way out of this problem. No bloodshed, no exceptions. Fighting monsters felt way simpler, but he refused to go toe-to-toe in a death match with other people. He refused to play judge, and instead turned straight into the blade, cutting them all down. Maharu was the first to snap into action and sprint straight into the fight, blade yanked free and ready to strike. A blade flashed forward and clang! It sliced clean through the magical shield. The blast of that recoil slammed into the attacker and sent him flying back. Makara stumbled around like it was a joke, then face-planted into the ground and slammed straight into a boulder. Kuel's eyes widened in shock as his partner crumpled in fast failure. While all that chaos raged, a protective sphere blasted to life around Vames. Zdorovani gloomily warned that the protective magic was about to become a real problem. Takeru knew the real danger wasn't some random enemy. It was that mysterious archer lurking in the shadows. He yanked the bowstring back in an instant and loosed the arrow. Vames recoiled. The boy's eyes bulged with pure, breathless terror. Vam finally let out a heavy breath, convinced the danger had slipped away. The arrow slammed into the barrier with a loud, shattering crack. The bandit snapped silent, bracing like something big was about to hit. That poison tip was jammed in the magic, and Vimes just crumpled, knocked out by pure terror. The archer's eyes went dead calm as he realized his deadliest poison never took effect. Makara slammed his sword into the shield with furious force, desperate to break through, only to find it wouldn't budge. Kuel spat at the kid and barked at him to lock in and kill Takeru. Rage-snarling bandits surged in and tore into them again. The giant bellowed and barreled ahead, and Takeru slammed the acceleration on. The heavy axe came down with a brutal whoosh, cutting through the air like a thunderclap. The collector slid past the danger, then dropped into a tight, low stance like a predator. This sudden shock snapped him back to those wild performances from kids' shows. He threw out a grand pose and loudly proclaimed himself the messenger of justice. Kuvelia boiled with rage and threw another swing. Takeru shot his hand forward and blasted a roaring column of flame into the air. Flames swallowed the attacker's face whole, roaring as they tore through their final moments. Zdorovan screamed in pure agony, and the young man scrambled over, swearing he'd cool him down right away. Ice ripped out of his palm like a burst of lightning. Kuel crumpled to the ground, breathing like he'd just survived the end of the world. Takeru stayed cool on the outside, but inside he trembled, because he'd almost set a person on fire. Thanks to how he refused to fold under fear, he snapped back to control in no time. They needed a way to make things dramatically safer. The bandit boss lurched to his feet, and his bloodied face broke into a furious, shaking roar. Makari blurted out, completely flustered, that he'd never dealt with wizards a day in his life. Takeru figured the safest move was simple. He'd just put them to sleep. He leaned in and hunted through every word he could, zeroing in on the perfect sleep spell. Maharu screamed at the leader, panic blazing, begging him to stay careful. Takeru snuffed out any talk of dealing with this trash now, cutting it off cold. 3 magical spheres ripped from his hands, blasting through the air like sparks from a spell. Kuel curled his lip with pure contempt, sneering at those bizarre little bubbles. He said it with zero doubt, no kind of magic would ever touch him. The bullet sank in with a sickening thud, right into his brutal face. Suddenly, an unbeatable wave of sleep crashed over the big guy like a sledgehammer. Maharu gasped in pure confusion as his boss staggered and crumpled in front of him. The mercenary, completely stunned, grabbed answers and demanded to know exactly what they'd done to his boss. Takeru let out a dreamy smile as he talked about the bliss of landing on a warm, soft mattress. No monster or person, no matter how strong, could ever break this power. Kuel's voice cracked to a whisper as he apologized to his partner, soft enough that it barely made a sound. His eyes shut on their own. The terrifying thug dozed right in the middle of the battlefield, snoring like he owned the chaos, almost funny if it wasn't so brutal. Makari burst into tears, totally wrecked by the shock of seeing their leader fall. Takeru let out a satisfied grin, sure the bandit was still sleeping easy in his head before prison crushed his world. Makara's back jerked with tightly caged rage, like it was about to explode. He spun around and with a desperate scream tearing out of him, slammed straight into the final attack. The mercenary barreled straight at his boss's wrongdoer, going in full speed. Takeru calmly lifted his hands and promised, with full confidence, that he'd give him even greater comfort. A blinding surge of dream magic erupted from his palms, lighting up everything in an instant. Makari's eyes brimmed with bitter tears, and the heartbreak just wouldn't stop. Through tear-streaked fury, he cursed that strange magician with every breath. The bandit's face twisted in raw pain, crushed by helplessness. In a blink, he crumpled onto the grass and dropped into instant sleep. Takeru snapped around, hunting down the final enemy before they could vanish. And he just stood there, completely stunned. The archer hovered nearby with both hands raised, like he was bracing for impact. The collector figured that the only way to keep everyone from spotting him was to cloak his face with recognition magic. The stranger rasped that Takeru was no ordinary magician. Something way wilder was at play. The boy froze, utterly stunned by those words. He calmly said, "I'm just an adventurer. I'm the guy who gathers herbs and stones better than anyone." The archer ripped off his heavy cloak in a blur, then launched it aside like it was the last thing he needed. He immediately swore he meant no harm. Takeru went stiff with shock when the stranger started stripping in the middle of the road. The man yanked off his heavy boots and stripped down to spare clothing in a flash. The rescued warrior clasped his hands and thanked Takeru from the bottom of his heart for saving him. Tucked under the bandit's stolen gear, Sergeant of the Dragon Knights Alton Malmatora was still there, ready to ignite the fight. Takeru let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, this wasn't some criminal, just a completely normal person. He couldn't believe it. This terrifying bandit turned out to be a dragon knight in disguise. The stranger froze in place, like time itself had stopped for him. His former dark aura is completely gone, no trace left behind. He strutted in and proudly declared himself Sergeant Matora, only to reveal he'd worn a totally different name before. Takeru fumbled through an awkward request. "Can you stop these pompous official greetings?" and practically begged them to cut it out. The whole plan of slipping in with the Horn Hunters in disguise felt straight up confusing from the start. Matora grinned so hard it looked like he'd light up the whole room. He grinned and happily confirmed every single one of the boys' guesses. While that knight bragged about his spy experience, Takeru quietly triggered his scanning skill. The system shot out a dossier: Elton Malmatora, an elite A-rank scout, obsessively clean, and hopelessly hooked on sweets. The boy leaned in and read his true title in a calm, deadly whisper. The sergeant blinked, totally baffled. Takeru immediately chalked it all up to his special magical gift. The enemy motorist finally admitted he never saw that level of deep analysis coming. The young man swallowed his pride and apologized. His careless mistake had accidentally wrecked his secret operation. He instantly remembered that shady black market fat gang leader. Instead, the knight genuinely thanked him for capturing those criminals alive. He hurriedly demanded to take the captives with him. With surgical precision, the expert motor twisted two hulking bandits together until they were locked into one brutal knot. Takeru stood there in shock because he handled those two huge men like it was nothing. The sergeant snapped his fingers and basically demanded that Taker take the whole cash reward for himself. He swore he'd hand over the money the second they set foot in Danzerai. Takeru flat out refused because he had to get back to Belkheim by tomorrow evening. Matora clocked it instantly. The guy was squatting on someone else's turf. Takeru had 0 business cards, so he nervously scratched the back of his head like he didn't know what to do with himself. He straight up announced his name to everyone, no hesitation. The knight promised the guild would pay him on time, then flashed a warm farewell and rode off. Takeru hit the table with his idea, split the reward in half, and make sure the spy's hard work gets its due. So he demanded they delay the guild report for at least the next 6 months. With the little one sleeping on his back, Takeru muttered that he honestly didn't want any extra attention at all. The motor squinted hard, like it was trying to spot a clue no one else could see. Right before he was about to leave, the young man finally snapped and cleared up the one detail that had been gnawing at him. The sergeant leaned in and listened like every word mattered. Takeru couldn't forget that ruthless shot aimed straight at the child. "Did you really mean to end his life?" he snapped, staring straight at him. The motor shot back coldly, saying it was banking on the boy's magical barrier. Takeru scowled and the gloom just clung to his face. He snapped that the defense would fold instantly the moment the blow landed. The knight's smile vanished like it was never there, and his face went stone cold. He snapped that hesitating would put him in the gang's sights, but taking one life would spare dozens more. A real adventurer has to know. Survival demands a brutal price. Takeru said nothing, then shouldered his burden and took off. That one line ripped off the friendly mask and showed the cold, ruthless logic underneath. A spy has to think like a criminal, because the streets don't forgive, and neither does the plan. In this kind of fight, the hunter doesn't just change, he silently morphs into a monster. In the young man's mind, the arrow's deadly strike flashed back like it just happened. Mercy during a cover? That's a one-way ticket to death. Motora let out a heavy sigh and slammed the door on this exhausting topic. They finally broke apart and went their own way. Takeru trudged for what felt like forever through a brutal rocky gorge, the scorching sun beating down on him like a punishment. The burden crushed him, and he instantly regretted not having a portal. Suddenly, a razor-sharp whistle cut through the air above him. The boy snapped his head up instantly. A colossal winged dragon sprawled over the sky, blotting out everything beneath its shadow. Takeru froze in shock as Vames kept drooling all over his shoulder. I couldn't wrap my head around it. How could a mountain of pure muscle stay floating in the air like that? The beast strode like a storm across the jagged cliff peaks. The scan nailed it, Reira, the sergeant's combat partner, was right there. Her emerald scales blazed in the sunlight, dazzling everyone who saw them. Staring into the deep blue, Takeru let his imagination sprint toward the future he couldn't wait to live. Right in front of me, B's goofy, tearful face popped into view. Near the gates of Belkheim, he soothed the tiny creature in his hands until its fear melted away. The locals burst into cheers and welcoming them back from the mission with non-stop joy. The guildmaster leaned in with a cold glare and demanded to know how the wool collection turned out. Vimes slammed that massive backpack onto the ground with a bone-jarring thud. The crowd gasped all at once, like the whole room just snapped into shock. Beastmen practically tore at the perfect 7-colored fleece, crumpling it in their hands with eager hands. The leader crouched to the kids' level, stunned they had managed to gather so much in the first place. Vimes dropped his gaze to the dirt, face burning with shame. A heavy, nail-biting silence slammed down over the whole hall. The boy swallowed his nerves and admitted it. Takeru had pulled off a genius trick to tame the whole flock. Takeru fired off a quick follow-up. Wames had flawlessly taken care of them, grooming them fast. The whole guild was buzzing like a live wire, roaring with excitement. The young man praised the little one's knowledge so loudly and genuinely that without it, the whole mission would have collapsed for sure. Vimes went pale, gulping hard as a tight lump formed in his throat. I lost, he muttered, and despair crushed the breath out of him. Horty's confession hit the room like a punch, and everyone froze in stunned silence. The boy clenched his fists and screamed through tears that he was determined to prove he was better than everyone else. But right before his eyes, the chaos of that battle still played out. Takeru standing there while he was nothing but a useless weight. The chief snapped, ruthless and certain. No protection, so the bandits would have wiped them out instantly. Vames froze, staring at the man like he'd seen a ghost, pure shock on his face. He demanded the full, no-holds-barred truth about the danger right now. The crowd shoved aside and they surged into the building. The guildmaster slumped at the table, choked on an apology, and admitted he'd sent the kids straight into the bandits' lair. Takeru shrugged it off like no big deal, then swore he'd handle it personally with the local knights. The chief bellowed, declaring Takeru the undeniable champion of the whole competition. He flat out declared he'd put a hard stop to any cheating, no matter what the outcome was. Vimsa was deliberately dropped down to rank C. Takeru praised the little one with all his heart, because that kid had the courage to tell the truth. The boy let out a bitter sigh, finally seeing how his own arrogance was going to hit him right back. Now he just stood there completely stunned, like he had no clue what to do with his life next. Takeru snapped at him, calling out his blind obsession with nothing but the most expensive, top-tier jobs. He told him to stop spiraling, drop the overthinking, and start seriously leveling up his skills. New knowledge will unleash a whole flood of far more diverse orders. Plenty of seasoned folks are around, so don't you dare feel embarrassed to go ask the elders for advice. The Wolfman gave the little one a warm nod and promised to teach him the basics of reading and writing. Vames clenched his breath and fought to keep from making a sound. Hot tears of gratitude shook on the tips of his eyelashes, like they couldn't hold back the emotion. Tears poured down his face as he sobbed, then he nodded like pure joy just hit him. After handling that little problem, the chief swung his heavy gaze straight onto Tucker. He tore into the young man for daring to take that self-initiative, then backed it up with the awards anyway. Adventurers are bound to a system that refuses to bend, because nobody gets to break it just to chase personal comfort. Dumping batches that huge into the market would slam regional prices straight down. Suddenly, Takeru snapped back to the one crucial detail he couldn't afford to forget about forest worms. Takeru snapped his head up in shock, the terrifying news hitting him like a punch. Suddenly, those colossal monsters started veering toward human roads like something was pulling them straight out of nightmares. The lizard man clenched his grip on the weapon and urged them to wipe out the threat fast. Guarding the trade routes came first, no matter how valuable those monsters were. Takeru snapped into action, rounded up the familiars on the spot, and tore off for a reconnaissance run. The map shoved them straight into the northern forest of Topeiran. With no intel to work with, the guild threw the gatherers straight into hell. Turns out the information network across these lands was dangerously flimsy. The group tiptoed beneath the ancient trees' looming canopies, holding their breath like something might strike at any second. The ground under my feet suddenly buckled and shook like it was about to split open. Takeru's shoulders tensed hard, and he clamped down on the weapon like his life depended on it. The researchers swore the monster's droppings turned the fields insanely fertile. Hundreds of people kept hunting this vile treasure, over and over, like it was the most dangerous prize in the world. Takeru nearly gagged when the truth behind their quest finally hit him. The trees up ahead groaned like they were warning him of something sinister. A massive shadow lumbered out of the dark thicket, closing in fast. A colossal force slammed into earth so hard that it detonated in a violent burst of pressure. The moment trouble hit, the adventurers snapped their blades out like lightning. Right in front of them slithered a disgusting mutant forest worm, its mouth packed with writhing tentacles. Even the goddess snapped back in pure shock at what she just saw. That monster looked straight up terrifying, but Takeru spotted something so wildly absurd it didn't make sense. From atop the monster's back, a familiar human silhouette comes into view, unmistakable as it stares back. The totally smeared elf broke into a joyful grin and wildly waved her hand at him. The boy's face went chalk white as he begged every god to wipe his memory clean. Anything so he wouldn't have to admit he even knew them. In a warm, cozy room, Takeru huddled with Brolight and a mysterious blonde, laying out their plans like the night depended on it. Memories slammed them straight into the recent past. Then the whole team surged toward the Topeiran forest, ready to crush the giant worm wreaking havoc across the land. "Brothers, long time no see," that same familiar voice exploded through the air. Clayston grinned like it was the best day ever, totally brushing off the deadly danger right in front of him. Takeru stared in disbelief as the girl perched right on top of the same giant monster. She casually tossed out the news like it was nothing. Bai, her familiar, was feeling amazing too. Claystone barked an order to the monster, make her drop to the ground. He couldn't stop being blown away by how she managed to tame monsters like that. The elf just sprang off the giant like it was nothing. "Takeru, I've been hunting for you everywhere," she squealed, then sprinted straight into his arms. The young man suddenly snapped his hand forward like a gunshot. Claystone's eyes went wide, and he froze stone still like his whole body just shut down. That stench was so vile that Takeru jerked back in disgust. He pinched a bridge of his nose, disgust snapping through him. Each encounter made the flawless, superior race myth unravel, cracking at the seams like it couldn't hold together anymore. The young man snapped his hands forward and unleashed a scorching cleansing spell, whipping through the air like a roaring whirlwind. The shiny Claystone clapped his hands like he couldn't contain his excitement. Brolight studied the spell, demanded the same kind of washing, and Takeru flat out refused. The elf girl inhaled that sudden burst of cool air like it was pure relief. Takeru let out a tired, heavy sigh. He leaned in and demanded to know why she had saddled the forest worm in the first place. Claystone beamed and announced she'd nailed his request, then delivered a steed right to him. She beams as she proudly reveals the monster Kiara Susu to everyone. Taker's hand twitched like he was about to facepalm, because this vehicle was honestly gigantic. The girl honestly couldn't see the issue at all, and instead she went on praising the monster's razor-sharp mind. She lifted her hand to her chin, eyes narrowing like she was piecing everything together. Then she spun back to the worm, beaming as she thanked it for every mile of that brutal journey. Claystone ceremoniously unchained the monster, letting it roam this forest free at last. The creature obeyed and scurried away, leaving you in a tense silence. Pull! A massive body slammed into the ground in a blink. The worm vanished at last, burrowing straight into the earth like it never existed. A weird plume of smoke shot up from the pit. Claystone grinned and proudly jabbed at a gigantic stinking dung pile, while Takeru snapped nope and flat out refused to take it as a souvenir. The blonde leaned in with a teasing grin and basically told him the best ride in the world is right on her back. The young man brushed off the joke and snapped, "We've got way too much to talk about." They rolled back into Belkheim City like nothing ever happened, because this time the universe kept its hands to itself. In a loud, bustling guild, they rushed in and proudly announced the threat was finally wiped out. Brolight shot the master a message. "Tomorrow, you're coming back, and you're talking about something huge." But now the whole crowd was only obsessed with one thing, getting that hot dinner on their plates. Wooden mugs clinked as everyone raised them high, toasting reunification like it was a victory. Everyone swarmed the generous feast like they couldn't wait another second. At the table, Takeru leaned in and told everyone how he and Claystone built the Sokoku team from the ground up. He broke down every detail of their brutal march to Ashus, and how they crushed the village's local villain, taking a hard-fought win. And when it was time to cleanse the lake and bring the divine horse back to life, the elf nearly choked on pure shock. She was blown away by everything she'd heard. Those feats sounded unreal. The mug hit the table with a dull, heavy thud. Claystone suddenly blurted out, loud and certain, that she should join their team. With a warm smile, Takeru admitted he wanted to invite her too. She proudly tugged up her sleeve, like a battle was about to begin. On her wrist, a blazing A-rank adventurer's bracelet shimmered like it was alive. She bragged like it was nothing. She personally wiped out 50 deadly monsters in the Chastiara Valley. Takeru lauded her raw strength and suggested they link up for a training match whenever they can. He finally understood it. 2 A-rank fighters on the team didn't just help, they forged them into a real juggernaut. Brolight calmly chewed through the meat while the blonde leaned in, scrutinizing the brand new guest. She gulped the drink down, then narrowed her eyes like she was piecing together a clue. She noticed, in a hush, that the elf's pure aura settled her nerves like warm light. Then her eyes snapped into focus like a blade. "Understood, Goddess Hovavapnir," she blurted out the elf's real name like it just burst out of her. Her blonde glare cut him off cold, and she flat out forbade Takeru from going any further, leaving him utterly baffled. Claystone jolted, stunned by the sudden truth that dropped out of nowhere. The goddess pinned her with a brutal, heavy stare. Not picking up on any bad vibes, Kove Vapnir nodded and promised he'd hear her out later. The elf let out a breath of relief and confessed, shaking, that she was in desperate need of help. Takero instantly tossed the jokes aside and demanded to know, no laughs, just the truth, what the hell had happened. He promised his friend help, no doubt, no delay. In a burst of pure panic, the girl cried out Lutieka, her sister, had vanished from the village, and she needed to be found right now. Takeru flashed a calm smile, like he was one heartbeat away from charging out the door. But then the next words hit him like a punch, and he just froze in total shock. Turns out that healer wasn't just a healer at all. She was the High Priestess, a living sacrifice to the great tree meant to bear an heir, but she bolted right before the wedding. It felt like the weight of someone else's fate had crashed onto his shoulders like a collapsing wall. Even the battle-hardened Brolight couldn't believe how massive her sister's status was. Claystown leaned in and said their clan guards the purest blood, and that Ludicara wields magic so rare, it's basically unheard of. Because her power rose from clean blood, her sister became the race's most priceless treasure of all. Brolight confirmed it. Elves don't just stay away from the world, they vanish from it, hiding the brutal truth of their real power. For centuries, they've hoarded dangerous magical artifacts right inside their settlement, stacking power like a ticking time bomb. A legendary weapon forged with mind-blowing power. Still, you can't reach that sacred place without an invitation. No one slips in uninvited. And the High Priestess doesn't just rule, her child's destiny decides the fate of the whole clan. Lutieka flat out refused to marry unless love was real, and she piled on conditions so impossible her suitors had no shot. She demanded the pearl from the ocean's depths, the otherworldly white Pegasus that seemed pulled from dreams, and a burning star ripped straight out of the night sky. Claystoun finally spilled the truth. She'd hauled a Pegasus into the village just to win her sister over, hoping she'd say yes to the marriage after all. But instead of thanking him, the local men snapped, grabbing at the rare beast and tearing into each other in a bloody brawl. Takero gave a tight, grim nod. There was no way any girl would choose to bind her future to a bunch of spineless losers like that. But the real tragedy wasn't there. It was this. Without the priestess's madness, the sacred great tree would start to wither, and the whole village would die. Claystoun practically pleaded with Takero to unleash his one-of-a-kind magic and track down the runaway. The young man stared into the calm mirror of his memories, stuck on one question. Finding someone was easy, but was it the right choice? He locked eyes with the elf and demanded to know, are they ready to drag back the one who chose freedom for themselves? Claystoun fought back every time they tried to shut it down. Tears burned at the edge of her eyes. She didn't want to drag her sister in at all. She just had to know why she'd bolted so suddenly. Takero stood there in stunned silence, eyes locked on her. She clutched her knees, shaking with pain, because being helpless felt like it was crushing her. The second she remembered how fiercely she defended him in the dwarves' kingdom, every last doubt got wiped clean in an instant. Takero snapped, "I'll do it." Claystone's expression instantly brightened with real, jaw-dropping gratitude. Kove Panyar shattered the sweet, peer-tinged moment by blurting out a question about what they were planning next. Brolight shot back without a second thought. He'd never leave his partners hanging, and the goddess laughed with a grin as she signed on for the expedition ahead. Takero flashed confidence and barked the order to ride straight for the sealed elven settlement, because a brand new, legendary adventure was about to begin. Takeru's profile majestically unraveled in a furious whirlwind of magic across the chapter's title spread. Inside the guild, the burly master grabbed the boy's attention and dropped the bombshell. Starting today, he's been stamped with the rare, one-of-a-kind rank of FB. What, FB? Takeru stared in shock as the familiar squeaked, like it couldn't believe what he'd heard. The Bear Beastman grinned and started breaking down, from scratch, what it truly means to be a universal, all-rank individual. Now this guy could grab quests at any difficulty, from the lowly F rank all the way up to B rank. Right before the boy's eyes, the full list of rewards erupted into view. Takeru couldn't help but grin. He finally got to keep taking his usual little orders at the old prices. But the master snapped a warning, frowning hard. The final outcome matters more than the quest's rank, always. If some genius tried to flood the world with elite resources sold for pennies in bulk, the whole economy would crumble overnight. Honest collectors would get wiped out, and the market would crash so hard it hit rock bottom. The bear lifted its paw like it was smoothing everything over, as if it was telling the boss, "You're overreacting, big time." He slammed a reminder into Takeru's head about those perfectly fresh leaves he'd just submitted. That potion brewed from the leaf turned out to be insanely high quality. The master let out a heavy, exhausted sigh over the table. The guild just had to pay back that rare talent the way it truly deserved. Everyone genuinely rallied to boost the boy's rank and crown him with an award worthy of him. Across the whole world, there were just a handful of those universals, and in Albaro, he was only the third one anyone had ever seen. Takeru couldn't believe how wild and unprecedented his new status felt. Even the legendary S-rank adventurers had nothing on it. There were barely any universals left. And then Takeru made history. He became the very first non-combat universal of all time. And just like that, everyone got exactly what they needed. No complaints, no regrets. The boy finally let his full power rip, no more holding back. To stream? He blinked, totally stunned. He was quietly picking herbs, then the guild decided he must have been hiding his talent on purpose. The master didn't just compliment him, he praised his remarkable skills with real sincerity. And I told the kid he'd work from here on out, for the good of the whole continent. Takeru's crew tore out of the city, stepping straight into a brutal, empty wasteland. Elf Brolight and the Blonde trudged along in tense silence, side by side, while the Lizard Man stared hard at the boy's brand new ring. That jeweled magical ornament with its glowing stone hit a thief like lightning, so fast it left him reeling. The monster leaned in and told him this artifact let you rack up massive loans without putting up a single scrap of collateral. The Blonde snapped around and blurted, "So you're one of the blessed by the gods, aren't you?" Takeru cut him off mid-conversation, then leaned in and demanded the elf point him straight to their settlement. The giant friendly lizard humanoid slammed a warm hand onto the boy's shoulder. The elf smiled and said they could start heading there right now. She jabbed a finger toward the nearby forest of Tobiron. Magic was meant to slam open a straight shot to the goal, and only her people gift, a real, living portal. The blonde beside her snapped into a sudden, fierce blush out of nowhere. "All right, then," she murmured, barely louder than the air. "You can sit on me," the girl whispered, cheeks burning with shyness. A blinding flash ripped through the sky in an instant. Instead of the girl, a breathtaking, majestic, winged Pegasus loomed in her place. Takeru stood there, completely stunned, staring in awe at the true divine beast. The Pegasus dropped from the sky and touched down, then offered its back like a ticket to escape. The boy bowed and thanked her, all polite and sincere. The entire company crammed onto the snow-white wool like they were bracing for impact. That small creature from the first time suddenly blew up. Turns out it could change its size. For her, reaching the very edge of the world was so fast it felt like a single blink. With one thunderous beat of his wings, they blasted forward like a comet tearing through the sky. At that insane speed, the whole world smeared together into solid, unbroken stripes. The tiny familiar squealed with pure joy. Turns out the flight was so smooth it felt unreal. Pegasus strutted up and declared she's the best in the whole world. Ordinary horses can't even come close. Takeru leaned in and gently reminded you about the cart because you can't just roll into a packed city and ride straight through. The boy's eyes flared with excitement. He'd found the answer, and they needed a horse-drawn carriage right now. The Pegasus snorted and refused to haul some junkyard wreck. They had to turn this ship into something luxurious, fit for her status no less. Takeru realized that with space magic, they could stretch the carriage until it turned into a whole room. But before anything could happen, they had to track down the perfect ride. As soon as they hit the spot, the elf Brolight burst out into the clearing. She clenched her hands together and begged Goddess Akelarina to tear open a path back home. The boy stared spellbound as the elves worked their enchanting ritual. The forest around him suddenly went death quiet. The poem's companions huddled together and talked back and forth, trading stories like sparks in the dark. Out of nowhere, a tiny black dot blinked into existence in the air. It hummed in silence, buzzing like it was alive. The spot blazed and sucked in the light at breakneck speed. For one tense moment, a perfectly round, dark whirlwind hovered over the old stump like it was deciding its next move. The elf demanded you shut your eyes and reach out to the whirlwind. She was the very first to thrust her hand toward the portal. Her fingers sank into the solid darkness, like it swallowed them whole. The whole team went still in shock as the lizard man strode forward like he owned the place. Then Takeru panicked straight in front of the black hole. The blonde whipped around and warned him, dead serious, to watch out for Brolight. A jittery anxiety flickered across her face, like something big was about to snap. Behind every bright light, she insists, there's a dark truth lurking, something deep enough to swallow the glow. The girl dove into the portal and yelled for the boy to stay right there in the light. Takeru blurted for answers in stunned disbelief, but all he got was a thin echo fading away. The boy stood there, totally alone, staring at that ominous black funnel like it was waiting to swallow him whole. He kept rubbing the back of his head, sweating hard. Elves were a whole tangled mystery he just couldn't decode. Takeru let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. And with zero hesitation, he slammed his hand into the darkness. The moment he cast it, dark magic snapped into place, black threads yanked him hard, and he vanished inside. Space itself bent and twisted through a roaring, endless tunnel. The boy's eyes bulged with pure shock as the whirlwind violently threw him out. Unfolding before him stretched a flawless, endless forest, towering cliffs rising like giants, an untouched elven homeland. The gorgeous black and white artwork blazed on screen, kicking off chapter 47 in dramatic style. Takeru froze in disbelief at the brink of the abyss, staring out at the endless sea of green plains like it went on forever. His winged familiar, B, joyfully swooped and circled through the sky. The boy snapped his head left and right, baffled, hunting for the rest of the team like they vanished into thin air. B just buzzed along, carefree as anything. Takeru suddenly knew, somewhere out there his friends were waiting, and they weren't far away. He snatched a magical map like it was the key to everything. The dots on the screen showed everyone splintered through the thickets, so he snapped into action and hauled the squad back to the center. The boy barked at the little dragon, "Don't lag behind!" Then he bolted straight for the cliff. He fired up his acceleration magic on the move. With a bone-deep shout, Takeru launched himself forward. He launched himself straight into the abyss. B panicked and sprinted after him. The young man calmly flung his arms wide in the air, cutting through the fear and calming the terrified child. Right at the very last second, he slammed the flight spell into action. The fall suddenly hit a brutal slowdown. Takeru slipped down through the forest canopy, easing between thick, towering branches like he belonged there. He descended deeper and deeper, like the world was pulling him down inch by inch. His boots hit the ground without a sound. The forest was choked in thick, pitch-black darkness, and the air felt like it weighed 100 tons. To get the whole team staring at him, the young man cradled a glowing orb in his palm and lit up the moment. He yanked her up and tossed her. The bullet drifted down with chilling patience, slicing through the branches like a dark promise. Takeru slammed his hand forward and powered up a lightning spell that hit way harder than before. A blinding ray blasted through the forest dark like a brand new sun had just ripped the sky open. A sharp rustle snapped through the bushes like something was creeping closer. Puni burst into the clearing, mud spotted all over him, scratches crawling across his skin. Takeru froze in shock as he stared at her. He had no idea what wild thickets she was forcing herself through just to come out looking that filthy. The girl shot back, cheeks puffed, insisting she wasn't hiding anywhere. Suddenly, brand new voices burst into the air. The dragon human and Valletta the elf showed up too, both of them battered to the bone. Takeru let out a relieved breath and told everyone to start cleaning up right away. Suddenly, the dragon man snapped his command and demanded everyone drop down. He snapped the spear into a lightning twirl, slamming back a whole storm of arrows. From the thick thicket, someone opened fire on them, bullets snapping through the trees. Takeru instantly realized it. His glowing beacon had snagged the predator's attention. The young man snapped his hand up without even thinking. A blazing magical shield erupted around the whole team, wrapping them in unstoppable power. Valletta clocked the attackers instantly, elves who could smell the intruders the moment they stepped in. An armed patrol burst out from the trees like it came out of nowhere. Their commander spat the name Valletta like it tasted vile. She tried to spell out why she came, but he cut her off with a rude interruption. The elf sneered at the girl and spat out a disgusting insult, dripping with pure disdain. Takeru's face twisted with disgust at that brutal cruelty toward a family member. The commander spat with disgust as he blamed them for defiling the sanctuary with those sinister creatures. Puni's face snapped into pure rage the second those words hit. Her aura detonated with bone-chilling, supernatural energy that made the air feel wrong. The elves snapped their bows up, aiming to loose an arrow and drop that monster. A blinding flash detonated the sky with a crack that rang in my ears. Before their eyes, the girl's mask cracked, and out rose her true form, the colossal ancient horse god Huvavapnir. She reared up on her hind legs and swore that divine punishment was coming for the attackers. The air crackled like electricity, shimmering with raw energy. But that crushing hit never landed, and Takeru fought to hold in his laughter. Puni spun away, hiding her face with a shy little flinch. Three elves' hair was crazily puffed up from static electricity, looking hilariously frizzed and all over the place. To save face, the goddess stood tall and proudly declared her mercy. The elf commander's hands shook in pure horror as she finally grasped what her status meant. She brushed off his apology with a cold snort, stunned that the elves had been pushed so low. Dead silence slammed over the forest like a curtain, choking every sound. Takeru stared in disbelief, waiting for anyone to answer, and hearing nothing back. Turns out their mana supply was so pitiful they couldn't even tap into its real power. The commander swallowed hard, apologized again, and then cautiously asked what the visit was really for. Takeru stepped up with a gentle, inviting smile. The elf narrowed his eyes, suspicious as hell. The boy calmly introduced himself, claiming he was an adventurer. He flashed his universal bracelet like it was the key to everything. And he proudly declared, "We're the Auguro team, and Valletta, he's our friend." The commander's jaw dropped as shock punched through him. His eyes popped wide with shock. In the next heartbeat, he practically cheered and called Valet a total cool guy, then snapped that they'd better not come any closer because the mud was everywhere. This wild mood flip blindsided everyone. No one saw it coming. Takeru blinked, utterly lost, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. With pure pride, the elf declared himself as Rilke Alberk Ventel, the guardian who stands watch over the sanctuary. Suddenly, Puni blurted out the boy's name in a panic, voice shaking. Takeru whipped around out of nowhere. In that dark forest, both of them felt a bone-chilling dread crawl up their spines. The heroes slipped through the thick undergrowth in complete silence. Takeru stared in disbelief, wondering how anyone could even make it through this place at all. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered up ahead. The boy let out a joyful breath because the elven village is right there, just around the corner. A genuine smile lit up his face like it was shining from the inside. The dark forest suddenly tore open and a shining valley burst into view. Giant mushrooms towered everywhere. A weird leafy lizard scurried away, like it didn't belong in the world at all. A swarm of magical fireflies drifted through the sky, glowing like peace itself. Takeru froze, totally stunned by how dazzling this bright place was. Light surged into every dark corner until nothing stayed hidden. The guide boldly jabbed a finger at the towering tree looming in the distance. The Tree of Life loomed over the whole forest like a monstrous, sky-scraping colossus. The map laid it bare, right in the heart of the green sea of trees, exactly where they were tracked. Takeru suddenly felt this crushing heaviness in his chest, like the local mana was weighing him down. Clay, the dragon man, nodded grimly, like he'd already accepted the crushing weight of it. That thick, magical essence was crushing straight into his lungs, like the air itself had turned to stone. The elf snapped at the guests to scrub the dirt off in the spring before they even dared step into the palace. The glue shot back with a sharp, sarcastic grin, telling him he wouldn't let even those messy ones slip through. Takeru's face burned with embarrassment the moment he suddenly remembered what he looked like. He tiptoed up and called out to the conductor, careful not to rattle anything. He spun around in total silence. Takeru didn't dodge, he just flashed a painfully awkward smile. The boy pitched a wild idea, using his own magic to clean everybody. He slammed his command and had the whole team line up in one tight row. One single word, then the spell snapped to life. I had to dig deeper and push harder so the entire team could keep moving forward. A blinding pillar of light tore down from the sky like a bolt from nowhere. The ray blasted in and swallowed the entire company whole. In a blink, their clothes and bodies blazed with spotless, perfect purity. Messy hair or not, it's styled so perfectly it looks like a masterpiece. The suffocating tension vanished in a flash, and the elves just gawked, stunned by their own shiny, sparkling hairstyles. The elves burst into astonished chatter, then immediately started pressing the guide to explain everything, right now. As Takeru cast, his magic blasted away every last drop of excess mana in the dirt, leaving nothing but the ground behind. The guide swallowed the questions about what that weird force even was and just pushed them on, deeper into it. They finally closed the distance and got right up in front of it. Up close, the tree loomed even more grand and breathtaking. Takeru frowned and blurted, "Wait, are you telling me this is the same tree that holds the whole world?" The elf shrugged and told them like it was nothing, that these trees grow everywhere across the whole world. Tucker was absolutely blown away by it. Suddenly, Brolight snapped into a deep bow so fast it felt like a blade had swung. A wild, loud confession burst from her mouth. She's a high elf. The boys stared, blinking hard, stunned out of their minds. She never even raised her head, just sat there, drowning in the regret of that long lie. Takeru stared at her, totally thrown off, like his brain couldn't keep up. The local elves stared down the traitor, their disdain burning in every cold glare. Clay's expression snapped into full-on seriousness. He pressed her for the real reason behind her travels, and she shot back that she had every right to go wherever she pleased. A crushing silence slammed into the room, weighing everything down. Tension surged through the air, faster and faster with every second. The air practically crackled with energy. Takeru only shrugged it off, cool as ice, and told her she was still their friend. He leaned in and demanded to know what the heck separates the elven castes. Clay shot back that this bloodline is royal, and the magic in it is on a whole other level. They lord it over everyone, worshipping pure blood like it's the only truth that matters. Brolight snapped that the main law bans them from stepping into the outside world. Takeru honestly couldn't make sense of the logic at all. The girl trembled as she spilled the terrifying truth, ancient rules, and the fury of the people. But the boy pressed for the real reason he was being left alone. He laid out a chilling example of what happens when you dare to catch a deadly disease outside the forest. For a split second, Brolight froze because once she slipped away, no one would ever pay for it. Takeru shrugged like it was nothing and said, "If something matters more, then the old rules can bend." Her eyes snapped open with sudden, jaw-dropping understanding. He warned that blindly obeying orders will dump you on a road to nowhere. The boy flashed a warm smile and urged her to trust her own thoughts. Those simple words finally ripped the weight off her soul. The glue burst into loud laughter, sticking right by his friend. The dragon human finally confessed that he'd been spitting on his tribe's laws for years, just to chase a life of freedom. Brolight snapped upright like she'd made up her mind. She was going to show everyone that their little world was way too small. Relief crashed over her, and tears poured straight from her eyes. Takeru swallowed hard, genuinely honoring the courage this confession demanded. The guide snapped that the palace was already right there, but they still had one last shot to bolt before it caught them. Brolight wiped her tears with a shaky smile, and Takeru's mind instantly snapped to the old secrets she'd buried. He finally let out a shaky breath of relief, because what he feared was way worse than what he got. The boy strode ahead on a springy, light step, like he couldn't wait for what came next. And Brolight watched him disappear, overflowing with pure gratitude. Chapter 49 kicked off right there in front of those massive stone gates, wrapped tight in old, twisting roots. With a bone-shaking rumble, those massive doors groaned open inch by inch. The travelers burst into a dazzling luxury hall, golden light everywhere, towering grand stairs, and a living tree standing right in the center like it owned the place. Takeru got smacked hard, snapping his head back as he stared up at the stunning chandelier hanging beneath that massive ceiling. The lizard folk stared in worry as the local magical essence felt way too thick, like something was seriously off. Amber slipped down the stairs with effortless grace and calmly declared, "I'm back." The young man and his crew froze at the entrance, holding their breath as they waited for someone to finally invite them in. Before anyone could settle, the guests were already packed around the round table, and a hot drink was steaming like it couldn't wait. His eyes snapped to the luxurious interior's intricate, dazzling pattern. Amber leaned in and told them about a special tea they sip called Heed. A wispy ribbon of steam curled up into the air, drifting like a soft exhale. That secret drink the High Elves brewed worked like magic, wiping out fatigue and soothing every painful muscle ache. Takeru grinned and slid warm broth to his tiny dragon, Bia. They both took a sip at the exact same moment. Takeru's eyes shot wide open with pure shock. That bite hit him harder than he expected because it tasted exactly like home, like the village he came from. He stretched out like he was lost in a memory, and that nostalgic taste hit so hard he barely knew what to say. The elf's eyes went wide in shock. No one expected a human to actually take a sip of their secret drink. Takeru blurted that something just like it had already been made back in his homeland. The young man just drifted off, letting a little drool slip as he pictured the traditional sweets that would hit his tea time exactly the right way. Suddenly, a stranger slid up to the table, threw on a respectful bow, and apologized for keeping them waiting. Right beside Amber stood a tiny elf, and she shocked everyone by blurting out that he was her older brother. The little baby giggled and flung his arms wide as he sprinted straight toward her. But she yanked herself sideways in a blur, slipping out of his destructive arms, just in time. Getting the hint, the brother cringed through an awkward request and nervously asked to be introduced to the guests. Amber quickly introduced him to the members of the Auguro team. The elf solemnly rumbled out his unbelievably long name, Virio la y Orquesto Argenciel. Takeru almost tripped over his own words, then nervously blurted out that they should just call him Arson. For a split second, everything went deadly silent. He panicked inside, terrified by how reckless he'd been. But the elf burst into loud, hearty laughter, practically glowing with satisfaction over the new nickname. Then he turned to his companion Takeda and spoke with raw respect, because everyone knew she was the legendary ancient horse. The little one dropped to their knees with pure respect, and their face lit up the moment the goddess arrived. So Arson took a deep breath and sincerely apologized for that other elf's rudeness, the same one the travelers had run into earlier. Takeru locked eyes with his opponent, staring like he was trying to read their next move. His older brother's hand was so small, it looked like it belonged to a 5-year-old kid. The moment he realized he'd been blatantly caught staring, the young man snapped back in panic. Arson calmly said he's proud of his body, even if it's not exactly what you'd expect from a high elf. Those words instantly set Amber off. She snapped at her brother to shut up, right there and then. Rage nodded in her voice as the elf hissed that their lineage was cursed. The moment he hit the hall, the air turned ice cold in an instant. Tears spilled down her face as she blurted, shaking with determination, that she'd never let their family vanish. Takeru froze, stunned by what he just saw. Everyone fell into stunned silence as Amber struggled to catch her breath after that crushing emotional breakdown. The young man finally cracked the puzzle. Turns out the dense magical essence wasn't the forest's only trap. Arson softly but firmly scolded his sister for breaking down in tears right in front of the guests. To break the tension, Takeru awkwardly blurted out that he understood everything. A tight grin snapped onto his face. A heavy, breath-stopping silence slammed into the room. Suddenly, Takeru's eyes bulged so hard they looked like they might pop right out of his head. He blinked hard, staring around like, wait, did I really just hear one word? The young man stammered, then blurted, wait, did you just call her your younger brother? Amber squealed with terror like something grabbed her heart. With her cheeks burning clear up to her ears, she finally admitted, yeah, I've got traits of both sexes. The trio of guests burst into silence, completely losing the power to speak. Takeru bellowed in fury, stunned that the lizard man beside him could stay so completely calm. He just shrugged it off and said, yeah, even among young lizards, that's pretty normal. Trying to drown out the awkward vibes, Amber flashed a bright smile and wished the guests a pleasant stay. Takeru snapped his arm up out of nowhere. He snapped right away and demanded to know why this suffocating wave of magical essence was clustering around him. Arson froze in shock. No normal person was supposed to feel that. Amber's frown deepened as she confessed the energy has been getting thicker for half a year, and nobody has a clue why. Takeru whipped a cleansing spell through his mind, but he knew it would only buy him time before disaster hit again. His gaze suddenly felt heavier, like it was weighing on everything. He pitched a wild, unconventional trick to crack the problem. The young man barked, "Back up!" and charged straight into the open space. He thrust his hands forward and locked in, pouring raw energy into the moment. The room got swallowed by a brutal wave of blinding white light. Takeru leaned in and calmly mapped out how to forge magical stones from leftover mana. The glow ballooned outward, swallowing everything in its path. Menacing, powerful flashes exploded around his body like lightning with a target. Elves stood there with their mouths hanging open, staring at the impossible magic like it was breaking the laws of reality. The young man turned into a living filter, and with terrifying speed he gulped down those black clumps of wild essence. As the energy snapped through the air, a colossal magical crystal slammed into existence. Those brand new stone facets caught the dim light and flashed like they were made to dazzle. The light-haired elf girl's profile hung there, frozen, like even the air refused to move. Right in the middle of that giant stone hall, Takeru cradled a massive crystal like it was about to change everything. The boy let out a shaky breath of pure relief. That nasty tingling finally vanished from his skin. The massive draconid grinned and proclaimed loud and proud that his friend had finally stopped coughing. Takeru leaned in close, tracing the stone's smooth edges, like it had gulped up every last drop of magic lingering in the air. It was almost time. He just had to hit the switch and bring it to life. The boy spun back and shouted at R to come running with him. The elf girl looked totally lost, and her friend just grinned and shoved her forward like, "Come on now." Takeru strode down the corridor, calm as ever, but the weight on his shoulder felt like it could crush him. They tore up to the base of the colossal tree. The wind barely dared to sway the trunk. Even outside, the air is suddenly clearer, like someone just scrubbed the whole world. But the guy knew it was just a band-aid, temporary, and never the real fix. The roots jutted overhead like a silent fortress, swallowing the sky in shadow. Takeru stopped. He grabbed his companion and told her to press her hand to the stone and speak just one word. She nodded, but you could tell she wasn't sure of a single thing. The girl cautiously extended her hand, one trembling inch at a time. Her palm pressed against the cold surface. "Activate," she breathed out, barely louder than the heartbeat in the room. The stone erupted in a flash and ripped itself free from the boy's grasp in an instant. Takeru stumbled back, eyes wide, totally stunned. A crystal shot into the sky, ripping through the air and leaving a sparkling trail in its wake. He rocketed up into the sky, soaring way above the treetops. The edges spun like a storm of light, whipping everything into a glowing frenzy. A blinding burst of energy ripped outward in furious waves, scorching everything in every direction. The company stared up in awe, like the sky had just cast a spell on them. A blinding glow swallowed every single settlement in its path. One of the elves burst out in pure delight, saying they'd never laid eyes on beauty like this. A massive star blazed overhead, washing the quiet village in an overwhelming golden glow. Takeru suddenly snapped into deep thought. He stared down at the elven houses below, their domes tucked neatly beneath the roots. The boy desperately prayed that the scattered magical essence wouldn't hurt a single soul. Close by, the Dragonborn's voice thundered through the air, dragging up an ancient legend, the one with different blood. She stared at the boy, hope blazing in her eyes. Silence. Takeru blinked in confusion, totally thrown off. The map flashed their brand new location, right by that massive tree. They plunged down a tight, winding path, clinging to the edge as they descended. The elf leaned in and swore only the chosen ones could pass through those doors. She thrust the staff forward like a threat. Right ahead, an ancient stone stele towered over them, its runes carved in like warnings from a forgotten age. I cracked open the prophecy about a blue sky, precious blood, and a land that was slowly turning dry. Takeru listened closely and instantly figured out that the final line was the answer to everything. The elf girl snapped her hands together, absolutely beaming with pure joy. The boy awkwardly brushed it off, like he didn't even want to talk about it. He finally confessed that his strange power was the only reason he could read the text at all. And she hit him straight with it. "Do you really believe they're calling you the savior?" Takeru let out a heavy, defeated sigh. He said the stone doesn't soak the ground at all. It literally drinks the moisture out of it. So when you finally read what was carved into the stele, the whole thing hit with a totally new meaning. The boy leaned in and begged the elf to spill her own opinion. She locked onto the line about a dying earth, and her attention sharpened like a blade. For centuries, the High Elves have proudly called themselves precious blood. She dropped her eyes, convinced her clan was about to vanish for good. Takeru stared at the girl, and regret hit him like a punch. He finally got why their despair was so crushing. A heavy shadow crashed over the boy's face. The elves were hoping, praying really, that he'd give them a softer answer, something that would actually comfort them. The writing was screaming that their own choices were pushing their entire race straight toward extinction. Takeru jutted his finger at the third line. He demanded to know if that line about another blood was aimed at some outsider. She leaned in and quietly admitted the truth. They'd sealed themselves off from the outside world for centuries. Now everything clicks. This is exactly why they were stuck waiting forever for some savior to finally show up from outside. But Takeru couldn't shake the feeling that this puzzle was missing one key piece. Their conversation got ripped apart when a tiny dragon let out a squeaky cry. The baby spun through the air, its wings beating like it was fighting for flight. She erupted into laughter. A girl in a maid's outfit burst out running to meet them. She burst into happy cheers and said the glow in the sky had everyone feeling brand new. Takeru's smile widened, like the whole world had finally exhaled and the tension was gone. They ripped themselves away from the elves, shouting their goodbye into the wind. But he just slammed on the brakes, stopping dead. The girl said it with zero joking. He had to meet her mother, the Elf King, tomorrow. The boy snapped his eyes open in pure shock. The chapter kicked off by unveiling the beautifully detailed profile of an elf. Towering trees hid a whole elven settlement right up in their sprawling canopies. Right in the middle of those wooden platforms, a giant hot spring steamed like crazy, pouring out thick, warm clouds. Takeru slid back against the bathtub's edge and let out a satisfied breath. He couldn't hold it in. He blurted the news at the top of his lungs, pure joy spilling out. A grumpy dragon growled as it stomped through the moonlit night, but the boy only shrugged like it was nothing. Then it hit him. This same wellspring was the source for everyone. He just stared at the breathtaking view, blurted out a quick sorry for that ear-splitting scream, and felt relieved he finally managed to scatter all that extra magical essence. He remembered that elven legend about a savior marked with other blood. The elf beside us snapped us back to reality. Our real mission was finding Brolight's sister. She nervously blurted out that his raw strength shattered the magic hanging over the village. Takeru couldn't stop wondering, did Brolight seriously break the law just by stepping into the outside world? The girl nodded, her face heavy with heartbreak. An ancient inscription warned their race was slipping into extinction, and the brother clung to one hope, salvation from a stranger. She finally admitted she didn't just trip up, she deliberately broke the law. Takeru leaned in, eyes locked, hanging on every word. Tears spilled down her cheeks, but she still smiled, because meeting him made the exile feel worth it. The dragon sat perfectly still and crossed its paws in total silence. Takeru flashed a warm, genuine smile. The dragon rattled off their mission, track down the sister, crack the mystery behind magic, and chase the legend. The boy gulped hard, nerves rattling as he faced a mountain of tasks. A monstrous plate of spicy chicken piled high with crunchy nuts slammed onto the table. The elves buzzed around the cook, practically bouncing with excitement. Takeru humbly called it just a small thank you for the hospitality. He laughed and said he was already sick of eating nothing but salads. Everyone slid into their seats around a round table, right there under the open sky. The dragon crunched into the meat like it was savoring every delicious bite. The elves didn't just eat, they demanded seconds. Takeru was genuinely, face-splittingly happy, like pure joy was lighting up his whole world. Arsan's mind snapped back to her sister, Ludikara. She would have loved that dish just as much. A shadow suddenly crashed over her face. Takeru leaned in and called her softly. He leaned in and demanded to know what happened to his sister. The elf girl froze for a heartbeat, then dropped her eyes like she couldn't bear to look. She talked about a priestess being born with magic so wild it had never been seen before, right inside their cursed bloodline. The Elders' Council locked horns for ages, arguing over who would win her hand, because they believed it could unlock a divine blessing. Takeru's jaw dropped, so they were really planning to marry that girl off just to harvest new magical power? The boy's smile vanished, and gloom swallowed him whole. Now it hit. This is why she bolted. Rain pounded the window that morning like the world was trying to drown the day. Takeru fought to shake off the sleepy dragon's heavy grip. The tiny daredevil refused to let go, chewing on his cloak like it owed him answers. The boys softly rapped on the elf girl's door. Arsan stepped out to meet them and dropped the bombshell that everyone else had been training for ages. Takeru's face went white because he just woke up last. It was totally that little sleepyhead's fault. Time to launch, let's go! They marched along the narrow path, snaking between the giant roots. That tree blew everyone's mind with sheer size alone. On the way, Takeru finally found the nerve to ask a question. He leaned in and asked if any higher elves out there were curious about the outside world. He swore he'd keep it a secret. No exceptions, no slip-ups. Arsan let out a heavy sigh and finally confessed, "Yeah, I'm one of them." But those settlement laws matter to her more than her own life. They burst out to the very edge of the forest. Ahead of them, an endless stretch of land ran on forever. She blurted out right then, "Did Brolight even mention that mysterious disease?" This disease slammed the brakes on every elven infant's growth, freezing their lives in mid-bloom. 50 years ago, the symptoms exploded overnight, getting brutally worse fast. Pain twisted Arsan's face as she leaned in and whispered that the eyes were missing. They were born with no arms, no legs, and no ears. Then their suffering hit like a storm, and they died within days of being born. Takeru choked out his question in pure shock, but the only thing he got was silence. The elf girl crumpled to her knees, completely helpless. She blurted in tears her own child had been taken by the curse too. Her scream tore through the forest silence like a blade. Takeru got caught. Why do the newest little lives have to get slammed with so much pain right from the start? The doors swung open and the grand throne room exploded into view like a royal storm. The room felt like an ancient cathedral, all towering silence and holy dust. Arsan bowed deeply and welcomed the guest with respect. The Queen of Elves sat heavy on the throne, owning the whole room like it was hers alone. She snapped his name out like a stranger, bloodline and all. Takeru took one look and knew this had to be Arsan and Brolight's mother. He swallowed hard, nerves roaring in his throat. The queen welcomed him with regal, breathtaking grace. Her beauty hit like a gut punch, stealing every last breath in the room. The boy rushed in and blurted out his name. The ruler grabbed his shoulders and thanked him, roaring that he'd finally swept the dark magic out of the entire country. She told him, "This place's magical essence has been blazing at full power since forever. And 6 months ago it hit. Suddenly, he started growing like crazy." Those words shot chills straight through Takeru's body. 6 months back. He snapped back to that earth-shaking quake, pure power flooding his mind in an instant. The queen snapped, confirming every dark hunch he had. Then the rivers burst their banks, and the waterfalls roared like wild, unstoppable streams. That magical backdrop shifted, and suddenly, every single event snapped into place like one connected story. A map snapped into place in the boy's mind. His earthquake's radius lined up perfectly with the anomaly. With full confidence, he straight up demanded permission to unveil his theory. The queen's face went blank with shock as Takeru barked an order. "Dragon, wake up!" An ancient lizard slowly poked its head out from beneath the cloak, eyes half-lidded like it hadn't fully woken up yet. The chapter kicked off with a lone girl standing alone in a snowy forest, braving the cold like the world had gone silent. The palace's luxurious hall blew him away with its massive, jaw-dropping scale. Takeru calmly leaned in and told them that the ancient dragon Bull had personally handed him Little B. The elven queen's voice vanished in an instant. Shock stole her words clean away. He squeaked with pure joy, puffing out his chest like he owned the whole room. The ruler had no choice but to face the truth, even as the young man stood there, watching his familiar with pure, mortified embarrassment. The elf girl blinked in total confusion and demanded, "So what do you have to be to raise a future god?" The queen leaned in and said, with a calm certainty, that she finally understood why. Her daughter snapped her eyes open, stunned beyond words. The queen leaned in and said Takeru's magical aura blazed with an unbelievable color, one that made everyone trust him instantly. The young man couldn't stop thinking about it. He'd never once pictured himself as someone who could nurture divinity. For him, B never became anything more than a sweet travel buddy by his side. Thanks to Takeru, the little dragon, I ended up making a whole bunch of brand new friends. Even Punia's strictness ended up helping the little one thrive. Now this young man couldn't even picture his life without it. Takeru snapped and instantly changed the subject, like he couldn't let that moment linger. He claimed the earthquake twisted the flow of magical energy, and that's what finally dragged the monsters out of hiding. The elf girl froze dead in her tracks, stunned speechless by what she just heard. She shot her mother a worried look, like her heart was sprinting. The queen swallowed her pride and admitted, with a heavy heart, that her own weakness had kept her trapped in the palace for years. So all she had left was to gamble on trusting someone else. Seated on that throne, she broke down, admitting with crushing despair that she had nothing left to fight with. Tears burned at the edge of her eyes. She was bracing for Takeru to turn her into the punchline. The young man shot back a quick, desperate denial. He never let himself laugh at another person's misery. That wasn't how he lived, and he knew it. He got it instantly. Those elves would do absolutely anything to keep their traditions alive. Takeru leaned in and insisted, "It's not on us. Time just keeps marching forward, ruthless and non-stop." His eyes hardened with unshakable resolve. He blindsided the queen with an unexpected proposal. A sizzling, mouth-watering salad loaded with tender meat and a perfectly cooked egg landed on the table. During lunch, Takeru leaned in and told his friends everything about what the governor just said. Puni chewed with his mouth full, then nodded and promised he'd stick around. But right as he surged forward, the chief warrior Quinter stepped in and stopped him cold. Takeru snapped back to it. He'd heard about their morning training, right before it all started. Puni held the elven warrior's skill in the highest respect, like it was something truly legendary. The talk suddenly snapped to Brolita's past, how he once served among the guards. Out of nowhere, the elf snapped with pure outrage at the way that person was acting. She remembered the guards spitting cruel insults at Brolit, and then turning on Takara himself. The girl dropped her gaze, heartbreak weighing heavy on her. Puni laid it out plain. This all comes down to their religious fanaticism. For them, the village's sacred rules came before everything. That's why the elves will never, ever forgive what she did. Takeru realized they weren't thinking. They were just freaking out, terrified of what outsiders could bring. Their care has curdled into real, toxic poison. The young man gripped the fork so hard his knuckles turned white, because that kind of move had absolutely nothing to do with defending himself. He said loud and clear that it was time to change everything. Takeru lunged for his bag. A tiny glass flask dropped onto the table with a soft, chilling thud. The young man leaned in and said this magical instrument shuts out every single sound, like a wall. He yanked the cork right out. From his neck, a clear sphere slowly swelled into existence. The bubble was swelling at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, she slammed an impenetrable dome over the entire table. Takeru grinned and confessed he built it just to never have to hear bees snoring again. To be sure, he gave the plate a quick tap with his fork. The metal slammed into the ceramic and a sharp ring echoed through the air. The elf girl choked on a gasp and Puni came down hard, slamming his hand onto the table with pure force. Outside was dead silent, so Takeru leaned in and said they should kick off a secret conversation. Everyone gawked at the shockingly total silence spreading under that dome. Takeru scanned the crowd and made sure everyone could hear every word. Then he dropped the bombshell on everyone. He'd been sneaking into the throne room to secretly check the elf's health. That diagnosis hit like a death sentence: hereditary immunodeficiency. The elf girl blurted out, baffled. What do those words even mean? With the little dragon as his example, Takeru broke it all down fast, right on the spot, showing you exactly how the immune system works. Puni instantly understood the truth. This disease was passed straight down from parents to their kids. Takeru backed it up, and he even said Brolit barely dodged the defect. Pure luck. Of course, the talk spiraled straight into the cursed babies. The girl remembered Amber had once carried a child like that too. She dropped her husband's name like it was a loaded trigger. Takeru froze, because the truth hit him hard. Amber's biological brother was standing right there. The elf calmly said they were twins like it was no big deal. The young man admitted that centuries of incest done to protect blood purity didn't preserve anything. It ruined their genetics for good. His voice cut through the air. No curse hangs over the higher elves. It all traced back to a brutal tradition, one an ancient inscription had sworn would bring disaster. A stone practically demanded that people of different blood be accepted. To survive, they had to grab elves from other lands. Now, no delays. The girl broke down the moment she understood how pointless that truth really was. Puni clenched his jaw and realized those fanatics would never, ever swallow these changes. Puni said, voice heavy, that anyone who truly stands by the village rules will find these changes impossible to swallow. The elf slumped against the table, looking utterly defeated. She gasped in terror when she realized her own androgyny wasn't mysterious at all. It was degeneration eating her from the inside. With pure despair crashing down on her, she clutched Takeru's sleeve like it was the last rope left. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Is our kind doomed to vanish forever?" Right then, she let out a huge blow right into his cloak, and the young man snapped in outrage. With a soft clap, Takeru sealed the flask shut and snapped the sound barrier out of existence. He let out a heavy sigh. Trying to change centuries-old traditions felt nearly impossible, especially when some outsider finally tells the truth. Tears streamed down her face as she swore her mother and brother would hear her out for real. But Takeru couldn't shake the feeling that the rest of the village wouldn't just drop their beliefs without a fight. He leaned in and demanded to know if that inscription was truly penned by their ancestor, Rebel Arena. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would the goddess drop such a vague, cryptic message? The girl told us Rebel Arena's old power was gone for good. She couldn't show up in front of the elves, no matter what. Then Takaro leaned in and told Puni, "You're the divine messenger. Go play that role." The girl blurted, shocked. "Why are you so obsessed with saving another nation? What's driving you?" She swears the gods don't rescue everyone, ever. But Takeru didn't just stop. He cut it off cold, because he wasn't trying to save everyone, he was only protecting his friends. The elf girl barely managed to smile, like she was admitting this was the one thing he actually had. Suddenly, the young man blurted out that they should go find Rebel Arena herself. He was ready to confront the goddess himself and set her straight for letting her fools run wild. The elf girl's cheeks flared red from the sheer audacity of it. She sniffled again, frantically wiping the tears from her face. He wiped her cheek with tender care and begged her to stop crying. Takeru shot him a promise. He'd help, no doubt about it. The elf warned him straight up. This help wouldn't cost him pocket change. It would cost him something big. Puni surged ahead, threw his arms across his chest, and stood there like a proud hero. He flashed a predatory grin, hanging on the edge of his seat, ready to pounce the moment the first command hit. The elf didn't hesitate for a second and barked the order in the name of the ancient horse. With a smug little command, she demanded 10 servings of potatoes. Then Puni snapped the price down to 5 without breaking a sweat. Takeru was completely blown away by how everything just flipped on its head. The dragon just huffed a mocking snort, like it couldn't be bothered to take them seriously. The young man let out a reluctant shake of his head, fighting to hold back a smile. Genuine tears of gratitude spilled down the girl's cheeks, unstoppable and shining. And just like that, Takeru roared again when she wiped her nose on his cloak for the second time. The Takeru team plunged into an elven village to hunt for Rebel Arena, the perfect place to sniff out rumors. They strolled through the blacksmith district, passing shop after shop of grimy wooden workshops that looked exactly the same. Inside the forge, 2 burly dwarves pounded the blazing metal with non-stop hammer strikes. The grim blacksmith swung in with a crushing strike. Sparks flew. The hammer's weight crushed the metal until it bent and gave way. The gnomes wiped the sweat from their brows, bracing like they just survived the worst of it. Burlight said that elves and dwarves had been guarding each other's traditions for ages. Up ahead, a colossal building towered over them, wrapped tight in giant roots like the earth had grabbed it and refused to let go. This was the notorious guild Demos, the one everyone feared. Takeru stared in shock because there was no way this was the very same Phantom Guild. Dragonid Clay made it crystal clear. The continent's top-ranked adventurers had all converged here. The young man nodded with full intensity, praying this place would spill clues about those rare materials. They tiptoed over the threshold, like the next second could change everything. A classy wrought iron chandelier swung grandly from the ceiling above, stealing everyone's attention. Thick, dusty tomes towered across the shelves, stacked like they were guarding secrets. In that huge hall, a towering tree thrust up out of the stone floor, straight as an arrow. Suddenly, a woman's voice shot out, asking if Takaro might just be a messenger of God. Sala, a luscious elf with a jaw-dropping figure, strode right up to them. She leaned in so close their breaths mingled, purring that he was even sweeter than the rumors claimed. The boy's cheeks flared red, and he spun his face away like he couldn't stand it. Sala beamed and spun her eyes to Brolight, praising her like the absolute sweetest lady around. The elf finally showed up and rushed out a sincere apology for being gone for so long. The salad brushed her cheek, and it was like it noticed her friend's teary eyes. Takero's embarrassment shot through the roof. The glue snapped up and called the boy over at once, jabbing a finger toward the bulletin board. Someone demanded the monthly stash of grass and cat mushrooms from the Kiet cave. Takero had never even heard of ingredients like that. Salo told them they were whipping up a healing ointment to patch up wounds they'd taken. She said these mushrooms light up and keep growing only in the darkest depths of that cave, where the magic is absolutely off the charts. The elf stepped up and offered to guide them all the way there. Takero's eyes flashed with pure greedy hunger. He'd already mapped out a plan to flip those finds for serious profit, straight to the merchant Grit. At night, a massive magical tree blazed with light above the village, casting an unreal glow over everything. Tree trunks plunged into the forest's darkness, vanishing into shadow like they'd been swallowed whole. Takeo sat in his room, mixing something with total focus. 3 glass bottles hanging from strings suddenly swung into view on the table. At dawn, the boy bursts into the room and unveils his invention to the whole team. He leaned in and said, "This magic filter can block poisonous gas, like it was never meant to touch you." That amulet was meant to shield them the moment they stepped beyond the village's safe zone. The entire crew raced into the clearing and packed together. The salad beamed like it just revealed a magical cart, one that didn't care about the weight of passengers or luggage at all. Takeo practically burst with excitement, bragging about how mind-bendingly complex the artifact was. Sala squinted with pure satisfaction, like she'd just found something she'd been waiting for. She beamed from ear to ear after hearing the praise. He shot back a heartfelt thanks, grateful to the bone for the help. After they crawled out of the cave, they immediately locked in a deal and officially filed the request. The young man leapt onto the white Pegasus Punisana. Those massive white wings blasted and beat the air, and they shot straight up into the sky. The squad shoved eastward, cutting through the forest like they had a destination burning in their blood. Soon, Takero could feel the magical aura surge and thicken around him, fast. He snatched the bottles of glue and brolight and shoved them straight into his hands. The Pegasus dove out of the sky and skimmed down over the forest lake, crashing into the air like a thunderbolt. The boy leaned in and asked, "Is this the exact same place?" Brolight snapped in confirmation, then her voice cracked mid-sentence. Right before he stepped into the cave, the lake's water had turned as black as ink. Every inch of the shoreline was choked with dozens of rotting monster corpses. The whole squad just stopped dead, slammed by pure shock. A dead bear named Doldo drifted in the water, a top-tier predator gone silent. The ground was littered with bones and swollen corpses. Brolight abruptly bolted forward, sprinting off to grab intel. Takero suddenly felt a deadly chill crawl through the air. That guess hit like lightning. He realized the magic is laced with poison. Brolight suddenly crumpled to her knees, gripping her throat like it was choking her. The glue slammed down beside him, and he sucked in ragged breaths as the toxic air choked his lungs. The boy clocked the exact reason the animal started dying all at once. He roared the cleansing spell into the air. A blazing whirlwind of bright magic exploded from his hands, ripping through the air like pure power. The vicious winds ripped the poisonous veil clean off the world. The magical storm shattered the black fog into nothing, clearing the sky in a breath. The tension finally lifts, like the sky just decided to breathe again. Clay and Brolight chugged the oxygen like it was life-saving air. Takero got hit with a strict order, no rest, not even for a second. That poisonous essence is coming back, right any second, no warning. He roared to hit the activation command, right now, so the distributed amulets would awaken instantly. Satellites slammed the bottles together until they crushed down tight. A bright, shimmering membrane snapped into existence around Brolight, flaring like a protective aura. Thick, poisonous miasmas crawled out of the cave's black maw again, like the dark was breathing toxic fumes. A protective field slammed the dark energy back every single time. Clay stared the artifact down, tracking every move like his life depended on it. Now it's crystal clear. The poison's epicenter is buried deep inside the Isekai'D cave. Takeru's eyes narrowed as he zeroed in on his battle plan. He said it was that brutal density of magic that almost wiped them out. The boy slammed down a hard rule. No one was allowed to take off those protective amulets. Pegasus Punisan was immune to it. Still, that concentrate could turn deadly on even him. The young man jerked the reins and told the horse to hold up. He cooked up a reckless trick that could explode in his face. Takeru snapped a blazing flash of light straight at the steed. The giant Pegasus shrank into a tiny spirit, and Sala scooped it up gently. The elf beamed as she hugged the baby to her chest, right as the squad got ready to drop into the abyss. Takeru trudged down the narrow stone street, and his winged companion swooped and circled overhead. In the pitch-black cave, total silence swallowed everything, until a tiny sphere of light flickered to life. The Takeru squad crept forward step by step, tiptoeing across the jagged rocky vault like it might snap at any second. He shot a worried glance at the tiny dragon, B. The little boy fought back tears of pure fear, but still cracked a brave smile. Takeru leaned in and asked them to tell him right away the second he felt even a little unwell. Brolight, the dragon human, muttered through gritted teeth that the kid should have stayed home where it was safe. Takeru snapped the brewing quarrel to a halt in an instant. The elf shot a warning about a maze of branches and demanded they stick right by him. Their footsteps thundered across the slick, damp floor. A single drop plummeted from the ceiling like a warning. She shot downward like a streak of lightning, fast as a heartbeat. A cold splash hit Takeru's shoulder, and the whole squad jolted back, stunned. Brolight snapped around and tore his eyes across the room, hunting that monster with pure urgency. The elf girl let out a shaky sigh of relief, like it was all just harmless water doing the trick. Takeru smeared the drop with his fingers, and the stuff turned out thick, gooey, and wildly sticky. He stared up, utterly baffled, like the world just shifted on him. The squad just stared, utterly baffled, like, wait, where did this sticky liquid even come from? Brolight roared like thunder and hurled his spear skyward. A massive scaled monster dangled from the ceiling just inches above everyone's heads. In the choking darkness, a predatory black silhouette snapped into view like it hunted by instinct. Takeru clocked him the second he saw him. Straight up, a basilisk. With a blood-chilling hiss, the monster slammed down to the ground. The beast blasted a deadly stream of poison, then the boy snapped open his magical shield just in time. Acid blasted across the barrier, melting through it like it was nothing. The elf girl gasped in terror as the ground under their feet started to melt. The stone hissed, then it vanished into steam right before my eyes. Takeru snarled at the dragon man and made sure he'd actually managed to leap back in time. He instantly snapped on the enemy system scan, like flipping a switch and locking onto danger. The A+ basilisk had magic immunity, a diamond-sharp tail, and one deadly weak spot, its 8 eyes. Takeru quietly bowed his head and thanked the system for the crystal-clear hint. He stared at that precious tail like it was already dinner, convinced it could fill the whole crew. The plan clicks into place. If magic won't touch it, then we'll smash its eyes and take the beast down. Brolight burst forward at full speed. His spear vanished into a streaked, blurred glow as blow after blow slammed into it. With a thunderous swing, he slammed the basilisk back, like he could knock its danger out of the world. The girl on his shoulder didn't even twitch. Takeru stared the fight down from behind his shield, eyes locked and tense. The monster darted so fast that it slipped past every perfect strike. Magic is completely useless. Come on, are we really talking about that? The young man finally got it. Somehow that beast wasn't hunting at all. It was coming straight for him. This was the perfect opening. Time to bring the beast down. He barked for everyone to step back. Takeru flashed a defiant smirk, daring the enemy to come at him. The basilisk growled out a rough, gravelly warning. The beast yanked its jaw wide and shot straight at the boy, no caution left in its mind. A blinding white flash erupted inside the cave, lighting everything up in an instant. Takaru screamed, "Eat this!" and snapped the ice spear into action. Giant chunks of ice exploded out of the ground, slamming shut around the monster from every angle. Brolight froze in shock. This magic wasn't even supposed to work. Takeru flashed a grin. Those scales could shrug off magical curses, sure, but they still couldn't stop a massive ice block from smashing into him. The basilisk dangled in the trap, utterly powerless. That crack in the ice spread like a curse, freezing every inch of his body. For one breath, a real ice mountain loomed ahead of them, towering like a nightmare. Takeru yanked the monster's guard aside, leaving its head wide open for the final, crushing blow. Minutes later, the beast's carcass hit the ground and lay lifeless. The boy let out a shaky breath of relief and vowed to use every single useful part he could. Silence slammed back into the cave, and dust quietly drifted down like it owned the place. Takeru dropped into his seat, staring ahead as the shock of that terrifying new enemy sank in. He claimed the local beasts had mutated because the area was packed with intense energy. The girl leaned in and warned, low but deadly serious, that things were about to get way worse from here. The boy let out a bitter smile, just stepping in, and they'd already wiped out someone who felt like a final boss. Ahead yawned a black tunnel mouth, swallowing the light and daring you to imagine what horrors still waited inside. The elf broke into a soft, gentle smile that felt like magic. From the dark belly of the cave, a bone-chilling roar tore through the air. Dead snakes and centipedes littered the ground underfoot, but they kept crawling on in one relentless, steady wave. The dragon human panted hard, clutching the question in their throat. "Takeru, how do we get out of this endless swarm?" Wincing, Takeru groaned, "What a hassle," then shoved his staff forward and barked for the barrier to collapse. A massive snake shot forward in a blur, lunging straight into the attack. She slammed into the magical barrier with a thunderous bang. Her skull caved in with a sickening crack, and fragments blasted outward in every direction. A dazzling hexagonal sphere crashed around the team, and those satellites practically cheered as they praised Takaru. Takeru cringed as he confessed he'd poured in way too much mana, and his companion finally let out a big, relieved breath. Inside the dome, peace finally settled in, and they dropped down, catching their breath for the first time. On the cold stone, they set down a basket stacked with sandwiches and a few mugs of piping hot tea. The elf girl shut her eyes tight and let out a joyful gasp, savoring that warm food while the dungeon stayed freezing around her. The boy brushed off their thanks with a shy little wave, then dug into his lunch like he couldn't wait another second. With a sandwich in his mouth, he leaned in and demanded to know just how big that cave really was. The girl grinned and said, "Good news, we've already gone as far as we need to reach the altar." The dragon human shot a hard frown, staring them down like, "Don't you dare relax." When they asked about the altar, the elf just shrugged it off, like the place was a riddle nobody was meant to solve. Takeru nearly choked when he heard that even the oldest person in her tribe had no clue who created the structure. She tossed it out like it didn't matter, saying their elder had long since vanished from the village to hare rainbow sheep in some far-off valley. The boy stared at that eerie altar detail in silence, still baffled. So baffled even the elder couldn't make sense of it. He said that altar was perfect for worship rituals. His pupil snapped shut in an instant. The air around him felt like it had locked up, frozen solid. Reality slammed into him like a lightning bolt. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a seal. The gnome's awakened mutant crab memory snapped into place like a puzzle, and suddenly it hit. This was the exact same thing happening all over again. Panic clawed at his throat as he barked, "Hurry, finish the rest!" The trio finally tore into the dark tunnel, chasing the magical lantern deeper and deeper into the shadows. The grand entrance to a colossal hall blazed ahead, and the altar's light poured out like a spotlight, flooding everything in gold. The taker and the elf girl froze dead in their tracks at the threshold, stunned by what waited there. Right in the middle of that huge cave, a giant stone altar towered up, ringed by massive cat-eared mushrooms. The dragon humans stared in disbelief because these mushrooms were towering far bigger than they had any right to be. While the system was still crunching the data, the elf was already daydreaming about drowning those mushrooms in butter and soy sauce. Suddenly, the ground erupted in a violent quake, and the dragon human barked at Takaru to snap out of it. From the shadows behind them, a colossal slug monster oozed into view, and the whole team immediately yanked out their weapons. From the cave ceiling, a vile carcass dangled directly above them, and it was dripping deadly poison like a slow, fatal countdown. The alarm blared because the dark snail of Kyoto was here, an S-rank monster that just happened to be weak to fire. The elf girl's voice shook as she begged Takeru to tell her, did he recognize this monster? The girl went stone still. Voldia muttered through a dark mood, saying the same kind of snail once wiped out a whole kingdom and left not a trace. Slime and guts were stacked into a grim mountain of death. Then the elf choked out, "Let's run!" Takeru calmly sliced through the moment. There was no escape. He stared that monster down like it was nothing to fear, because to him, it wasn't a danger at all. It was a gold mine of rare materials. The boy smirked and shot a warning grin, reminding them they needed urgent leads on Liberina right now. Pulling back now would change nothing, so it's a useless retreat. He whipped his head back toward his companions. The air got torn open by a gritty, dull crack that sounded like trouble snapping into place. The elf girl froze hard, her whole body locked in sheer shock. Voldia finally broke his silence and quietly apologized for how long he'd vanished. He lunged forward, his body wrapped in heavy black scales, because he'd evolved into a whole new species. Little Dragon B let out a happy squeak, and it instantly lit a fire under everyone's fighting spirit. Takeru singled him out and handed him the fire attack personally. That elf girl launched behind B and swore she'd cover Voldia's. She blinked in disbelief, and Takeru shot her a confident grin, asking if she truly believed they'd pull off the win. He clutched the staff with white-knuckle force, because on his side stood the gods and the dragon kings. The girl snapped into action fast, swore she'd stack every single defense buff she possibly could. The fear is gone, vanished like it never stood a chance. Takeru snapped the 3-layer shield into full activation. The elf fired off acceleration and weight reduction, supercharging Voldia's right before the dash. The whole team snapped into motion, striking as one unstoppable front. The elf Brolet's refined profile sat locked inside a burst of black wings. Little Dragon B snapped his jaws and blasted fire straight into the giant snail's face. The monster shrieked like it was losing its mind. Her body arched like a loaded weapon, daring anyone to come closer. The slimy skin was blistered to hell, scorched by burns. With a bone-rattling roar, the monster blasted out a whole swarm of tentacles. The whips tore through the air, screaming with a sharp, bone-chilling whistle. B and Brolet barely scraped themselves to the side in the nick of time. The impact slammed through the stone floor and blew it apart into flying chunks. Takeru dropped into a seat beside the elf, scrambling to hide from the storm of flying debris. "Mine little one delivers," the boy shouted, practically vibrating with excitement. That glowing barrier held them steady, stopping the ceiling from coming down on their heads. The barrier slammed into place. Now they weren't trapped in any nightmare of being buried alive. Dragonid Clay launched forward, driving a spear straight at the enemy. The warrior launched into the sky, ready to slam down with a strike so brutal it felt like it could end the fight. The monster lunged at him so fast Takeru yelped, half fear, half pure electric excitement. The glue let out a predator's grin, sharp and smug. Tentacles clamped tight around his body, pinning him like a living trap. "Don't you dare!" the dragonid snarled, low and dangerous. That brutal surge snapped the grip, and that voice just kept hitting like a punch. "Looking down on me!" That toxic slime had already chewed through his scales, and the fighter just froze there, perfectly still. "Scrub it down now," he barked. The light beams hit his armor, and the poison vanished on the spot, like it never stood a chance. The warrior nodded sharply, thanking his allies for cutting the debuff off right when it mattered. Surrounded by a blazing blue steel aura, he braced himself for the meat grinder. The snail slammed down again, faster and nastier than before. "Pull." The moment the list moved, it sliced that tentacle clean in half. The cut piece dropped away, and before it could even hit the ground, a fresh one sprang up in its place. "Then I'll swing until you're wiped out," Clay snarled, and he slammed straight into the fight. Takeru and Brolet hunched forward, staring at the fight from afar, eyes locked on every move. The elf realized every hit did nothing, because the monster wasn't even getting tired. Up in the clouds, he barely squeezed past the endless barrage. Takeru stared in shock. How was a blind monster landing hits on 2 targets at the same time with that crazy precision? Turns out it was simple. This snail steered with the antennas blazing on top of its head. The boy snapped at Brolet right away to smash those growths. "Got it!" the girl blurted, springing up from her seat like she'd been fired up by pure adrenaline. She darted through the vortex of swirling tentacles. The monster caught her coming and snapped its attention toward her in an instant. "Flame!" Takeru yelled as he hurled a scorching fireball forward. The blast slammed the monster straight in the face, and it yanked the elf right out of her feet, backward with sheer force. She flashed a grateful smile, and just like that, she pulled off the perfect distraction. With one explosive leap, Brolet landed on the snail and whirled her daggers into action. The blades viciously severed both antennas in one brutal strike. From the fountain, a torrent of black blood erupted and splattered everywhere. The monster thrashed in violent convulsions, and its gut-wrenching scream blasted through the cave like thunder. The enemy got totally disoriented the moment Clay dropped his weapon. The tiny dragon spat a scorching blast, and it swallowed the blinded target whole. The tentacles thrashed wildly, trapped against the cold stone with no way out. A brutal chain of powerful explosions erupted, shattering the air with every thunderous blast. A monster cloud of smoke and dust blasted up into the sky above the explosion's wreckage. The snail screamed at the top of its lungs, vanishing into the choking smoke. B squeaked with panic, like the enemy's power didn't vanish anywhere at all. A black gas blasted from the mollusk's body with a sharp, whistling scream. A deadly, poisonous cloud wrapped around him instantly, like it had him locked in its sights. Takeru snapped his eyes wide. Wait, the fire didn't even leave a critical hit? The snail shoved its battered, wounded head even deeper into the smoke shell, trying to disappear from the pain. The moment the first flame hit, logic snapped into gear, and he panicked into defending himself with gas, desperate and fast. The monster's whole body screamed with panic at the idea of losing moisture. The boy yanked open his inventory and grabbed a 20-kilogram jug of elite salt. A massive shipborne vessel suddenly appeared in front of him, and its bell chimed like it had been waiting for him all along. "It's a damn shame. What a waste, to squander that luxury on some worthless slug," he sighed. Takeru whipped up a water grenade, then hurled it straight at the salt. They've forged a lethal weapon for the mollusk, an ultra-concentrated bullet packed with seawater that turns deadly. He split her into 3 separate shells. "Receive!" he roared, and hurled the magic forward with a savage swing. The water slammed onto his slick skin, and a wild hiss erupted like it couldn't wait to burn. The salt gnawed through its flesh, and the monster sank down, utterly helpless. "Don't you dare try to run!" Clay roared, slamming himself in front of the only way out. The snail clawed forward, fighting for escape while a bloody trail smeared behind it. The warrior drove the spear in with ruthless force, ending everything for good. The knife sank through the carcass, and dark sludge blasted everywhere. The gigantic carcass collapsed flat, spilling into a dead puddle across the ground. Silence swallowed the cave whole. Takeru let out a shaky breath of relief and wiped the sweat off his face. "That much poisonous gas, we're going to have to scrub everything clean, then patch up this cave too," the boy groaned. A bee suddenly buzzed in panic, thrashing its wings like it was trying to escape the moment. "Look around," the Draconid snapped, dread hanging heavy in every word. His eyes blew wide with pure horror. He snapped his body around in an instant. That fight hooked him so hard, he never even saw the one thing that mattered most. The cave walls were packed tight with translucent cocoons, clinging everywhere like something from a nightmare. In the pitch-black dark, hundreds of snail eggs throbbed and pulsed like something was alive and plotting. The whole team went still, staring down an endless mountain of monsters. The heroes stalled at the giant nest. Slime churned and pulsed, and inside it hid the eggs of a dark slug. Takeru snapped his guidebook open in his mind. Those creatures don't stand a chance once sunlight hits. The dragon didn't beat around the bush. It told him to yank the whole clutch out, clean and simple. The boy shot the idea down. Carrying those poisonous eggs by hand would take forever, and the risk was too brutal. "Then we're making the sun right here," he declared. A dragon and an elf just froze, staring at the boy like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Takeru snapped at everyone to shut their eyes tight. No peeking, no raising their heads. The satellites locked up on command, dropping into a dead, obedient freeze. He slammed the massive protective goggles on tight. A blinding sphere of pure light detonated right between his palms. The light flared so intensely it turned blinding, like it was about to crush the dark for good. He effortlessly lifted the artificial sun and slammed it into the sticky stone like it belonged there. An artificial sun blazed high above, glowing beneath the cave's towering arch. And I slammed the command down. A scorching bolt of ultraviolet light detonated inside the cave, blasting everything in sight. The moment it happened, the eggshells snapped open. Dark, deep cracks spiderwebbed across them instantly. The poisonous liquid hissed like it was alive. The whole masonry melted in a flash. All that's left inside the embryos are a few dark drops, an insanely rare alchemical extract. Takeru was grinning as he swept up every last collected ingredient. His friends finally snapped their eyes open. Suddenly, the guy went rigid with tension. A sudden, biting gust of wind ripped right through the deaf cave. The elf girl gasped as the stagnant magical aura vanished into thin air. Takeru nodded hard, like her words just hit the exact right nerve. The very next morning, the colossal tree at the elven village drank in the sunlight and glowed like it was alive. Takeru was kicking back in a steaming hot spring, soaking all his stress away. Little Pui bubbled with pure joy right there nearby. The boy's gut said it loud. Everything went wrong the second the earthquake hit. For years, a mountain of eggs slammed shut the magical current inside the cave. The dragon suddenly remembered. Back when this place was peaceful, there were never any dangerous monsters lurking here. Everything finally clicked the moment Takeru remembered the discovery. While hunting eggs, he suddenly stumbled on a hidden altar. That inscription shouted it at anyone who dared to read. Here lies the King of Death. Ancient runes guarded a secret nobody dared to touch. Stone stairs climbed into the shadows, guiding the way straight to the sarcophagus. Pui let out a delighted squeak, like pure happiness burst out of him. An earthquake shattered the seal and the ancient slug burst free and tore into the wild like it had been waiting for this moment. The power is back now. Everything's finally balanced again. On the table, lavish dishes sizzled and steamed like they were begging to be devoured. The company tore through lunch like they hadn't eaten in days. Pui crammed a massive bun into his mouth like he was determined to win against his own hunger. And he started chomping down with greedy hunger, until I almost gagged. Takeru leaned down and told the little one, "Chew slower and chew more carefully." Then he leaned in and told the dragon, "That crushed snail meat, it turns out to be insanely delicious." The dragon nodded, totally satisfied. Suddenly, the elven leaders surged up to the table, closing in like they meant business. They begged me to spill every single detail about the Kyoto cave. A giant chunk of the slain monster's shell sat on the table, looming there like a trophy. Takeru pointed out the monster's nest, right there, staring them in the face. The elders refused to buy it. Burning eggs just couldn't bring the forest's magic back. The boy awkwardly shrugged, like he didn't know what else to do with himself. Suddenly, a cold shiver ripped through him. Right behind him, the elf Riltiel stayed close. At night, he overheard Takeru's talk, then slipped off and checked the cave for himself. He stepped forward with zero hesitation. The elders traded wide-eyed looks like something terrifying had just snapped into place. The warrior looked them in the eyes and admitted it. Those aliens had rescued their homeland from disaster. And with a full heart, he bowed deeply, thanking them like it meant the world. Takeru shot his hands up and blurted that they were only just finishing the guild quest. That kind of raw, honest humility left the Supreme Elf genuinely stunned. Takeru's companions swelled with pride, like it couldn't hold the joy in anymore. Miltel shot the boy a quick look, and respect hit him like a spark. Takeru couldn't stop thinking. Just yesterday, Riltel looked at them like they were enemies. And right now, he steps up to defend them, owns the truth, and proves what a real warrior looks like, loyal to his people through it all. Silence. The dragon leaned in and demanded to know what he was planning next. The kid was seconds away from heading to the guild and slamming in his quest submission. At that exact moment, the High Elf's face twisted with pure, seething rage. Takeru and the dragon both snapped backward, terror crashing through them. She snapped in an icy voice that she'd make some insolent fool pay. She tore off with fierce determination. The dragon just shrugged like it had all the time in the world. "I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Takeru let out a breath of pure relief. Finally, they'd cracked the forest's biggest problem. It was way too soon to let our guard down. He snapped around to his companion, serious as stone. All right, now I've got a few questions for you. Takaru stared straight ahead with nerves of steel. The local guild was roaring with life, non-stop hustle and energy filling every corner. The elf behind the counter blurted out an excited exclamation before he could even stop himself. She clutched that giant cat-eared mushroom to her chest like it was her whole world, while Takeru awkwardly tried to smile. The boy calmly asked her to stop saying things that could be misread. The elf pointed out that the cave was so soaked in mana that those mushrooms shot up to freakishly massive sizes. She pressed her palm to the magical seal, nerves buzzing as she wondered if anyone in the capital would actually shell out for an S-rank slug. Takeru flashed a confident grin, thanked them in a heartbeat, and knew he'd just landed an incredible deal. The boy shot a look at his buddies, chewing like they couldn't get enough, then admitted the truth. Sure, there's money, but keeping this company fed isn't going to be easy. They chose to stash the Poison Dark Slugs card for later, waiting to use it in the capital. A sack of gold coins hit the table with a heavy, muffled thud. The elf grinned and praised the boy like it was all just for fun. She shot her hand up to his face and dangled an offer. Join the Demos Guild for special perks, but Takeru's cheeks flared red as he instantly turned her down. He spun around and burst toward the exit. Out of nowhere, Takeru slammed on the brakes and called Brolight in a voice full of seriousness. He snapped, demanding she'd already confirmed Lutakari was safe. The elf girl snapped backward, eyes wide, like she'd just been struck by something she didn't see coming. Takeru said, cool as ice. If the important priestess really vanished without a trace, the whole village would be freaking out. But Brolight, sure, he's worried, still acts way too confident. The boy blurted that he never meant to trick her, he just couldn't deceive her. Brolight let out a shaky breath, stunned as she finally admitted, yeah, her sister really had vanished and run. Takeru smiled softly and promised her, straight to the heart, that he wasn't harboring a single grudge against her. The elf girl said the queen never said a word about Luchikara, so she decided to squeeze out at least one scrap of truth from that boy. The dragon folk basically told the elves, yeah, good luck, your kind can't hand that kind of stuff over to outsiders. Brolight dropped her eyes and confessed that Luchikara is already reaching Sarah. But Sarah snaps shut and flat out refuses to tell where she is. The elf snapped that, as a guildmaster, she can't spill a single piece of personal info without permission. She stared at the guy and told him that Luchikara had left him a message. The dragon man snapped his ears up at once, all alert and ready. Brolight passed her sister's message along. When the time's right, you can search. Takeru's eyes snapped wide with shock. The elf let out a heartbreakingly heavy sigh, then admitted, straight to your face, that she had no idea what the sign even meant. The boy sank into deep thought, like his mind had fallen into a dark sea. Takeru reminded everyone that Luchikara is walking out of the village for the first time. Brolight confirmed that his sister had planned the whole thing from the start. The dragon human was sure of one thing, someone's helping her from outside the forest. Brolight shot the claim down, because Luchikara didn't even know a single soul in there. Suddenly, the elf's mind snapped to a memory. One lone figure standing at the cliff's edge. Her eyes snapped wide with shock as it finally hit her. She blurted out, "Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about you." Takeru snapped, demanding if Sarah really was reaching out to the elder. Brolight smirked like he knew everything, convinced Luchikara was lurking somewhere in Punabuma's valley. She made it clear that the elder truly gets her sister, like nobody else ever could. The elf burst into laughter as she told me how this old man fought tooth and nail against marriages to keep the blood pure, yet once he clashed with the conservatives, he flipped out and exiled himself. Takeru stared at this scene and muttered to himself, "That's not the real essence at all. This isn't it." He snapped his head around to face the person he was talking to. The boy leaned in and asked, "Is this valley far?" Brolight warned him straight up. It would take a normal person several days to cross those brutal, steep mountains. Takeru flashed a huge grin and told him, "No problem at all." He grinned as he remembered his winged horse, then swore with total confidence, "They've got the legs of a god." After that, the elven companion tore into a bun, then spilled the news that Puni had already tracked down the fugitive's exact location. The team called a stop, wiped the sweat off, and headed for the valley first thing the next morning. The sky hung under a blanket of pale, drifting clouds. The Pegasus burst out with snow-white wings and tore through the sky, soaring over the giant treetops. The tiny bat squealed with pure joy right beside the winged horse. The elf snatched Takeru by the arm and blurted, "We're here!" A massive chasm yawned ahead, ripping the mountains clean in two. The team slammed down right on the razor-thin edge of the abyss. Takeru still remembered the moment he first laid eyes on the elven village, and cursed himself for not bringing a camera. He admitted he'd absolutely love to snap a photo right now, just to keep the memory forever. The Dragon Man rasped out, half in awe and half in disbelief, that he'd never, ever laid eyes on a valley this massive. The elf girl's smile vanished in an instant, and sadness hit her like a gut punch. She leaned in and whispered, "For our people, living by the great tree is the greatest joy. So yeah, that elder up here is probably suffering non-stop." Takeru gave a sympathetic nod, like he felt every bit of the pain too. Pegasus suddenly snorted, then blurted out that he could feel Rebel Arena right nearby. The dragon human snapped his paw out to the side, pointing with razor-sharp precision. From the cliff's edge, a tiny settlement came into view, clinging to the land like a secret. Takeru leaned in, stared at the stone houses, and couldn't help but believe someone was living inside. Out of nowhere, the elf girl grabbed his sleeve and yanked it hard. She kept a stone-serious face and flat-out announced, "I'm starving." The dragon human and the bat shot in right away, backing her up with zero hesitation, then demanded 5 portions of sweets each. Takeru let out a tired sigh, then swore he'd feed them right after he finished talking to the elder. His gaze snapped sideways again, and his eyes shot wide with shock. Dark-skinned elves with dreadlocks he'd never even heard of stood right in front of him, looming like a brand new nightmare. The camera swung up on a massive wooden house, sitting alone among towering mountains. Inside the house, Takeru stepped up beside Brolight and Clay and boldly introduced themselves. Names first, questions later. The gray elder Adyux greeted the guests with a sharp smile, slumping in a chair right beside that brooding dark elf. Takeru bowed with gratitude, thanking them for the warm welcome like it meant the world. Then, out of nowhere, a voice boomed outside, bright, loud, and calling out like it couldn't wait. A pack of tiny elves giggled as they sprinted after Pui, chasing him like it was a race for their lives. The young man blinked hard, completely thrown off and lost. With a shaky grin, he admitted that this weird place actually feels refreshingly different. Adyux let out a booming, non-stop laugh that lit up the whole room. He couldn't help but think, an experienced traveler like that had to have chased a lifetime of wonders already. Takeru shot his eyebrows up, totally stunned. His fingers shot out on instinct and brushed the playful little bracelet. The elder let out a heavy sigh and said, "Only exiled elves end up in this cut-off settlement." He brought up Pahoni-Samak's northern continent, teeming with demons, like they were everywhere. He still remembered the brutal desert of Alo-Fazen, where beast people fight to survive every single day. He jabbed a finger at the western continent of Aporn, where dragon knights reign. And he capped it all by claiming Gran Rio, the legendary homeland of ancient dragons. Addux insisted that minority communities are scattered across the entire globe. Even among elves, skin tones and beliefs can swing wildly from one to the next. Right before Takeru's eyes, a crystal-clear map of the 4 great continents snapped into existence. A sudden, sharp squeak snapped him out of his thoughts. Pui burst into the room, dodging the chaos as those loud kids chased him. The tiny elf girl jabbed Takeru in the chest with her finger, demanding he hand back the little animal. The elder snapped at the child, furious at their sheer audacity. But Brolight rose up, standing guard for the little one. The moment the guests arrived, the kids swarmed them from all sides. A bead of sweat trickled down Brolight's face like a warning flare. Everyone fell silent as the troublemakers bolted out, shouting like they owned the place. Adyux shrugged and called the kids' wild energy the result of mixed blood. He nodded at the people who swore by ancient traditions, convinced they were right. But isolation slowly corroded everything until the whole race started to decay. Takeru shot back with a grim stare. Empty whining wouldn't rewind the past. Soft footsteps pattered down the corridor, quick and almost sneaky. The elder slammed his words down and declared it was time for the elves to break free and explore the outside world. Brolight grinned and stretched out, absolutely thrilled with her brand new friends. Addux shot a sly squint and remembered, clear as day, that he'd already warned those people about their visit. The door burst open with a violent swing, like something inside couldn't wait any longer. A girl stepped into view at the doorway, and Takeru's jaw dropped when he finally recognized Lutikara. A suffocating silence clung to the room, heavy as a threat. Brolight's eyes widened as she let out a shaky breath, calling her friend's name like she couldn't believe it. A bright, happy smile burst across her face. Lutikara snapped forward and smashed a punch into her face. "I'm an idiot," she sobbed, the words cracking as tears streamed down her face. Brolight froze in shock, then clutched her bruised cheek like it just burned. Lutikara burst out in a cry, screaming that she was terrified about her sudden escape. So rage surged through him. A dark elf leaned in and begged Adix to step in, but Adix shut it down fast. No involvement, not a chance. Takeru shot Klee a confused look, and even the lizard just stared back like it had no clue what to do next. At last, the young man snapped that Brolight would go a whole week without dinner unless she stopped spiraling and finally calmed down. The girls kept on viciously yanking each other's cheeks, laughing through the chaos. Takeru let out a weary breath, then read the healing spell aloud like it was his last shot. Warm light slammed down on the brawlers like a victory glow, wrapping them up tight. Every single bruise and scratch vanished in a blink, like it never even happened. The elder froze in shock at the young man. He'd never, not once, seen magic like this before. Brolight let out a satisfied breath, puffed her shoulders back, and reveled in how hard she fought and how well it went. Lutikara couldn't believe it. Her wild, eccentric friend had actually struck up a friendship with someone, out of all people. A lizard, and even a divine beast showed up. She felt for Takeru because that girl was a total nightmare to deal with. The young man grinned warmly and said her endless cheer somehow always rescues them at just the right moment. Lutikara's brain totally short-circuited. She was completely, utterly confused. Her eyes clouded over again. She reminded everyone that Brolight was a high elf. A descendant cursed with blood that shouldn't exist, marked as something less from the start. The girl cut straight to it. So what's my role here, and what am I really able to contribute to someone that strong? Taker just shrugged it off, dead calm, and said he didn't care. Lutikara gasped in panic and blurted that she had to warn them. Her friend's cursed blood was the real danger. But the young man snapped back that this was nothing more than their prejudice. "Brolight is Brolight, and that's the whole truth," he said softly, and the elf instantly broke down, tears pouring out. She sobbed into his arms and wrapped herself around his neck so hard she nearly cracked his ribs. Lutikara murmured his words, utterly baffled. As evening rolled in, the holiday lights blazed to life near the house, glowing bright like a celebration waiting to explode. The villagers finally opened their doors to newcomers, then rolled out the biggest, most generous feast like they'd been waiting for this moment forever. The Dragon Knight Clay rocketed into instant crowd favorite status in no time. Takeru slipped onto the edge of things, breathing easier and grateful he'd finally gotten away from all that noise. He cupped his hands around that mug and just let the quiet wash over him. Out of nowhere, a voice snapped the silence like a gunshot. In the crushing dark, a lone silhouette tore across the shadows in a single heartbeat. A recognizable tuft suddenly popped up from behind, like someone was teasing the next move. Lutikara slipped out of the shadows, cradling a baby against her chest like it was precious. Takeru stood on the cliff's edge, gulping in crisp mountain air, while little Pewee the dragon joyfully looped through the sky above him. Lutika, the elf, crept up to him in total silence, then stumbled into an awkward apology for the racket. That rowdy feast with the draconoids and elves still glowed in my heart, and the hosts went all in, overflowing with pure reunion joy. She confessed she hadn't laughed that genuinely in forever, and the young guy flashed her a warm, comforting smile. A little baby sniffling quietly cradled against her chest, and the woman softly lifted her eyes to him, like she couldn't help but check on his every breath. Takeru gritted his teeth, racking his brain to remember the kid's name. He nervously shoved a couple of hilarious options your way. The elf just huffed with a warm chuckle. Yeah, those names really were a mouthful, so she waved it off and let the little one go by, Tirve. The young man nervously scratched the back of his head like he didn't know what to do with his own hands. The woman erupted into sudden, contagious laughter that rang out like bells. Takeru even feared that she might wake the baby. But the moment it hit, her face snapped into seriousness. Silence snapped into place, hanging there like it was about to explode. Spoken in a rush, she blurted out a fire-stoked confession. She loves Brolight with her whole heart. Darkness swallowed the screen whole. Ludicara dragged up her memories, the days as a priestess in the great tree, so suffocating it felt like the life had been buried alive. Total darkness swallowed everything around her, and that eerie silence made her loneliness hit harder than ever. No light, not even a single flicker. Brolight was the only one who ever stepped in, and the moment he did, that tiny room she hid in finally felt like joy. Again, darkness. Burdening memories slammed onto his shoulders like an anchor. From the moment she was born, fate chained her to one duty. She had to carry the next leading, yet her heart screamed for a child that only Brolight could give. Silence. Takeru's eyes went wide as he got hit with how brutally honest that was. Then, out of nowhere, a radiant spirit materialized before the priestess and ordered her, stone cold, to throw those feelings away. "Why?" she blurted, desperate and shaking, like the answer was slipping away. The deity would not let up. Then the friend got hit with a curse that wouldn't quit. Lutieka's tears spilled down her cheeks as the spirit pressed her to carry on the noble bloodline and pass down the higher blood. Snapping back to reality, they sank into silence on a log beneath the glittering stars. Takeru finally saw the elves' whole tragedy. Only their magic mattered, so people crushed their lives and stole their futures. The woman flashed a guilty smile, apologizing for dropping such a heavy story on you. The young man blurted out, voice shaking, that this tale was even sadder than the mess his old boss left behind, debts and all. He straight up admitted he has no clue how to react to that. The healer burst into laughter and praised him, saying he was an amazing listener. She told him she's way happier now than she ever was back then. With a happy grin, she stretched out, clutched her mug tight, and announced she'd never back down from her choice again. Takeru stared at her with nothing but raw respect. Once, both girls defied the fate that was forced on them and stormed into a journey they swore they'd finish for the people they loved. They were welded together by the same burning feelings. They both lunged a step forward, together, right into the moment. Even miles apart, they still took care of each other, like the distance couldn't break their bond. And that bond lit a fire in their hearts, giving them the push they needed to keep charging ahead. The young man leaned in and said, voice soft but fierce, smiling after all, that pain isn't luck, it's real strength. He beamed and praised her for every ounce of effort she poured into it. A soft, radiant smile danced across the elf's lips. She pushed herself so hard she practically drenched in sweat. Relief hit her like a wave, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she said it out loud. And just like that, this wild, non-stop day finally crashes to a close. Next morning, Takeru strolled down the slope with a flock of sheep, calm as ever, while Pue skipped ahead, grinning from ear to ear. That tiny dragon squealed with delight and bounced along for the ride on one of those fluffy beasts. The young man snapped at the boy, warning him not to dash too far from him. He chewed his lip, thinking hard. His gaze sharpened, turning deadly serious. A jaw-dropping canyon sprawled out before him, and the elven settlement glimmered below like a dream, pure, breathtaking beauty. Takeru clutched his hands behind his head and stared off, wrestling with the heavy truths of this world. He knew keeping traditions would be brutal work, but if they didn't reform, the elves would be doomed to vanish. All that talk means nothing if the forest folk refuse to let other races in. Above all, this young man just wanted his friend to finally feel happy, and for that, they needed someone who could light the fuse and kick these changes into motion. Your truth. A thunderclap of power ripped through my thoughts out of nowhere. While the world begged for his attention, Takeru kept his focus locked in. Ludieka had every right to step into his homeland. Yeah, the stranger said again, like he was sealing the deal with every word. The young man clenched his jaw, because there was no way he could stomach seeing his girlfriend treated like a pariah. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open. He froze. He snapped to it. Someone had just answered his private thoughts with a calm, polite reply. There was no way this was a hallucination. From behind him, a gigantic presence rose in the dark, drawn straight in by the blast of magical energy. That stranger swept Pue into a tight, no-nonsense hug and squeaked with delight, marveling at how tiny and cute he was. Takeru's whole body broke into a cold sweat. He squeezed his eyes shut and pleaded with his defender, B, to step in. But if the magical guardian stays quiet, it's a dead giveaway. The creature isn't coming for anyone. A suffocating aura slammed in from every angle, leaving nowhere to breathe. Pue burst into a joyful squeak, like she couldn't help it. Every second felt tighter, like the whole world was holding its breath. That young man couldn't hide his fear as he braced himself to face the one whose voice carried ruthless authority, but somehow still sounded strangely feminine. "Wake up! Open your eyes!" a voice snarled right beside my ear. "You can hear me, can't you?" Takeru blinked and froze in shock. Right in front of him stood a massive, muscular elf woman, all dolled up with bold, bright makeup. The tiny dragon giggled as it squirmed happily in her hands. She beamed as she claimed the title like it was destiny, Mistress of the Forest. The moment he saw it, the young man slipped and face-planted to the ground, so hard it was almost funny. His brain flat out wouldn't accept it. How could this massive giant be the spirit? The whole scene just fades out on us. Soon every single one of them squeezed into the cozy wooden house. Takeru snapped his head back in disbelief. Liber Arena, the massive mech, was sitting right in front of them, yet somehow nobody else could see a thing. The Draconoid leader let out a shaky sigh, admitting even the best of them couldn't spin this into anything but trouble. The spirit smirked and said she came here because this land is packed with insanely dense mana. Hearing that, Brolight snapped her eyes shut tight with rage. Suddenly, she lunged at the unseen guest, screaming that it was a monster. Brolight snapped out a brutal accusation at her, scoffing that it was pathetic to still call herself the mistress after she bolted from her own native forest. Liber Arena snapped with rage, blasting back that it was Brolight who'd been stuck stone still the whole time, petrified as a dragon. Sparks of pure hatred shot everywhere, and Tucker had to panic to wrench the two furious women apart. Brolight snapped instantly calm, flashed a soft smile, and praised her friend for guarding the lake. Liber Arena smiled and said, "The kids who got my message right still stand guard over those lands to this day." Takeru froze, staring in disbelief at those words. That memory hit like lightning. There it was again, the exact same ancient inscription carved into the stone. A stone slab surfaced in my memory. Into it, the spirit poured every last ounce of strength before vanishing. Rage twisted Arena's face as memories hit. Those foolish elders had wrecked everything and somehow made it all worse. Takeru gave a quiet little smile, like he already had the whole battle figured out down to the bone. The spirit's ear snapped upright, like it had just heard something that nobody else could. A curious little grin flickered across her lips. She leaned in close, eyes blazing as she demanded the full story, every detail, no gaps. With a thunderous swing, the opulent doors blew wide and the team marched straight into the massive grand hall of the Elven Palace. The young elf lifted the newborn high, proudly showing off his deep, dark skin. The baby drifted off to sleep in total peace, like the whole world went quiet for them. The Elven Queen trembled as a violent surge of magic slammed through her like lightning. Shock slammed onto her face like a sudden punch. The elders snapped up from nowhere and lunged toward the parents, demanding answers on the spot. He choked on a breath, stunned. How the heck was something like this even possible? The old man seethed at the village law being broken and at how the family name had been stained. The mom's sister burst in to shut them down. "The child's totally healthy." But the old man dug in his heels and spat out the rotten genes, clinging to the so-called purity of blood like it was untouchable. Takeru let out a heavy sigh and begged Puni for help. Liber Arena narrowed her eyes in frustrated disbelief. Of all people, she was the only one who could untangle this mess. She nodded, then clasped her palms together like a vow. A glowing magical sphere snapped to life between her fingers, and with total boss energy, she demanded 10 potatoes doused in soy sauce. Takeru snapped his command and ordered everyone to shut their eyes. A blinding flash ripped through the hall like lightning in the dark. The elders jerked their hands up, cowering as that blazing light slashed through the air. Right in the middle of that blazing light, a colossal shadow suddenly rose up. From the light boomed a thunderous voice, slamming the elders for worshipping the ghosts of the past with their eyes shut. When the smoke finally vanished, the crowd froze. Standing right there was a giant, dark-skinned elf, dripping in luxurious adornments, the spiritual mistress. Takeru grinned, because now the whole world had finally seen the Libra Arena's real form. The sisters were frozen in pure horror and jaw-dropping awe. The moment the sudden noise hit, that baby started screaming at the top of its lungs. The terrifying mistress suddenly panicked, fumbled over the baby, and awkwardly tried to calm it down, then snapped at the elders for looking so grim. She confessed that long ago, she didn't just hope for the family line, she truly commanded her ancestors to keep it alive. But she never punished herself for shutting herself off from the outside world. Then she snapped her head toward the grandfathers, eyes blazing with pure demonic fury, and ripped, "Silence!" The entire council dropped to their knees in an instant. Takeru nervously flashed a smile, stunned by just how fast her authority moved. As the parents soothed their child into sleep, the mistress stepped in, ready to drop the verdict. She snapped orders that they dump every last bit of trash talk about noble blood. Instead, she demanded that they treasure the life they have right now, this moment, and nothing else. Tears of raw emotion glittered in the Elven Queen's eyes, burning like starlight. The mistress gazed at the baby with pure tenderness. Imagine being born that strong, teeming with life from the very first breath. And she called it a real miracle, like the universe just blinked at her. Takeru finally walked out and left the elves to handle their own mess. The boy bolted for the exit, and Libera Arena snapped his attention back on the potatoes. Again. Soon the elves swarmed around a massive table, filling the room with tension. They dove into fierce, non-stop debates about what their village would become next. A towering world tree loomed over the settlement like a living giant, dwarfing everything in sight. The Trinity coolly set up a tea party. Takeru pulled his friend's attention the second he showed up. He pushed for leaving for Belcam as early as tomorrow, and the moment the dragon heard it, it choked on its tea in pure shock. Liber Arena snapped in surprise and demanded, "So, what's the deal with Brolight?" The boy grinned and said, "We found her, our village is saved, and the whole thing didn't get wiped out." He said he'd never yank her along against her will. The dragon paused, then scratched its chin like it was cooking up a dangerous idea. Takeru realized her home mattered more than anything to her now. Above everything, he swore he'd honor her decision. Meanwhile, Brolight was still up on stage, putting on a show right in front of the queen. Morning finally arrives, and with it, a brand new day is knocking at the door. The Elven Summit crowded onto the platform, and the wires began to hum above them. The smiling mother poured out heartfelt gratitude and begged to come visit the baby again. Brolight let out a happy laugh and blurted, Yeah, I get it. I know. She jabbed at the brand new cart and barked at Takeru that he better not even dream of escaping. His sister nudged Brolight to say goodbye the right way, but Brolight brushed her off with a dismissive wave. The dragon pressed, "Are you sure, Takeru?" And he nodded hard, because she'd already made her choice. The sister softly but firmly told Brolight it was time to say goodbye. Takeru tossed out a quick goodbye, and the girl blinked in confusion, begging him to stay just a little longer. With tears streaming down her face, she begged him to stay for at least a few days, but the boy shoved the task report back in her face and wouldn't let it go. The poor elf girl snapped, and the moment it hit, she burst into unstoppable, loud tears. Takeru threw everything he had into calming her down. Dragon and Liber Arena leaned in, smiled, and swore they'd stay friends forever. The girl choked on her own tears, fighting for air as they spilled down her face. "Till we meet again," she yelled, as they disappeared from sight. The heroes tore their way down through the world tree's giant roots, plunging deeper with every step. They tore out of the elven forest, disappearing deeper into the unknown. At last, the walls of native Belcam surged back onto the horizon. One single drop slammed the surface with a soft thud, and ripples burst outward in perfect circles across the water. In the reflection, Takeru stared back, gripping his winged friend by the tail with careful, steady hands. The boy froze inside Dwarf Glutus's armory, staring at the table like he'd just been punched by the impossible. Luxury scissors sat right in front of him, so elegant they looked carved from bone. Takeru snatched them up in his hands. Those blades somehow turned weightless the instant they came alive. He flicked them through the air. This crystal-clear sound blasted out so hard, the very creator of the instrument blinked in shock. The blacksmith and the boy stared in shock at how insanely clear the blades rang. The dwarf narrowed his eyes with a sneaky grin and slammed a heavy metal log onto the table. It was a beast of a steel ingot, solid, heavy, and made to last. Takeru fumed, terrified he'd shatter the fragile thing, but the blacksmith snapped with rage at the doubt in his craft. The boy broke down and slid the blades onto the metal, like he was finally giving in. With a sudden flash, the scissors snapped the bar in two, clean as if it were butter. Takeru got caught, right when everything was about to break his way. He put in zero effort, and the tool in his hands mysteriously shifted colors. The tiny dragon locked onto that gleaming metal, completely spellbound. The boy snapped on his assessment skill the moment it was needed. The system flashed a verdict. Right in front of him sat a top-tier relic, one that didn't just wait for a master, it picked its own. Mithril and enchanted water synced with the owner's magic, and the weapon's shape shuddered, shifting form for a short, electrifying moment. And just like that, the color shift starts to mean something huge. The name Takeru Scissors felt way too ordinary to him, but the specs were straight up mind-blowing. With cheeks burning, he nervously asked the blacksmith if he could truly accept a treasure that huge. The dwarf waved it off like it was nothing, said it was exactly the right tool for snagging simple herbs. Then Glutus yanked a huge wooden box out from under the counter like it was hiding a secret. And if it turns into bloodshed, then take this, he snapped the lid open. Inside, predatory mithril daggers sat on velvet like they were waiting to strike. Takeru's voice shook as he blurted, "Master, did you really spend every last bit of my rare metal for this?" The dwarf snapped his eyes away and hissed that he'd never let that perfect ore waste away and collect dust. The boy froze, stunned by the sheer generosity of that gift. He flashed a genuine smile and thanked them with a warm, heartfelt grin. The old blacksmith's cheeks flared red and he quickly turned his face away. Takeru shoved his weapon out of sight and started to slip away, but then, right as he was moving, someone called his name. Glutus muttered something under his breath, almost like he was talking to himself in secret. The boy snapped his eyes open, totally stunned. From behind the blacksmith's glasses, a flash of pure embarrassment slipped out. Then he stammered that he'd love to stop by more often. The smiling young man burst out of the store and into the glowing sunlit street. The beastly guy from the next bench leaned in and demanded, "So, are you done with your business yet?" She shot him a quick wave, like she was daring him to notice. Takeru strode through the city, already realizing it was smarter to hide the new blades before anyone could spot them. Then he tore off toward the guild. Soon the boy was tearing through the dense forest, hunting for any materials he could get his hands on. The brand new scissors snapped open and sliced clean through the flower's stem. With one flawless cut, the plant stayed fresh and instantly skyrocketed in value. Takeru wiped the sweat off his brow with a grin, savoring every hard-won second. And just like that, a whole month slips by. Time inched forward, crawling like it had something to prove. Far off in the distance, the immense world age of the elves loomed like a living nightmare. Inside a lavish palace, two women sat in a hushed, intimate conversation, the calm words hiding something deep. One of them was softly bouncing the baby in their arms, like the world slowed down for that moment. The moment she laid eyes on that charming little baby, her heart melted with tenderness. A friend leaned in, eyes wide, asking in a trembling voice if this choice was truly the right one. The elf girl dropped her eyes, like she couldn't bear to look up. Then she raised the child into the light and swore with iron certainty that she'd turn their village into something better. She burst into carefree laughter, like nothing in the world could touch her. Her conversation partner let out a huge sigh of relief. The elf girl slowly lowered her gaze, like her thoughts were weighing something heavy. Stars blazed overhead as the giant tree towered beneath them. As morning hit, the rising sun blazed across the jagged mountain peaks, turning them into a fiery crown. Takeru teamed up with the lizard man Brolet, and together they fought tooth and nail against a rampaging horned beast. A lightning bolt hit the little dragon, and it went down in a flash. The monster's body still steamed and smoked, and that's when the boy started grabbing his supplies. Brolet leaned in and demanded to know what the next quest was going to be. Takeru couldn't shake the brutal heat that had been crushing everyone for days. His eyes flared with excitement at the thought of hitting the sea. The lizard man nodded hard and pitched Danusha's port city, where they could hunt down fresh sashimi. Her partner didn't go because she was slammed with her own chores, but then, right out of nowhere, she jabbed a finger straight into the thicket. The earth shuddered with a heavy, dull thud. The next step kept inching toward him, closing the distance fast. A massive horned worm erupted from the ground in a violent burst, like the earth just snapped open. Takeru flinched. But right there, riding on the monster's back, that familiar elf girl sat and waved like she owned the place. The boy wrinkled his face and pinched his nose against the monster's putrid stench, while the girl beamed, happily blabbing about her arrival. The village elders hauled her into a mission. Leave the village, see the world, and become Takeru's assistant. The young man said nothing, and the silence hit like a punch. He could only force out a shaky, nervous smile. Broly just shrugged like, she's been on the team forever, while Takeru froze in hesitation. Broly grinned and blurted out, "Next stop, the sea!" The elf girl snapped her hands together, barely able to contain her excitement. Takeru let out a heavy sigh, then flashed a warm, genuine smile. The whole united team burst out in the direction of wild adventures, ready to chase them head-on. The sky above them blazed with light. Gildias Clayston was born a legendary lizard man, born of noble blood, rocking rare blue scales that shimmered like they belonged to royalty. From the very first day, his family pinned all their giant hopes on him. He didn't just try, he crushed the academy in a flash, and landed his spot as a royal knight, mixing razor-sharp brains with raw, brute power. During training, Hildias steamrolled every opponent, then real service showed up and crushed his arrogance in an instant. For decades, the country finally caught a breath with no wars, yet the simple warrior started to feel trapped in the capital, suffocating under its hypocrisy. Ordinary mercenaries swept through the forest monsters like they were nothing, cutting them down without breaking a sweat. Border patrols let the small bandits run for a moment, then finally sprinted after them. While his colleagues stuffed their pockets with bribes and partied with courtesans, Hildias quietly seethed at the pointless life he was stuck in. With despair crushing his chest, he threw himself into training and clawed his way to the final of the royal tournament. Right there, the lizard man got crushed by a top-tier adventurer, yet his desperate fighting style still left the young crown prince genuinely impressed. Gildias was chosen as the boy's personal guard, and for the first time, his life finally snapped into place. But the royal court was a nest of vipers, ready to strike the moment anyone looked away. In just a few months, the second prince's faction sprang a trap, and those jealous guards even played along, letting the assassins slip right into the chambers. A betrayal from inside shattered the defense, and then the entire gang of conspirators surged in with a sudden attack, until even Clayston's unstoppable strength hit its breaking point. When the blades crashed down on the prince, the lizard man didn't hesitate. He threw his own body in the way, and swore his promise to the very end. Complete darkness. A blurred shadow darted through the dark, like it was hunting a heartbeat. For just a blink, their fangs flashed like a warning in the dark. A brutal scar tore across Gildias' whole back, guilt crushing him from the inside, as he slipped out of the castle for good, silent as a shadow. In the years that followed, the former knight roamed through unknown lands, trading his sword for coin like any other mercenary. The guildmaster clocked his raw power, slapped him with a high rank, and the lizard folk moved into a peaceful little town. Until I spotted this freakishly tall young guy inside the local bath, with a winged familiar hovering right beside him. Piercing blue eyes burned through the wet black hair of the lizard man as they stared out into the dark. Steam surged through the room, choking the air as the whole place fogged over. This total oddball just whipped out insane magic and scrubbed that giant bath until it gleamed, alone, like it was nothing. The tiger administrator gasped in disbelief. Turns out the boy never pocketed a single coin. Gildias frowned. He sank into the steaming hot water beside a stranger and shot off a blunt truth. That kind of work always costs at least 2 silver coins. Wait, you did it all by yourself? And you didn't even ask to be paid? The warrior couldn't wrap his head around it, not one bit. The young man grinned with total ease and said, "I just wanted to soak up the clear water and chill." Then he froze, blinking in pure panic. Hold up, did I just steal the job from the local cleaner? Gildias froze. The boy let out an awkward little laugh, like it escaped before he could stop it. That stern lizard man snapped his head back and erupted into a real thunderous laugh, like he couldn't hold it in for one more second. For the first time in years, the weight finally slid off his shoulders, because that boy's plain, honest heart made the battle-hardened warrior burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in the bustling port city of Danush, locals hawked fresh fruits straight from the boats, trading like it was pure treasure. Far off in the fields, you can already hear the distant rumble of wheels rolling in. A carriage tore down the road like it was chased by the end of the world. Snow White Pegasus yanked her forward, kicking up a storm of dust as she flew along. The cart tore forward at an insanely fast pace, gliding like it had a mind of its own. Suddenly, the horse, using a human voice, pleaded with the passengers, begging them not to force it up into the sky. It turns out this miracle carriage was no accident. It was specially commissioned by the group from the masters of the elven settlement. Thanks to that magical stone, the whole crew kept floating just an inch above the ground, like gravity had been totally hijacked. With no vibrations rattling anything, the ride felt ridiculously smooth. Even Puni-san, the draft horse, was totally at ease. From the outside, it looked like any old carriage, but the moment spatial magic kicked in, the inside became a full-on palace. Inside, the place exploded with priceless artifacts, luxurious chandeliers, stunning furniture, the whole room dripping with luxury. The entrance mat automatically scraped the dirt off every shoe the second they stepped in. Everyone got their own room, and Blowright sprawled on the bed, surrounded by living trees and vines that seemed to breathe around him. Claystoon sat trapped inside those brutal stone walls, gripping his trident as he studied it with razor-sharp focus. And for Puni-san, they set up a comfy little stall piled with soft hay while she curled up and rested in her horse form. Takero's room screamed luxury. A giant bed took center stage like a throne, and a fancy chest sat there too. The boy sucked in that salty ocean scent, and with shaking hope, asked if they'd finally made it to the sea. The trees swung aside and boom, sunlight spilled across the horizon. Takeru and his tiny dragon locked eyes on what was ahead, utterly spellbound. The carriage glided right up to the cliff's razor edge. Ahead stretched an endless, glittering ocean, trapped between towering cliffs. A tiny dragon giggled as it zoomed through the air, soaking up the dazzling sparkle of the water below. Claystoon and sleepy Blowright burst out of the room, stretching like kings after a long, comfy nap. The elf girl froze in shock, staring at how impossibly huge the sea stretched out before her. Claystoon thrust his finger toward the horizon, locking onto the distant port city of Danuche. This place was the West's biggest trading hub, and everyone flocked there for the legendary, non-stop fishing tournaments. The city stunned everyone with its blazing bright stone houses and towering palm trees lining the shore. Takeru couldn't stop thinking about how the locals refused to touch raw fish at all. Soon, they shoved the carriage straight onto the sandy beach, right beside the crashing water. The boy calmly worked the rope loose, then readied everything like he was about to drop camp the moment night hit. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he blinked at the shock of what he'd just heard. Blowright sat off to the side, grumbling about being starving and demanding his promised sashimi like he owned the place. Meanwhile, total chaos erupted in the shallows. Friends started heaving huge fish onto the shore in massive, writhing piles. The elf girl tore her daggers free and launched herself at the next target. She snapped away from the stone with a sharp shove. With deadly intent, Blowright hung in the air, aimed straight at the massive fish. Two razor-sharp swings of steel tore through the air like lightning. The dagger sank deep into the thick armored scale like it was made for it. Blood erupted from the wound, spraying everywhere in a chaotic burst. The girl deftly snatched up the carcass, cut in half. With a wild swing, she hurled it straight at the giant mound of fish she'd already hauled in. Takeru screamed in pure panic, demanding to know if they really came here to wipe out every living thing in this ocean. He begged them to stop because there was already so much food that even they couldn't finish it. But Blowright was skipping from stone to stone, grinning so hard he could barely contain himself, so excited to discover all those brand new fish species. Claystone's whole body jolted with tension, and he snapped at the boy to freeze and wait, right there, now. The water around the dragonfolk spiraled like a warning, dark and ominous in every spin. A brutal splash erupted, blasting up a towering wall of spray like it had a mind of its own. Takeru let out a heavy, defeated sigh, then went, "All right," and focused on the catch he already had. He shot his hand forward, and holographic data windows burst into view above the fish in an instant. Bluefin tuna, armored swordfish, and sea bass, total delicacies, perfectly sliced for sizzling sashimi. In his mind, a lavish feast menu already lined itself up, sashimi for lunch, carpaccio dressed with fruit vinegar, and fried fish seasoned with salt for dinner. Meanwhile, a giant white shark slammed onto the shore with a thunderous roar that rattled everything. Takeru's voice got ripped away the second Claystone yanked out that monster by hand. He couldn't stop worrying and asked if the dragon human got hurt in a clash like that. Claystone crouched in the water before the dead shark, shaking uncontrollably as fear rumbled through him. Bitter tears streamed down his cheeks as he clutched the shattered pieces of his beloved spear in his hands. Takeru was hustling like crazy in that huge kitchen, fully locked in on his work. The wide knife slid through the thick chunk of fish with a smooth, almost eerie ease. Steam exploded from under the pot's lid in a thick, billowing cloud. A wooden spoon plunged in and scooped up a hearty portion of rice. Fresh sashimi slices were laid right on top of the garnish like a delicious final touch waiting to be devoured. A few drops of juice finished it off, right at the perfect moment. Takeru strode in with trays of mouth-watering kaisendon stacked high like pure luxury. In the girl's eyes, pure excitement ignited like fire. A tiny dragon let out a squeak of pure satisfaction, and the silence got shattered instantly. The very first spoonful hit, and the elves squeezed their eyes shut with pure, guilty pleasure. They demanded seconds on the spot. Takeru whipped around and shouted across the table at Clay. His smile vanished in an instant. A giant lizard hunched by the wall, swallowed whole by grief, like it couldn't breathe through the pain. Takeru remembered the time Clay fought a shark, and his spear got hopelessly wrecked, bending like it had no chance at all. The young man finally admitted he'd never, ever seen a malfunction this weird in his life. A crushing silence slammed into the air and wouldn't let go. A lonely, empty bowl sat on the table, staring back like it had been abandoned. Takeru slowly reached down and lifted the battered weapon. Clay swallowed his pride and quietly apologized for the trouble he caused. The system flashed a warning. Hestus's ancient list had lost the spirit's blessing, and its rank crashed. Takeru's brow furrowed as he read the lines, totally baffled. He leaned in and grilled his friend about who owned the weapon before him. The lizard snapped back that Hestus was a legendary hero from the old days. When the young man learned that the spear had survived for centuries, his grip nearly slipped and it almost clattered to the ground. Those plainstone weapons should have already shattered into dust ages ago. Klee couldn't wrap his head around why everyone looked like they'd just seen the impossible. The lizard sprang forward, and in that instant it finally understood the priceless power of its artifact. The elf's eyes widened in shock, because something that strong was bending like it had no right to. Takeru suggested they team up and figure out a way to fix it together. The girl finally understood. This was impossible. The young man shot a fast blink, like something just hit him hard. She revealed the truth. This weapon only kept its shape because it was clinging to the last scraps of the spirit's magic. Without a blessing, that plain lizard-folk spear couldn't even stand up to the Dragonkin's raw power. Takeru leaned in and told Klee, "Don't worry, this glitch wasn't caused by anything you did wrong." But even after everything, he couldn't stop beating himself up for how brutally strong he was. The tiny dragon chirped with pure joy, and that bright sound sparked an idea in its master's mind. Takeru leaned in and demanded to know where the weapon really came from. Clay finally confessed that the godfather, head of his hometown, had handed him that gift. The young man wasted no time and blurted out, "Let's go there right now!" He was on the hunt, praying the settlement would cough up a lead on how to fix it. The lizard went rigid on the spot. Shame choked him. How could he ever show up at home with a broken relic? Takeru shot back that a real, burning need to set everything right matters more than fear. That warm smile lit a fire in the warrior's heart and gave him the courage to stand his ground. Clay nodded, but his hesitation screamed through every little movement. The girls blurted out, "Wait, there's no way we've tried all the local delicacies yet." They didn't hesitate, snapping into action to help their friend first. Takeru shot a sly wink, and the moment he did, he couldn't stop thinking about that secret lizard people cuisine. The elf girl's eyes sparkled with pure greed. Her friend jumped in right away, matching her excitement like it was contagious. They both stood up and shouted that friendship meant everything, and they'd do literally anything for it. The glue even shed a tear from the weight of the moment, while Takeru just stood there, silently awestruck by the women's ruthless business skills. They launched for the next morning, no delays, just full steam ahead. Clouds drifted like they had all the time in the world, sliding across the sky in slow motion. The carriage rattled through the loud, salt-blown streets of the coastal city, like the whole shoreline was roaring around it. The map promised 5 brutal days of traveling straight to the village of Hestarut-Doi. The cart tore along the seaside, bouncing and roaring with wild energy. The magical horse yanked them forward at an unreal speed, tearing through the world like it couldn't wait to get them there. We finally called it a night right at the base of those majestic waterfalls, watching the thunderous roar swallow the dark. Fresh fish crackled and sizzled over the blazing flame. The girls dug into their dinner like it was the best thing in the world, laughing as the night tasted even sweeter. Takeru shot a sneaky sideways glance. Clay slumped to the side, wrapped in gloom, and stayed deadly silent. The young man steadied the anxious little dragon, calming it down for good. The closer they got to the target, the more Clay shut down inside himself. Takeru felt it in his gut that this wasn't just about a broken list. Staring up at the stars, he swore he'd shield his friend from any cruel insults the locals might hurl at him. The carriage crept up the brutal hill, inching higher with every rattling step. The horse let out a loud, sharp neigh, and right then everyone knew it had finally arrived. On towering cliffs, an unbelievable settlement clings to the sky, linking everything with huge suspension bridges. The streets were packed and buzzing with the wild energy of the lizard people. Even the kids had to haul fish bigger than themselves, with the weight thumping on their shoulders. Massive carcasses hung in the wind, slowly drying as the air pulled every last trace of moisture away. The company halted right before a skinny wooden bridge. Everyone scrambled out in a hurry. Takeru nonchalantly shoved that luxurious carriage into the huge storage space. He beamed and ordered them to set off. Then, out of nowhere, he stumbled mid-stride. The cloak was wrapped tight around the glue, yanking it up to his eyes. From deep under the hood, a pathetic little voice begged to be left alone. Back then, they had zero clue what secret had turned that hulking warrior's heart ice cold toward his own homeland.